Chapter 1. A Grand Dream. When Luli awoke, his vacant gaze was fixed upon the mottled ceiling, while the rhythmic patter of rain outside filled his ears. He felt as though he had just experienced a dream that spanned an interminable 3 years. The dream was astonishingly vivid, as if he had truly lived those 3 years, and every minute detail remained etched in his memory, even after awakening. This made it impossible for him to convince himself that it was merely a figment of his imagination, rather than a divine revelation, a revelation that foretold the events of the coming 3 years, warning him that in the 23rd century, having no diploma meant absolute futility in securing employment amidst the completed Fourth Industrial Revolution and the dawn of the intelligent age. It was not until a year later that he inadvertently joined a virtual gaming guild, which provided him with a means of subsistence. Regrettably, his entry into the game titled Dawn occurred a year post-launch, when high-level players had already undergone their second advancement. He found himself woefully behind in levels, with inadequate equipment to match. Consequently, he could only scrape by, utterly incapable of rising to the ranks of the elite. Mere survival was insufficient for him. He yearned to provide a better life for his beloved sister. Thus, he toiled relentlessly, advancing step by arduous step. Yet, fate played a cruel jest upon him that a year later, his sister was diagnosed with a heart condition. In his desperation to earn money for her treatment, Luli plunged into the depths of the game, fervently accepting tasks and laboring tirelessly for the larger guilds. However, within the game, he tragically became a pawn in the power struggles between guilds, falling victim to a treacherous alliance between his employers and their targets. Survival became a daunting challenge, let alone earning a living. Luli could only watch in anguish as his sole family member grew weaker by the day. It felt as if 1,000 steel needles were relentlessly piercing his heart. He would have gladly exchanged his own life for hers. In that dream, Luli held his sister in his arms, weeping uncontrollably more than once. In the 3rd year of that dream, she ultimately departed from him. He found himself standing on the 12th floor rooftop of the hospital, drenched by torrential rain, taking a step of despair. Fortunately, this was merely a dream, at least one that had yet to transpire. Whether it was a dream or a divine message, Luli understood that he must strive for the sake of his only relative. He refused to continue living in the squalid conditions of the impoverished district with his sister. He aspired to grant her the life of a little princess. He wished for those who had bullied him and brought him despair to taste the bitterness of hopelessness. "Brother, breakfast is ready. Hurry up and eat," called Lu Exen. Despite being merely 11 years old and standing at just 1.5 meters tall, she had already mastered most household chores. Luli rolled out of bed and swiftly enveloped his sister in his embrace. Xin, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Dear brother. Brother, what troubles you? Is it about work? We could take our time to search for it. I believe in you. You will definitely find a job. The little girl expressed her unwavering trust in her only relative. Don't worry. I already have a plan. Luli reassured his sister as they shared a meal together. The sensation of reclaiming what was lost is truly sublime, regardless of whether it is a dream or reality. He would never allow anyone to take his sister away from him. After their meal, Lu Xian left for school, and Luli departed from their shabby, cramped abode, reminiscent of a pigeon coop, to seek employment. Luli had relinquished the notion of pursuing a conventional job and instead made his way directly to the Xingyue Guild, where he had served in his previous life. While the Xingyue Guild may not hold much prestige in the gaming world, it enjoys a modest reputation among university students. Composed of students from several local universities, the guild is led by affluent young heirs who, unrestrained by financial concerns, offer generous benefits, resulting in a considerable membership. In this era of advanced technology, the phrase graduating equates to unemployment is no mere jest. With the emergence of Dawn, a groundbreaking and popular game, they recognized a lucrative opportunity and have diligently pooled substantial funds, vowing to achieve great success. The guild's headquarters is situated in a luxury apartment complex within the university town, having rented an entire building. "Hello, I am here to apply for the gold farming position," Luli announced, having envisioned this very scenario in his dreams. The receptionist, a university student with an appealing appearance, seemed dissatisfied with her role, casting a disdainful glance at Luli's inexpensive attire and the holes in his sneakers. She dialed a number and informed him that he could proceed to the interview. "Are you a university student?" The HR representative, also quite attractive but with a notably poor attitude, engaged with her phone, barely lifting her gaze as she conducted the interview. "No, I am merely applying for the gold farmer position." Luli responded with as much patience as he could muster by the time he arrived. A year had passed since the game's launch, and a plethora of guilds had emerged, making competition exceedingly fierce. The role of a gold farmer was indifferent to educational background. My apologies, but not just anyone can be a gold farmer. If you truly wish to pursue this, you might as well consider being cannon fodder, she remarked dismissively. To be labeled as cannon fodder was a blatant insult. That role required no gear or level. It involved charging at the boss in waves, with the sole purpose of diverting the boss's attention and depleting its skills. If his 3-year dream was not a joke, the reborn Lu Li possessed an advantage that no guild or expert could match. He certainly could not accept the role of cannon fodder, as dying in the game resulted in a loss of experience. If cannon fodder were to perish a dozen times a day, the possibility of leveling up would be utterly non-existent. The reason for his application was, in fact, the gaming helmet that the Xingyue Guild provided to its members. This was akin to receiving a computer for work in ancient times, a vital tool for productivity. Let me put it this way. Luli leaned forward, placing his hands on the table, his tall, slender figure slightly inclined, making it easy to observe the situation. He feigned an air of mystery as he said, "I have a method to acquire 20 gold coins within the first week." "Is it really you?" The HR girl was so astonished that she nearly dropped her phone, her surprise causing a tumultuous reaction. The striking whiteness was somewhat dazzling. Yet Luli remained indifferent, smiling silently, embodying the demeanor of seasoned expert. As for the existence of internal testing for Dawn, opinions among ordinary players varied widely. However, seasoned players were well aware that no game could launch without prior testing. At most, there might be a closed beta with limited participants, testing only fragmentary content. Even if one were to obtain a morsel of information, it wouldn't amount to much. Although the Xingyue Guild boasted no exceptional talents, their financial resources were substantial. Thus, they were not lagging in information. They were at least aware that acquiring gold in the early stages of the game was exceedingly challenging. Low-level monsters typically yielded no monetary rewards, while slightly stronger ones offered only a pittance. When asked why they did not hunt high-level monsters, the response was simple. Could one truly engage such formidable foes at will? Potions cost money, equipment repairs cost money, and dying necessitated a resurrection fee. Without funds for revival, one could only return to their corpse and crawl back to the safe zone. Moreover, death resulted in the loss of both equipment and currency. It was a veritable trap. Yet, for a guild like theirs, earning money was indispensable, as the need for expenditure was overwhelming. Without funds, one couldn't even establish a guild. Once a guild was formed, it required continual upgrades to recruit more members and enjoy greater high-level guild benefits. 20 gold. Even when hunting high-level monsters, to amass 20 gold would necessitate a team of 100 players grinding for 3 to 5 days. Yet Luli claimed he could achieve this in merely a week. "Young man, have you participated in the internal testing?" The HR girl's attitude shifted instantly. She leaned closer, nearly placing herself directly before Lin Dong. "I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information." There was no room for doubt. Participants in internal testing had signed non-disclosure agreements, rendering them unable to speak of it. This was tacit acknowledgement. Goodness, a true master. Without hesitation, the HR girl grasped Lu Li's arm and personally led him to meet the guild's upper echelons. Upon arriving at the executive office of the Xingyue Guild, several individuals were present, likely engaged in a meeting. The HR girl instructed Lin Dong to wait at the door while she explained the situation. The dream was indeed real, for Lu Li had encountered the leader of Xingyue in his dreams, and the others in the office matched his recollections perfectly. "Are you kidding? With such a demeanor, you expect me to believe he participated in the internal testing?" In the Xingyue Guild, there were many affluent second-generation members, each vying for positions. Thus, every role was assigned a leader. The one speaking in a sarcastic tone was Half a Cigarette, the leader of the rogue team. "Hello, I am Aogn. Are you certain you participated in the internal testing? You're not just pulling our leg, are you?" Aogn was skeptical, primarily because Luli seemed far from the image of a master. His appearance was merely ordinary, not unattractive, but rather too dark and thin. What manner of attire is this? The entire ensemble likely costs no more than 100 yuan, and what anachronism it is to don such faded garments. The individuals invited by the gaming company for the closed beta testing are either elite competitors or influential guild leaders, prominent figures of considerable stature. Surely, it is not fitting for someone of such lowly status to be included among them. If I can procure 20 gold coins for you within the first week, the Guild of Xingyue can be established sooner yet. Should I fail, what substantial loss would you incur? Before the collective skepticism of nearly all the upper echelons of Xingyue, Lu Li maintained an undisturbed demeanor. However, the words he uttered were simply impossible to reject. Chapter 2. Ryan's Kite. The Star Moon Guild currently boasts a full roster of 100 players engaged in gold farming, making the addition of one more player inconsequential. After signing a formal contract, Lu Li was pleased to acquire the most inexpensive gaming helmet. In the early days of the game's limited popularity, even the cheapest helmet cost 30,000 yuan, and the Lu siblings, who could barely scrape together 10 yuan, could never afford such a luxury. Lu Li's contract was distinct from the typical gold farming agreements. It revolved primarily around the delivery of 20 gold pieces. If he could meet this requirement promptly, all would be well. However, failure to do so would result in not only the confiscation of the helmet, but also a hefty penalty for breach of contract. In his previous life, Lu Li had desperately aspired to be part of the Star Moon Guild, only to find himself among the most exploited and downtrodden. Through sheer determination and relentless effort, he had eventually earned enough to escape this laborious trap. Consequently, he felt little sense of belonging towards this guild. With a firm resolution, he decided that he would earn enough to purchase a helmet and then depart. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the evening of September 1st, 2215, the most remarkable virtual game, Dawn, opened globally. Go for it, big brother, the little girl exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Lu Li kissed her cheek, lay down on his bed, and donned the helmet. A tingling sensation spread from his head throughout his body as his consciousness began to blur. System check in progress. Initial login, pupil scan. Binding. DNA analysis, identity binding, bank card binding. After a metallic voice concluded, Lu Li found himself in a vast hall, surrounded by several large screens, each displaying an image strikingly similar to his own. Your 7-type gaming helmet has been successfully bound. Welcome to Dawn in the distant age of darkness. A new chapter unfolds as the continent of Azeroth enters an era of factional conflict. Dear player, would you like to begin creating an account? Yes. First, please choose your faction. Amidst the flames of war on the continent of Azeroth, the forces of evil, the Horde, and the forces of light, the Alliance, stand opposed. The Alliance. You have chosen the Alliance. Humans, dwarves, night elves, 7 races are now available to you. Night elf. 10 seconds later, a night elf resembling Lu Li by about 70 to 80% stood before him. The night elves, akin in height to humans, possessed slightly darker skin and pointed ears. Compared to humans, these long-eared forest dwellers exhibited superior stealth and perception abilities. Character: Lu Li. Occupation: thief race, night elf faction, alliance level, level 0 attributes, strength 2, agility 2, intelligence 2, constitution 2, perception 2, charisma. Luck. Health: 100 energy, 100 defense, 2 attack, 3 resilience, 1 jump, 5 stealth, 0 concealment, 5 search, 5 magic resistance, 0 movement speed, 5 attack speed, 5 character load, 0 to 20 pounds, light movement, 20 to 30 pounds, normal movement, 30 to 50 pounds, difficult movement. Racial traits: shadow step, active, 2 minutes cooldown. Upon activation, slip into the shadows, diminishing the likelihood of detection by enemies. This effect persists until cancelled or movement occurs. Once this effect is dispelled, any threat value you pose to enemies still engaged in combat will be restored. Swift, passive, reduces the chance of being hit by melee and ranged attacks by 2. Elusive presence, passive, while in shadow step or stealth, decreases the likelihood of being detected by enemies. Soul of nature, passive, night elves possess a wisdom beyond the reach of many races, gaining an intelligence check of 3 for every 5 levels attained. Natural resistance, passive, reduces the chance of being hit by nature spells by 2. Class features: 1. Dagger mastery. When wielding dagger-type weapons, gain a 20 increase in attack speed. 2. Ambush. Gain an additional 30 attack bonus when striking from behind an enemy. 3. Theft. A chance to acquire coins and items from humanoid beings, generating hostility. Ineffective against players and non-hostile NPCs. The author has never excelled in mathematics. Thus future data will be minimal, with references drawn from World of Warcraft. The ID is Lu Li. Although this name is not overly common, It is reminiscent of idioms like colorful and strange, and locations such as Lu Family Village or Lu Family Port are plentiful. In a dream that felt like a past life, Luli's profession was that of a druid, capable of inflicting damage, healing, and even tanking. This does not imply that druids are exceptionally powerful. In fact, they seldom appear in the top 10 rankings. Nevertheless, many gold farming players opt for druids due to their remarkable survivability, incurring virtually no costs while farming. They can heal themselves when low on health and shapeshift to utilize claws when lacking mana, accessing resources that some players cannot reach. However, this time, Luli has chosen the path of a thief. The rogue is the sovereign of player killing, endowed with a plethora of control skills and astonishing burst damage, able to strike and retreat at will. Moreover, rogues are exceptionally adept at amassing wealth, be it through opening treasure chests or stealthily mining and gathering herbs in locations inaccessible to average players. Although in his previous life Luli had never played as a rogue, he harbored a profound interest in this class, having perused numerous guides and feeling confident in his ability to master it. Furthermore, Luli's rogue was destined to be anything but ordinary. You have opted for a melee class. Please select your control mode. The official website provides specific explanations regarding control modes, which include intelligent mode, semi-free mode, and free mode. Each mode possesses its advantages and disadvantages, with a general consensus that their difficulty escalates incrementally. In his previous life, while playing as a druid, Luli had experience with both cheetah and bear forms, and he had practiced in free mode for a considerable time, thereby understanding its challenges. However, he was also acutely aware that nearly all melee experts predominantly favored either free or semi-free mode. Confirming his choice of free mode, Luli prepared to enter the game. After a brief spell of dizziness, he opened his eyes to find himself within a dimly lit canyon, lush with greenery, where towering trees nearly obscured the sky. Such a scene was impossible to witness in the ravaged reality of the human world. He was born beside a colossal treehouse, surrounded by a few NPCs who bore an uncanny resemblance to real beings, albeit depicted as elven figures within the game. As his gaze swept the area, he noticed a multitude of players. This was Shadowy Vale, one of the numerous starting locations for elven players, where members of the Starry Moon Guild typically commence their adventures. After inspecting his attributes, Luli resolved to embark on a quest. At level 0, 3 tasks awaited him: collecting 30 wild boar cubs' teeth from the blacksmith shop, gathering 30 night-laid leopard cubs' pelts from the tailor's shop, both combat-related tasks. The third task involved retrieving a kite for the orphan Ryan, which was entangled in a tree. Disregarding the first 2 tasks, Luli swiftly accepted Ryan's request and set off towards the mountains, running with fervor. Along the way, he encountered monsters, skillfully evading them when possible. If escape was not feasible, he charged forward, consuming bread liberally as his health dwindled. The small bread restored 30 health over 8 seconds, necessitating a seated position while eating. The system provided him with 5 loaves, each worth 5 copper coins in the shop, an invaluable resource that the average player could scarcely afford. Fortunately, creatures of elite rank and below would not pursue relentlessly. Once out of their aggro range, Luli could disengage from combat, allowing him to reach the mountains without incident. The kite, the item required for Ryan's request, was ensnared in a tree at the foot of the mountain. By leaping from a nearby rock to the tree, he could nearly grasp it. The challenge lay not in locating the kite and retrieving it, but rather in the refresh time associated with it. One can easily envision thousands, if not more, players from the Shadow Valley Sprite tribe receiving this quest, all in need of the quest item, which refreshes only once every half hour. How frustrating this situation is. Initially, Ryan's kite was deemed the most exasperating quest in Shadow Valley. Fortunately, Luli has already acquired the quest item. However, he has chosen not to submit it, as his intention in obtaining this kite was not for the purpose of completing the quest. Chapter 3. The Druid's Sacred Ring. In most games, quest items are merely items for quests, devoid of any other purpose. However, Dawn stands apart. This kite can be ingeniously transformed into a glider, allowing players to descend from great heights without the peril of fatality. Of course, certain modifications are essential. The game permits players to alter their possessions. Luli removed his clothing, tearing it into strips to secure the kite effectively. Next, he must ascend to the mountaintop. His first attempt to ascend ended in failure, as he was vanquished by 2 robust wild boars. The second attempt saw his demise at the claws of a level 6 forest leopard. The third proved even more disastrous as he encountered a swarm of jungle spiders. In Dawn, death is a commonplace occurrence. Any player who dares to venture beyond the safety of the main city is bound to meet their end. With deaths numbering in the tens during a single night of exploration being a routine affair. It was only on his 7th attempt that Luli finally stood triumphantly atop the mountain. His weapon had shattered, and the meager copper coins awarded by the system were entirely depleted. Fortunately, the kite, being a quest item, could not be lost. Otherwise, despair would have been his only companion. Securing the kite, Luli took a deep breath and leapt from the mountaintop into the mist-shrouded abyss below. The wind howled past his ears, and the unfurling wings performed as anticipated, allowing his descent to be relatively gentle. Naturally, the kite could not be compared to a flying mount. Its balance was precarious, and several times he collided with the rocky walls. Once again, he was grateful that the kite was a quest item, rendering it indestructible. Bang! -27. -3 -3 -3. The initial damage was from the fall, while the subsequent -3s were inflicted as 1 foot grazed the molten rock. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, enabling him to shift just in time. Otherwise, his efforts would have been in vain. Below lay a more intricate map, shrouded in smoke and dust, with many areas bubbling with fiery lava, and the air thick with the pungent scent of sulfur. This was the periphery of the abyss of endless darkness. Legend has it that the ancient titans imprisoned the fire demons of Azeroth deep within the abyss, and through millions of years. The energy of these demons birthed countless lava creatures, rendering the abyss the most perilous region of this continent. Thankfully, no beasts lurked nearby. Otherwise, even the most innocuous of creatures could easily obliterate a level 0 Luli. He diligently searched the area, and after a little over 10 minutes, he located his destination, a stone house built at the edge of the abyss. Inside, there were stone tables and benches, and upon one table rested a stone box, which contained a ring. Supreme Ring, Silver Strength 1, Agility 1, Lifesteal 1. Special effect, bestowed by the Jungle King Cenarius. It grants the ability to learn 3 shape-shifting skills of the druid class, as well as the capacity to master one skill from that branch. Equipment requirement, none. Durability, none. Indeed, this was the one he sought. The equipment tiers in Dawn commence from the ordinary level, progressing through bronze, black iron, silver, gold, dark gold, legendary, to mythic. Ordinary gear possesses no attributes, only armor and damage. Bronze equipment bestows a single basic attribute, while black iron grants 2 basic attributes and carries a certain probability of possessing special effects. Mythic level equipment augments 8 attributes, and each piece of mythic gear is guaranteed to feature a unique effect. Cenarius, the progeny of the moon goddess Elune and the guardian of the journey Malorn, is the adopted son of the dragon queen Isra. He is revered by the ancients as the king of the jungle or the demigod of the jungle. As a demigod, he serves as the mentor to the archdruid Malfurion Stormrage, the leader of the Night Elves. The Supreme Ring is a legacy item bestowed upon Malfurion by Cenarius, existing as a pair. However, Malfurion deemed himself unworthy of its power, wearing only one while the other remains hidden in an unknown corner of the Shadowglade. His twin brother, the most formidable demon hunter in the game's lore, Illidan Stormrage, once sought this legendary artifact, but Cenarius, perceiving the darkness and madness within Illidan's heart, refused him. This act of differentiation, in a sense, sowed the seeds of discord between the twin brothers. The reason Luli was able to locate this ring is quite simple: rebirth. In his previous life, while farming for gold, Luli befriended an elven warrior named Azure Wind, who possessed the remarkable ability to shapeshift akin to a druid, along with healing and stealth skills. While this sounds impressive, it is crucial not to underestimate his prowess. Like Luli, Azure Wind was merely a struggling fisherman, relying on gold farming for sustenance, often pursued and attacked due to his unique transformation abilities, leading to frequent level losses. Eventually, Azure Wind revealed to Luli that he achieved all of this through the Supreme Ring. The upgradable ring, Dawn, has been operational for 3 years, with few items able to be enhanced. Unfortunately, this extraordinary equipment did not bring fortune to Azure Wind. Firstly, it occupied an equipment slot. Although the Supreme Ring possessed 3 attributes, the enhancements were minimal. When black iron gear became prevalent, these attributes seemed trivial. Additionally, each individual can only equip 2 rings. To upgrade this item to the Supreme Second Ring, Azure Wind expended considerable time and effort in leveling. A player who joined the game at launch, he once ranked on the leaderboard, leading an elite team that frequently broke public dungeon records. Regardless of level or gear, He was among the top echelon of players. However, after acquiring this ring, his team dissolved, and his equipment and level gradually became obsolete, ultimately leading him back to gold farming. Lastly, the ring is rather relentless. Once donned, it cannot be removed. Azure Wind attempted to protest to the game company to rid himself of the ring, even contemplating suicide, but to no avail. Had it not been for the inability to delete accounts in the game, he likely would have erased his character and started anew. He had considered ignoring the ring, reasoning that it would only mean having one less piece of equipment than others. However, greed gnawed at his heart like a demon, making it impossible to disregard an item that could elevate him to greatness. Now, the ring lay before Luli. In truth, he did not hesitate. He swiftly adorned his finger with the ring. The game had only just begun, and the Supreme Ring could afford him a significant advantage over others. As for the future, he believed he could quickly upgrade the Supreme Ring to the second, third, fourth, and even fifth rings. The journey here had been cumbersome, but returning would be far simpler. Luli stepped into the lava, and within moments, he met his demise. He resurrected in the Shadow Valley once more. Look! Another player had just returned, but regrettably, it was a male. Oh dear, how unfortunate. He was left with nothing but his undergarments. What a sight to behold. Oh, I recognize this fellow. I've seen him a few times. It seems he has become quite accustomed to dying, hasn't he? With so many players in this newly opened area. Some idlers gathered around the resurrection point, perhaps hoping to witness a scantily clad beauty's return. Luli paid no heed to these onlookers. Instead, he accessed the social channel and entered a discussion group number. Hello, everyone. After a prolonged silence, the discussion group buzzed back to life. Oh, isn't this the expert from the gold farming team? What level are you now? Many in the Xingyue Guild were aware of a new expert who claimed he could earn 20 gold within a week, a feat that seemed unfathomable to the Guild's elite. A mere laborer in gold farming dared to boast, naturally inciting the ire of many. People often resort to their own experiences to dissuade others, declaring such feats impossible. I do not claim to be an expert. You can simply call me Luli. I am currently at level 0, he replied, all the while searching for NPCs to accept quests for hunting young wild boars and nightblade leopards. No way, I'm already at level 1 with 30% experience. How can an expert still be at level 0? I'm at level 1 too. The leader, Aogn, seems to be the highest level, approaching level 2. Does anyone have any discarded daggers or short swords? Luli asked with a familiar tone. Lend me one for now, and I will return it tomorrow with a weapon that possesses attributes. Wow, a weapon with attributes? No one is one of those yet. They retorted. You can't deceive us like that. Just go away. Luli, finally addressed by Aogn, sensed the irritation in his tone. It's been over an hour since the server opened, and you're still at level 0, having even lost your weapon. Are you even capable? Damn. It felt like encountering a con artist seeking to exploit others. We agreed beforehand that you would fulfill all my requests within reason, did we not? Moreover, not only weapons, but I've also lost my clothes and gold. If anyone has a surplus, could you spare me a few loaves of bread? Luli felt no shame in his dismal situation. The members of the discussion group were left speechless, thinking, seriously, could you be any more shameless? Chapter 4. Skill completion. Where are you? Come to the blacksmith shop. After a moment of silence in the discussion group, the future guild elder, known as Root 3, acquiesced. Perhaps due to the calming influence of Proudsword, which quelled the collective ire and satisfied Luli's request. Before long, the hunter class Root 3 spotted Luli. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback. The individual who boasted of earning 20 gold coins a week now appeared in a state of undress, clad only in a pair of system-enforced indestructible undergarments. However, Luli's demeanor was remarkably composed. Never had anyone been so unperturbed while in such a state, which kept a flicker of hope alive in Root 3's heart. Silently, he traded Luli a dagger and 10 small loaves of bread. The sharp little dagger, common damage 1 to 2, requires level 0, durability 8-10. Slightly better than a novice weapon. By the way, did you manage to obtain the seal skill book? Root 3 inquired, shaking his head. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, you were playing as a rogue, right? What do you need the seal skill book for? Is it for a friend? Transform into seal, a druid transformation skill book. Has a certain chance of being dropped by the small infernal demons by the lake. The aquatic form does not have extended skills, and it is of little use to druids, yet Luli specifically requested this tome. Indeed, I have a friend who requires this skill book. Just remember to save it for me. Whether I can gather 20 gold coins within a week depends entirely on it, Luli casually deflected, discreetly concealing the ring behind his back. Rest assured, I will organize more people to farm the small infernal demons. Route 3's expression grew serious, and he immediately initiated a private chat to arrange for the acquisition of the skill book. See you. Luli waved the newly acquired dagger in his hand and turned to venture out of the village to hunt monsters. Upon birth, rogues possess 3 skills: Shadow Strike, Stealth, and Lockpicking. Additionally, the Night Elf race is endowed with an active invisibility skill called Shadow Melt. Stealth, instant cast, cooldown of 8 seconds, allows the rogue to conceal themselves until the stealth state is cancelled. Shadow Strike, instant cast, cooldown of 4 seconds, inflicts 2 points of damage on the target, adds 120 extra damage from normal weapons, and rewards 1 combo point. Current level 1000. Lockpicking, 10 seconds casting time, cooldown of 2 minutes, unlocks chests and doors. Current level 1000. Rather than charge directly at a monster, Luli activated stealth from a distance of 8 paces. At this juncture, it is worth noting the distinction between free mode and intelligent mode. In intelligent mode, the system guides, or one might say controls, the player to execute skills in a conventional manner, preventing skill failures due to operational errors. Conversely, in free mode, any unexpected occurrence may result in a skill's failure. For instance, at this very moment, a dry twig snapped underfoot, producing a crisp sound. The wild boar cub perked up its ears, snorted twice, and immediately charged toward Luli. In his previous life, Luli was not a proficient thief player. Left with no choice, he revealed himself and engaged in a fierce battle with a wild boar cub, wielding his weapon with determination. A strike to the boar resulted in a damage of -6, while a retaliatory shove from the creature inflicted -9. They exchanged blows in a brutal contest of attrition. Observing from a distance, the individual known as Square Root 3 furrowed his brow. Though not well versed in the ways of thieves, he could hardly regard Luli as a master, especially given the latter's apparent failure to even execute a stealth maneuver successfully. In intelligent mode, stealth might not be infallible, yet it posed no risk of detection from monsters. Disheartened, the future vice president of the Xingyue Guild departed, feeling that Luli was becoming increasingly akin to a con artist in his eyes. Square Root 3 did not witness Luli's second encounter with a monster. Had he done so, his perception of Luli would have significantly improved. During the second attempt, Luli's stealth succeeded, allowing him to position himself behind a wild boar cub. With a calculated aim at its hindquarters, he struck downward with precision. Blood splattered as the damage read -11. The system announced, Shadow Strike skill completion at 82, inflicting 93 skill damage. Target stunned for 1 second. Stun. This was the allure and frustration of free mode. It would be a fallacy to assume that achieving an 82 completion was a simple feat. Luli's success in this instance was akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, a stroke of fortune. While others had also chosen free mode, their completion rates rarely surpassed 50, leading to only 40 of skill damage, which paled in comparison to the 100 offered by intelligent mode. In his previous life, free mode did not become mainstream until 3 years after the game's launch. In subsequent encounters with monsters, Luli's highest completion rate barely reached 60, making his efficiency inferior to that of an average player. Ultimately, he was not a seasoned free mode player in his past existence. Nevertheless, he remained unhurried, steadily farming wild boar cubs while simultaneously honing his skill proficiency and completion rate. Being a professional gamer was a rather monotonous endeavor at times. Patience proved more crucial than innate talent. Luli, who had survived in his previous life through relentless grinding for gold, was a paragon of patience. As he continually improved his completion rates, by the time he reached level 1 from a full experience bar at level 0, his completion rate had stabilized above 70. With skill damage nearing 90, significantly narrowing the gap with ordinary players. He had long exceeded the task requirement of collecting 30 wild boar cub tusks. Luli had amassed 4 to 5 dozen copper coins and gathered about 10 small boar pelts, yet he had obtained no equipment. Upon returning to complete the quest, he received a reward of 300 experience points, 20 copper coins, and a common weaving cloak. Armor 3, level requirement 1, durability 1010. Each small boar pelt sold for 2 copper coins, and after disposing of them in the shop, Luli's personal wealth reached a silver coin. However, after repairing his equipment and purchasing 10 loaves of bread, the silver coin he had just acquired diminished significantly, leaving him with hardly anything. In the game Dawn, With each level gained, one receives 5 points of free attributes. After a moment's hesitation, Luli gritted his teeth and allocated all 5 newly acquired attribute points to agility. Although it did not offer as much of a boost as strength, agility also contributed to attack power and additionally enhanced movement speed and attack speed. Most importantly, a rogue's agility could amplify critical strike damage and evasion probability. Rogues in Dawn are primarily divided into 2 schools: the agile sharpshooter who piles on agility, and the brute combat rogue who maximizes strength. It is difficult to say which is superior, as both factions boast top-tier experts. However, for the solitary Luli, the benefits of agility were more pronounced. Upon leveling up, 2 new quests appeared: Nightblade Leopard Fur, requiring the defeat of 2-level Nightblade leopards, and another quest titled Corrupted Moss, which involved gathering materials along the shores of Moonshadow Lake. He decided to first eliminate 30 Nightblade leopard cubs to complete the 0-level task before facing the Nightblade leopards. The Nightblade leopards were excellent for leveling up. With low health and average defense, they could be dispatched swiftly by a rogue launching a preemptive strike, often succumbing after just 2 hits. Moreover, Nightblade leopards not only dropped fur but also various equipment, and might even yield spellbooks such as the Mage's Ice Spike and the Druid's Claw Rend and transform into Cheetah. Of course, such outcomes depended on luck. And Luli's fortune was not particularly extraordinary. After half an hour of grinding, no spellbooks had materialized. Stealth, Shadow Strike, -19. The Shadow Strike skill completed 73, inflicting 81 damage. With a flurry of 2 dagger strikes, the Nightblade leopard let out a cry and collapsed. A chime echoed, causing Luli's heart to leap. It was not the sound of copper coins, but rather the indication of equipment drop, and a weapon at that. Kicking aside the leopard's carcass, he beheld a staff approximately 1 meter in length, entirely adorned in vibrant green. Apprentice Staff, common damage 5 to 7, requires level 2 for equipping, durability 310. An absolutely splendid item, though still of common grade, the damage was impressively high, qualifying it as top-tier equipment for a level 2 weapon. The presence of new equipment invigorated Luli, spurring him on in his monster hunting endeavors. Before long, a second piece of equipment made its appearance. Tattered Fisherman's Hat, common armor 2, requires level 1 for equipping, durability 810. While it paled in comparison to the staff, Luli could equip it immediately. Once donned, it enhanced his armor, significantly reducing the damage taken during battles, thereby effectively increasing his monster grinding efficiency. As he continued his hunt, Luli suddenly felt the sensor at his waist vibrating. Dispatching the monster before him with swift precision, he collected a copper coin and confirmed the dialogue request. The spellbook you sought, Transform into Seal, has dropped. Chapter 5, The Thief Who Can Transform into a Seal. Where are you now? I will come over immediately. I'm at the square root of 3 of the Star and Moon Guild. Luli felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that the skill book for transforming into a seal would drop so swiftly. The power of the guild undoubtedly eclipsed that of an individual. If he were to hunt alone, it might take him 3 days without guarantee of obtaining this skill book. On the banks of the moonlit lake, as you mentioned, the minor fell beasts are the source. The square root of 3 jokingly asked, since you know how to farm for the seal transformation, could you enlighten me on how to obtain the taming skill book? Taming is the hallmark skill of hunters. Possessing it alongside a pet truly defines a hunter. That particular skill book drops from the level 6 beasts, the jungle wolves, yielding the skills Tame, Pet Revival, as well as the druid's Transform into Wolf, the mage's Flame Surge, and the rogue's Backstab. With a stroke of luck, one might even procure the warrior's Shield Bash. Alas, Luli thought, regretting his hasty words. The anticipation of acquiring Transform into Seal had rendered him overly exuberant. Fortunately, these were trivial details, not secrets to those who had participated in the tests. A thief's demeanor should remain composed. One must always maintain their cool. The square root of 3 had merely posed a casual inquiry, never expecting such a detailed response. Shield Bash. If that truly dropped, then defensive classes would no longer be seen as cumbersome and ineffectual. They could form parties to tackle the level 3 dungeon. The Spider's Lair. Having repeatedly farmed such creatures, Luli had long completed the task for the Nightblade leopard's hide and immediately set off for the moonlit lake. In the Annals of Dawn, the spirit of the wilderness, Izena, created the Fellbeast tribe, a process she herself scarcely recalled, and bestowed upon them the moonlit lake as their habitat. Izena, a demigod, was rumored to be the consort of Cenarius, the mother of the Treants and the guardians of the jungle, yet neither she nor the Forest King confirmed or denied such claims. perhaps due to the creator's lackadaisical approach. The fell beasts were rather unsightly, often chanting, "This is our territory. Intruders must perish," while casting fireballs at any trespassers. In truth, these fearsome little creatures were herbivorous, subsisting on moss. The task of collecting corrupted moss involved locating and gathering 20 items within the fell beast's territory. Before long, Luli found the square root of 3. But he was not alone. He was accompanied by 2 members from the studio, one a mage, the other, quite unexpectedly, a druid. The druid, known as Chien Duo, cast a disdainful gaze upon Luli. They had fought to obtain a druid skill book, fully expecting it to be theirs, only to have it reserved for a thief by the team leader. Would you harbor no resentment in such a situation? One might even consider leaving the guild. Luli was well aware of this wealthy druid, a second-generation heir who was exceedingly concerned with his reputation. His most notorious act was placing a bounty on the head of the top-tier thief, the water sprite, simply because the latter possessed superior equipment and refused to sell it to him. This incident caused quite a stir, but I shall refrain from delving into its specifics. "Here's the skill book you requested," the character known as Root 3 said, handing Luli the skill book. After the transaction, there was no indication of departure, as he remained skeptical of Luli's claim of acquiring the skill book on behalf of a friend. Indeed, there are some public skill books in Dawn, accessible to all professions, yet certainly not including a skill book as distinctive as Transform into Seal. "I have a staff here. Take it to offset the skill book," Luli said, withholding any indulgence in their curiosity. He stored the skill book in his backpack and casually retrieved the staff he had recently acquired. The staff was versatile, usable by mages, warlocks, priests, and druids alike. "Offset? What a joke. You think a piece of whiteboard equipment can offset a skill book?" the wealthy heir exclaimed, clearly seeking a confrontation. Indeed, he had come to stir trouble. "You are free to decline," Luli replied, uninterested in elaborating on the staff's high damage potential or the lackluster nature of the seal skill book. "Enough. Just because you are a wealthy fool does not imply that Root 3 is lacking in judgment," the heir retorted, seizing the staff. "Let's settle this as you suggested. Do you wish to level up with us?" "Not for now. I have a gathering task to complete," Luli replied, reluctant to join them. On one hand, he wished to keep his secrets hidden. On the other, he aimed to practice his skills in solitude. Group practice emphasizes efficiency, and others were under no obligation to accommodate his training. Moreover, he held a disdain for these arrogant, affluent individuals, with 8% experience remaining. Completing his 2 tasks would grant him a level up, allowing him to seek out a skill trainer to learn a vital rogue skill, Ambush. Once he acquired Ambush, leveling as a rogue would become significantly more efficient. Ambush, instant cast, rendering the enemy stunned for 4 seconds, must be initiated while in stealth, rewarding 2 combo points. Although it does not inflict damage, the 4-second stun provided by Ambush bestows upon the rogue a semblance of control, making it a quintessential opening maneuver for most rogue players in both PvE and PvP scenarios. Regrettably, this skill cannot be upgraded. Root 3, being the diplomat of the Star Moon Guild, was relatively easy to deal with. After Luli's refusal, he bore no ill will, though the wealthy heir's expression soured considerably. This second-generation heir, accustomed to being prioritized and admired by all, found himself not only without his coveted skill book, but also reprimanded by Luli. Had it not been for Root 3's formidable reputation, he would have been tempted to rally a few guild members to deal with Luli. After completing his gathering tasks and returning to the village, Luli successfully exchanged the Nightblade leopard cub, the Nightblade leopard fur, and the corrupted magic moss, thereby achieving level 2 and promptly learning the ambush skill. Indeed, the price of his recent breakthrough into the realm of silver coins has seen him regress back to the copper coin stage. Such is the nature of this game. The earnings are perpetually insufficient to satisfy one's expenditures. Whether it be acquiring skills, repairing equipment, or purchasing potions, myriad reasons abound to deplete one's purse. Luli did not overlook the Transform into Seal ability nestled within his backpack. This skill is not part of the rogue's repertoire, yet upon mastering it, it will manifest in his skill bar. Transform into Seal. Instant cast. You metamorphose into a seal, proficient in swimming, allowing you to explore underwater for a duration of 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Your swimming speed increases by 50, and your threat generation diminishes by 30. You gain the ability to breathe underwater, yet during the transformation, you are unable to utilize attack skills, with a current level of 1000. To be candid, the Transform into Seal skill is rather lackluster, one of the more inconspicuous abilities among the druid's vast arsenal. Its utility is quite limited. The primary purpose for most druids acquiring this skill is merely to gather herbs and mine underwater. However, the capabilities granted by the seal form can be replicated by any ordinary player with a potion of underwater breathing, who can freely engage in combat while under its effects. Yet, this occasion is entirely different. Lu Li is a rogue who can transform into a seal. His confidence in assuring the Xingyue studio that he would amass 20 gold within a week rests solely on this unique ability. Stealthily approaching the moonlit lake from a relatively secluded corner, Lu Li surveyed his surroundings. As a splash of water rippled outward, he vanished beneath the surface. Chapter 6. Opening the treasure chest. Upon submerging into the water, a gray energy bar immediately materialized before Lu Li, indicating the duration he could remain submerged, approximately 30 seconds. Exceeding this time would result in health depletion, ultimately leading to demise. Transform into a seal. As the skill activated, Lu Li instantaneously morphed into an adorably awkward little seal, smoothly twisting his body to dive towards the lake's depths. Within the waters resided various creatures, monsters, fish, shrimp, crabs, and snails. Thanks to the seal transformation, which reduced aggro, and the fact that most of these aquatic monsters were at level 15, all lower than Lu Li's level by 5, he encountered no battles. After roughly 2 minutes, Lu Li reached the lake bed, which plunged over 100 yards deep. Amidst the swaying aquatic plants, fish darted about, and after a brief search, Lu Li spotted what he had been seeking, a treasure chest. This was the very outcome he desired. It had only been about 4 hours since the server launch, and who else could find a locked chest like he had? The rewards from such chests rivaled those obtained from defeating elite monsters. In his previous life, treasure chest thieves were all immensely wealthy. Approaching the chest, he activated his unlocking skill. Unlock, a 10-second casting time with a 2-minute cooldown, allowing the opening of locked chests and doors. Current level 1000. As unlocking was not an attack skill, it could be used in seal form, and Lu Li was exceedingly fortunate to succeed on his first attempt. The chest slowly creaked open, and as he reached inside, his little seal paws grasped 2 items. One was an equipment piece, crab claw bracers, bronze armor 8, agility 2, required level 3, durability 920. Attribute equipment. Moreover, it was a leather armor piece suitable for rogues. This bronze item boasted impressive stats, perfectly aligning with Lu Li's agile, high-damage rogue build. Once he reached level 3, his efficiency in monster farming would soar. The other item was an intriguing skill book. In the early game, while low-level skill books were relatively easy to come by, the value of practical skill books far exceeded that of bronze equipment. Frost Nova, instant cast, 50-second cooldown, impacting all enemies within a 12-yard radius of the caster, inflicting 9 to 11 points of frost damage and freezing them in place for a maximum of 8 seconds. Damage dealt to frozen targets might interrupt this effect, requiring level 5 to use, with potential for upgrades. Damn! Lu Li couldn't help but exclaim, feeling as if 100,000 wild horses galloped through his mind. Just moments ago, he had received a basic whiteboard staff with 5 to 7 damage, which was utterly overshadowed by the skill book. One could only imagine the potency of the 9 to 11 damage skill, and Frost Nova was not merely about damage. Its crowd control capabilities were paramount. 12 yards, affecting all. For 8 seconds, these factors combined rendered the Frost Nova skill extraordinarily powerful. Even 2 years into the game, not every mage possessed such a skill. In the realm of the 3rd-tier dungeon, the spider's nest remains elusive, while the level 10 death mines seem unattainable in the level 15 wailing caverns, along with the 25-level Scarlet Monastery. The final boss of the Scarlet Monastery at level 25 has an exceedingly minuscule chance to drop, indeed, very minimal, if one were to assign a corresponding equipment level to it. Bronze? A jest. Black iron? You were showcasing mediocrity. Silver? Acquiring any piece of silver gear would not yield this skill book. Lu Li was utterly flabbergasted. He had never envisioned that such a low-tier treasure chest could yield Frost Nova. He even pondered if he was ensnared in a dream or if the system had encountered a bug. This tome alone could fetch a staggering 20 gold coins. At present, 20 gold coins could obliterate the savings of an entire large studio or an established guild, leaving them with not a single copper to their name. After a considerable moment, he managed to regain his composure, stowing the skill book back into his backpack and resuming his quest for treasure chests. Moonshadow Lake harbors 3 chests, randomly refreshing at the lake's bottom. if he could uncover 3 frost novas. Slapping himself across the face, Luli dismissed such fanciful thoughts regarding frost nova. The lake's depths were thick with aquatic vegetation, and elite monsters occasionally lurked, which slowed his search. After a good 10 minutes, he finally spotted the second treasure chest. His heartbeat quickened once more. So this is the exhilarating life of a rogue. He had indeed chosen the right profession. Monty Scythe, bronze damage 15 to 23, strength 1. Required level 4, durability 12-18. Another piece of bronze gear, and this time a weapon, a two-handed polearm usable by hunters, druids, paladins, and warriors. Its attributes were commendable. With a significant damage output, and the additional point of strength was a prized attribute for physical damage professions. Black pouch, common container, 6 slots. This is also a valuable item. In the game of Dawn, players begin with only 10 slots in their backpack. While it may not be apparent now, as levels increase and various items accumulate, players will soon realize that their backpack space is wholly insufficient. The 6-slot pouch is refreshed daily by the general merchant in the novice village, priced at 80 silver coins. If Luli were to sell this pouch, it could easily fetch 50 silver coins or even more, provided there are buyers who can afford it. After opening 2 chests, Luli had no choice but to swim to the surface, as the 20-minute duration of his seal transformation was nearing its end. Remaining submerged could very well lead to his demise. Surfacing, he swiftly reverted to his rogue form and ascended the shore to engage a minor fell beast. Once the seal transformation cooled down, he stealthily submerged once more. The 3rd chest yielded a piece of silk cloth, a crafting material for the profession of tailoring, of little monetary value. Additionally, there was a ring. Sturdy ring, bronze damage 2 to 6, stamina 3, required level 5, durability 20-20. Truly a mouth-watering find. This ring not only significantly enhances damage, but also grants an additional 3 points of stamina. In the game, each player experiences a certain increase in health points with every level gained, which is influenced by their class and constitution attribute. For instance, directly enhancing constitution allows rogues and mages to gain 7 health points per point of constitution, while paladins and warriors typically gain 10 health points per point. This phenomenon is referred to as growth potential. It would be a pity to keep this ring for oneself. It would be better utilized elsewhere. As I believe that the lad from Azure Sea Breeze would certainly appreciate it. The next treasure chest will not respawn for another 24 hours, leaving Luli with the option to grind monsters to level up. Instead of farming the lesser demons, he opted to hunt the Nightblade Panthers, clearly hoping to obtain a book of transform into Panther. Regrettably, after grinding to level 3, equivalent to 6 hours in game time, which coincided with midnight in real life, he had yet to find any skill books, aside from some pelts and a piece of white chainmail armor. As the game world began to darken, according to the official explanation, it indicated the onset of the daily 8-hour night period, spanning from midnight to 8 a.m. During this time, visibility in the wilderness is halved, and all leveling areas randomly spawn Nighttalkers. These are special monsters that are consistently 10 levels higher than the highest level participating player, boasting formidable attack, defense, and health points, coupled with an astonishingly rapid health regeneration rate. Only upon the emergence of weapons with tearing attributes can players hope to contend with them. This design primarily considers the well-being of the players. Although virtual technology has advanced significantly, it still cannot entirely resolve the issue of player rest. At this juncture, risking encounters with monsters outside becomes rather unwise. After all, encountering a Night Stalker could result in a loss of 40% of current experience points, with the death penalty being double that of a standard death. Naturally, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Wealthy players may hire expendable characters to attract the Night Stalkers, allowing the wealthy patrons ample time to escape. Luli chose not to confront the system. Instead, he returned to the village, setting up a stall in the clearing in front of the inn alongside most other players. Given the insatiable appetite of the Starry Moon Guild members, even if he handed over his items, they would hardly fetch a decent sum. Moreover, they did not even provide Luli, who possessed production tools like a helmet, with the treatment typical of an ordinary gold farmer, which at the very least should come with a base salary. Hence, Luli opted to set up his stall to manage his own affairs. Before long, as the first player clicked on Luli's stall, the scream of a night elf sister sent the entire Shadow Valley into a frenzy. Goodness, am I seeing things? 2 pieces of bronze armor, and there's even a skill book. Chapter 7. The first pot of gold ware. Aware, Can one find bronze equipment? The sound attracted more than just one individual. Setting up a stall here does not necessarily imply that one possesses items for sale. Merely managing to sell a single piece of white gear can evoke a sense of pride. Most individuals hawk minor consumables such as dried meat to restore health. It seems to be a mere hype. Our guild, with 18 members in Shadow Valley, can only muster 3 pieces of white gear for sale. As for bronze equipment, the solitary piece we have was dropped by an elite monster and is currently adorned by our captain. To think, genuine bronze gear and skill books. What an extraordinary skill book this is. Not everyone is skeptical. Some, out of sheer boredom, have gathered around. Upon opening the stall, those who saw Lu Li's display were left speechless. The crowd only grew larger. How could this be? Lu Li himself was equally perplexed. When he first entered the game in his previous life, it had been operating for quite some time. Though the novice village was bustling with activity and numerous stalls, it was never this raucous. It's merely bronze gear and skill books. Such naivety. A bunch of country bumpkins. Brother, astonishment is fleeting. For those a bit more composed, business has already begun. I'm quite interested in that Monty S scythe, but ISNT 1 gold and 50 silver a bit steep? Sturdy ring, 2 gold. Goodness. If anyone has 2 gold right now, I'd eat my hat live. Ice Nova, this skill is incredibly powerful. Brother, our guild, Grand Ambitions, truly cannot afford 20 gold. How about we conduct the transaction in real currency? We'll transfer the funds to you first, and once you confirm receipt, you can provide us with the skill book Grand Ambitions. That is a dominating guild in the popular game Shadow Realm, far surpassing the Star Moon Guild in prestige. It's surprising to see such politeness from a big guild, entirely devoid of the rumored arrogance. With such earnestness in their proposal, first the payment, then the skill book. Lu Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of interest. The player, known as Sad Wine Alone, is indeed a figure of renown. One of the 4 hall masters of Grand Ambitions, destined to lead an army of 800 against the evil faction near the Dark City, vanquishing several villages along the way. The demand for 20 gold is indeed a dilemma. Even though Grand Ambitions is projected to be among the top 10 guilds of the Light faction, they cannot possibly gather such a sum, especially with their members scattered far and wide. Lu Li pondered for a few seconds, then retrieved the communicator attached to his waist and input the group number for the Star Moon Guild. Calling the manager, stop calling. We're on our way. Came the swift response from Square Root 3, indicating that someone had alerted the higher-ups of the Star Moon Guild. With that, Lu Li fell silent, continuing to feign indifference. Since no one could afford the gold, he decided to summon the members of the Star Moon Guild. With someone like Sad Wine Alone present, there was little fear of being taken advantage of. Before long, AOGN and Square Root 3 arrived, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, all wearing expressions of excitement. It is time to conclude this matter. The union has claimed everything you are selling. Please proceed to settle with the finance department, and the amount will be directly transferred to your card. Since AOGN has arrived, it is naturally not Root 3's place to speak. His tone was so self-assured that those around him were momentarily taken aback. Ah, is that not AOGN? Such conduct from Brother AOGN seems rather unbecoming. In any trade, there are sequences. At the very least, it should be to the highest bidder. Bai Jioduzhua quickly intervened, grasping Lu Li's arm. What a joke. Such a formidable skill book is a rare find, and any ambitious individual would not let it slip away. Haha, Brother Bai Jioduzhua, this matter does not concern you, AOGN remarked with a smirk. Casting a sidelong glance at Bai Jioduzhua, Lu Li is a member of our guild's gold farming team, bound by a formal contract. Would you dare question my authority to make decisions? The gold farming team? Bai Jioduzhua was taken aback. Is this esteemed player truly one of your Star Moon Guild's gold farmers? The surrounding onlookers were incredulous, having speculated about Lu Li's potential affiliations with some great deity. And now he was reduced to a mere gold farmer. Could someone capable of producing 2 pieces of bronze equipment along with an exceptionally rare skill book truly be a mere gold farmer? Has the Star Moon Guild's talent pool diminished to such an extent? In the midst of this gathering, Qian Duo, who was never one to shy away from attention, interjected, a master? With his level, does he even qualify as one? Who knows what luck he stumbled upon to acquire some items. Yet as a subordinate member of the guild, he dares to sell them without informing us. Before Qian Duo could continue, Lu Li responded coolly. What do you mean by before you could say? You have officially signed a contract with the studio. Even if you were one of us, I still remember your grievances regarding that professional skill book. By putting the equipment on display for sale, Do you not realize this constitutes a legal activity? If it were to sell, we could hold you legally accountable. Everyone possesses a temper, and Luli had little tolerance for Qian Duoduo's demeanor. Upon hearing such remarks, he promptly tucked the skill book into his bag. You might want to review the contract. Gold farmers are entitled to a base salary, and you have not provided me with the remuneration of a gold farmer. My agreement stipulates a weekly payment of 20 gold. I think I shall keep this book for myself. The Frost Nova was completely unexpected. According to Luli's calculations, opening 3 treasure chests every 24 hours should yield no less than 3 bronze items. Thus, over a week, he would accumulate at least 20 bronze pieces, sufficient for the promised 20 gold. The contract he signed primarily revolved around the weekly payment of 20 gold for a duration of 3 months, with minimal restrictions. The Star Moon Guild had not even provided the basic living expenses of 800 coins per month that other standard gold farmers typically received. They were merely gambling to see if Luli could achieve the 20 gold goal. After 3 months, when the contract with the Star Moon Guild expired, should Luli continue to utilize that helmet, he would owe the Star Moon Studio 20,000 real-world currency. During this period, all the gold coins Luli submitted were not without compensation. The Star Moon Guild was required to pay him at an 80 market rate. As Ao Jian contemplated these matters, his expression turned frosty. Yet, being accustomed to his own pride, he found it difficult to humble himself and speak softly. Upon witnessing the expression on Ao Jian's face, everyone understood that Luli's words were not unfounded. Even the boastful Qian Duoduo found himself at a loss. Akin to someone choking on cool water, his mouth agape yet devoid of words. Ah, splendid. We at Home Bay are prepared to offer a handsome sum for this book, 20,000 real coins. I wonder if Brother Luli would be willing to part with it. In a moment of revelry, he boldly proclaimed a price that would leave most astonished. The figure of 20,000 coins stirred Luli's heart. As discussions erupted among the onlookers, who began to revel in the unfolding drama, the astute Genhao San quickly interjected, "Let this book serve as a settlement for this week's 20 gold. You have completed your task and can enjoy the game at your leisure." Such is the disparity in character. Genhao San's words rendered Luli unable to maintain his composure. To rely on others and partake in their bounty is seldom as gratifying as one might hope. Truthfully, whether the Frost Nova tome is worth 20 gold is a matter of debate. Judging solely by its attributes, no one would dare claim it lacks value. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that no guild can readily muster 20 gold at this moment, and even over the span of several days. It remains uncertain if anyone could. While all are hoarding coins to establish their own guilds, the worth of gold outweighs all else. Thus, it is evident that Genhao San possesses a keen sense of social acumen. In a previous life, the Xingyue Guild ascended to a modest prominence, and Genhao San's influence clearly surpassed that of the mirror Qian Duoduo. If there are no objections, let us settle on 20 gold. Ao Jian, although proud, was not foolish and understood the wisdom of yielding gracefully, even if reluctant. In this moment, Qian Duoduo resorted to feigning humility, fearful that Luli might still harbor resentment for his earlier bravado. Chapter 8. Ambush. Currently, gold coins possess value yet lack market presence. However, on the trading platform, they are uniformly listed at a rate of 1,500, even when calculated at an 80% discount. Delivering the skill book to the Xingyue Guild would yield Luli nearly 25,000 real currency. This sum is sufficient for him to rent a modest apartment in a nearby garden community, providing his sister with a decent school. As for the solitary indulgence in sorrowful wine, the price offered by the square root of 3 exceeds that of the Home Bay, and it would also offset this week's gold collecting tasks. Luli saw no reason to decline, especially since he had no prior connection with the solitary drinker. However, the solitary drinker remained undeterred, enthusiastically suggesting, "Brother Luli, let us at each other as friends. Should you acquire good equipment in the future, do not forget to reach out to me. I hope for further opportunities to collaborate." Luli felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly accepted the friend request. The proud sword and the elder, referred to as Money More, felt rather humiliated by Luli, the temporary worker, and hastily concocted an excuse to depart awkwardly. The square root of 3 took charge of the transaction for the skill book, subsequently logging off to have the finance department transfer the funds to Luli. 25,000 real currency. This amount is nearly equivalent to the monthly salary of a professional elite worker in society. Additionally, Luli bestowed upon the square root of 3 a piece of bronze equipment obtained from a treasure chest when he had lost all his gear. It was the square root of 3 who had gifted him a dagger and supplies, having promised a weapon with attributes in return, a promise he intended to keep. Monty's Scythe, bronze damage 15 to 23, strength 1, required level 4, durability 12-18. This weapon boasts exceptionally high damage, significantly aiding in early level grinding. Even the composed square root of 3 could not help but be moved. Once the transaction concluded, Luli logged off. Appropriate rest is crucial for professional players, and he wished to avoid the fate of his previous life, where he had compromised his health over the course of a few months. The next day, upon awakening, he found his sister had already left for school. Luli could only wait for her return to share the news of his earnings, finally allowing them to move from their dilapidated, lowly abode. He first ventured outside to check the balance in his bank account, then returned to enjoy breakfast. When he logged into the game, daylight had already arrived in the virtual world. The game time mirrors real-world time on a 1:1 scale, though the night in the game is consistently fixed from midnight to 8 in the morning. Regardless of the weather, the time outside of this window is always day. Speaking of rain, upon logging in, he found that Shadow Valley was indeed experiencing a downpour. Raindrops fell like scattered silk, relentless and encompassing. After repairing his equipment and purchasing a few loaves of bread, the individual who had just come into a modest fortune set forth once more on the journey of leveling up. As the game progressed, it was estimated that high-level players had reached at least level 4, with some striving towards level 5. Luli had squandered considerable time on the Supreme Ring, as well as on completing practice tasks and diving into the lake to open treasure chests, compounded by the fact that the rogue class is not particularly adept at leveling. Thus, it was no surprise he found himself lagging. Now at level 3, he found the nighttime grinding on Shadow Blade leopards to be inefficient and decided to pursue the level 4 jungle wolf instead. As he walked, Luli suddenly noticed an unnaturally sunken patch of grass ahead. A thief. A sense of urgency surged within him, prompting him to quickly retreat a couple of steps and prepare to enter stealth mode. Unfortunately, before he could activate his skill, he heard a whoosh behind him. A short dagger emerged from the void, its edge shimmering with a white light, unmistakably the rogue's innate skill, Shadow Strike. Players utilizing intelligent mode would not be stunned by Shadow Strike, yet it would inflict 100% damage, with danger looming both in front and behind. Luli found himself in a perilous situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the side, attempting to turn as he did so. This maneuver, even if it could not avoid the strike, would likely prevent the rogue from attacking him from behind. As gameplay progressed, even novices would learn that it is unwise to leave one's back exposed to a rogue, whose characteristic backstab bonus of 30% damage is no trifling matter. The dagger pierced Luli's shoulder, inflicting over 30 hit points of damage, quite formidable at this moment. System, you have suffered an unrestrained attack. You have 10 minutes to retaliate. He quickly got to his feet and fled. Naturally, without any skills at his disposal, engaging in a mutual stabbing contest with 2 rogues was a precarious endeavor, especially with another rogue yet to reveal themselves. If he were to be stunned by their ambush skill, there would be no hope for escape. Damn it, intercept him. Without hesitation, Luli's assailant gave chase, stabbing with their small dagger as they ran, since stealth reduces movement speed by 30%. The other rogue abandoned their stealth and pursued him at full speed, brandishing their dagger. As Luli was under attack, his speed diminished, and he could see both rogues closing in on him. Despair began to take hold of him, despite 2 years of gaming experience. He found himself bereft of skills and equipment, pondering why these individuals sought to kill him and whether he would have the opportunity to exact revenge in the future. Was it due to witnessing him selling equipment, or were they merely PK enthusiasts? At that moment, a figure suddenly swooped in, crashing into one of the rogues with tremendous force. The impact was so powerful that the rogue not only remained on the ground but also became dazed. Charge. It was the warrior's charge skill. Following 2 swift strikes, before the daze could wear off, the warrior's shield slammed into the rogue's face. Clap. The rogue was further stunned. With 2 more quick strikes, the rogue fell. At this point, Luli and the other rogue finally grasped the situation. However, the outcome was no longer in doubt. A 2-on-1 scenario, with a skilled warrior among them, led to the swift demise of the surviving rogue. Luli could only watch in astonishment as the warrior stood before him. It is not merely because night elf warriors are rare. Indeed, they are quite peculiar. This race boasts significant agility and intelligence attributes, yet their strength and constitution are rather mediocre, which explains the scarcity of players choosing to embody a night elf warrior. It is also not solely due to this warrior displaying two uncommon skills. The reason for Lu Li's astonishment is straightforward. He recognizes this warrior. Well, to be precise, he recognized him from his previous life, Azure Sea Breeze. This is the unfortunate fellow Lu Li knew in his past existence, who possessed the Supreme Ring. What an extraordinary coincidence it is. With so many novice villages, Lu Li never anticipated encountering him at such a low level. Brother, are you dazed? You're the one who seems dazed. This marked the first exchange between the two old companions reunited after their trials. I say, brother, since I have saved your life, how about you acknowledge me as your elder brother? I'll consider it settled if you repay me with a life in the future. With that, Lu Li tossed him a ring. Sturdy ring, bronze damage 2-6, constitution 3, requires strength 8, durability 2020. Lu Li had refrained from selling this ring, intending it for the individual before him. After all, having taken the druid's divine ring from him, some compensation was only fair. Even if this fellow had encountered nothing but misfortune since acquiring the ring, Azure Sea Breeze instinctively accepted it and was thrilled upon his first glance. No way, brother. A bronze ring? You're truly giving this to me. He was no stranger to valuable items, wielding a bronze weapon that he had exchanged for a spell, Ice Spike. And he had also learned Charge and Shield Bash. Few players in the game had ever acquired 3 skill books. However, he had never seen a ring of such caliber, especially one with such excellent attributes. Thank you for saving my life, Lu Li chuckled. When you obtain any good equipment in the future, you shall repay me in kind. In the game, a single life only accounted for 10% of experience. At lower levels, it could be regained in mere minutes. Hardly worth sacrificing a piece of exceptional bronze equipment. It was evident that Lu Li intended to cultivate a friendship with this companion from his past life, a strategic investment, if you will. In the previous life, they were brothers. In this life, they would continue to be allies. All right, you're my friend now. I'm Azure Sea Breeze, a level 5 warrior. He heartily clapped Lu Li on the shoulder, foregoing any further pleasantries. You're already level 5. Lu Li exclaimed. I'm Lu Li, a rogue. Just recently reached level 3. How did you only reach level 3? No wonder you were being bullied by 2 little rogues. Come, brother. I'll take you to level up. Azure Sea Breeze was just this way. Once he had accepted someone as a friend, he quickly became familiar. Otherwise, Lu Li would never have learned the secret of his legendary ring in his previous life. Speaking of that ring, it indeed represented a tangled tale. In a sense, Lu Li had put his friend in a bind, but it wasn't he entirely so, considering that the ring had not endowed Azure Sea Breeze with power. Rather, it had compelled him to grind for gold to survive. Since the Azure Sea Breeze has reached level 5, Lu Li has no intention of grinding for jungle whelps. Now that you are at level 5, why not venture into a dungeon together? Chapter 9. Insulting NPCs. Are you referring to the spider's lair? I have heard that the creatures within are rather formidable. Even the level 3 minions possess the strength of ordinary level 5 foes. Not to mention the elite monsters and bosses that dwell there. Wei Lan Haifeng felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. For death would result in a loss of experience points. Let's find someone to join us. It shouldn't be a problem, Lu Li asserted confidently. Do you have any friends you could summon to form a 5-person team? Battling minor monsters was manageable for 2, but facing elite foes and bosses was another matter entirely. The rewards of dungeons are substantial, yet they come with significant risks. Where would I find friends? I've been solely focused on leveling up, Wei Lan Haifeng replied awkwardly. Every skilled player typically has a dozen or so underlings, yet he couldn't muster a single one. Then I'll just find a few random players, Lu Li decided. Logically, he should have reached out to the members of the Xingyue Guild. However, yesterday's unpleasantness and the past experiences of being abandoned in times of need rendered him devoid of any sense of belonging to that guild. Moreover, he was merely a temporary worker, even less significant than the external gold farmers and cannon fodder. After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed that thought. His friends list was sparse. Apart from the square root of 3 and the recently added Wei Lan Haifeng, there was only one other individual, Bei Jiuduzhua. Never mind. If it weren't for his support yesterday, the Xingyue Guild would undoubtedly have suffered far greater losses. Lu Li decided to connect with him directly. Are you free? Skilled 1. What is it? Have you commenced the exploration of the level 3 dungeon? We attempted it last night, but our entire squad was wiped out. I intend to gather some individuals for the dungeon run. Could you send a druid who has learned entanglement and rejuvenation, along with 2 damage dealers? We'll be there shortly. Where shall we meet? Let us convene at the village entrance, near the northern area by the wild wolf spawn point. Not long after, Luli and Wei Lan Haifeng awaited at their designated location when they spotted Bei Jiuduzhua approaching. Bei Jiuduzhua was a warlock accompanied by a lively little demon, evidently already at level 4. Alongside him were a female druid and a female warrior wielding a massive two-handed axe. Their levels were indiscernible, but their weapons had clearly been upgraded, no longer resembling the standard novice gear. I say, brother, could that be Bei Tangming from the Northern Tang faction? It must be Bei Tangming, Wei Lan Haifeng exclaimed, slightly taken aback as he observed the approaching figures. Having played the previous game Shadow Realm, he was no stranger to the prominent characters within the gaming community. Luli took a closer look, and indeed, accompanying Bei Jiuduzhua was Bei Tangming, the illustrious figure of Hongtu Bei. Dawn boasts several renowned beauties, such as the enchanting Hua Wu Mei'er, the beloved of the lowly-obsessed uncle, and the aloof goddess Shui Jingling. And now, walking toward them was the most captivating lady of all, Bei Tangming. She was the very soul of Hongtu Bei, more famous than even their guild leader, the 4th-level warrior, Bei Tangming. Adorned in a form-fitting scale armor that accentuates her exquisite figure, complemented by her bright and clear eyes and spirited, elegant brows, has undoubtedly garnered a significant following of male admirers, as well as an astonishing number of female fans. Greetings, everyone. I am Druid Beitang Mao Mao. My skills may be lacking, so I ask for your kind guidance. Beitang Mao Mao is also a beauty, albeit petite in stature, with a soft and delicate voice, embodying the quintessential characteristics of a charming young girl. As long as she can heal, that suffices. This is my friend, Blue Sea Breeze, a level 5 warrior, who casually appraised Bei Tangming before diverting his gaze. He is solely focused on making money, indifferent to gender. Hello, everyone, Blue Sea Breeze greeted in a rather dry manner. The two girls expressed only mild surprise at his level, showing little enthusiasm. In contrast, Luli exuded an even more captivating charm. His skill book and bronze equipment piqued the interest of Bei Tangming, especially after hearing about his solitary indulgence in sorrowful wine. What method could he possibly have employed to acquire 2 bronze pieces of equipment and a superb skill book in less than a day? In the vast realm of Hongtu Bei, no one has yet encountered a skill book of the Frost Nova caliber, with merely a handful of bronze items collectively obtained from slaying elite monsters in the wild. Upon learning that she would delve into a dungeon with Luli, Bei Tangming hurried over. With 2 warriors and a rogue, our configuration seems somewhat peculiar. If it proves inadequate, we can always summon a ranged character. I am eager to witness the prowess of the individual capable of securing such remarkable treasures. Bei Tangming, renowned as the most captivating beauty, possesses a forthright disposition, unreservedly expressing her thoughts. The game Dawn heavily emphasizes skill. In contrast to melee combatants, ranged players enjoy enhanced safety and greater efficiency in attacks, particularly when entering dungeons, where few would assemble 3 melee classes. There is no need to change personnel. Our melee team is quite formidable, Luli asserted, shaking his head. Do you have any healing items? Dungeons consume a significant amount of resources. We've stocked up on plenty of bread and spring water, Bei Tangming generously offered. Feel free to ask if you require anything. The spring water serves a purpose akin to bread, restoring a certain amount of magical energy. I'm not referring to bread and spring water, Luli replied, shaking his head again. Do you possess any instant recovery potions for battle? Originally, there were several bottles, but nearly all were used up yesterday. Now only 3 remain, leaving Bei Tangming, a high-ranking member of a prominent guild, feeling rather impoverished. Instant recovery potions usable in combat are not particularly scarce. They can be found in small quantities at pharmacies, dropped by elite monsters in the wild, or crafted by alchemists if one possesses the recipe. However, currently, the only option is to purchase them from the pharmacy. At the village pharmacy, 5 bottles refresh every hour, each costing a hefty silver coin, and acquiring them depends on luck. Typically, guilds assign individuals to guard the pharmacy, ever ready to seize the opportunity. Without any potions, the dungeon presents quite a challenge. Everyone, please assist me and follow my lead. Luli recalled having seen an intriguing post in his previous life that left a lasting impression due to its fascinating content. The game is populated with a diverse array of characters, far beyond what the term eccentric can encapsulate. Among them are individuals who engage in trivial pursuits daily. However, one cannot deny that even a blind cat occasionally stumbles upon a dead mouse. If all goes as anticipated, we might procure some potions, accompanied by a few companions. We ventured towards the forest and soon arrived at a camp. It was a goblin merchant, and Bei Tangming suddenly realized that he indeed possessed a plethora of valuable items for sale, albeit at exorbitant prices. I only had 3 silver coins to my name. To say the prices were merely high would be an understatement. Shortly after the game commenced, players had encountered this goblin merchant and noted his impressive stock, yet, up until now, no one had reported making a purchase. His prices exceeded those of ordinary shops by more than 5 times, making them utterly unaffordable. Luli, too, couldn't afford anything. He had not even a single silver coin. Nevertheless, undeterred by the scrutiny of his companions, Luli boldly confronted the NPC, exclaiming, "Filthy goblin! What worthless trinkets are you selling?" His companions stood in stunned silence. Even Bei Tangming found herself subconsciously agape. While Luli may not be conventionally handsome, he exuded a remarkable aura, composed, rational, and effortlessly calm. In that moment, everything was turned on its head. Chapter 10. The despicable elf and the NPC's outburst. Where has your grace vanished to, you despicable elf, that you dare to slander the illustrious Crowley? Crowley's wares are the finest across the continent, and the goblin, in a fit of rage, soon found himself in a heated dispute with Luli. I truly wonder if your waterlogged brain ever left your home. You exude the stench of decay, and it seems you are destined to live your life in the sewers. Please, spare us from further desecration of the word great. Luli, unyielding, unleashed a torrent of bizarre insults upon the hapless goblin merchant. The system's notifications echoed in his ears. You have insulted the goblin merchant Crowley. Goblin race reputation decreased by 5 points. This message repeated incessantly, informing him that his standing with the goblin race had shifted from friendly to neutral. Consequently, Crowley's goods were no longer accessible to Luli and his companions. Nevertheless, Luli had no intention of relenting. Instead, his tirade intensified. Rumor had it that insulting an NPC could provoke their wrath. The azure sea breeze swallowed hard, glancing nervously at Crowley's level, which prominently displayed the number 53. Moreover, any named NPC was typically of elite status, if not a potential boss. A single strike could very well obliterate us. The northern cat was on the verge of tears, having just gained 2 experience at level 4. Dying would surely result in a loss of rank. What on earth was Luli thinking? Luli's new teammates instinctively took a step back. The pitiful goblin merchant, endowed with a modicum of wisdom by the system, primarily utilized it to extract gold from players' pockets, utterly unprepared for a verbal confrontation. The great Crowley curses you, vile elf. He shrieked. You will be torn apart by the goblin's cannons like a beast, and your wretched name shall echo throughout every corner of the continent. The system chimed again. You have insulted the goblin merchant Crowley. Goblin race reputation decreased by 5 points. Your reputation has turned to hatred. All right, Azure Sea Breeze. Unleash the monsters. Everyone, give it your all. Luli gasped, turning to his bewildered teammates. With a grimace, Azure Sea Breeze replied, Brother, can I call you that? I haven't wronged you. In fact, I think I just saved you 10% of your experience. Why would you do this to me? Quit whining and get to work. Luli retorted, exasperated, as he brandished his dagger and lunged at Crowley. -1. Almost simultaneously with the loss of health, a green 1 floated upward. Though the damage was minimal, Crowley's reaction was astonishing. He screamed helplessly, akin to a girl under siege. Ignoring him, Luli pressed on, relentlessly pursuing Crowley, stabbing repeatedly. Gradually, the others began to grasp the situation. This goblin merchant, when attacked, did not retaliate, and due to his heavy burden, his speed was significantly hampered. However, even if one refrains from retaliation, what difference does it make? This creature can restore health in proportion to the damage it has taken, nearly instantaneously. Stop gazing and strike swiftly. We must venture into the next dungeon. After a moment of hesitation, the others finally directed their attacks towards Crowley. The very next instant, tears streamed down their faces. System, due to your attack on the goblin merchant Crowley, your reputation with the goblin race has turned to hostility. Luli, why aren't you facing the consequences? Azure Sea Breeze genuinely felt like crying, having offended an entire race in a single blow. How can we continue to play this game? The goblins belong to a neutral faction, renowned for their trade in scroll crafting, undoubtedly a traditional and formidable clan. The expressions of the others were equally grim, yet they managed to maintain their composure. There is no need for concern. The goblin reputation is particularly easy to restore. Simply find a goblin NPC in the wilderness, offer a few gold coins, and your standing will be mended, Luli reassured. The others were left speechless, unsure whether it was disbelief or sheer astonishment. It might be considered a minor bug, but attaining a revered status is indeed quite challenging, Luli elaborated. The reputation of the goblin tribe is among the easiest to bolster. As long as one possesses wealth, restoration can be swift. However, even if one achieves a revered status, it bears little significance, for the greedy goblins will not earn you a single extra coin simply because you are revered. This is astonishing. Does this mean we can casually slay goblins for equipment? Northern Tang Dream soon set aside her reservations, even beginning to envision the delightful days of profiting from NPCs. Not every NPC is as easy to bully as Crawley. In fact, it seems he is a unique exception, and we may never encounter this charming little goblin again. We cannot kill him. His health regeneration is exceptionally rapid, lamented Sad One alone. Honestly, I never intended to slay him, Luli replied calmly. Keep attacking. We are nearly there. After wailing for quite some time, Crawley could no longer contain himself. He bellowed at the group and pulled an item from his backpack, hurling it at Luli's forehead. Luli swiftly picked it up, his assault unabated. A minor healing potion, which instantly restores 50 health points, is not restricted by combat. With a 30-second cooldown and a potion resistance index of 20. The so-called potion resistance index can be understood as follows. If the resistance is 80, the next use of a similar potion will reduce its effect by 20, and the cooldown will increase by 20. The smaller the potion resistance, the better. A potion with a resistance of 20 is rather subpar. Nonetheless, in the current circumstance where everyone can only recover health through bread outside of combat, being able to instantly regain 50 health during battle is indeed remarkable. As Luli shared the potion's attributes with the party, they were instantly invigorated. After tossing an item once, several seconds passed, and Crawley found himself still encumbered, compelled to continue throwing. Regrettably, it was yet another potion. Subsequently, 3 more instances yielded nothing but potions. The NPC discarded 5 vials, clearly unable to make a swift escape. He cried out, Crowley will not let you off easily. You shall bear the wrath of the great goblin. Then, a dark object struck the forehead of Bei Tang Meow Meow. The girl let out a startled cry and hurriedly picked it up. Moments later, she exclaimed in delight, Oh, a bronze equipment. Whisper, bronze damage 10 to 18, intelligence 2. Equipment level requirement 4, durability 1720. What a splendid bronze staff. With a howl akin to the azure sea breeze, the others intensified their attacks with fervor. After fruitlessly tossing several more potions, the goblin merchant once again hurled a piece of bronze equipment before Luli. Nightshade leather armor, bronze armor 8, constitution 1. Equipment level requirement 4, durability 1120. Though its attributes were rather ordinary, lacking the exceptional quality of the previous staff, Luli and his companions were not inclined to object. This was defensive gear, essential for survival in a dungeon. After losing 2 pieces of equipment, the goblin merchant finally ceased his evasive maneuvers and could now jog away. Bei Tang Meow Meow entangle, Luli shouted. Upon being called out, Bei Tang Meow Meow flustered. But fortunately, a druid's entangling skill instinctively targeted Crowley. Success. A 3-second control ensued. Yet another potion. Sea breeze. Crack. Charge stun. 2 seconds. Potion. Crack. Shield slam stun. 2 seconds. Potion. Understanding the unspoken intent, Bei Tang Meng acted swiftly. As the goblin merchant had just regained consciousness from his stun, she charged and blocked his path. Regrettably, it was yet another potion. Bei Tang Meng and the others began to despair, witnessing Crowley the goblin on the verge of escape. Chapter 11. Elite Dungeon. At this moment, Luli's figure flickered, utilizing the art of shadow evasion to stealthily launch a surprise attack, resulting in a momentary stun. The game Dawn diverges significantly from others. For most players, it is akin to starting anew. The ability to leverage racial talents to disengage from combat and instantly enter stealth mode to unleash a surprise attack is truly unparalleled. Indeed, a master at work. After awakening, Crowley cast aside another item, lamentably another potion. All control abilities had been expended, and it seemed there was no way out this time. Everyone's gaze turned toward Luli, their eyes filled with anticipation for a miraculous display. Luli did not disappoint. The gleaming short dagger twirled in his hand, its grip shifting rapidly as he executed a remarkable trajectory, plunging it into the back of Crowley's head. System. Shadow Strike skill completed at 83, inflicting 95 damage. Target stunned for 1 second. Even with just a 1-second stun, upon regaining consciousness, Crowley threw down an item before fleeing in a panic. Equipment. Blue wolf skin boots, bronze armor 4, agility 1, required level 3, durability 710. Undoubtedly, this was Lu Li's equipment. The staff left no room for doubt either, as only the healing druid occupied the spellcasting class here. After equipping the bronze staff, Beitang Kat's gaze towards Lu Li transformed entirely. The day's events had been profoundly shocking for her, as she had never witnessed anyone acquire equipment in such a manner. This NPC would not reappear here. One must not attract the attention of other NPCs. Observing Beitang Dream's expression filled with reluctance, Lu Li, unable to bear the thought of a beautiful woman foolishly walking to her demise, solemnly warned her. How could you be so certain that this NPC could be defeated and would drop equipment? Just because one is endowed with beauty does not imply a lack of intellect. Beitang Dream naturally did not overlook the most significant question among them. Lu Li led them directly toward Crowley, while the goblin merchant shifted locations after being struck, indicating that this was Lu Li's first encounter with an NPC. What basis did he have for such knowledge? This question lingered in the minds of the others, akin to an itch that needed scratching. I have a friend who participated in the game's internal testing inadvertently. Lu Li swiftly adopted the I have a friend mode. This explanation was indeed impeccable. Otherwise, how could Lu Li possess such knowledge? He was merely a gold farmer, not an insider from the game company. What was that skill just now? Beitang Dream suddenly slapped her smooth forehead. Which skill? Lu Li feigned ignorance. The beautiful woman's eyes sparkled with a hint of annoyance, clearly displeased with Lu Li's evasiveness. Typically, any man would eagerly bare his soul before her. None would exhibit the reticence Lu Li displayed. Azure Sea Breeze was equally curious. Without hesitation, he slapped Lu Li on the back. Stop pretending. It was that last move, the one that stunned Crowley for a second. I certainly don't recall any similar skill for rogues. It resembled Shadow Strike more. Indeed, it was Shadow Strike. Lu Li replied, resigned. Is it the free mode? When the completion rate is high, special effects will appear. What was your completion rate just now? Truly impressive. Sad Wine Drinking immediately thought of the key points. When creating an account, the system prompts melee professions whether to use free mode, while ranged professions do not receive such a prompt. However, every player's interface allows for a switch between free mode and intelligent mode. Sad Wine Drinking has also tried free mode and is aware of the concept of completion rate. Only when the completion rate exceeds 50% will the system issue a prompt. The fact that Sad Wine Drinking is someone new to this system could achieve a 50% completion rate speaks volumes about their capabilities. It was 83, with damage at 95 and a 1-second stun. I have a favorable impression of Sad Wine Drinking. Lu Li is quite candid. If you are interested in free mode, you can practice during your free time. The group chatted while heading towards the entrance of the dungeon outside the spider nest. On the way, they tallied the potions obtained from the recent encounter with the goblin merchant. 13 bottles of basic health potions and 3 bottles of basic mana potions. All mana potions were given to the druid, while the 13 health potions were distributed with 2 bottles each to everyone, leaving the rest for Azure Sea Breeze. The night-colored leather armor discarded by the goblin merchant was also handed to Azure Sea Breeze, who, being the highest level, possessed an additional shield bash control skill, making them the unequivocal choice for MT. The dungeon entrance was a cave about 1.5 times a person's height, behind a blue energy barrier, where intricate spider webs could be faintly seen. Lu Li, as the team leader, approached the Gathering Stone to select the dungeon difficulty. The Gathering Stone resembled a tombstone inscribed with arcane runes, likely detailing the background story of the dungeon. It also serves to gather teammates, and, most importantly, to choose the dungeon difficulty. Soon, the other 4 members of the team heard the system's cold voice echoing. Your team has chosen Elite difficulty for the spider nest. Elite. The dungeons in Dawn come in 2 varieties. One is an open dungeon accessible to everyone with a cooldown period, while the other is an adventure dungeon requiring a teleportation scroll, commonly referred to as a private dungeon by players. Dungeons are graded by difficulty. Private dungeons are determined by the level indicated on the teleportation scroll, while public dungeons typically have 4 levels: normal, elite, hero, and nightmare. Low-tier dungeons like the spider nest do not feature hero and nightmare difficulties. My goodness, it's elite mode. I died several times in normal mode just yesterday. Oh, my experience. Beitang Ming, such a spirited woman, exhibits a unique charm when she acts playfully. Don't be afraid. I and Lu Li will be here. Azure Sea Breeze. How did we end up selecting elite difficulty? Can we handle this? In comparison, Sad Wine Drinking, being more rational. first considered the feasibility of elite difficulty rather than worrying about losing experience. The elite level dungeons are not overly challenging. Do not be intimidated by the term itself. Our main tank has reached level 5 and possesses both shield charge and charge skills, so with a bit of caution, we should manage just fine. However, the notion of elite has indeed daunted everyone. The monsters in elite dungeons possess merely a 10 increase in attack and defense compared to their ordinary counterparts, along with an additional 20 in health. If one can conquer the ordinary dungeons, the harder ones should not pose a significant challenge. The fundamental issue lies in the fact that the items Luli seeks do not drop in the normal difficulty. Upgrading the Supreme Ring necessitates a plethora of rare and valuable materials, which are not easily obtainable even with substantial wealth. For instance, the Emerald Spider Silk, a level 5 blue material, drops exclusively in the elite difficulty spider nest, with an astoundingly low drop rate. Moreover, the Emerald Spider Silk is essential for the advancement of both the tailoring and artisan professions. Even well-equipped teams find themselves unable to procure enough for their own needs, let alone sell them. Thus, Luli has no choice but to seek out others to tackle the dungeons together. I am in favor of pursuing the elite difficulty, for I have heard that the first team to successfully clear a dungeon will receive a world announcement. The Azure Sea breeze swayed the one-handed sword in my hand as I spoke with enthusiasm. Ordinary dungeons cater to all players, once everyone has sufficiently equipped and leveled up. Gathering 5 players with a reasonable configuration can generally lead to success. However, high-difficulty dungeons are different. They are primarily tackled by elite teams, and rankings are determined by completion time, creating a record that can be refreshed continuously. Achieving a new record grants an additional piece of equipment or an item of the same tier, which is then broadcasted in the World Channel. Chapter 12. The Dungeon Expedition. Before embarking on the adventure, Luli, with a composed demeanor, stated, "As the captain, I intend to secure something valuable from this dungeon." Even before the quest began, his declaration of intent to claim treasures drew the ire of 2 female companions, who pouted and glared at him, questioning the lack of a seasoned leader's poise in such a skilled player. "I have no objections," Wei Lan Haifeng conceded. Having received a bronze ring and bronze leather armor courtesy of Luli, feeling no shame in his acquiescence. "What is it?" Bei Tangming inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Emerald Spider Silk," Luli elucidated, "a rare blue material that only drops from boss monsters." "How do you know that a boss will yield this?" Bei Tangming's eyes widened in astonishment. "I have a friend," she scoffed, dismissing his assertion. With a collective derisive scoff from the group, they proceeded into the dungeon. The spider lair was dim and damp, permeated with a faint, decaying odor. All around, strands of spider silk adorned the surroundings, accompanied by the distant, guttural hiss of spiders. The first wave of adversaries emerged, 2 spiders, the size of small dogs, with 8 hairy legs tipped with menacing spikes and grotesque faces. Their myriad of compound eyes scanning the area, sending chills down one's spine. This spider lair was a mere level 5 dungeon, designed for players to acclimatize to the dungeon's mechanics. The initial waves consisted of common foes, only slightly more formidable than those found in the wild. The 5 of them swiftly dispatched the creatures with ease. After 5 waves, a small stream appeared before them. A bridge spanned the water, guarded by a large, emerald green spider, at least twice the size of an ordinary foe, known as the Spider Nest Guardian. This elite monster was formidable, and both Bei Tangming and Bei Jiuduzhua, who had previously ventured into this dungeon, felt a lingering apprehension upon encountering it. "It's not particularly fearsome, it merely possesses an additional poison-spitting ability," Luli remarked nonchalantly as he began to strategize. "Haifeng, initiate the attack. When its poison-casting animation reaches 2/3 of the way through, interrupt it with a shield strike. If they struck too early, it would restart its cast. If too late, it would be unable to be interrupted." Such patterns could only be discerned through repeated attempts. But Luli, having been reborn, found no need for such trials. 30 seconds later, the Spider Nest Guardian began to emit a frantic shriek. "Prepare, it's starting to cast." Before Luli finished speaking, a pale gray casting bar materialized atop the spider's head. Wei Lan Haifeng held his breath, and as the bar approached the 2/3 mark, he struck the spider's head with a resounding thud of his shield. The stun was successful, interrupting the cast. Following that, the outcome was inevitable. The Spider Nest Guardian succumbed, its life force ebbing away. Regrettably, no equipment dropped, only a potion for mana restoration. Such low drop rates were commonplace. It was not surprising for an elite monster to yield no gear. This was even easier than our ordinary difficulty run yesterday, Bei Tim-ing remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Luli, why not join our guild and directly enter the main team? The main force consists of merely 100 individuals, a mere elite within a guild of thousands. A condition that cannot be deemed inadequate. However, Luli merely shook his head, deciding to defer the matter for another time. His membership in the Star Moon Guild was solely motivated by the desire for the helmet, a temporary measure. Once he had amassed sufficient funds for the helmet, he would depart, never to engage in the grand ambitions of the guild again. Comparatively, the atmosphere within the Grand Ambitions Guild might be slightly more favorable. Yet it was evident that it could not be significantly better. With thousands of members, unity was a rare commodity, and an array of peculiarities would undoubtedly abound. Upon being declined by Luli, the enchanting woman bore no ill will. Just as she was about to proceed, Luli called her back. Everyone, come down and submerge your weapons in the stream, circumventing the bridge. Luli directly immersed his dagger in the water. How clean could the stream within the spider's lair be? The dark, murky water was not only unwholesome but also exuded a pungent odor, causing both women to pale slightly. Submerging for 30 seconds would yield a buff, increasing damage against spider-type monsters by 20%. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over. Druids and warlocks were exempt, as only melee fighters would benefit from the effect. Bitming and Bitmomo were somewhat disheartened. This was precisely why Luli proclaimed the knife-wielding team to be formidable. The stream beneath the spider bridge held this advantage. In Luli's past life, this was common knowledge. Those farming spider monsters would specifically enter dungeons to acquire this buff, despite its fleeting duration of merely 1 hour. Once they crossed the spider bridge, they encountered an increase in monsters, with the possibility of facing 2 spider nest guardians within a single wave. However, with the damage-enhancing buff in place, their progress remained unabated. During this time, an elite monster dropped a bronze bracer, which added 3 points to armor and 1 point to strength. As fellow warriors, Bitming graciously ceded it to Wilnhif, thus further bolstering the MTS defense. The elite monster's strikes inflicted less than 10 points of damage, placing no strain on the druid's healing efforts. The spider's lair was home to 2 bosses. The first, a giant spider named the Fallen Spider Chief, and the second, a creature with a spider's body and a human face, known as MNIDLN. Standing before the Spider Chief, Captain Luli was level 3, while the others were uniformly at level 4. The Spider Chief was level 5. A boss template with a staggering health pool of 12,000. The Spider Chief was not overly difficult. The key lay in executing 2 phases effectively. Having been reborn, Luli was not inclined to methodically decipher the boss's mechanics. He commanded, for every 20% of health lost, it will summon a wave of minions. We lack area control, so refrain from attacking. They will detonate after 5 seconds. When its health drops to 5%, it may enter a frenzied state, so druids, prepare to heal vigorously, and Hifing, be ready to consume potions. How do you know this? She inquired. Never mind, I know you have many friends. Bitming was utterly intrigued but understood that Luli would not divulge any more information. She thus retreated to a corner to ponder. In normal mode, how much health does the boss possess? Wilnhif felt considerable pressure, as there had yet to be any reports of teams defeating the Spider Chief, given that only 5 individuals could enter this dungeon. The tank, bereft of equipment and skills, struggles to endure. The healing is insufficient, and the DPS output falls short, prolonging the battle. In normal mode, the boss possesses 10,000 health points. Appearing somewhat smaller than this, and with a bitter smile, the solitary drinker reflects. Yesterday, we managed to deplete only 70% of the boss's health, and it seems unlikely that we will witness its enraged form now. Let us commence the battle, heed my commands, and we shall prevail. Luli does not perceive this dungeon as particularly arduous. Were it not for the lack of proper gear and skills, he would dare to attempt it solo. With a charge, Azure Sea Wind initiates the encounter, inflicting a 1-second stun and a mere 5 points of damage upon the boss. Such paltry damage even surprises Luli. He recalls that in his previous life, when facing this boss, the tank's equipment was not necessarily superior to that of Azure Sea Wind. Yet it did not yield such meager damage. In truth, the Great Spider was formidable at the outset, but subsequent updates had diminished its defensive capabilities. Surprise aside, since the encounter has begun, they must exert their utmost efforts to continue the fight. Stealth attacks and shadow strikes ensue. The boss's defenses exceed Luli's expectations. Although its offensive power aligns with his predictions, an Azure Sea Wind faces little peril against this foe, given that they can withstand the boss's onslaught. The focus now shifts to the efficiency of their DPS and the sustainability of healing. The druid displays commendable awareness, yet lacks substantial healing skills and possesses limited mana, capable of healing only a dozen times before exhaustion sets in. At this juncture, Luli's contribution of potions becomes evident, just as Azure Sea Wind remarked. Possessing potions brings a sense of calm to the heart. Chapter 13, Luring Monsters System, Shadow Strike skill completion at 80, inflicting 89 of skill damage. Target stunned for 1 second. Critical hit, -14. The immense spider let out a couple of grunts, its rear end lifting ominously. Forget about the boss. Everyone, gather around me except for Haifeng, I commanded. In 4 seconds, Haifeng would charge towards me. Calmly, Luli began to distance himself from the boss, while the others, having been forewarned, swiftly followed in his wake. At that moment, a horde of tiny spiders, the size of fists, surged forth from the rear of the large spider, rushing en masse towards us. As I counted to 3, the Azure Haifeng began to pivot, and by the count of 4, his charge skill was unleashed. The tide of small spiders inundated us, and the faces of several others turned pale. Most of the casualties suffered by Beijioduju were due to these minor spiders. Each one could inflict damage on players, and during an explosion, they could potentially kill a player outright. Eliminating them was straightforward. Simply maintaining distance would suffice. Luli led the small spiders in circles around the boss, and moments later, they began to explode in succession. Meanwhile, Haifeng had already engaged the boss, accompanied by the others. Having learned from the previous encounter, we handled the boss's subsequent minion summons with far greater composure. As the boss's health plummeted to 5, it indeed entered a frenzied state. Beitang Miao Miao desperately healed, and with Haifeng possessing potions. The boss's final rampage barely stirred a ripple before it let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. Luli, on the verge of leveling up, felt a warm surge across his body as the experience bar filled, propelling him directly to level 4. Should I loot the body? He inhaled deeply, eager to uncover what treasures the first fallen boss might yield. Stop! Came the simultaneous exclamations from Haifeng and Beitang Miao Miao. Although Beijioduju and Beitang Meng did not voice their concerns, their anxious expressions spoke volumes. What's wrong? Are you sure you want to loot it? Beitang Miao Miao nearly wept. Throughout this journey, your roll has not exceeded 20. After grinding our way to this point, only 3 pieces of bronze gear had dropped, though there were still plenty of white gear and materials. The rolling incidents had occurred several times, but Luli's performance had been particularly glaring, with rolls of 6, 13, and 2, resulting in no gear acquired. Low rolls do not imply my looting skills are lacking, Luli scowled, attempting to defend himself. I usually find good items when looting. Years ago, there was a person who found joy in helping others, prioritizing others' needs over their own. Yet here was Luli, clearly sacrificing his own well-being for the benefit of others. Looting often yielded good items, but he could never secure a decent roll. The others, though skeptical, did not want to disrespect Luli, the makeshift captain. Thus, they decided to humor him this time. Under the eager anticipation of the group, Luli slowly crouched down, extending his guilty hands towards the boss. Silver crossbow, black iron damage 12 to 20, agility 3, attack speed 1, required level 4, durability 1625. A piece of black iron equipment. And a weapon at that, perhaps the first of its kind in the game. Alas, it is merely a crossbow. While this type of equipment can be utilized by physical classes, it truly becomes a formidable weapon in the hands of a hunter with proficiency in bows and crossbows. For others, it is merely a means to draw aggro. Why isn't it a staff? How unfortunate. North Tang Cat could not help but exclaim. Come on. You already possess bronze weapons while I am still wielding a plain one. How can you even wish for a staff? North Tang Dream retorted, her expression darkening. Shadow Cloak, bronze armor 2, intelligence 1, required level 3, durability 14-18. And one more potion, that's all. The druid North Tang Cat and the warlock's sorrowful whine both brightened at the sight, although the cloak is a standard piece of equipment. Its drop rate is exceedingly low, many have yet to even encounter a plain cloak. Didn't you get the emerald spider silk you desired? North Tang Dream expressed her disappointment. She was quite curious about the materials that Luli had specifically requested. Despite the low drop rate, Luli remained undeterred. Silver crossbow, 3 physical classes rolling for it. I shall not be polite. He rolled a 23. Haha, North Tang Dream chuckled, casually rolling an 87, completely eclipsing his score. Now it's my turn. Let me show you that Brother Ocean Breeze is not only handsome, but also rolls exceptionally well, Blue Ocean Breeze declared proudly, rolling a 99. Wow, indeed impressive. Everyone regarded him with awe, wondering if his luck was truly that extraordinary. Blue Ocean Breeze himself was taken aback, laughing heartily. Allocate it to yourself. 3 points of agility will serve you better. Consider it a favor for the ring. In the game of Dawnlight, any class can equip ranged weapons. Physical classes wield bows and crossbows, while magical classes utilize wands. Special classes have unique equipment, such as shamans wielding totems and knights bearing sacred contracts. Luli did not hesitate, directly equipping the gear, perfectly timed as he had just leveled up. Have you two already exchanged drinks? North Tang Cat remarked with a peculiar expression. I didn't expect you to have that kind of relationship. What a surprise. Next. Sorrowful Wine rolled for the cloak, and North Tang Cat bared her teeth in determination, vowing to practice her rolling skills upon returning. They pressed onward, leveling up and enhancing their equipment, and soon found themselves face to face with the final boss, Mad Adeline. Mad Adeline was a giant spider, with a human face and 8 guardians. The challenge of this boss lay with its guards, recalling his previous life's experiences and the strategies he had studied. Luli stated, these 8 guardians are just as formidable as the boss itself. We cannot defeat them all at once. Blue Ocean Breeze laughed heartily. So that means we can only pull one at a time? You are remarkably astute. Without allowing Luli to bask in his triumph, he continued, however, the enmity of the guards is tightly interwoven. If we attract even one, we must contend with the onslaught of all 8 guards. It is impossible to draw just one through conventional means. Given this knowledge, you must surely know how to resolve the issue, right? The melancholic spirit of solitary drinking brimmed with confidence in Luli. With all 8 elite foes converging upon them, the absence of a shortcut rendered the situation nearly insurmountable. I shall lead the way. You all retreat to the corner where there is no enmity, Luli declared. Switching his weapon to the black iron crossbow he had just equipped. The crossbow bolts had a high drop rate, and everyone had gathered quite a number in their bags, totaling over 100, which would suffice for drawing the enemy. The others complied, retreating to the corner, where they all peered out, curious about how Luli intended to isolate a single foe. Luli, unprepared, raised the crossbow and shot an arrow at the nearest guard. The boss remained indifferent. Yet all 8 guards shrieked and charged toward him. Luli turned and fled, halting at the corner where the 8 guards lost their enmity, reluctantly turning to depart. He took a few steps forward and fired another arrow at the last beast, prompting all 8 creatures to pivot once more in pursuit of him. This back and forth ensued several times. Surely not, my brother. Are you planning to exhaust the guards to death? Blue Sea Breeze observed for a while but could not discern the strategy, unable to restrain himself from inquiring. Luli disregarded him, persistently repeating the process of drawing the foes. Finally, when impatience nearly overwhelmed the group, Luli released an arrow, and only the struck creature turned back, while the others continued on their way without a glance. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Chapter 14. First kill the 8 monsters required multiple attempts to eliminate, which seemed tedious at first glance. However, it did not consume much time. This strategy transformed a notoriously challenging segment into a remarkably simple endeavor. As for the boss, once the guardians fell, its health plummeted effortlessly. Come on, no one has announced a world record yet. We could very well achieve the first kill in this dungeon. A moment to be inscribed in the annals of gaming history. The excitement bubbled within the Azure Seas Breeze, which was not merely a hint of exhilaration but a profound thrill, the exuberance nearly causing him to strike Luli in the face with his shield. To garner attention, Dawn had a so-called gaming chronicle, documenting significant events related to NPCs as well as players' activities. Of course, only the most impressive feats warranted such recognition. Upon mention of the gaming chronicle, the others became animated as well. The previously steady flow of battle began to unravel, with Bei Tang Meow Meow frantically casting healing spells twice in quick succession, wasting considerable mana. Steady, steady. It's just a record, Luli urged, drenched in sweat. Be cautious, or we may face annihilation. Only then did everyone refocus on the lethargic boss before them, but within mere seconds, Bei Tang Meow Meow exclaimed again. I heard that the first team to clear the dungeon receives not just one piece of equipment material, but one for each member. Is that true? Ah, heal, heal. With the healing momentarily halted, the boss unleashed a critical hit, sending Azure Sea Breeze into a panic. The scene devolved into chaos once more. It should be true, Luli recalled, seemingly confirming Bei Tang Miao Miao's assertion. In his previous life, he had never even broken a dungeon record, let alone participated in a groundbreaking event such as a first kill. The prospect of each member receiving a reward ignited a fervor within him. Perhaps the Emerald Spider Silk would drop at once. To upgrade the Supreme Ring to the Supreme 2 Ring, two conditions must be met: the altar and materials. The altar could be found in the Whispering Forest, surrounded by numerous monsters, which posed no insurmountable challenge. However, the materials posed a significant obstacle, as all 7 required were of the rarest kind, and, due to their wide applicability, virtually unavailable in the market. Luli intended to learn the jewelry crafting skill, needing 2 emerald spider silks for intermediate advancement. Thus, he calculated that 12 would be necessary. If the boss dropped them, that would be manageable. But should they be a system reward, he wondered if anyone would be willing to part with them. As he pondered, the boss's health dwindled to 5%. Azure Sea Breeze shouted in alarm. It's enraged. Oh my, the damage is immense. Damn, my shield bash missed. Heal, heal. The boss's rage was expected, as most bosses in Dawn would enter a berserk state at the last moment unless dealt significant damage in a short span, given their current equipment levels. This was naturally unattainable, and the enraged boss exhibited an absurd resistance to control abilities. The Fury enhances attack power, attack speed, and critical strike chance. The strength of the boss has increased significantly. The once unyielding Azure Sea Breeze is now being pushed back, its form flickering with a crimson glow, indicating a state of critical health. MT, take a step back. The druid begins to cast a binding spell. Luli's voice remains calm amidst the chaos. Failing to connect, Beidangket hurriedly completes her skill, yet it proves ineffective. Fortunately, she is not entirely oblivious and remembers to heal the beleaguered Azure Sea Breeze. Having regained a fraction of health after 2 healing spells, Azure Sea Breeze raises its head to drink a basic health potion, restoring a considerable portion of its vitality before charging back into the fray. Luli takes a deep breath, his wrist moving with a sudden fervor as daggers dance through the air, each strike accompanied by floating damage numbers. The onlookers are left in awe, almost forgetting to attack themselves. Upon closer inspection, it appears that each of his strikes is executed with precision, not exerting maximum force, but rather connecting seamlessly to maintain a steady flow of attack. This technique is not of Lu Li's own invention. It is inspired by the renowned goddess-level player, Water Sprite, from the game Dawn. While the women in Dawn are undeniably beautiful, few possess exceptional skills. For instance, Beidang Dream, with her lovely visage and exquisite figure, is merely second-rate in terms of technique. However, there are 2 notable exceptions, one of whom is the female rogue, Water Sprite. Water Sprite is considered a legendary figure within the realm of Dawn. Firstly, she is strikingly beautiful. Secondly, she is a masterful player. And thirdly, she is immensely wealthy. While others toil for their first legendary equipment, this affluent woman already possesses half of the legendary gear available, treating money as mere numbers. If she desires a piece of equipment, she will not hesitate to spend lavishly. With her superior gear, her attacks are astonishing. It is said that her normal strikes rival the finishing moves of the main guild's rogues. Luli has witnessed Water Sprite in action, and the best way to describe her skill is to say she cuts corners. Taking a more complex skill as an example, such as the Rogue's Gouge, its execution is typically bloody and extravagant, with exaggerated movements and significant damage. Standard rogues strive for maximum lethality, ensuring every detail is executed flawlessly. However, Water Sprite does only the essential parts, avoiding skill failure but sacrificing completion quality. Thus, while others take 3 seconds to unleash Gouge, she can do it in 1 second or less. Yet, due to her exceptional equipment, the damage dealt remains comparable. Now, without many skills at his disposal, Luli adeptly employs this method to enhance his attack frequency, yielding remarkable results. At the onset of the boss's fury, its health dipped below 800, and their combined assault has already reduced it by half. However, the situation remains dire, as Azure Sea Breeze is once again fleeing, and the potions cannot be consumed indefinitely. The resistance to healing is indeed a vexing challenge. In the realm of Beitang, Meng charged forth. The melancholic wine consumed alone momentarily paused his advance. You are on the brink of overextending, remarked Luli, his voice steady as a machine. maintaining composure amidst the chaos. Steady now. The boss has but a sliver of health left. Do not succumb to the allure of glory. Sad Wine, steadfast in his assault, remained undeterred by the boss's onslaught, steadily accumulating a significant amount of aggro. Baitang Ming's charge, too, was rendered ineffective against the boss, while the unfortunate Weilon Haifeng suffered continuous critical hits, his health depleting like a flowing river. I am nearly out of mana, lamented Baitang Mau Mau, stamping his foot in frustration. The so-called mana is a colloquial term referring to the magical energy required to unleash skills. It's over, Luli remarked with a faint smile, activating Shadow Veil to disengage from combat, stealthily approaching the boss. With precision, he struck, causing the boss to be momentarily stunned. As he pivoted, all his strength coalesced in his wrist, driving the dagger forcefully into the boss's nape. The system announced, Shadow Strike skill completed at 87, inflicting 100 skill damage. Target stunned for 0.8 seconds. Just as the boss began to recover from its rigidity, it let out a piercing cry, its 8 legs thrashing wildly before falling still. Before Lu Li could catch his breath, a system notification arrived. Esteemed player, you and your party have achieved the first kill of the Spider's Lair, Elite. The system will announce this to the world. Would you like to hide your name? Chapter 15. The spoils, of course. Names must be revealed. Azure Seabreeze was taken aback. Do you really wish to conceal your identity? Fame can be a double-edged sword. Once one's name is broadcasted on the global channel, troublemakers are bound to emerge in droves. Lu Li, however, remained unconcerned, asserting that the dynamics of the game differed vastly from reality, where the costs of transgression were considerably lower. He recalled a woeful player from his previous life known as Pan Zhou Tianci, who, after a piece of gear was highlighted on the World Channel, found himself barricaded in the novice village for months due to a failed trade. Even a notorious thief like the Water Sprite nearly fell victim to a mob after a bounty of 100,000 real-world currency was placed on their head. For the first team to conquer a dungeon, if it were a large guild, the situation might be more tolerable. However, for a ragtag group of solo players, they would face incessant harassment. Once an ID is disclosed, the most elite guilds will extend their olive branches. But it was speculated that a skilled player like Lu Li would hardly be content to remain within the Star Moon Guild, as their grand aspirations would likely not appeal to him. I have no intention of joining any guild, truly. I aspire to be a professional player, Lu Li declared. Regardless of others' beliefs, he was genuinely uninterested in aligning with any guild. While guild benefits were indeed enticing, one must understand that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. To reap rewards, sacrifices are necessary, and the complications of guild membership would only hinder his quest for profit. The future development of the game, Dawn, was beyond even the company's expectations, with an ever-expanding industry surrounding it, promising Lu Li a fortune that could last a lifetime. If you wish to become a professional player, you must attain notoriety. Azure Seabreeze scoffed. Let us not mince words. Once you lead a team to clear a dungeon, you will undoubtedly have many seeking your strategies. Professional players carry their own weight. Lu Li furrowed his brow, finding it perplexing that this usually unremarkable individual spoke with such apparent wisdom, leaving him at a loss for rebuttal. In truth, this was tied to his rather mediocre experiences in his previous life. Top players rarely faced hostility, as it was only the average players who feared the ill intentions of others. Take the Water Sprite, for instance. This affluent goddess had once ambushed members of the Iron Blood Alliance, a phantom thief who struck swiftly, racking up thousands of kills in just a week, compelling the Iron Blood Alliance members to refrain from venturing out alone and significantly impacting the guild's growth. How about this? If the system rewards us with emerald spider silk, we shall relinquish it all to you. Bitter Wine, alone, said eagerly. Both Baitang Dream and I are somewhat renowned players. If we can etch our names into the game's chronicles, it would greatly benefit our guild's development. In the future, should you require our guild's assistance, we will exert our utmost effort, Baitang Dream added, eyes filled with hope. For a guild, befriending a master like Lu Li holds far greater significance than recruiting 1,000 ordinary players. A talent of his caliber is destined not to fade into obscurity. When his fame rises, people will undoubtedly recall that he once collaborated with the illustrious guild to achieve the first kill in the game, effectively branding him with their mark. Lu Li chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Although he did not wish to seek the spotlight at this moment, he was not afraid of it either. The system announced, under the leadership of player Lu Li, the team composed of Azure Seabreeze, Northern Tangdream, Solitary Sorrow, and Northern Tank had successfully achieved the first kill of the spider's lair, Elite. The announcement was somewhat modest, yet it managed to include everyone's names. Next came the experience gained from completing the dungeon. As it was a first kill, the experience reward was not only doubled but also included additional equipment materials. Luli glanced at his inventory, discovering a dagger. Kiss of the Brood Mother, bronze damage 8 to 15, agility 2, equipment requirement level 3, durability 18. While the damage of a one-handed short weapon could not compare to that of a two-handed staff like the Whisperer, the added 2 points of agility made it well deserving of its bronze tier. The others examined their rewards, each beaming with delight. Though it was somewhat regrettable that none of them contained the materials Luli required. Northern Tangcat was eager to approach the boss to see what it had dropped. The others looked at Luli, uncertain whether he intended to engage with the boss. According to the current game rules, unless there were special circumstances, it was customary for the team leader to interact with the boss and distribute the spoils. Indifferently, Luli shook his head. The saying to take from the dark and give to the red was merely a concept and should not be taken literally. Wow. Upon being slain for the first time, the boss generously rewarded them with some excellent items. The young girl was so astonished and thrilled that she nearly clutched the equipment tightly. Just then, Luli's communicator vibrated wildly at his waist. This was anticipated, however. He was surprised by the delayed reactions of these individuals. Upon checking, he found it was indeed filled with friend requests. After a moment's thought, Luli declined all requests and set his status to reject further additions. Since he could earn money by opening treasure chests, his current priority was to level up, and he did not wish to be disturbed by too many people. Once the friend requests were dismissed, only 2 messages remained. One was from the Star Moon Guild's chat room, and the other was from Square Root 3. As Luli perused the equipment attributes shared by Northern Tangcat, he opened the chat room. Upon entering, he was immediately overwhelmed by a cacophony of voices. Luli, it was you who secured the first kill, right? It was Aogn, the president of the Star Moon Guild. It was merely luck, Luli replied. Silken Hood, Black Iron Armor 5, Intelligence 3, Constitution 2. Special Effect, 10 Shadow Damage over time, Equipment Requirement Level 5, Durability 21-25. The likelihood of obtaining Black Iron from an elite difficulty was actually quite low. It seemed the first kill indeed brought substantial rewards. On the other end, Aogn was nearly speechless with frustration. What do you mean by merely luck? That was an elite dungeon. You secured the first kill without involving guild members, opting instead for a random party. Don't you feel any sense of guild honor or responsibility? Sorrowful Wine, in solitary indulgence, was casually accompanied by me. Luli allocated the hat to Sorrowful Wine, which is quintessential equipment for sorcerers and shadow priests, truly a testament to the prowess of the boss, boasting formidable attributes. One can only imagine the dismay on Aogn's countenance. Even a cursory consideration would reveal that, given Sorrowful Wine's esteemed position within the illustrious Guild of Ambitious Enterprises, it would be inconceivable for him to lead the team. That role could only be assumed by officials or team commanders. Let us dispense with trifles and speak of the outcome. If you surrender the equipment, your accountability shall be absolved, and once the guild is established, it will conveniently enrich our repository. It is evident that Moneybags is far more concerned with the equipment, as it pertains to elite-level dungeons. The boss indeed yielded remarkable treasures, with the second item remaining at the Black Iron grade. Silken Leather Armor, Black Iron Armor 12, Agility 4, Strength 2, Equipment Level Requirement 5, Durability 725. While it lacks the special effects of the previous item, this does not imply inferiority. After all, it is the upper garment, offering over double the armor of the hat, contributing an impressive 6 points to vital attributes. For a rogue, nothing could be more practical than this. Aside from these 2 pieces, there were 2 additional items. Yet they were merely bronze grade. Although their attributes were commendable, they were unsuitable for rogues and were swiftly claimed by others. It was at this juncture that Luli nonchalantly shared the equipment attributes in the Xingyue Guild's chat room. A moment of silence enveloped the chat room before it erupted with fervor. I want that silken hood. No one dare contest me for it. Perhaps sensing the inappropriateness of his words, Moneybags swiftly added, I'll transfer some funds to acquire gold. Our guild must be established post-haste. Thus, everyone began to gather gold, unfazed by high prices, with the assurance that the guild would reimburse them. Aogn promptly followed suit, stating, Luli, please give that black iron hat to Moneybags. As for the black iron leather armor, You may use it for the time being. Chapter 16. Get lost. I apologize, but please arrive early tomorrow. The equipment has already been allocated. To Luli's delight. The final item obtained by Bei Tang Cat was none other than emerald spider silk, prompting an uncharacteristic response from him. You took your wild team into a dungeon and still gave the gear to outsiders. Luli, have you lost your mind? Such individuals do exist in this world, self-centered in every regard, perceiving any disagreement as a problem. Get lost. The tone remained remarkably calm, yet the words were anything but courteous. A collective gasp echoed in the chat room. Surely they hadn't heard correctly. Had someone truly told Qian Duoduo to get lost? It had been ages since anything like this had occurred. The game was in its peak online hours, and the recent announcement on the World Channel had captured everyone's attention. The Xingyue Guild's chatroom, bustling with 300 to 400 members, witnessed a player of minor stature addressing a high-ranking guild member with a single word: get lost. Qian Duoduo was of average skill, yet his wealth and willingness to spend it set him apart. Having followed Ao through several games, he had invested millions, thus becoming the second-in-command beneath Ao. Even a steward as formidable as the square root of 3 found it difficult to disregard him. Now, however, his reputation lay trampled beneath the foot of another. Silence enveloped the chat room for several agonizing seconds, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. The guild leader was unusually quiet. In truth, Ao felt an immense sense of relief. Last time, when Luli had embarrassed him, he had spent 25,000 real currency to acquire a skill book, and the memory of that humiliation gnawed at him. Yet, he began to understand that unlike those who constantly surrounded the wealthy elite, Luli was different. This slap nearly landed squarely on Ao's face, so very close. He cast a sidelong glance at Qian Duoduo, who was leveling up alongside him, and felt an unexpected twinge of schadenfreude amidst their shared animosity. All right, Qian Duoduo fumed, struggling to articulate his outrage. You all claim to instill in me a sense of guild honor, yet when have you ever regarded me as one of your own? I am even inferior to a mere gold farmer, who at least receives a base salary. I utilized the guild's helmet and fulfilled the gold farming task as agreed. Who I team up with to tackle dungeons is none of your concern. How we distribute the loot we earn is none of your business. My proprietary items are for my own use, none of your concern. Luli could no longer endure this tirade. Damn it. Do you believe I can't make your gaming life unbearable? Qian Duoduo seethed with rage. Perhaps there were individuals capable of making his gaming experience intolerable, but it would never be this one. As they exchanged threats, Luli found the exchange rather tiresome, recalling a time in his past when others had indeed succeeded in making his life difficult. It was a time marked by the discovery of his sister's illness, which compelled him to liquidate his prized equipment in order to gather funds. To his dismay, he fell victim to a scheme orchestrated by his adversaries, not only failing to secure the money but also finding himself pursued by several guilds intent on his destruction. He had once humbled himself and pleaded, yet his sister, whom he cherished more than life itself, was regarded as nothing by others. They flaunted their sense of conquest unabashedly in the global chat. Upon his rebirth, Luli resolved never again to compromise his dignity. Had it not been for his lack of funds to purchase a helmet, he would not have joined any guild. Enough was enough. Witnessing the situation spiral beyond his control, Ao felt compelled to intervene, lest his standing within the guild waver. For too long, they had enjoyed privileges within the guild, deliberately distinguishing themselves from the common folk. If others were to discover that their only advantage over ordinary players lay in their wealth, which they could flaunt if willing to spend, it would embolden more to stand up within the guild. With the completion of this week's gold farming task, he assured them that he would repay the breach of contract fee within a week. Thank you for the helmets, Luli interjected before Ao could utter more. Exiting the chat room, upon lifting his gaze, he found the members of Azure Sea Breeze, who had thought they had completed the dungeon, watching him with expressions of concern. He suddenly remembered that in the current chat room, conversations were audible to those nearby. Are you all right, Luli? Azure Sea Breeze asked with genuine concern, while the other three exchanged puzzled glances. What could possibly be wrong? Let us proceed with the dungeon. Luli waved his dagger dismissively. Did you have a fallout with the Xingyue Guild? Are you facing a penalty? Sad wine, drinking alone, asked bluntly. That's about the gist of it. I'm merely a temporary worker, assisting them in gold farming for the helmet. I had hoped for an amicable parting, but they are truly unreasonable, always pushing for more. Luli replied with a smile, his face devoid of worry. In truth, the penalty was not a trivial sum. The cost of the helmet combined with the breach fee amounted to over 60,000, equivalent to the price of 2 helmets. If you are willing to join our guild, we will cover the breach fee entirely with no other restrictions. All we ask is for you to occasionally guide our members through dungeons. If you need materials, feel free to ask. We will provide without hesitation. Sadwine had long viewed Luli as a skilled player. It was only when Luli demonstrated a completion rate exceeding 80%, showcasing his dagger skills with a speed akin to swirling snowflakes, and when the system notified him of securing the first kill, that he recognized the depth of talent in this seemingly unassuming young man. Luli understood that the power of a guild far surpassed that of an individual. Although the Xingyue guild was unreliable, they managed to produce the transform into a seal skill book in just over an hour with 5 teams of 5. The thought of attempting to farm it alone was unfathomable. Luli needed a substantial amount of materials to upgrade his supreme ring, and having a guild fully committed to assisting him in gathering these materials would be immensely beneficial, though he still harbored reservations. The grand ambition of the guild, Mighty Empire, is not one that offers a suitable haven for its members. The guild leader, Emperor of Glory, is indeed an ambitious individual. However, he lacks the capacity to lead the guild to the pinnacle of success. While he may thrive in a game like Shadow Realm, the transition to a mainstream game such as Dawn proves to be fraught with challenges. They have faced considerable oppression from several large guilds, and members risk being annihilated even upon leaving the safe zone. In such an environment, the fervor is palpable, yet it is ill-suited for Luli, a professional player, particularly one of the rogue class. I regret to inform you that I have no intention of joining the guild. Perhaps we can team up for dungeons in the future, Luli said, shaking his head. You may handle the regular dungeons on your own. They are significantly easier than the elite ones. You can pass them with any random player. Seemingly anticipating this outcome, Sorrowful Wine merely sighed and relinquished the matter. Why not pursue it? The elite dungeon requires a 3-hour wait, yet the regular dungeon can be attempted at will. You just offended someone from the Starry Moon Guild. Venturing out to level up would be perilous. I have other matters to attend to. You may continue. Luli appeared agreeable, but he was steadfast in his decisions, leaving the others to watch helplessly as he departed. What a pity, Northern Tang Dream remarked. Before arriving, I thought the tales of a drunken master were exaggerated. Yet he surpasses your description. I had never heard of him before. He seems to have emerged from nowhere. Though in her early 20s, she was a seasoned player. Having researched top players across various games recently, and found none who matched Lu Li's unique style of play. He is indeed stronger than you can imagine. It is no exaggeration to say so, Sorrowful Wine replied. Should we disseminate the dungeon strategy? Northern Tang Cat suddenly realized that they had not mentioned this matter before. Successfully clearing a dungeon not only yields equipment and fame but also offers substantial profits from selling strategies, especially for a casual team like theirs. Without the constraints of guild-exclusive resources, their guild members, upon witnessing their achievement of a first kill, did not raise any claims to the strategy. As Emperor of Glory is a man of strict principles. Upon connecting with Luli, his response was straightforward. They were free to manage it as they pleased. But he hoped that if Mighty Empire acquired any emerald spider silk, they would sell it to him. At this moment, Luli was cautiously moving deeper into the forest while remaining in stealth mode. He had heard rumors in his previous life about a mine hidden within the woods and was curious to see if he could stealthily investigate it. There was an NPC there that piqued his interest immensely. Chapter 17. The Dog-Headed Man's Mine. As Luli cautiously advanced, the atmosphere in Dawn had become quite tumultuous. A singular question lingered in the minds of the players. Who is Luli? His understated presence was so profound that it could scarcely be captured by mere words. Among the hundreds of thousands who had acquired helmets to enter the game, not a soul could identify him. Only a handful who had once witnessed him peddling bronze gear and skill books could vaguely recall the seemingly ordinary rogue, who was not merely relying on luck as many presumed. In a realm filled with numerous guilds and elite mercenary teams, it was evident that his proficiency must be substantial to earn such recognition. Luli was not the only team embarking on this expedition into the dungeons. With over 1,000 novice villages in Dawn, any player could pay 5 copper coins to the dungeon teleporter to venture into their desired instance. In fact, there were no less than 1,000 teams directly tackling elite dungeons, including esteemed guilds such as Glory City, Drizzle Pavilion, and Blood Flag, all ranked within the top 10 nationally. Each had dispatched several teams to explore the dungeons. Many had already felled the first boss, the spider leader, but the second boss, along with its 8 formidable guards, proved to be a significant challenge, rendering them incapable of proceeding without gradual experimentation. Unexpectedly, amidst their struggles, a system notification echoed through the air. If it had been a familiar ID from other prominent guilds, it would have been one thing. However, these were names scarcely recognized. Soon, various messages began filtering through private chats to the guild executives within the dungeon, gradually revealing the identities of Lu Li's team. Without further ado, the renowned Bei Tang Meng was mentioned, and Shui Jia, a female player clad in a flowing white priest robe, was also recognized. She perused the information that had just come in, her gaze occasionally drifting towards her beautiful teammate, who was crouched on the ground, deftly slicing through spider legs with a dagger. The exquisite beauty, resembling a celestial being, remained unfazed, merely emitting a soft hum through her delicate nose. In just a few days, players had created various rankings within the game, including one for exquisite beauty, where Shui Jie had rightfully claimed her place. However, the reason behind Bei Tang Meng's superior ranking remained a mystery to another curious teammate. The enchanting rogue, maintaining her silence, continued to stow away the severed spider legs into her pack, then directed her dagger towards the spider's venom sac. The methodical dismemberment only accentuated her cold demeanor, causing the others to swallow hard in anticipation. Both Bai Jiu Duzha and Bei Tang Mao Mao were also members of the esteemed guild. And the priest continued, while the intelligence on Blue Sea Breeze is relatively scarce, it does possess some notoriety. In the game Shadow Realm, it once dominated the level rankings, suggesting that they have recruited formidable talents. And Lu Li? The female rogue inquired, her curiosity piqued as she cautiously stored the venom sac. That, I truly cannot say. The priest replied, shaking his head. I may possess a fragment of knowledge, albeit uncertain if it pertains to the individual in question. A member of the team cautiously spoke up, recounting an encounter with a player named Lu Li, who was seen selling goods in a market, akin to Sister Shui. Both being thieves. Speak, commanded the expressionless female thief known as Sister Shui. Her voice was melodious, yet she remained reticent. The others, however, were unperturbed. For she was the legendary player, Water Sprite, within the Misty Rain Guild. Not only did she hold a position on the beauty rankings, but she would undoubtedly secure a spot on the master rankings as well, were they to be released. Last night, she witnessed him vending in Moonshadow Valley, where his stall displayed 2 pieces of bronze equipment and a skill book. The players recounted Lu Li's 3 items, causing a collective gasp from the team. Such a skill book exists? Water Sprite's disbelief was palpable. As an avid PK player, she comprehended the gravity of this skill. It entailed not merely a 12-yard area control, but an enduring effect lasting 8 seconds, a transformation. Currently, the longest control technique available was the rogue's 4-second ambush. But in the face of this skill, it paled in comparison. Nevertheless, ambush bore the advantage of allowing normal attacks post-stun. That thief was likely affiliated with the Xingyue Guild. The informant's expression contorted with curiosity. Yet, their interactions suggested a lack of camaraderie. And the first kill was not claimed by a member of the Xingyue Guild. Its reasoning remained a mystery. Although Water Sprite was considered a high-ranking guild member, her interests lay not in guild affairs, but rather in formidable players. She sought to procure superior equipment from the masters or to vanquish them outright. Lu Li had fortuitously entered her line of sight. Other guilds were fervently gathering information on Lu Li, primarily aiming to woo him or directly obtain the strategies for the Spider's Nest dungeon from him. At this juncture, Lu Li had gradually approached the mine. The forest harbored numerous mines, and this locale was one among them, teeming with goblins of levels ranging from 8 to 10. Their equipment was questionable. Yet they dropped ample gold, promising a bustling atmosphere in a day or 2. Lu Li did not venture here for monetary gain. While it was feasible, it proved inefficient. And encountering more than 2 goblins would lead to a dire demise. After stealthily wandering for a while, Lu Li finally discovered the NPC he sought in a corner of the mine. Tapu, the explorer and guardian of Shadow Moon Valley, was level 13 and gravely injured. Greetings, fellow kin. I require your assistance, Tapu stated directly, presenting a quest. Notably, Lu Li had secured the first kill in the Spider's Nest with his team, and thus, in the eyes of the NPC, his name bore an additional suffix. Lu Li, the pioneer of the Spider's Nest, akin to a title system, albeit devoid of any attribute enhancements. However, when one's reputation reached a certain threshold, NPCs with quests would proactively offer tasks to him. Although Pioneer was a modest title, It symbolized one's prowess. Certainly, it is my honor. Luli inclined slightly, displaying a level of etiquette far more refined than that of his fellow players. Tap nodded in satisfaction, producing a mask from within his cloak and handing it to Luli. It seems there are peculiar sounds emanating from the depths of the mine. I would appreciate your assistance in investigating. System notification, you have received a quest. Investigate the mine. Quest level, F. Quest reward, 1 silver. It was a rather mundane task, the most elementary of its kind. The reward, though modest, was not particularly generous. Throughout the journey, numerous level 8 goblins traversed the area, while Luli himself was merely at level 4. The crux of the matter lay in the mask he now held. Goblin's disguised mask. This piece of equipment is imbued with a remarkable illusionary magic. Donning it transforms the wearer into a goblin. Upon wearing the mask, Luli instantly morphed into a grotesque goblin soldier, complete with a fearsome goblin head, a robust physique, and tattered leather armor, wielding a crude wooden stick. With the mask in place, he neither concealed himself nor took detours, boldly striding toward a group of goblins. The quintet of goblins merely stared vacantly as he passed by, offering no response whatsoever. Had anyone been present, they would have observed the uniquely confident goblin striding purposefully towards the mine. Along the way, scattered goblins regarded him with indifference. Upon entering the mine, the illumination waned significantly. Within the cavern, goblins were indeed active, though their numbers were far fewer than outside, most laboriously wielding pickaxes in the pursuit of ore, with little clustering observed among them. Luli paid them no heed and pressed onward into the depths. Chapter 18. The exquisite copper mine. He did not come to slay the dog-headed man. In the game of Dawning, players receive experience bonuses for defeating monsters that are 1 to 3 levels higher than themselves, with bonuses ranging from 5 to 15%. However, when the monster's level exceeds the player's by 3 levels, the bonus becomes fixed at 10%. Furthermore, if a monster is more than 3 levels higher, the damage mitigation nearly doubles, rendering the player incapable of inflicting significant damage. Consequently, it is rare for players to engage monsters exceeding their level by 3. This mechanic also serves to prevent affluent players from exploiting the game. A group of players might surround a monster of significantly higher level, waiting until it is nearly defeated before allowing the financially endowed leader to deliver the final blow, thus claiming 20% of the experience. If the bonuses were too generous, such a method of leveling up would be excessively advantageous. The mine was a labyrinthine and low-ceilinged expanse, littered with an assortment of stones and soil, interspersed with some rusted and decrepit ores, all of the lowest tier and quality of copper ore, which could be sold to shops for approximately a single copper coin. This material was burdensome, but Luli paid little heed to such trifling sums. After walking for over a minute, his eyes brightened as he noticed an indentation in the cave wall, seemingly concealing a rectangular object. Nearby, a dog-headed man was vigorously striking the barren cave wall with a mining pick, frequently glancing back at the rectangular object with a sense of urgency. Luli took a few steps back and removed his mask, entering a state of stealth. This dog-headed man was level 9, 5 levels above him. As Luli approached, the creature paused, sensing something amiss, its large head swiveling in search of the source of its unease. Calming his racing heart, Luli stealthily advanced. The ambush was successful. He seized the opportunity for a 4-second stun, rather than employing his most frequently used skill, Shadow Strike, which he had mastered to an 80% completion rate for a 1-second stun effect. Luli opted to utilize the entire 4 seconds for normal attacks. -6, -7, -6. The damage was disheartening. It was worth noting that he was no longer the novice who had just acquired the Supreme Ring. He was now equipped with leather armor and 2 pieces of black iron, alongside 3 bronze items, including a dagger. Under normal circumstances, he should be dealing double-digit damage. Yet the 5-level disparity granted the monster significant damage mitigation. However, this did not imply that Luli was incapable of vanquishing this level 9 common creature. Within mere moments, he had slain the dog-headed man. The experience gain was a robust 300, though he had consumed a basic health potion in the process. As he gently brushed away the dust from the rectangular object in the corner, the cost of his efforts seemed negligible. A treasure chest. Inside, he discovered a handful of coins, 43 copper coins, according to the system's notification. In an elite difficulty dungeon, defeating a boss typically yielded a similar amount of currency, and Luli harbored no dissatisfaction. Low-tier treasure chests usually contained 2 items, and as he explored further, he grasped a circular object. A bracelet. Luli was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy upon discovering that this bracelet was distinct from the wrist guards. While wrist guards were available for all players, the bracelet was exclusively for female players, occupying the wrist guard's position. Its exclusivity rendered it precious. When it comes to gifting a lady, this bracelet carries more prestige than a ring. The Star Mage bracelet, bronze, with an intelligence boost of 4, increases inventory space by 6 slots, requires level 5, and has a durability of 2020. In that moment, Luli felt as if a cascade of coins was showering down upon him. Just a 6-slot backpack would cost 80 silver coins at a general store. Not to mention that the additional inventory space provided by the bracelet does not encroach upon the player's inherent 5 backpack slots. And the intelligence attribute of 4 was simply exhilarating. Priests, mages, warlocks, druids, shamans, all intelligence-oriented classes could utilize it. Furthermore, the equipment boasted an exquisite appearance. The Star Mage, a subclass of mages, was primarily associated with the renowned Grand Star Mage Solarian, a descendant of the Upper Elves, the nobility among nobility, who favored luxurious and finely crafted items. This bracelet embodied that tradition. Although this piece of equipment was not as valuable as the Frost Nova, encountering a lavish spender could easily yield over 2 gold coins. One could imagine the ladies around, gazing at him with longing eyes. How could he refrain from indulging? 60,000 real coins appeared substantial, yet as one reborn, traversing an unconventional path, gathering such funds within a week was entirely feasible. Suppressing his excitement, Luli continued to explore. The cavern surely held more than one treasure chest. He recalled a guide on rogue lockpicking upgrades from his previous life that mentioned many lower-tier chests in this location. Before long, another chest came into view. In Luli's eyes, its dull exterior could not conceal the golden glow it emanated. This time, the chest contained all bronze equipment, one of which was a pair of mage shoes, adding 2 points to intelligence, a decent find that would not be difficult to sell. Another item was an impressive shield for defense warriors, not only providing a significant boost to defense, but also enhancing constitution by 3 points. While this equipment couldn't compare to the earlier bracelet, it still held considerable value. The effectiveness of a team in a dungeon boss fight, in a certain sense, hinged on the MT's health and defense, which could prove decisive. Luli, we've obtained an emerald spider silk. Where are you? I'll have it sent to you, came the voice of the solitary drinker of sorrow. Just send it directly to me. I didn't expect you to clear the dungeon so quickly. And on elite difficulty as well, Luli replied. Items can be mailed from any inn, and the handling fee is merely 5 copper coins, which is hardly a concern. You've disabled your friend feature. Our leader asked me to express gratitude to you. Thanks to your guide. Had it not been for knowing that the stream under the spider bridge enhanced attack and understanding how to defeat the boss, we would have had no idea when we could clear this dungeon. The solitary drinker of sorrow expressed his sincere thanks. How many teams are you sending into the dungeon? Luli inquired. A total of 10 teams, each exceeding level 4, had been deployed. However, only 4 teams managed to successfully clear the challenge. The drop rate for the Emerald Spider Silk was exceedingly low, with only one of the 4 teams acquiring it. Furthermore, the loot from the dungeon was no better than what we had encountered previously, yielding only mediocre equipment. Sad and solitary, the protagonist, Luli, expressed concerns about being suspected of withholding items, leading him to provide an explanation. Such occurrences are entirely normal. Do your best, Luli remarked, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued his search for treasure chests. He discovered that the number of treasure chests within the mine was far less abundant than he had anticipated. Upon thorough inspection, he found merely 3. The refresh time for these 3 chests was an exasperating 24 hours, a practice only the most masochistic would undertake to hone their lockpicking skills. This scenario was, in truth, a remnant of his rebirth. In his previous life, when he ventured into dungeons, the system had undergone several updates. To pacify the rogue players protesting due to the tediousness of lockpicking, the system had increased the number of treasure chests in several locations. Naturally, the loot from such chests was also scarce. The mine was a product of that era, yet now it contained a mere 3 chests. Upon opening the 3rd chest, he retrieved a piece of bronze equipment with average attributes, alongside a copper ore of remarkably high quality, rated at 86 by the system and deemed exquisite. Minerals are classified into 4 tiers: ordinary, superior, exquisite, and perfect. The superior grade is acceptable, while the exquisite grade relies heavily on luck. A fortunate strike might yield a gem, whereas ill fortune could lead to years of fruitless digging. With this exquisite copper ore in hand, Luli was inspired to devise a new plan, seemingly poised to accept a worthwhile quest. Chapter 19. The Bludgeon. However, before embarking on that task, it is imperative to first submit the current assignment. He had thoroughly explored the mine, and the reconnaissance mission had long been completed. A few goblin-like mages were encircling the altar, invoking their deity. Indeed, their god. In the realm of Dawn, goblins are deemed the most despicable of creatures. Yet they fervently believe they are under the protection of the most formidable evil deity, Sarone. Great Sarone, please descend with your supreme radiance and vanquish those haughty elves, chanted the goblin priest. Upon encountering the explorer once more, Luli described the altar, and the system notified him that he had completed the task. Although he considered delaying the submission for a few days to exploit the disguise mask and roam freely within the mine, he regrettably realized that the mask was not devoid of a time constraint. Once night fell, Tap would summon it back. Failing to complete the task would also result in a penalty to his prestige. Fortunately, this task was designated for players at level 8 and above. Thus, the experience awarded to Lu Li, who was only at level 4, was exceedingly generous. Having reached level 4 within the dungeon, he subsequently gained experience from 2 bosses. Completion bonuses and first kill accolades, combined with the experience from undertaking an advanced level 8 task, Lu Li finally ascended to the 5th level. Level 5. The current mainstream level in the game is 4, with only a select few exceptional players possibly reaching level 5. As for level 6 players, Lu Li was only acquainted with Azure Sea Breeze. Even if other leveling enthusiasts existed, their numbers would likely be scant. In pursuit of the Supreme Ring, Lu Li had squandered considerable time, with dungeon runs consuming much of his hours. Traversing the forest to reach the mine was another lengthy endeavor, and searching for treasure chests within the cavern took over an hour. Over the past 2 days, he had spent at least half his time indulging in frivolities. Nevertheless, Lu Li had still managed to join the ranks of high-level players. Wait, my kin, as you can see, I am gravely injured and unable to return to the village. The NPC Tap called out to Lu Li. A sense of dread washed over him. Was there to be a follow-up escort mission? Escort missions are a common task format in Dawn, requiring players to protect a target until it reaches its destination. Along the way, they must contend with encountered monsters, and it is highly likely that narrative NPCs may intervene with lethal intent. The area was teeming with monsters above level 8. Even more troublesome, escort missions are notoriously difficult to decline. Refusing would lead NPCs to perceive the player as neglectful, particularly for a kin like Tap, resulting in a disastrous drop in racial prestige. Esteemed kin, might I entrust you with this letter to be delivered to Captain Carolina of the Moonshadow Valley Sentinels? Fortunately, Tap displayed a modicum of intelligence and did not send Lu Li to his doom. However, the question lingered. When had this letter been pinned under his very nose? After all, it is merely a game. Upon returning to Moonshadow Valley, it was already late. Lu Li first visited the profession minor. The transformation from a level 4 rogue to a level 5 rogue brought about a monumental change in attack capabilities. Mastery of dual daggers. Mastery of dual daggers. Equipping dual daggers grants a 40 increase to physical attack and a 5 boost to the success rate of critical strikes skills. Current level, 1000. Although the offhand attack may not exhibit its full potential at lower levels, it still delivers a substantial 40 damage, particularly in the case of standard attacks. With both daggers whirling through the air, the attack frequency is nothing short of a game-breaking phenomenon. Mastery of dual daggers not only significantly enhances the rogue's offensive capabilities, but also conceals a remarkable attribute, the ability to block. The offhand dagger can be employed to parry enemy attacks, thwarting even certain specific spells. Upon a successful block, the damage inflicted upon the rogue is markedly diminished. However, mastering this skill demands considerable technique and awareness. In addition, there are 2 skills available for learning. The first is Stun Strike, an instant cast skill with a cooldown of 10 seconds that paralyzes the target for up to 20 seconds. This ability can only be used while in stealth and is applicable solely to humanoid targets in a non-combat state. Any action causing damage to the target will awaken them, and only one target can be incapacitated at a time. Current level, 1000. In the near future, there will undoubtedly be a popular post cataloging the most infuriating skills in Dawn. The Rogue's Stun Strike will undoubtedly top the list, with little room for dissent. Imagine being engaged in a quest only to suddenly find yourself immobilized, unable to perform any actions. Could it be that even a virtual game can experience lag? Just as you are reeling from the shock, you notice your health plummeting. Alternatively, it may simply be that the rogue has chosen to toy with you. Depending on their mood, female players in the game often find themselves subjected to such treatment, left to be observed at leisure by the rogue. Of course, one may only gaze innocently at the chest, the hips, the face, but once a hand reaches out to touch or engages in more lecherous actions such as peeping beneath skirts, the system will prompt the female player to take stringent measures. Subsequently, you will find yourself reappearing at the resurrection point. The second skill is Backstab, an instant cast skill with a cooldown of 30 seconds that inflicts 150 weapon damage upon the target when struck from behind. The main hand weapon must be a dagger, and executing this move rewards 1 combo point. Current level, 1000. This skill deals considerable damage, albeit with a somewhat lengthy cooldown. While others may remain oblivious, Luli is well aware that this seemingly ordinary backstab skill is a favored technique for accumulating combo points among rogues. When executed with precision, not only can it unleash devastating damage, but it can also induce a paralysis effect. Having perfected these skills, Luli intends to complete 2 quests available at levels 4 and 5. The Hunter Mentor has issued a task concerning a traitorous pet, claiming that his wolf has betrayed him and requesting players to slay the rogue wolf and bring him its head. The quest offers a commendable experience reward, along with 2 pieces of sustenance that enhance pet loyalty. These can be sold for 1 silver coin each, providing a respectable income. Another task pertains to gathering, specifically the collection of a herb known as silverleaf. This endeavor grants players the opportunity to freely acquire the skill of herbalism, with subsequent characters able to learn the art of potion making it an essential quest for rogue players. Furthermore, the commission from Tap, which is in Luli's possession, must also be submitted. The quest's target, Captain Carolina of the Moonshadow Valley Sentinel, is not located within the village. Rather, she is patrolling outside its confines. While undertaking these 2 tasks, there exists a significant likelihood of encountering her. The gathering task is quite straightforward, as silverleaf is the most common herb. During Luli's search for the defector pet, he swiftly collected the requisite 20 herbs, yet regrettably, he still had not spotted the Sentinel captain. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, prompting Luli to swiftly enter stealth mode and stealthily approach the source of the distress. A towering, ebony wolf was trampling a player, who, after a brief struggle, succumbed and vanished into a wisp of white light. Nearby, a young girl stood frozen in fear, her complexion ashen and pale, paralyzed with terror. Chapter 20. The Monster Hunt, the Betrayed Pet. Upon encountering the mission target, Luli was momentarily taken aback. The creature before him differed vastly from what he had witnessed in his previous life. If the wolf before him could be classified as a giant wolf, then the variant from his past could at most be likened to a small husky. Its health points were astonishingly high. This exemplified the distinction between ordinary monsters and elite templates. It was only reasonable, considering that to enable new players to catch up swiftly with the main cohort. The game had continually diminished the difficulty of lower-level quests through several updates. By the time Luli entered the game, even the traitorous pets could be effortlessly dispatched. Hey, want to team up? It's not easy to take down alone, especially with others around, Luli casually inquired. However, the girl replied, "But my brother." He instead, her brows knitting in distress, her eyes glistening with tears. "It's just a game. Your brother is perfectly fine and will be here shortly." Luli reassured her, sending a party invitation that was promptly accepted by a player named Wadili Ching. Upon glancing at the other party member, he was surprised to find that it was San Yuyu, the lovely girl before him. Who would have imagined that this timid young lady could one day become a top-tier priest? "Please watch over my sister. I'll be there shortly." Wadili Ching was the player who had just been defeated. With 3 players in the party, dealing with an elite monster posed no significant challenge. Wah. You're the mage. Just focus on dealing damage once I engage the monster. San Yuyu, heal when I signal you. Luli commanded without hesitation after a few exchanges. "Don't call me Hua. Mages despise such familiarity," she retorted. "All right, Hua, prepare yourself." Luli whispered as he stealthily approached the monster's rear, executing a surprise attack that stunned the giant wolf. Meanwhile, Wadili Ching initiated her assault. It was evident that she had never tackled a dungeon nor fought an elite monster. She lacked bronze equipment. Her damage output was pitiful. "Is your damage so low because you're using some kind of cheat?" Luli asked, seeing that her skills were outperformed by even a basic attack. "If you give me 1 gold coin, I'll sell you the cheat," she responded. "Just 1 gold coin? Huadi Li Qing seemed thoroughly disappointed. Had Luli asked for a higher price, she might have believed in the existence of cheats, but 1 gold coin? That was hardly worth considering. System notification, backstab skill completion, 65, inflicting 72 weapon damage. Luli successfully executed a new skill, though its effect was rather mediocre, dealing just over 20 points of damage. Observing the uninterrupted combo points, he sighed silently. Indeed, the rogue class underwent a significant transformation upon reaching level 5. But the true determinant of a rogue's ability to rank among the top damage dealers lay in their finishing move. The finishing move consumed combo points and dealt substantial damage to the target. Thus, a rogue's output primarily hinged on the potency of this skill. To speak plainly, with a finishing move at his disposal, Luli could effortlessly eliminate a white-equipped mage like Huadi Li Qing without even needing a critical hit. Heal, Luli commanded. However, you did not lose health, and March Rain looked utterly bewildered. As soon as she finished speaking, she witnessed Luli's health bar plummet drastically. In a flurry of panic, she tapped 3 times to restore it. Luli, unfazed, patiently explained, there exists a common concept in healing known as anticipation. It involves predicting the boss's skills and administering healing before the skill is unleashed. This wolf's attacks are rather ordinary, and its skills are not particularly formidable, otherwise. I would have been down after those 2 consecutive strikes. No wonder. But how can one discern when a creature is about to unleash a skill? March Rain seemed to harbor a deep passion for the priest profession. Typically shy and reticent, she immediately radiated excitement when the topic of professional techniques arose. Generally, only elite template monsters or NPCs possess the capability to cast skills. Such targets exhibit heightened intelligence, with their movements, expressions, and dialogues possessing distinctive references. For instance, just moments ago, the giant wolf let out a prolonged howl, indicative of its skill release, further corroborated by its health bar, which suggested it was fighting for survival. You are remarkably knowledgeable, March Rain paused, more than my brother, even. Huadi Li Qing's expression darkened. Was this fellow attempting to steal his sister away? Do delve into this further. Healing is indeed a test of skill and can often determine the ultimate outcome of a battle. Initially, March Rain had merely held an interest in the priest profession and had never perceived the underappreciated role of a healer as possessing any remarkable attributes. However, after hearing Luli's words, she realized she stood before a mysterious path to greatness. Unbeknownst to Luli, his words had a profound impact on the young girl before him. The defector pet is over here. Hurry up before it gets killed. With this exclamation, several players entered the field of vision. Observing that the giant wolf's health had dwindled to 20%. The appearance of other players caused both Huadi Li Qing and March Rain to pale slightly. Flower, take the giant wolf for a stroll. I'll deal with them first. Luli retreated a couple of steps, vanishing into the shadows, causing the boss's aggro to shift immediately to Huadi Li Qing. They haven't attacked us yet, March Rain murmured softly. It's only a matter of time. Remember, this is a game. After a response in the team channel, Luli's voice faded from her hearing. The newcomers formed a small party comprising a priest, a warlock, a hunter, a mage, and a druid, who appeared to be the main tank based on their health. The druid, versatile in nature, could take on the tank role by transforming into a bear to absorb damage. The group approached with smiles, completely disregarding Luli and his companions. Upon witnessing Luli's disappearance, the mage instructed the druid and hunter to encircle and protect the priest. As long as the priest remained alive, the rogue's attacks would be healed, rendering them a negligible threat. Just after setting up the formation, the mage noticed something amiss with the warlock beside him. The warlock's gaze was vacant, his head swaying as if he had been struck senseless. A blunt blow. The mage promptly began casting a spell, preparing to unleash a blizzard upon his own location and that of the warlock. A devastating area attack that could easily force the rogue into the open. The blizzard was an instantaneous spell, requiring merely a gesture, and was executed with remarkable speed. The mage's reflexes were commendable, and his judgment and response were rather standard. However, he was unfortunate enough to encounter Luli. As he raised his staff, an excruciating pain suddenly struck the back of his head. Swiftly, the damage numbers appeared, -67, -82, -74, a series that left onlookers astounded. For by the time the hunter had knocked an arrow, the mage had already collapsed to the ground. Luli, adorned with 3 pieces of bronze and 2 of black iron, faced a mage who possessed only a single, rather ordinary piece of bronze gear. highlighting a significant disparity in equipment. Moreover, Luli was a level higher than his opponent. The entire sequence of the kill comprised merely 5 basic attacks. Upon the mage's fall, Luli immediately lunged towards the warlock, still in a dazed state. System: Shadow Strike completion 89, inflicting 112 skill damage. Target stunned for 2 seconds. Chapter 21. Slaughter in a mere instant. The unfortunate little warlock was reduced to half health, not to mention being stunned for 2 seconds. With 2 ordinary attacks, the warlock was unable to summon even a minor demon before succumbing to the mage's vengeance. Within the team, the priest, who was supposed to be the healer, raised his staff twice without casting a single spell. His face turned pale as he exclaimed in disbelief, wondering what kind of monstrous rogue this was. His 2 teammates, both at level 4, had not even given him a chance to heal before they fell. Out of 5, 2 had already collapsed in the first confrontation, leaving only a druid, a hunter, and the priest standing. The druid, acting as the main tank, had allocated all his points into stamina to avoid death, rendering his attack power pitifully low. The hunter, lacking a pet and yet to reach level 5 to learn bow mastery, was slow beyond measure. As for the priest, could one truly expect him to wield his staff as a weapon against such foes? "Brother, this is a misunderstanding," the priest cried out. "We are merely passing through." Lee ignored him, picking up the warlock's discarded white robe and gradually fading from sight. The fact that the opponent had entered stealth indicated their intent to pursue them relentlessly. This was a rhythm of total annihilation. The priest, his expression darkening, shouted, "We are all members of the Jinui. We implore you, dear friend, to spare us for the sake of our shared humanity and not provoke unnecessary conflict." Though the name Jinui might sound amusing, those acquainted with the gaming sphere understood the weight it carried. This guild was numerous and thrived on player killing. Being targeted by them was indeed troublesome. Lee tightened his grip on his dagger, inhaling deeply. So it was them, the Jinui. With a flash of cold steel, blood erupted from the hunter's neck. The druid let out a feral roar and charged at Lee, but Lee deftly maneuvered around the hunter to evade the attack. At last, the priest seized an opportunity to cast a spell. The hunter, suffering damage between 35 and 62, found that his healing was insufficient to offset the losses, who claimed that having a priest ensured invincibility. In the face of equipment and skill, all else was mere illusion. Once the hunter was engaged in melee, he could only resort to his close-range weapon, while the druid, hindered by the hunter's presence, could find no opening for his attacks. On the 6th strike, Lee's backstab completion reached merely 50, yet it was still too much for the already grievously injured hunter, who let out a wretched cry before collapsing. "Run!" The priest, in despair, turned to flee. Lee stepped forward, blocking the druid's escape, and plunged both daggers into the bear's head, dispatching the disinterested druid with alarming swiftness. As for the priest, a mere short-legged healer could not hope to escape far. Lee dispatched him with just 2 swift strikes, concluding the battle. The area fell silent once more, leaving only the task of battling the giant wolf. They were indeed of the Jinui, and one would expect some degree of respect. Hua Dili sighed. Even he, having only just entered the game, was aware of the Jinui's fearsome reputation. Having slain members of the Jinui, Lee's eyes burned with intensity, and his grip on the dagger grew ever more fierce, revealing that his emotions were anything but tranquil. In his previous life, he was relentlessly pursued by several guilds, among which the Jinui was particularly notable. In an effort to secure funds for his sister's medical treatment, he enlisted the help of a friend to act as an intermediary, intending to humbly apologize to a high-ranking member of the Jinui. He even promised to publicly express his contrition on the forum. However, to his dismay, the Jinui members feigned agreement, only to ambush him in a deadly trap upon their meeting. He never understood how he had offended this guild, remaining oblivious until his last breath. If there were to be any hatred, the Jiangnan Nobility Guild would take the first place, with the Jinui following closely behind. Those unfortunate souls had no inkling that the mere mention of the Jinui sealed their fates. Anyone encountering a member of the Jinui would undoubtedly find themselves swiftly dispatched by Luli. In this life, he chose to play as a rogue, a decision influenced by such past experiences. While rogues may not be the strongest in PK, in terms of explosive killing power and mobility, they were certainly unmatched. The traitorous pet, a giant wolf with scant health, fell to the ground after he vented his frustrations upon it. The elite monsters in the wilderness were not as formidable as those found in dungeons, yet fortune smiled upon him this time, yielding a piece of bronze equipment along with 3 severed heads of the traitorous pets. As this was merely a game, The mechanics did not extend to players physically severing the heads of wolves. "We only collect quest items. We shall leave the equipment," murmured Marchrain timidly. Unable to meet Lu Li's gaze, thoroughly intimidated by him, uncertain if nightmares would haunt her that night. "This belongs to a priest. You may take it," Lu Li said, as he picked up the quest item with an indifferent expression. "PK is a common occurrence in this game. We should leave quickly. Many members of the Jinyui will soon arrive, and they won't be able to find you since you did not engage in battle." The siblings, Hua Di and Li Qing, felt slightly embarrassed. Without Lu Li, they would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed by the monsters. "Brother Lu Li, aren't you leaving?" he was asked. "I still need to find an NPC to turn in a quest," Lu Li replied. "Which NPC? We've explored this area thoroughly." Marchrain hesitated, reluctant to leave. Hoping to contribute in some way despite her aversion to PK, Captain Carolina of the Moonshadow Valley Sentinels, Lu Li stated. "Carolina? I indeed saw her earlier by the creek, tending to her mount. If you head west along the main road, you should catch up with her. Let us add each other as friends. We can play together sometime," Lu Li said as he stowed the quest items into his backpack, gradually slipping into the shadows. "Goodbye," Marchrain called after him as she watched him vanish. "Next time, I won't hold you back." "All right, if you grow stronger, I'll take you to a dungeon next time," Lu Li's voice echoed from afar, fading into silence. A gentle breeze swept through the grass, smoothing over the footprints he left behind, while the delicate yellow flowers danced in the wind, leaving no trace of his passage. "Oh dear," Hua Di exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Speaking of dungeons, could it be that Brother Lu Li is the one who achieved the first kill of the spider nest? It must be him. No wonder his equipment is so exceptional and his skills so extraordinary. Is the disparity truly that significant?" Marchrain paused momentarily, but soon regained her composure. "I shall excel as the priest, destined to become the foremost priest of dawn." Occasionally, silverleaf clovers could be spotted along the roadside. Yet Lu Li refrained from stooping to gather them, instead opting for swift stealth as he sought the NPC to complete his quest before returning to hunt down those well-dressed players engaged in their tasks. His equipment was formidable, yet it did not guarantee immunity from death. A determined squad could easily ensnare him, leading to his demise. However, Lu Li understood better than anyone. True mastery arises from the crucible of battle. In the game of Dawn, player versus player encounters held immense significance. No expert could hone their skills merely by slaying NPCs. Carolina rode gracefully upon a white leopard, sauntering along the path, accompanied by several players in her wake. Renowned among the elven race for her beauty, Carolina possessed an exquisite figure, clad only in minimal leather armor that covered her most vital areas. Many admirers, enchanted by her allure, flocked to her, with countless infatuated souls lingering throughout the day, doing naught but gaze upon her. Yet, beauty aside, the temperament of the elven maiden was far from amiable. Those who encircled her or impeded her path would face instant demise, with their lost experience points doubling upon death. "Milady, I bring tidings of Tap," Lu Li announced, stepping forth before Carolina, placing one hand upon his chest, his expression grave as he performed the customary elven greeting. In the presence of a higher-ranking elf, courtesy would yield favorable outcomes. "Oh, a rogue, is it? It has been several days since I last saw Tap. How fares he?" Under the watchful gaze of numerous players, Carolina not only refrained from eliminating the obstructing individual, but also inclined her body slightly from her mount, her voice resonating melodiously like a lark. Chapter 22. 10 Steps to Slay a Man. Regrettably, I must inform you that one of our kin has encountered difficulties. He entrusted me with a letter for you. Lu Li produced the missive given to him by Tap, endeavoring to articulate his thoughts in a manner befitting a game. In a previous life, many adept players claimed that interacting with NPCs in such a manner maximizes their approval, thereby yielding additional quest clues and more substantial rewards. For instance, an NPC might possess both a piece of black iron equipment and a silver item, both of which could serve as quest rewards. To them, these items are mere refuse. Yet to players, they represent a qualitative distinction. Carolina's gaze lingered momentarily on Lu Li's fingers before she unsealed the letter. It was astonishing that the lowly kobolds could inflict harm upon Tap. It seemed that the altar in the mines had summoned something else. "Rogue, would you be willing to assist me?" "Esteemed lord, I shall heed your command," Lu Li replied without hesitation, fully aware that this endeavor might lead to complications. Others might perceive Carolina merely as a sentinel captain, a beautiful Faade of the Night Elves, dismissing her ability to issue worthwhile quests. However, Lu Li having been reborn, held a different perspective. In a future iteration of the game, 2 years hence, the Orcish Legion would march upon the Whispering Forest, seeking to lay siege to Darnassus, only to encounter the Sentinel Squad of Shadowmoon Valley. This trio, seemingly ephemeral, obliterated the entire Orcish force. Carolina summoned the Moon Goddess, Elun, the deity revered by the Night Elves and many other races, is one of the few true deities amidst a plethora of demigods and demons that populate the lore of the game. Were it not for Elun's aversion to bloodshed, not a single orc would have emerged from the Whispering Forest that day. Interestingly, the supreme ring Luli possessed was forged from divine power by the demigod Cenarius, the son of the Moon Goddess. Some speculate that Carolina is, in fact, Tyrant Whisperwind, the illustrious leader of the Night Elves and wife to the great druid Malfurion. A claim that the official narrative neither confirms nor denies. With a smile, Carolina addressed Luli. My subordinate is in peril, alas. I am bound by duty and unable to rescue him. Could you venture forth and bring him back for me? System, accept quest, the Moon Priestess's entreaty. Proceed to the Kobold Mine and retrieve the Explorer Tap from Shadowmoon Valley. Quest duration, 24 hours. Quest reward, unknown. Without hesitation, Luli bowed. By the Moon Goddess, esteemed priestess, as a member of the Elven race, I shall strive with all my might. This task was indeed formidable, for Luli was but level 5. Tasked with confronting creatures of levels 8 to 10, while traversing a jungle teeming with monsters. Yet, it was not a path without hope. This was not a dungeon but the wilderness, and he could seek allies to assist him. Confronting Luli, Carolina uttered a series of enigmatic phrases in an ancient elven tongue before departing with an air of inscrutable profundity. Luli respectfully retreated a couple of steps, his form gradually fading as he melded into the shadows. The spot where he had stood was soon inundated with arrows and magic. It was inevitable, after such a delay. The Jean Iway had already received word of his presence with Carolina. While Carolina was present, these individuals dared not strike. However, once she departed, all pretense of civility evaporated. A dozen members of the Jean Iway sprang into action, and Luli seized the moment to escape, illustrating the adage that higher wisdom often surpasses brute force. Had he lingered for just a couple of seconds longer, he would have undoubtedly met with swift demise. Although he was not a professional thief in his previous life, his extensive experience with player-versus-player combat had endowed him with the finesse needed for evasion skills. Spread out and search for him, but proceed with caution. The moment he shows his face, we must unleash a concentrated assault, commanded the officer, directing his men while loudly warning the surrounding players. Those who wish to avoid death should keep their distance from the Genie way. Insane. Does he think he has traversed into another world? Muttered a bystander, his voice barely audible, heard only by a few nearby. Enough of your grumbling. Let us make our exit quickly. The Genie way are notoriously ruthless. Be wary, or we might end up as collateral damage. Uncertain of what had provoked the ire of these enforcers, many spectators anticipated a grim fate for the rogue, with a mixture of amusement and occasional sympathy directed towards Luli. With so many searching, it was only a matter of time before he would be discovered. One eager onlooker murmured, I wager this rogue 1T last 5 minutes. Indeed, if we're to wager, let us at least bet on how long it will take for this rogue to meet his end. Remarkably, the enthusiast produced a copper coin to commence betting. No one harbored any belief that Luli could emerge victorious, let alone escape. Meanwhile, over 20 members of the Jean Iway had arrived, brandishing their weapons and forming a dense formation, intent on uncovering the rogue who had recently vanished. After a full 2 minutes, just as the Jean Iway players were on the verge of losing patience, a scream erupted from behind a large tree. A few nearby players rushed over only to find a lifeless body disintegrating into data. They exchanged bewildered glances and attempted to unleash their skills in the vicinity, but to no avail. Look, over there, exclaimed an excited bystander, pointing in a direction for his companions to observe. His comrades turned to see a warlock player standing motionless with his head bowed, while a rogue behind him brandished a dagger. Blood sprang forth as a critical strike eliminated the warlock in an instant. The entire execution transpired in less than 10 seconds. This brief interval had given the Jean Iway players ample time to ascertain Luli's location, spotting an approaching rogue from his own faction. Luli smiled faintly and moved to meet him. With his stealth skill on cooldown, both rogues engaged in a direct clash, foregoing stealth. System notification, successful block. Damage received from the opponent reduced by 50. The Shadow Strike skill was executed with an 81 completion rate, inflicting 92 of its potential damage, leaving the target stunned for 1 second. As the skill concluded, the dagger was retracted. During this retraction, the blade descended, and with a gentle tug, a crimson line appeared on the back of the unfortunate rogue. Before the motion was fully completed, Lu Li's wrist flicked, transforming the downward thrust into a horizontal slash, resulting in yet another crimson mark. Within that fleeting second of stun, 3 normal attacks were unleashed, and when the beleaguered rogue regained consciousness, he merely felt a chill in his throat before staggering and collapsing to the ground. Lu Li swiftly seized the fallen equipment, and with a determined stomp, he rolled away, vanishing before he could fully regain his footing. The previously murmuring onlookers fell into silence, most of them wearing expressions of disbelief as they gazed at the rogue, who had only managed a single attack that was deftly parried, gradually dissipating into a wisp of white light, heading towards the resurrection point. In the same profession, could the disparity between a master and an ordinary player be so profound? This astonishment was beyond words. While it was universally acknowledged that skilled players were formidable, witnessing it firsthand evoked a far greater sense of awe. The commander of the Imperial Guards bellowed orders. Mages, summon a blizzard. Warlocks, cast your charms at once. Use your charge skills without hesitation. And rogues, go stealth and await your opportunity. Minutes passed, and the tension-riddled Imperial Guard players began to show signs of impatience. As did the surrounding spectators. Could it be that the rogue had managed to escape undetected? Chapter 23. Instructional video. Even though Lu Li had secretly departed, no one dared to say he was in the wrong. In the game of Dawn, the distinctive characteristics of thieves have long been a subject of debate. However, most would reluctantly concede that a certain degree of sneakiness is indeed a hallmark of this profession. 10 steps to kill a man, not leaving a trace for 1,000 miles. The former speaks to the explosive power of the thief, while the latter highlights their unparalleled agility. If you have the guts, come out. What does it mean to be a coward? Step forth and face me in single combat. Go back home and drink your milk. Stop pretending to be tough here. The players of the Imperial Guards shouted in fury, yet no one paid them any mind, not Lu Li, nor the surrounding players. Minutes passed, and the thief remained elusive. Perhaps he had already fled while these individuals foolishly searched. They would be better off spectating the unfolding drama with Carolina. The onlookers had witnessed quite the spectacle and departed with laughter, leaving the Imperial Guards in a state of humiliation and frustration, yet utterly powerless. They could not afford to squander time. Leveling up was paramount in the early stages of the game. It was time to retreat. A solitary player posed little threat, and they could seek their chance for revenge another day. As the team leader, one must always speak with poise. The ranks of the Imperial Guards had swelled to 30 or 40, yet they had not even grazed the hem of Lu Li's clothing, rendering their efforts a source of ridicule. Everyone had grown weary of this fruitless endeavor. Upon hearing the command to retreat, they promptly summoned their return stones. The return stones required a 15-second casting time and had a cooldown of 30 minutes, enabling players to return to their bound villages and cities. The luminous glow of the return stones radiated throughout the area, signaling the failure of this ambush. Before the team leader's eyes, the scenery shifted, ultimately settling on the structures nestled within the trees of Shadow Moon Valley. After a moment of relaxation, fatigue set in. He rubbed his forehead and sighed, acknowledging this as a dismal failure. Upon hearing that members of his guild had been slain in the wild, particularly at the hands of Lu Li, who had claimed the first kill in the dungeon, he hastily organized those nearby to seek vengeance, intending to establish his guild's reputation before other players. What if he had secured the first kill in the dungeon? The Imperial Guards would not suffer a favorable fate. With such an achievement, one would certainly possess superior equipment, and defeating him might yield coveted loot. If not this time, they could always attempt again. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? Just as he was musing over the lessons of this failure, a sudden scream erupted from within the team. It was the thief. He had not left. Help! I can't move. Damn it, my return was interrupted. Everyone, hold on, come help me. 3 players were ensnared, one was struck unconscious, another ambushed, and the last kicked, all thwarting their attempts to return. The others were far too slow to react and successfully made their way back to Shadow Moon Valley. What kind of nonsense was this? Is it truly permissible to play like this? A multitude of Imperial Guards stood densely clustered at the teleportation point, and in a novice village like Shadow Moon Valley, such a display was enough to intimidate ordinary players. However, today, a chill permeated their hearts. The very numbers they took pride in proved ineffective. Despite the presence of several self-proclaimed elites, They could no longer claim mastery in the face of the thief before them. This was the true embodiment of skill. Earlier, he had dispatched an entire squad and then, right under the noses of dozens, eliminated 3 more. We don't want to play with you anymore. That is not an option. If you wish to leave, you must first seek the approval of this master. Luli retained 3 mages, disregarding one incapacitated by a sneak attack, while focusing on the player he was currently engaged with. It was imperative that he conclude the battle before the player, stunned for 20 seconds, regained consciousness. Prior to reaching level 10 and acquiring the blink skill, mages possessed minimal mobility. When faced with melee players, escape was a futile hope, and they could only fight back directly. What puzzled Luli was the apparent helplessness of his opponent, who, in a flurry of confusion, seemed incapable of retaliating. The disruption during the teleportation had left the attacked player entirely disoriented, unable to formulate a response amidst the onslaught. In 6 seconds, as the second player regained consciousness and cast Frostbolt, Luli dispatched the first mage. The ice bolt struck Luli, erupting in a flurry of white frost, inflicting -35 damage and applying a 20 movement speed debuff. This was inconsequential, as the distance was short. Luli effortlessly closed in on the mage, his dagger piercing like a serpent into the opponent's chest, and in the next instant, he seemed to vanish, rolling to the side. Shadow Strike. The mage, who had just completed conjuring another Frostbolt, suddenly found Luli absent from view, only to feel a sharp stab at the back of his neck, interrupting his spell and plunging him into a state of dizziness. The stunned mage was quick-witted enough to realize his predicament the moment the disorientation began to fade, preparing to strike as soon as he regained consciousness. Unfortunately for him, he faced Luli, who seemed to anticipate his every move. Just as the mage turned, Luli had already stepped behind him. Exposing one's back to a rogue was one of the most foolish ways to meet one's demise. After eliminating his target, Luli immediately entered stealth. The newly awakened player, filled with anxiety, waved his staff frantically while retreating, pleading, "Don't come any closer, don't come any closer." A few seconds later, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the direction of his retreat, and the ambush skill was successfully executed, stunning the player for 4 seconds. The outcome was already beyond doubt. Luli swiftly dispatched the terrified youth, collected the fallen equipment, and vanished into the shadows. This time, he truly departed. Though it may seem that a considerable amount of time has passed, in reality, it was less than a minute when Luli interrupted the return of 3 players and dispatched them on the spot. The teleportation point revealed 3 unfortunate latecomers from the Imperial Guards, their faces etched with despair, lost in their thoughts. The others remained stoic. Not a single soul dared to suggest reclaiming their lost honor. The team leader glanced around at his companions and, shaking his head, declared, "Let it go for today. Everyone, return to leveling up and completing tasks. Just steer clear of that rogue. Opportunities will abound in the future. Please make sure to gather information about him." The morale had waned, and further engagement would only lead to further humiliation. "Boss, look at the forum," someone exclaimed just as they were about to disperse. A heaviness settled in the team leader's heart. How swiftly the news had spread. The forum of the game, accessible directly within the game environment, could be summoned with a simple command, bringing forth a reading screen. Currently, the hottest thread was surging in clicks at an astonishing rate of over 1,000 per second. The daring god-level rogue of Shadow Moon Valley, accompanied by a tutorial video. Chapter 24. Enchantment Today. An extraordinary PK event transpired in Shadow Moon Valley. While PK incidents are commonplace, what unfolded today was truly remarkable. The original poster, along with several companions, was admiring the enchanting NPC Carolina when suddenly, 41 elite players from the Brocade Guard Guild materialized, targeting an unnamed rogue. In an unprecedented 1 versus 41 scenario. Under the watchful gaze of many, the God-tier rogue dispatched 3 adversaries, sustaining minimal damage of less than 100 hit points, before gracefully making his exit. The original poster witnessed this spectacle firsthand, left utterly astounded, and his hands trembled as he typed this post. Fortunately, he had been recording while capturing Carolina, allowing him to document the entire scene in its completeness. It is said that this rogue's skill is extraordinary, every move worthy of being a lesson for others, and he invites the esteemed members of the forum to critique his performance. A video link accompanied the post, and upon clicking, it showcased footage of the Brocade Guard players before their return. Within mere seconds of uploading, comments began to flood in. First floor, silently watching. "I was deeply shaken after viewing the original poster video," Could this possibly be the result of some synthesized special effects? Second floor. Those who seize my second floor are surely not of good character. Third floor. The vanguard of the Qin Empire Guild is recruiting brothers from the video. Please add me as a friend. Annual salaries are comparable to those of first-tier guild elders, where we are all steadfast and valiant, striving for dominance in the dawn. Fourth floor. The scoundrels of the Brocade Guard have their day of reckoning. How exhilarating. 68th floor. Water Sprite, the individual in the video. Would you care to meet for a duel? 71st floor. Storm Warrior, Water Sprite, I adore you. 72nd floor. Interstellar Drifter, I possess a car, a house, and appliances, with savings exceeding 8 figures. I seek the 68th floor to be my girlfriend. 73rd floor. Neighboring Old Wong, Water MM, how many would you like? 3 or 4, count me in. 320th floor. Coca-Cola, the original poster's video is incomplete. There is even more thrilling content. Please visit my thread. Cunning is the way, the ultimate rogue's journey. As the thread progressed, the comments became increasingly erratic, yet many discerning individuals engaged, including renowned rogue players such as Midnight Phantom, Blood Dagger, and Long Regret, who all praised Luli's techniques and positioning. The forum erupted further when the top rogue and goddess-level player, Water Sprite, issued a challenge, making this post a sensation throughout the entire forum. The players of the Brocade Guard became the butt of the joke, unable to hold their heads high for quite some time, due to Luli's infrequent appearances, swift movements. In the distance of the video recording, no one had clearly seen his face, and he remained known as the Nameless Rogue for an extended period, unbeknownst to him. After leaving the scene, Luli returned to Shadowmoon Village. To avoid being tracked, he maintained stealth until he entered the Dwarven blacksmith shop, where he finally revealed himself. A stealthy rogue, are you here to steal something? Dwarven blacksmiths are a common sight in the game, as their forging skills have reached remarkable heights, however. In a place like Shadowmoon Valley, only Kum stands alone, with no other competitors in sight. The other blacksmith shops in Shadowmoon Valley are operated entirely by members of the elf race. Master Kum, you have misunderstood. Luli stepped forward and bowed respectfully to the dwarf. Humph, disingenuous elf, I have nothing that would suit your needs, Kum retorted. As the walls of his blacksmith shop were adorned with heavy weapons and shields, a statement that held some truth. I have heard that you have encountered some difficulties in your research, so I have brought you a piece of high-quality copper ore, Luli said, as he skillfully revealed a fine copper ore obtained from a treasure chest, gently placing it upon Kum's workbench. High-quality copper ore? Kum scoffed disdainfully. What high-quality copper could possibly come from the barren Whispering Forest? Since being assigned to this wretched place, I have not laid eyes upon even a single piece of quality ore. Though his words dripped with disdain, he reached out with his robust hand to grasp the dull copper piece. Ah, Kum exclaimed, surprised by the texture of the copper, hastily picking up a magnifying glass to examine it closely. Quality 86, which is considered a rather decent fine grade, or, Luli remarked. You do possess a discerning eye. Kum gripped the copper tightly, evidently quite pleased. It was unnecessary to mention that the system directly informed players of the ore's grade. No such remark could be made to an NPC. With a smile, Luli retrieved a dagger from his backpack. Master, I can gift you this piece of ore, provided that you enchant my weapon. Enchanting involves the use of magic by enchanters to bestow temporary or permanent enhancements to weapons, armor, and other equipment. Luli was unsure if Kum was the only enchanter in Shadowmoon Valley, but according to his research, Kum was the only one willing to assist players. What an astonishing little fellow, you actually know about enchanting. Kum expressed his surprise. It is a great art, a divine gift, Luli patiently flattered. In truth, very few players had even heard of the term enchanting, as the official website only listed crafting professions such as blacksmithing, alchemy, tailoring, and gathering, herbalism, mining, skinning. Other professions such as enchanting, jewel crafting, inscription, engineering, and cooking would only be introduced in the next game system update. When players ventured into larger cities, they would encounter enchanters, who charged exorbitant prices to enhance their equipment with varying attributes, whether good or bad. Luli's flattery made Kum feel rather comfortable. The elf before him seemed less detestable. Taking the dagger, Kum flicked it lightly with his finger. The craftsmanship of the elves, mere trinkets lacking true utility. Kiss of the Mother, bronze damage 8 to 15, agility 2. Equipment requirement level 3, durability 1818. This weapon boasts commendable attributes. A bronze weapon available at level 3 is hardly considered prestigious among dwarves. Luli offered no rebuttal, merely displaying an embarrassed smile. Master Combe, could you breathe new life into it? Of course, I am not merely a dwarven blacksmith, but also a rather exceptional enchanter. With Kazgros above, your generosity is truly admirable. Luli bowed in gratitude, successfully enticing the dwarf to make a promise. Dwarves take pride in their reputation. Having made such a boast, he would not retract it, especially since Luli provided the ore needed for his research, and his request was not unreasonable. He retrieved a collection of assorted items from behind the workbench, arranging them around the dagger according to specific protocols. Kum's hands glimmered with a spectrum of colors as his fingers traced intricate paths, transforming into runes that flew towards the dagger and merged with it. After a while, Kum exhaled, lifting the dagger and presenting it to Luli. Given the lack of quality materials, this is the best I could achieve. Kiss of the Mother, black iron damage 10 to 22, agility 4. Special effect. There is a certain probability upon hitting the target to inflict poison. Dealing 20 damage per second for 5 seconds. Equipment requirement level 5, durability 30-30. My goodness, in the blink of an eye, a sparrow has transformed into a phoenix. Bronze has directly become black iron. To claim there were no good materials, what caliber of enchanter is this old fellow? I have never heard of enchantments capable of altering the tier of equipment. Luli expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Master Combe, this is the finest dagger I have ever seen. The magnificence of the enchantment is truly astonishing. Chapter 25, The Book of Egwin Enchanting. Alas, this art has fallen into decline, the elderly dwarf lamented. His expression one of profound sorrow, as if Luli's words had stirred some painful memories. But there are still many who understand the craft. And an increasing number of enchanters are emerging across the continent. Master, you are not alone, Luli reassured him. The enchanters, Kum shook his head. They have desecrated the art of enchanting. They have dishonored our ancestors. Luli found himself perplexed by these remarks. His previous life had offered no insights into the peculiarities of dwarven culture. Yet, years of gaming experience hinted that this could be an opportunity. Master, I confess I do not fully grasp your meaning. I am but a young elf, with limited understanding. Perhaps it was the weight of long-held sentiments or Luli's humble demeanor that softened Kum's heart towards the young elf, for he chose not to remain cryptic and continued. The history of enchanting is said to derive from ancient magicians, evolving over millennia into a structured discipline. However, modern sorcerers prioritize practicality, striving to extract maximum utility from minimal resources. Their approach is misguided. As the quality of materials has diminished, enchanting has increasingly become an inconsequential endeavor. The fall from grace has tarnished the glory of the craft, which is indeed regrettable, Luli murmured, uncertain of what further to say. In the early days, the materials required for enchanting were so precious that they could not be widely utilized. Subsequently, mages devised more economical formulas and simpler gestures, leading to the gradual democratization of enchanting, while the ancient methods fell into obscurity. It is difficult to discern which was better or worse, yet before Kum, those lazy and convenience-seeking mages were deemed despicable degenerates. Young elf, I thank you for listening to my tales of yore. As one ages, one tends to become somewhat unyielding. Kum admitted, the weight of years evident upon him. The longevity of dwarves does not shield them from the ravages of time. It is my privilege. You are a great enchanter, deserving of respect, Luli said earnestly. In his previous life, he had never encountered an enchanter who could elevate the tier of equipment solely through enchanting. Time washes away all remnants of dust. It is uncertain how many legacies of ancient enchanters still linger on the continent. Elf, are you willing to follow my path and carry it forward? Kum's eyes held a glimmer of resignation mingled with hope. While Luli could not entirely fulfill his expectations, he found himself to be the most suitable candidate available. This situation had exceeded all expectations. Luli had come merely to enchant his dagger, never anticipating such a task would arise. A rare life skill. To hesitate now would be sheer folly, and he declared with conviction, "It is my honor. I am willing to dedicate my youth to this cause." The mention of youth seemed to resonate with the old dwarf, causing the last vestige of resignation in his eyes to dissipate completely. He gestured for Luli to wait a moment, then, with a slow gait, he shuffled into the inner chamber of the blacksmith's workshop, returning shortly with a thick ancient tome in hand. A master sorcerer entrusted this tome of enchantment to my grandfather, who then passed it down to me. And now I bequeath it to you, elf, with the hope that it will accompany you through countless desolate years. The dwarf handed the ancient book to Luli, as if relinquishing a burden of immense weight. and his demeanor lightened considerably. System, you have acquired the Book of Egwin, special. By possessing it, you will learn the ancient art of enchantment. The book is aged yet intact, its cover unadorned, with merely a string of engraved words in the lower right corner of the first page. I have always been loyal solely to myself. Every choice I have made is a result of my own volition, a manifestation of free will. I have never been enslaved or coerced by anyone or anything, not even by the divine. I may bow in admiration and respect, but never in submission. Magna Egwin. Such a formidable declaration. Egwin. Luli was utterly astounded. He had speculated which master of the history of Dawn might have left behind this book of enchantment, but he never anticipated it would be Egwin. To describe Egwin as merely powerful would be a gross understatement. She, indeed, stands as the most formidable sorceress in history, as the mightiest guardian of the Kirin Tor. She traversed the land to vanquish demons in her quest to protect this continent, even defeating the most formidable boss of Dawn, the Dark Titan Sargeras, reputed as the source of evil, with the aid of the blue dragonflight, sealing his corpse beneath the abyss, in the hearts of players. This sorceress is akin to an invincible champion, great and immortal. Yet, such greatness and immortality did not endure. Egwin, in her hubris, refused to continue heeding the commands of the Kirin Tor. She sought to pass on her immortal power to her descendants and, after much deliberation, reluctantly chose the talented court mage Nezul Elrond as her partner. Together, they bore a son, Mediv, who would prove to be even greater yet more controversial. The Book of Egwin bears no attributes, and aside from enchantment, it possesses nothing else, yet it will undoubtedly live up to Egwin's illustrious name. Naturally, when Luli opened this tome, he discovered not only formidable enchantment formulas but also the astonishing material requirements that left him in awe. He finally understood why the ancient art of enchantment had fallen into obsolescence. Regrettably, he was not a mage. Otherwise, this extraordinary artifact could have realized even greater potential. Upon reflection, Luli's ring was a gift from the demigod Cenarius, and now he possessed an item from the veritable goddess Egwin. No one could have anticipated that a novice village like Shadowmoon Valley harbored such myriad secrets. In truth, Dawn is replete with mysteries, scattered throughout every corner of the continent. With hidden heroes of every race quietly existing within villages, Luli recognized that he was not substantially ahead. He was not the only one with extraordinary equipment. However, he knew more than others, and was all the more diligent. After bidding farewell to the dwarf Cum, Luli departed from the blacksmith shop and completed his quests, particularly the one involving the collection of Silverleaf. The reward for completing tasks is indeed the art of alchemy. This craft allows the creation of various potions, which are essential for any player. However, for solitary rogue players, alchemy is indispensable. A particular branch of this art, known as poison crafting, enables the concoction of diverse toxins that, when applied to daggers, inflict additional damage during attacks. Some rare poisons can even impose detrimental effects on adversaries, such as diminishing their movement speed, inducing paralysis, or reducing their healing efficacy, among other effects. From dawn until dusk, with over 12 hours spent online without food or rest. Claiming to be unwearied would be a falsehood. After mastering alchemy, Luli intended to log off, when suddenly, a magnificent golden text illuminated the world channel. The system announced, under the leadership of the indifferent players, the team of Kapokin, Nightless, and Tranquil Waters has set a new record for the Spider's Nest Elite, with a current record time of 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 32 seconds. Chapter 26 surprises. Luli was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. It seemed these individuals were indeed capable of completing the instance, though the ability to improve the record by several minutes was rather unexpected. Those featured on the small screen, referring to the less prominent display of achievements, were not merely casual players. They belonged to one of the most renowned guilds in the gaming community, the Scarlet Battle Flag. This guild ranked 3rd in China and 9th globally, and it was said that the guild leader was a retired soldier, with most members also being veterans. Had it not been for their overly stringent recruitment criteria, their ranking could have been even higher. For Luli, breaking the instance record held little significance, as it merely resulted in acquiring another piece of bronze equipment. In contrast, the larger guilds were willing to exchange 10 pieces of equipment for the opportunity to enhance their guild's reputation. Donmal, the instance commander of the Scarlet Battle Flag, was a revered figure in the realm of PV, while Yiwu was a celebrity within the guild, a master in PK. Except for the novice Xiaobai, everyone recognized his identity. Their appearance on the screen equated to the prominence of the scarlet battle flag itself. It was curious, however, why the top-ranking Glory City and the second-ranking Jiangnan nobles lagged so far behind. Perhaps they had purchased their strategies, but Lu Li was indifferent. He had already suggested that his teammates handle the matter as they wished, naturally allowing them to sell the information for profit. Having originally planned to log off due to a waning interest in the situation, Lu Li promptly exited the game. Upon removing his headset, he was startled to find his sister, Lu Xian, gazing at him with a mix of annoyance and affection. It had been a while since he had seen the little girl, akin to a feisty kitten in her anger, which brought back fond memories. "Brother, you've played all day." A glance at the untouched plate of egg-fried rice on the table revealed the evidence of his neglect. Lu Li reached out to ruffle her hair. "I'm sorry, little one. I promise to eat on time from now on. By the way, Xian, I made some money in the game." "Really?" The little girl was immediately captivated. It was not her fault for being materialistic. The Lu siblings had never concealed their desire for wealth, having grown up in a humble household. "More valuable than gold." "You're lying." The girl pouted. "I heard from some classmates who play this game that it's really hard to earn money in it. Does anyone at your school still play games?" Lu Li felt a twinge of guilt. He lacked the means to provide his sister with a better living environment, forcing her to attend a school in a poor district, known for its subpar education and safety issues. Like him, she had joined a studio to earn coins, receiving a monthly stipend of 800. "Brother, can I play the game too?" The little money grubber's eyes sparkled at the mention of money. Due to the exorbitant cost of gaming headsets, the number of gold farmers recruited by various gaming guilds remains insufficient. It is anticipated that following the third system update, the price of these headsets will plummet tenfold, heralding an era where the masses engage in gold farming. The impoverished will find that they can sustain themselves easily through this endeavor. "No, this won't do." Lu Li shook his head. "Why not? I want to play games too." Lu Xian protested. "Once you grow up, you can play. Don't be upset. I'll take you out for something delicious," Lu Li reassured his sister, gently taking her hand and guiding her outside. Lu Xian was certainly not barred from gaming, but Lu Li would never permit his sister to toil as a gold farmer, earning meager rewards for arduous work. She deserved to truly experience the joy of gaming. Their residence was nestled in a narrow alley, densely populated despite its size. Some humorously referred to this slum-like structure as a dog hole, merely a place to shelter. Lu Xian was exceptionally beautiful and charming, while Lu Li, youthful and strong, often lent a hand with chores. Most neighbors greeted the siblings warmly upon seeing them. "Hey, Lu Li, why didn't you come to pick up Xian today?" An elderly man, carrying a basin to dispose of dirty water, called out boisterously upon noticing Lu Li. "Hello, Uncle Zhao? I had something else to attend to today," Lu Li replied. "That won't do," Uncle Zhao interjected, his tone stern. "Do you not realize how dangerous our area is? If not for me, who knows what might have happened to Xian. Such a delicate girl shouldn't be walking alone." This was not an exaggeration. The insecurity of the impoverished district was beyond the imagination of most. Lu Li turned in surprise. Xian, have those thugs from the dump been following you again? Why didn't you tell me?" Lu Xian lowered her gaze, a hint of guilt in her tone. "I didn't have the chance to mention it. From now on, keep a close watch on your sister. You should know." The girl from East Alley was nearly harmed, if it weren't for someone. The elder's admonitions were somewhat tedious, but stemmed from genuine concern, and Lu Li sincerely thanked him. After bidding farewell to Uncle Zhao, Lu Li led Lu Xian out of the alley and around the corner towards the direction of the dump. "Brother, please don't act rashly." "I'm fine, really. Don't confront them. If someone gets hurt, you could end up in jail," Lu Xian urged, gripping her brother's arm tightly. Reluctantly, Lu Li decided against seeking confrontation, realizing that perhaps he had indeed been too lenient a few days prior. That gang had healed far too quickly. "If we're not going to confront them, let us go eat. Tomorrow is the weekend. We can search for a new place to move. Initially, I intended to settle the debt with the Xingyue Guild first, and then save enough to rent a better place. However, given the current circumstances, it might be wise to relocate sooner." Lu Xian's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother, you really made some money?" Lu Li playfully tapped her smooth forehead. "Clever girl. Do you think I would deceive you? I truly earned a significant amount this time. Just tell me what you want to eat, and we shall indulge ourselves." After finishing his meal and freshening up, Lu Li promptly entered the game. This week, he was not only tasked with settling the penalty fees, but also needed to amass enough funds for his impending move. it was imperative that he exert himself. With merely 2 hours remaining until nightfall within the game, and the treasure chest at Moonlit Lake yet to respawn, Luli resolved to engage in monster hunting to level up. Just as he was about to leave the village, his communicator chimed. Upon checking the display, he was taken aback to see it was Blue Sea Breeze. "Luli, you have finally come online," Blue Sea Breeze exclaimed. "I just logged off to have a meal." "What is up?" "There is something I need to give you." "Where are you located?" "What is it?" "Let's South meet at the place where we first encountered each other." "I'll check my position, and we can conveniently choose a familiar spot," Luli replied. "Goodness, the way you say it sounds rather intimate. Let us discuss it when we meet." "I'll be there shortly," Blue Sea Breeze teased before ending the call. In no time, Luli spotted Blue Sea Breeze, the elven warrior, jogging towards him. "What is with the air of mystery?" Luli inquired. Blue Sea Breeze immediately sent a trade request. After Luli accepted, she promptly tossed a plethora of items into the exchange. "Wow, where did you acquire all these?" Luli was unable to maintain his composure. Chapter 27. Winning hearts within the confines of the transaction frame, for neatly arranged emerald spider silks lay before them. Such exquisite materials are of elite quality, with a minuscule probability of dropping only from high-difficulty dungeons. To everyone's astonishment, Azure Sea Breeze had produced 4 of them at once. Rest assured, their origins are undoubtedly legitimate. After confirming the trade, Azure Sea Breeze elaborated. "After completing the dungeon, I reached out to several major guilds, intending to sell the dungeon strategy. After comparing the offers, I ultimately decided to sell it to Blood Red Battle Flag." Luli began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, by providing them with the strategy, he would receive all the emerald spider silks they obtained, under the condition that his strategy would be exclusive to them. "For silks is quite impressive," Luli remarked. "Horizon Dominance has only managed to acquire 1. The Blood Red Battle Flag Guild possesses a strength that far surpasses Horizon Dominance, capable of deploying over 100 teams in a single endeavor. If they had not withheld any, such a drop rate is indeed disheartening. How many more do you need?" Azure Sea Breeze refrained from inquiring about Luli's intentions, aware that using such rare materials in the early stages of the game must involve an astonishing secret. "Just 2 more," Luli replied, patting Azure Sea Breeze on the shoulder. "Brother, thank you." It would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. Words failed to encapsulate his emotions, culminating in a simple expression of gratitude. Azure Sea Breeze had been a close friend in his previous life, one who was straightforward and devoid of ulterior motives. Once he regarded someone as a friend, he would be wholly sincere. Otherwise, Luli would never have learned the secret of the Supreme Ring. While he struggled to exhibit such candor, it did not diminish his desire for a genuine friend. "Enough of the sentimentalities. When I took your equipment, I wasn't so polite," Azure Sea Breeze playfully nudged Luli. "If you truly feel I've helped you, then take me along for some leveling." "Are you sure you want to level up with me?" Luli doubted his ability to surpass Azure Sea Breeze, the formidable warrior. In the realm of Dawn, classes like Berserkers, Mages, and Hunters have always enjoyed a distinct advantage in leveling. Next dungeon. I suddenly find myself enjoying the role of a tank. My leveling and skill points are all focused on stamina. I probably want to be as aggressive in the future. Azure Sea Breeze mused. "Tanks are great. They have a promising future. With the right gear, they can excel in PvP as well," Luli replied, recalling Azure Sea Breeze's past as a dedicated tank. However, back then, his equipment was hindered by the ring, rendering it rather subpar, and his attack power was not as impressive as Luli's. Leveling up could prove troublesome. Azure Sea Breeze hesitated for a long moment. The normal mode of public dungeons can be farmed endlessly. As more dungeons become available, you should level up through a combination of dungeons and quests. If you have a fixed team, it's more efficient than grinding monsters, Luli suggested. In the realm of Dawn, the tasks available are scarce, insufficient to meet the demands of leveling up. Thus, players must engage in extensive farming of wild creatures to enhance their experience. Although the monsters within dungeons are more formidable than those in the wild, they yield greater rewards in terms of experience. If a team operates with exceptional efficiency, as Luli suggested, ascending the ranks is indeed within the realm of possibility. As the two conversed, they made their way to the spawn point of the level 8 Stonehide boars. There exist 2 types of boars in this area: the Stonehide boar, known for its high defense yet average attack, and the Stonefang boar, which possesses a high attack but average defense. Both varieties boast substantial health, rendering them less appealing to those seeking to level up. However, Luli and Blue Ocean Breeze, both clad in several pieces of bronze gear, remain indifferent to the boar's health. The lack of competition for kills offers them unparalleled efficiency. While Blue Ocean Breeze is typically quite talkative, he becomes particularly focused during leveling sessions, resembling a silent monster-slaying machine. In contrast, Luli, while defeating foes, dedicates himself to honing his positioning skills, gradually applying the strategies gleaned from his past life as videos and guides. He constantly experiments and refines his approach. The forums extol Luli, claiming he has opened doors for rogues and melee classes alike, yet only he knows his true capabilities. Many of the so-called instructional maneuvers are not solely his own, but rather an amalgamation of techniques learned from renowned rogues of his previous life. To avoid obsolescence, one must diligently strive for self-improvement. As the in-game night approached, Luli paused after dispatching a creature, urging Blue Ocean Breeze to follow him to a certain location before darkness fell. His intention was to unlock a treasure chest located at the lake's bottom. Although the game's progress may appear sluggish, he could not predict when others might acquire items like underwater breathing potions. The strength of large guilds is beyond the comprehension of solitary players. Most players have reached around level 4. And teaming up to combat creatures of higher levels proves to be the most efficient strategy. The banks of Shadowmoon Lake were now nearly deserted of players. Blue Ocean Breeze found himself inexplicably led to the lakeside, utterly unaware of Luli's intentions. What bewildered him further, even leaving him in shock, was when Luli instructed him to wait and, after surveying the surroundings for any onlookers, suddenly plunged into the water. Was it an act of self-destruction? Before he could voice his astonishment, he observed a splash, and a clumsy little seal emerged, even nodding at him in acknowledgement. The elven warrior stood in stunned silence, his worldview unraveling before him. Luli chuckled and submerged once more, swimming deeper into the depths. Before long, he discovered a respawned treasure chest. Inside lay 2 pieces of bronze equipment, each possessing rather mediocre attributes. Typically, the more frequently a treasure chest is opened, the lesser the quality of its contents. However, at present, the demand for equipment far exceeds the supply, making any item readily sellable, and prices remain reasonably high. A bronze piece with a single quality attribute can easily fetch 50 silver coins, while mainstream equipment boasting 2 attribute points may command as much as 1 gold coin. Although ordinary players may not possess such wealth individually, they often band together, pooling their resources to acquire gear, this time purchasing for the main tank or primary damage dealer, and next, sequentially buying for others. This is the survival strategy of casual players. Amidst abundant aquatic vegetation, 2 treasure chests are cleverly concealed. Luli circumnavigated the lake's bottom without discovering them, forced to surface and await the cooldown of his skills. Upon emerging, he noticed Azure Sea Wind anxiously fixated on the water's surface. "You finally resurfaced. I thought you had drowned. I opened 1 treasure chest down there. There should be 2 more. I'll dive again once my skills recharge," Luli replied. "Wow, brother, you're incredible. Even GMs would pale in comparison to your prowess," Azure Sea Wind exclaimed, momentarily speechless. The thrill of having acquired 4 superior emerald spider silk now diminished. Luli had defied the odds. He had transformed into a seal to dive and unlock treasure chests. Surely, there could be no one else in the entire game capable of this. Luli felt a pang of awkwardness, uncertain of how to explain that this was merely a remnant of his past life, where a warrior like him could not unlock chests. Ultimately, he rummaged through his backpack, pondering what items might prove useful, and decided to utilize what he found. Such a display of bravado instantly elevated his stature. Azure Sea Wind nearly buckled at the knees, ready to kneel and call him Big Brother. Chapter 28. The underwater wilderness boss, the carefree Azure Sea Wind, despite his seemingly nonchalant demeanor, possesses a remarkable sense of propriety. He understands that Luli is capable of diving into the water, yet he refrains from delving into the reasons behind Luli's actions. When Luli allows him to choose equipment, he does so without hesitation, promptly selecting a highly valuable shield and a pair of plate armor pants, items that, if sold, would undoubtedly fetch at least 1 gold coin. When someone shares secrets with you, it signifies their trust and friendship. To act overly polite in such a situation could indeed jeopardize the relationship. Those who are perpetually courteous and unable to forge genuine connections are often not worthy of deep friendships. Luli had contemplated the implications of sharing his secret with Azure Sea Wind and experienced moments of hesitation. However, he ultimately resolved to confide in him. In his previous life, Luli had benefited greatly from Azure Sea Wind's assistance, and he felt a considerable debt regarding the ring incident. Their 2 years of camaraderie had revealed the man's character to him, as long as one does not betray his trust. Azure Sea Wind would never allow Lu Li to feel indebted. Moreover, Lu Li harbored some selfish motives. Dawnlight is not merely a solitary endeavor. Dungeons are an integral aspect of the game that cannot be overlooked. Numerous exceptional items and materials originate from these realms. Consider, for instance, the coveted emerald spider silk, which is in high demand yet can only be sourced from elite-level spider nests. For a year or two, it would be nearly impossible to acquire these materials even with ample gold in the market. Relying solely on random groups may suffice temporarily, but long-term sustainability is fraught with challenges. Observing Azure Sea Wind return to the role of main tank, Lu Li began to entertain the notion of forming a fixed team. The main tank is essentially the soul of a stable group. Azure Sea Wind possesses the requisite skills and commendable character, making him a rare find. While not every member of a fixed team needs to be permanently assigned, it is imperative that the core members are trusted allies. This ensures not only efficiency in monster hunting and boss battles, but also smooth negotiations during loot distribution. When genuine friendships flourish, who would be concerned about minor advantages gained? In truth, the 4 emerald spider silks that Azure Sea Wind provided Lu Li are far more precious than the 2 bronze items. When crafting skills become more prevalent, acquiring even a single strand of emerald spider silk may demand hundreds of gold coins. However, these silks were exchanged for Lu Li's strategies. In essence, it is a convoluted matter. Casual acquaintances may trade favors, but for members of a fixed team, the long-term relationship renders such exchanges insignificant. Returning to the lake's depths, Lu Li resumed his quest for treasure. As he searched, he suddenly spotted an extraordinarily large turtle not far away, one that dwarfed even elite monsters. Its deep green shell and robust gray limbs exuded strength and vigor. Could it be a boss? This was not out of the realm of possibility. Bosses in Dawnlight can manifest not only on land, but also in water and air. Lu Li racked his brain but could not recall any information regarding the presence of a boss in this area. Given that wilderness bosses have a certain probability of dropping rare materials, large guilds vigilantly guard them, often unceremoniously expelling casual players upon the boss's respawn. In his previous life, Lu Li had never even laid eyes on a wilderness boss. Yet now, the situation was different. No one was aware that a boss could lurk beneath the water's surface. Lu Li did not hasten to disturb the turtle. Instead, he continued his quest for treasure chests. After expending more than half an hour, he finally uncovered 2 chests, yielding a rare material and 2 pieces of bronze equipment, along with a hunter's skill book titled Strong Strike Aura. Regrettably, it was not the taming skill. Strong Strike Aura. This passive skill enhances the melee and ranged attack strength of all party members within a radius of 100 yards by 10. While a formidable passive skill that significantly boosts the team's attributes, it pales in comparison to the coveted taming. Currently, taming commands a price of 20,000 real coins, roughly equivalent to the price at which Lu Li previously sold Frost Nova. The Strong Strike Aura would be best suited for team hunters who frequently participate in guild activities. Anything under 5 gold coins would not suffice to acquire the skill book. The rare material, known as crocodile scales, is a premium resource for crafting heavy armor, possessing a certain probability of granting a fixed special effect to the equipment. For the time being, it would be best stored away in the warehouse. One of the bronze pieces was a bronze hat, which had rather mediocre attributes, yet was perfectly usable by Lu Li. Black velvet light hat, bronze armor 5, agility 1. Equipment level requirement 4, durability 1220. Replacing the fisherman's tattered wool hat not only improved his appearance, but also augmented his armor and agility attributes, leaving Lu Li quite satisfied. The other piece was a staff, Moonshadow Staff, bronze damage 15 to 22, intelligence 3, equipment level requirement 5, durability 2828. This staff boasted impressive damage, surpassing that of the Whisperer obtained from the Goblin Merchant, and it provided an immediate increase of 3 points in attributes. For a level 5 bronze item, it was unlikely that anything superior could be found, and many magic-oriented professions would surely be willing to part with their coins for it. As he surfaced, Azure Sea Wind was engaged in battling minor imps, creatures of level for posing no challenge to a level 6 warrior, who dispatched them with ease. Unfortunately, they provided little experience and dropped few items. Finished? Azure Sea Wind's eyes brightened upon seeing Lu Li emerge. Did you find anything good? Lu Li shared the equipment details in the party channel and inquired, There's a boss underwater. Are you interested in defeating it? A boss. How do we kill it? I can't dive. Azure Sea Wind's excitement quickly turned to disappointment upon realizing the constraints. I'll lure it. You just need to manage the aggro. You have potions, right? Don't be stingy, Luli, also feeling a tinge of nervousness as it would be his first encounter with a boss. Can we defeat it? Should we look for a healer? Azure Sea Wind asked. I'm not entirely sure. Let us give it a try, Luli replied, feeling somewhat helpless. He was determined to keep his ability to dive a secret from anyone besides the fixed team members. He planned to reveal it publicly only when he had acquired more underwater breathing potions and various items for underwater activities. In his previous life, the Azure Sea Breeze was relentlessly pursued by many, for they were aware that this warrior had the ability to transform into a leopard. Fight if you can, if not, it matters not. Brother, you go ahead, but do be cautious, he advised with an air of nonchalance. Once Luli's transformation skills cooled down, he stealthily approached the boss beneath the water's surface. Indeed, the colossal turtle was a boss, and it possessed a name, Craig. As Luli stepped into its aggro range, the seemingly innocuous and clumsy giant immediately erupted into a frenzy, charging after the little seal. Transformation. Seal. Instantaneous. You morph into a seal adept at swimming, enabling you to explore underwater for a duration of 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Your swimming speed increases by 50, while aggro attraction decreases by 30. You gain the ability to breathe underwater, but cannot utilize attack skills during transformation. Current level, 23,000. Were it not for the 50 increase in swimming speed, Luli might have been caught after just a few strides. Thus, he precariously maintained a dwindling distance from Boss Craig. The little seal flailed its short, adorably clumsy limbs in a desperate bid for escape. Chapter 29. Grind until death. Transforming into a seal comes with a perilous hidden rule. Upon transformation, Luli's equipment becomes entirely ineffective, rendering his armor to a woeful 0. What are the consequences of a 0 armor unit being struck by a boss? Instant annihilation. Thus, anxiety gnawed at his heart. The azure waters of the lake appeared somewhat dim, as ripples danced across the surface, reflecting the light in shimmering waves. Just as Luli braced for impact, a radiant beam descended from above, the crimson hues of the setting sun staining the water, splashing as he emerged from the depths. An arrow sliced through the air, striking Craig squarely on the head. The damage was minimal, yet the visual spectacle was still one of blood splattering. With a mournful cry, Craig abandoned the flailing little seal and surged toward the detestable elven warrior on the shore. Goodness, this creature's defense is astonishing. That last strike barely even breached its defenses. The Azure Sea Breeze let out a cry, switching weapons from a bow to a longsword and shield, charging at the turtle. Luli scrambled ashore and jabbed at the turtle's tail. -7. Tears streamed down his face. What sort of defense is this? In a level 5 dungeon? His ordinary damage would be at least 10 to 20 points, and in player versus player combat, it could even soar to 100, yet Craig, merely a level 3 boss, yielded only 7 points of damage. Craig's cries were reminiscent of an infant's wails, sharp and sorrowful. It opened its mouth, filled with jagged teeth, and began its assault on the Azure Sea Breeze, its claws sharp as daggers and seemingly lethal. Terrified half to death, Luli realized that the attack power was surprisingly low. After being struck, the Azure Sea Breeze breathed a sigh of relief, returning the potion it had been ready to consume back to its pouch. Upon checking the battle notifications, Luli understood the reason for his previous thoughts. Battle notification. The Azure Sea Breeze's charge inflicted 4 points of damage on Craig. Craig dealt 8 points of damage to the Azure Sea Breeze. The meager damage Craig inflicted truly tarnished the reputation of a boss. However, glancing at Craig's health left both Luli and the Azure Sea Breeze with a bitter taste. A staggering 30,000. More than double that of a level 5 dungeon boss. How many potions would that require? Reluctantly, they pressed on. For the allure of exceptional equipment and rare materials compelled them to endure. No one would forfeit a boss encounter out of fear of wasting potions. Craig, initially fierce in the water, appeared lethargic upon reaching the shore, practically lying motionless on the ground. Luli executed a flawless performance against the boss, often stunning or incapacitating it, allowing the Azure Sea Breeze moments to recover. The battle continued for a solid half hour, with the Azure Sea Breeze consuming 10 potions. Yet the boss's health remained just above half. As they were deeply engrossed in the struggle, Craig suddenly sprang into action, darting toward the lake. Oh no, It's healing. Luli wished he could slap himself. Amphibians and similar creatures predominantly possess the remarkable ability to rejuvenate their vitality in more conducive environments. Under the ireful gaze of the two, Craig's health steadily and resolutely replenished, halting only after recovering 10%. Thus, the efforts of the past several minutes were rendered futile, with the looming possibility of further complications. Regardless, it was time to engage and confront the challenge head-on, moving towards the nearby thicket. Anger aside, it seemed futile to argue with the system. Having come this far, surrender was not an option. Slowly, Craig was drawn away, distancing himself from the moonlit lake. The thicket adjacent to the lake was overgrown with dense vegetation akin to mulberry trees, making traversal exceedingly difficult for Craig. Yet the system's enmity mechanism compelled him to persist, forcing him to press on despite the arduous journey. Once they felt far enough, Luli and Blue Sea Breeze resumed their efforts. This time, upon reaching 50% health, Craig refrained from employing any novel tactics, instead futilely striking at Blue Sea Breeze's bronze shield. It was uncertain whether his diminished attacks were due to prolonged absence from water, but his efficacy had notably decreased. During the transition from 50 to 30% health, not a single critical hit was achieved. As they approached 30%, anxiety gripped Craig anew, and he clumsily twisted his form, yearning to return to the lake. Block him. Watch your positioning. Luli darted forward, positioning himself before the boss, only to be hurled away by a collision attack. The boss's charging skill likely required cooldown, allowing Blue Sea Breeze to synchronize with Luli's timing and successfully intercept the boss. The boss's fury did not linger for long. Within 30 seconds, it fell silent once again, ushering in yet another protracted battle of attrition. Blue Sea Breeze's health potions were rapidly depleted, and after this tumultuous endeavor, 11 basic life potions had been consumed. Had Luli and the others not plundered the goblin merchant, sustaining their fight would have been impossible. I still have 6 potions left. That should suffice, Luli declared, retrieving several vials from his backpack and casting them to the ground. You should take one too. If the boss goes berserk, I'm not certain I can withstand it, Blue Sea Breeze suggested. Victory seemed imminent. Yet no one dared to guarantee the absence of unforeseen events. Slaying a wilderness boss could even make the news, Luli chuckled, his movements precise as he executed an impressive 85 completion rate, successfully stunning Craig for 2 seconds with Shadow Strike. Ever since I met you, it feels like being on television is no longer a remarkable feat, Blue Sea Breeze mused, reflecting on how he once considered himself a skilled player, only to realize the game could be played at such an extraordinary level after encountering Luli. Just a stroke of luck, Luli thought to himself, refraining from revealing his rebirth and the potential for even greater exploits. Luck is a skill in its own right, but what is most crucial is your relentless dedication. Even while battling a creature, you are honing your skills. Each encounter with you reveals significant progress at your level. Continuing to improve leaves the rest of us wondering how we'll keep up. There is no alternative. Without diligent effort, one will swiftly face obsolescence. For the majority, this game may merely be a pastime. Yet for me, it represents a vocation and a beacon of hope, Luli remarked. Vocation? Blue Sea Breeze replied, somewhat astonished. Are you truly intending to earn a living through gaming? Indeed, it seems you are not a novice either. After years of gaming, what is your impression of Dawn? Luli understood Blue Sea Breeze well, though he could not reveal the extent of his knowledge. Some matters must be unveiled gradually, as Blue Sea Breeze wielded his shield. Delivering a formidable blow to Craig's head, the shield bash took effect, rendering the boss momentarily incapacitated. Upon hearing Luli's inquiry, he promptly responded without hesitation. This game is undoubtedly superior to all others. Thus, within the realm of gaming, opportunities abound, often yielding greater financial rewards than those sought in the real world. Are you currently pursuing your studies, or have you embarked on a career? Only those who have experienced rebirth can fathom the magnitude of Dawn's influence within less than a year. It has not only captured the global virtual gaming market, but has also rapidly cultivated a robust competitive framework. In my final year, I am soon to seek employment. An weighty concern looms over Blue Sea Breeze. Graduating from university often equates to unemployment, a phenomenon that has persisted for 2 centuries. With the acceleration of intelligent systems, the challenge of securing employment has intensified. Social welfare has become the primary source of sustenance for many, exacerbating societal issues until the advent of Dawn. Perhaps we should collaborate to earn money within the game, Luli mused, possessing nearly 80% certainty that Blue Sea Breeze would acquiesce. as he had previously struggled to find work in the real world, resorting to gaming to pass the time. Chapter 30. A bountiful harvest in my previous gaming experiences. I had dabbled as a semi-professional player, and I can attest that earning money is no easy feat at present. Blue Sea Breeze has yet to step beyond the school gates, remaining unaware of the true difficulties in securing employment, hence his reluctance to agree readily. Yesterday, I sold a skill book for 25,000 real currency, narrated Luli in a rather mundane manner. Instantly, Blue Sea Breeze erupted, exclaiming, "You earned 25,000 from a single book? There are still several pieces of equipment in my backpack. Selling them should easily yield several thousand real currency. Excluding the element of good fortune, if I continue to sell gear in the future, I could amass at least 20,000 real currency in a month," Luli added, stoking the fire of enthusiasm further. Blue Sea Breeze, breath-quickening, felt his sword tremble in his grip, as Luli unveiled an exhilarating world before him. The current societal structure is increasingly intelligent, with fewer opportunities for manual labor. For a marketing student like Blue Sea Breeze, even with strong capabilities, a monthly income rarely exceeds 10,000, often requiring early mornings and late nights, alongside enduring various trials imposed by superiors, leading to immense work pressure. Moreover, Blue Sea Breeze is not from a wealthy family. Though he does not reside in a slum, his parents are merely ordinary workers, and their home is rented. I plan to form a stable team of around 10 members. Count me in. Blue Sea Breeze interjected eagerly before Luli could finish. The purpose of this discussion is to bring you aboard. Be cautious of the boss. I wonder if it will go berserk. If it does, prioritize your survival, Luli cautioned. Craig had been toyed with by these two for over an hour, and as the sky darkened, he showed no signs of defeat, perhaps weary of the struggle. When his health dwindled to 5%, he not only refrained from going berserk but also entered a state of weakness, promptly reporting to the system. System announcement. Players Luli and Blue Sea Breeze have achieved the first kill of the wild boss, Craig. Although the world and faction channels are not yet open, the regional channel is active. The moment this system announcement was made, an influx of messages flooded in. Xiao Jia Chun and I, what is a wild boss? Seeking enlightenment. Grinning broadly, it shouldn't be inferior to a dungeon boss, right? They took it down together, truly impressive. Xiao Ji, these two were also responsible for the first kill in the dungeon. They're masters. I've heard of Blue Sea Breeze. A frequent presence on the level leaderboard in Shadow Realm. But who is Luli? Does anyone know? While the players were in a frenzy, Luli and Blue Sea Breeze had no time to spare. Their eyes were solely fixed on the spoils of victory. The spectacle of equipment dropping from a wild boss is nothing short of magnificent, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, with materials flying in every direction. Luli and Blue Sea Breeze hastily gathered the loot, anxious that someone might suddenly appear to snatch it away. You pick up items remarkably quickly, Blue Sea Breeze marveled. I have invested heavily in agility, Luli replied nonchalantly. Having often seized items from others in my past life, I naturally became adept at picking things up quickly. Otherwise, how could I have offended so many guilds? Well, this reasoning leaves me utterly speechless, as the Azure Sea Breeze remains silent. Let us see what treasures await. For after all, this is the first wilderness boss, and Luli is filled with anticipation. Currently, he finds himself in dire need of funds. Facing a penalty of 60,000, while also needing to seek a new residence, pay his sister's transfer fees, and cover his everyday expenses. He possesses 4 pieces of equipment. 1. Bloodseeker's Axe, Black Iron Damage 18 to 36, Strength 5, Effect, Armor Break. With a certain probability of inflicting a 10 armor break effect on the target, non-stacking, requires level 5, Durability 30-30. 2. Snakeskin Bag, Bronze 10 slots. Reduces carrying weight by 5. 3. Jungle Keeper's Helmet, Bronze Armor 6, Intelligence 2, requires level 5, Durability 30-30. Part of the Jungle Keeper's set, exclusive to druids. 4. Jungle Keeper's Leggings, Bronze Armor 10, Intelligence 2, requires level 5, Durability 30-30. Part of the Jungle Keeper's set, exclusive to druids. Additionally, he has a skill book, Shield Wall, instant cast, cooldown of 60 seconds, reduces all damage taken by 60 for 5 seconds, requires a shield, current level 0-1000. Moreover, a rare material was obtained, Craig's Horn. Forging material, grants an additional 5 armor break to weapons, requires advanced forging. They also collected a considerable amount of coins. A total of 13 silver coins, along with a few potions. As the boss was only level 3, there were naturally no high-grade potions. The axe is exceptional. It is best not to interfere if one lacks gold. The snakeskin bag is currently of little value, as 2 6-slot bags amount to just over a single gold coin. Luli intends to keep the snakeskin bag for now, as he often opens treasure chests and requires ample storage space. As for the 2 bronze pieces, their value is somewhat ambiguous. Despite being bronze equipment, both possess commendable attributes and, when worn together, activate a new property, an extension of the rejuvenation spell's duration by 6 seconds. Rejuvenation, instant cast, consumes 30 mana, restores 15 health points to the target, and subsequently restores an additional 5 health points every 3 seconds for a duration of 9 seconds. This spell is one of the most commonly used healing spells by druids, and with this set's attribute extending the skill's duration, its benefits are quite substantial in prolonged combat situations. Are you interested in this axe? It proves quite useful for leveling. Luli offered the axe to Azure Sea Breeze. Azure Sea Breeze took it, swung it a few times, and ultimately returned it to Luli. This is meant for a berserker. It would not serve me well. Better to sell it. However, do hand over that skill book. The axe is a signature piece for berserkers, and since Azure Sea Breeze is focused on a defensive path, this equipment would not yield its maximum potential. Nevertheless, the skill book was a certainty. If acquiring Shield Slam allows a defensive warrior to stabilize aggro, then a warrior with Shield Wall can truly assume the vital role of safeguarding the entire party. So Azure Sea Breeze did not hesitate in his request. Luli felt no particular reluctance, despite the fact that the value of this book was no less than that of a black iron axe. You can take this 6-slot bag, and I shall keep the 10-slot one, he said, tossing the item he had just replaced to his companion. I will sell the equipment and share the proceeds with you later. Absolutely not. Azure Sea Breeze waved his hands dismissively. Without you, we would never have found this boss. I merely spent a bit of time. Holding on to this skill book makes me feel rather guilty. When 2 people tackle a boss, the spoils should naturally be divided equally. Luli asserted. Listen, my friend, I replied, since you have established a fixed team, you have taken on a leadership role. Dividing everything equally does not bode well for our future. Which team operates without considering contribution and need when distributing equipment? Azure Sea Breeze broke into a sweat. While camaraderie is important, rules must also be upheld, and our fixed team should operate under the same principles. Hearing the gravity in his tone, Luli felt a twinge of guilt but ultimately gathered all his items. Azure Sea Breeze, even more enthusiastic about the fixed team than Luli, eagerly elaborated on how to develop the organization, then inquired, what shall we do next? Should we recruit? Recruitment can be gradual. Our first activity tomorrow will be to assist others in refreshing their dungeon records. Since you've interacted with several major guilds, why not ask them? If they can improve their existing records by 5 minutes, how much would they be willing to pay? Luli had many ideas for making money, but unfortunately, none could be implemented immediately. In truth, assisting others with record-breaking was not particularly lucrative at this stage, as no guilds had yet been established. Mostly, it was just prominent figures from various guilds seeking to showcase their presence. Let us head back. Time is running short. The game will soon transition to nighttime, making the wilderness exceedingly perilous. The 2 of them took out their return stones and began to cast their teleportation spells. Chapter 31. Stalls and auctions. The tranquil night of Shadow Valley is abuzz with activity. The elves' preference for serenity does little to deter players from their merriment. Campfires flicker in the open square, and the inexpensive fruit wine offered by merchants has become a favorite among players. It seems that everyone's fantastical martial dreams are being fulfilled here, with even maidens dancing and singing. Numerous individuals have set up stalls, and the elven guards appear indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about the presence of these outsiders affecting the aesthetics of the market. Upon returning to Shadow Valley, the Azure Sea Breeze finds various guilds to conduct business. While Luli peruses the wares being sold at the stalls, searching for items of personal use and examining the market prices. After some exploration, Luli discovers that the equipment being sold is even pricier than he had anticipated. Bronze gear with a single attribute enhancement is priced no lower than 20 silver coins, while items with 2 additional attributes range from 30 to 50 silver coins. As for black iron equipment, he has yet to see any available on the market. This is, perhaps, to be expected. Currently, black iron gear can only be acquired from the elite difficulty Spider's Nest dungeon, and those capable of completing such a quest are mostly top-tier players. The equipment they obtain is primarily for personal use, and even if they do not need it, there are countless guild members eagerly waiting to purchase or trade. making it unlikely that such items would be put up for sale at stalls. After wandering for a while without finding anything suitable, the sole item that caught his eye was a ring with a single attribute enhancement, which demanded an outrageous price of 1 gold coin. Disheartened, Luli abandoned that notion altogether and sought a spot to set up his own stall. Recalling his previous experience where he was deceived, he had learned to be wiser this time. He took out a piece of plain cloth armor and, using a dagger, fashioned a mask to conceal his face. He displayed 7 pieces of bronze equipment, including 2 pieces of druid sets, a superb bracelet, an exceptional black iron axe, and a skill book for the Hunter-S skill power strike aura. The 2 pieces with a single attribute enhancement were each priced at 25 silver coins, while the 2 with 2 attributes were set at 40 silver coins. The extraordinary staff with 3 additional intelligence points was marked at 80 silver coins, and the bracelet at 1 gold coin. Luli hesitated briefly before pricing the 2 druid sets at 2 gold coins each. Fully aware that such prices were unlikely to be met, he intended to negotiate when inquiries arose. As for the black iron equipment, he marked it with a staggering price of 10 gold coins. Pricing the skill book proved challenging, as he had yet to see anyone selling such a tome. So he settled on a price of 2 gold coins. Once his stall was arranged, Luli squatted behind it, perusing the forum for information. Technical posts began to emerge, along with analyses of various factions in the game and introductions to the major guilds. His videos of player versus player encounters still occupied the top position, with replies exceeding 100,000, rendering it impossible to browse through them. As the hours passed, similar to the previous day, Luli soon heard exclamations nearby, predominantly about equipment and skill books. However, while yesterday's astonishments were directed towards bronze gear, today the focus shifted to black iron. I was astounded to encounter black iron equipment for the first time. Truly, fortune favored me. A certain player, feeling a profound sense of imbalance, was unwilling to let others experience equilibrium either, thus began summoning individuals to witness this marvel. Indeed, whether one could afford it or not, the spectacle was captivating. Soon, Luli's stall was enveloped by throngs of eager onlookers. "Can you lower the price of that staff?" came a voice. How could black iron gear be so exorbitant? The clamor of voices around me rendered their words indistinguishable. The first 2 pieces of ordinary bronze gear were swiftly snatched up, and with several silver coins fetching a mere bronze piece, the pricing made it a lucrative venture for either personal use or resale. Those with coin did not hesitate to purchase, while a few slow draws lamented their missed opportunity with expletives. As the rush began, better quality bronze items vanished from Luli's stall, and even a bracelet was mysteriously acquired. While the remaining items seemed overlooked, the crowd continued to swell. Suddenly, the regional channel erupted with news. Black iron equipment available in Shadow Moon Valley. A masked figure had set up shop in the central square, showcasing a plethora of exceptional gear. Upon receiving this news, calmness was a luxury few could afford. Players engaged in dungeon runs or daring escapades hurried back. Some even logged off to call wealthy acquaintances. The Dawnlight game flourished with a multitude of players, and naturally, affluent individuals emerged. Many had been accumulating gold through the trading platform, amassing considerable stocks. Yet, possessing wealth did not guarantee access to black iron equipment. Make way, make way. Those not purchasing gear, step aside. A well-to-do mage approached amidst a throng of protectors, exuding an air of affluence. "Can you make the staff cheaper?" he inquired. "No," came the reply. "It's not black iron gear. It's priced at 80 silver coins, quite a bit, indeed. Black iron should be worth at least 5 gold pieces. I sold a skill book for 20 gold yesterday." "Oh, so you were the one selling the skill book? My respect for you has grown. Let us be friends. If you have good items in the future, just message me," said the mage, named Saint Ray, who clearly possessed considerable wealth and promptly purchased the staff. Such a magnate was not one to be turned away, and Luli readily accepted the friend request. Although his settings typically rejected unsolicited friend requests, he could proactively add others. In no time, he had sold items worth 3 gold pieces, and with the treasure chests and boss loot, his assets swelled to 4 gold pieces. Opening the trading platform, Luli was taken aback. The price had adjusted to 1,000. It was no longer the exorbitant rate of 500 gold. Shaking his head and chuckling ruefully, he realized the absurdity of the equipment prices. Indeed, it appeared the affluent had lost their wits, as yesterday's gold prices had been rather outrageous. Indeed, a 1 to 1,000 ratio is an extraordinary phenomenon. However, As major guilds continue to amass wealth to establish their own unions, this price level can be sustained. Once stability is achieved, particularly after the third system update, even a 1-to-100 ratio may prove untenable. Is it possible to trade the druid set for real currency? For gold coins are unlikely to be readily available. Dear Rogue, if you are not in need of gold, how about we engage in a real currency transaction? A druid clad in leather armor squeezed in, visibly coveting the 2 pieces of druid gear. We are interested in the druid set for real currency. Please make your offer, they urged. It was not just this druid. Several others were also particularly keen on the set. Upon perceiving Luli's willingness to negotiate, they immediately began to voice their interest fervently. Luli did not anticipate that 2 bronze set pieces would generate even more excitement than black iron equipment. It seems he had underestimated the team's demand for healing gear. Black iron equipment merely enhances an individual's DPS, or attack power, whereas healing gear significantly bolsters the overall strength of the team. The clamoring crowd revealed that most were not druids, evidently purchasing for their own teams. The druid bronze 2-piece set, a reward from the first kill of a wild boss, boasts an attribute that extends the duration of rejuvenation by 6 seconds. The auction commences now, with real currency transactions, payment before delivery. As Luli contemplated scenes from his past life, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he initiated the auction. Upon hearing Luli's proclamation, the previously raucous crowd gradually quieted down. Chapter 32. God of War's Moonlight. How can we be certain that once you receive the payment, you won't simply deny the transaction? Such skepticism was voiced by a member of the crowd. Before Luli could respond, another figure interjected, "Get lost. This is a seasoned expert who has achieved 2 first kills. Would he covet such a meager sum?" This statement went unchallenged. The masked individual was indeed formidable. Not only had he sold an exorbitantly priced skill book yesterday, but the items he displayed today instilled a profound sense of helplessness in ordinary players. This could very well be the first black iron equipment ever offered for sale. It might also be the inaugural bronze set produced within the game. Just for these 2 pieces of bronze gear, I am willing to bid 200 real currency. The crowd fell silent for a moment, before someone cautiously called out a price. Those causing disruption should step aside. For these 2 bronze sets, we, the Qin Empire, will offer 2,000 real currency, someone declared, without requiring Luli to make a statement, causing the price to surge dramatically. This was a classic seller's market, with no shortage of eager buyers. The price Luli had initially set was 2 gold coins for 1 piece, totaling 4 gold coins for both. Given the current trading platform's exchange rate of 1 to 1,000, the 2,000 real currency bid was clearly a mere probe. We, the Twilight of the Gods, will offer 4,000 real currency. Let us not forget that despite their attributes, these are merely level 5 items. Let us maintain a spirit of camaraderie, remarked a seasoned player from Twilight of the Gods, directly addressing the crux of the matter. These 2 pieces of equipment were of too low a level. Several guilds in the crowd, previously eager to bid, hesitated, now forced to contemplate this issue. 5,000 real currency was offered, but silence did not linger long, as another bid emerged, surpassing Luli's initial price. Following the voice, Luli caught sight of the figure of Sad Wine alone, winking at him from the crowd, a mischievous smile adorning his face. Clearly, he was playing the role of a shill, nonetheless. He would not mind securing the items for 5,000 if no one else raised the stakes. 10,000. A cool voice resonated from the outskirts of the crowd, deep and slightly magnetic, exuding an indescribable allure. Water Sprite, someone exclaimed, and this name seemed to wield a certain enchantment, causing the onlookers to part as if swept by a tide. This was Luli's first encounter with the real Water Sprite. Yet he was no stranger to the female rogue. She had been the face of the inaugural competitive tournament for Dawn, her striking visage gracing grand posters clad in rogue leather armor, a beauty beyond compare. Water Sprite embodied an exquisite blend of features and physique, her long legs and slender waist complemented by enchanting eyes. Perhaps due to her youth, there remained a hint of naivety in her countenance. Yet her demeanor was cool and proud, establishing her as the epitome of divine femininity within the game. Whether it was Water Sprite's commanding presence or the fact that 20,000 exceeded the actual worth of the 2 pieces, no one dared to bid higher this time. Add me as a friend. Water Sprite's voice was surprisingly soft, reminiscent of a character from a Japanese anime, though her monotonous tone diminished much of its charm. Luli was momentarily taken aback as he sent a friend request to the Water Sprite. only to be met with a system notification stating that the player he wished to add had prohibited friend requests. So they too were not one to accept friends. After a brief pause, the water sprite finally responded, "It's done." This time, Luli received no cold system notification and successfully added the water sprite to his friends list. "Water Miss, I hold you in great admiration. May I add you as a friend?" Upon witnessing Luli's successful addition of the water sprite, others promptly attempted to send their own requests, only to be met with the same system notification of prohibition, leaving them feeling a sudden sense of imbalance. Why should a rogue, who merely hides in the shadows, be allowed to add her, while someone as graceful and refined as himself was turned away? "Water Miss, I am of the noble class from Jiangnan. Please allow me to add you. Perhaps our guild may collaborate with your Misty Rain Pavilion in the future." Jiangnan nobility holds the second seat on the Huaxia Gaming Guild leaderboard. However, as soon as these words left his lips, they were met with a chorus of derisive laughter. Players of the caliber of the Water Sprite were indifferent to guild affiliations. The guilds provided them with resources and basked in their popularity. It was a relationship of equals. Renowned figures such as the notorious rogue Water Sprite, the Beast King Hunter, Xiaofeng Song Shuang, and the Berserker, Moonlight, typically did not prioritize guild activities. They maintained an egalitarian relationship with their guilds, often preoccupied with their own pursuits. Only those like Danma and Bijius, who regarded guild building as their primary endeavor, found themselves unable to ascend to the ranks of top-tier players. Whenever you wish to engage in a duel, choose the time and place. This was the true purpose behind adding friends. The display of a combative side by the affluent female player felt rather out of place. As a goddess-level beauty called for battles. "Let me know when you're free," Luli thought to himself. Wishing to convey that while she would undoubtedly become formidable in the future, she was no match for him at present. Yet, he refrained from uttering such words, fearing the wrath of her admirers. The Water Sprite appeared to trust the promises exchanged among skilled players and, after concluding their transaction, left contentedly with a few members of the Misty Rain Pavilion. She showed little interest in the black iron gear connected to the deal, indicating that her sole intention in purchasing the druid set was merely to add Lu Li as a friend. Only someone of the first female tycoon of Dawn would be willing to invest such resources for a single duel. Next came the bidding for the Berserker's black iron axe, with its attributes visible for all to see. Wielding it, whether in monster hunting or PK, one would undoubtedly become a fearsome reaper. Luli wasted no time and promptly announced the commencement of the bidding. In truth, the elven race's attributes were not suited for MT. Most warriors of the elven race pursued a dual strength and agility berserker path. This typical berserker gear would not struggle to find buyers within elven territory. Another reason was the elven race's beauty, a favorite among wealthy players. Elven berserkers were famously affluent. Just then, someone suddenly called out to Lu Li, halting him in his tracks. "How presumptuous of you to believe you hold any authority. When you utter the words 'wait a moment,' it is as if you expect the world to halt." Just as one was about to place a bid, your interruption nearly caused a fit of choking, provoking an indignant glare towards the speaker. Were it not for the prohibition against violence in this space, one might have rushed forth in wrath. "I am known as Moonlight. My voice steady and unwavering, impervious to the insults hurled my way." Laughter ripples through the crowd, yet Lu Li remains unamused. Moonlight, in the coming 2 to 3 years, is destined to become one of the most rapid ascendants within the gaming realm. With numerous adept thieves, the title of Thief God cannot be monopolized. However, the term War God in Dawn is frequently employed to refer to the berserker known as Moonlight. Some claim he possesses an almost sinister charm. Driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, he once faced an entire guild alone, resulting in chaos and destruction. That battle saw his equipment exposed, and his level plummeted significantly. Yet he managed to slay hundreds of his adversaries. Such brilliance ought to prompt one to retreat gracefully, no? No. Mere days later, he reappeared, donned in exceptional gear, relentlessly pursuing members of that guild. The resolution of that conflict remains unknown, but Moonlight's fearsome reputation reverberated throughout the gaming community, instilling a sense of caution in those who might consider crossing him. There are whispers suggesting that Moonlight could be an alias of a renowned player. As his skill is extraordinary, his leveling pace astonishing, and his equipment rivals that of the elite. Such prowess is hardly indicative of a novice. Today, by some stroke of fortune, I find myself in the presence of 2 future luminaries, and Lu Li is somewhat taken aback. He is genuinely curious about the motives behind Moonlight's interruption of his auction. Chapter 33 Exchange. What do you think about trading for a piece of black iron equipment used by thieves? Moonlight produced an item and shared its attributes with Lu Li. Swift boots, black iron armor 8, agility 4, special effect, swiftness, increases movement speed by 10 while in stealth for 10 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds, not stackable. Equipment requirement level 5, durability 30-30. Lu Li's gaze narrowed. Without any acceleration skills, this swiftness would be incredibly advantageous for player versus player combat. However, in terms of value, this equipment could not compare to Lu Li's great axe. The Bloodseeker's axe, being a weapon, boasted special effects that were equally formidable, making a direct exchange impractical. Moonlight was clearly no fool. He noticed Lu Li's hesitation and promptly added, "If you need extra currency, I can provide that as well. It will be a transaction in real currency, of course." The onlookers fell silent this time, as both individuals possessed black iron equipment, setting them apart from the rest. Moreover, being able to offer a piece of black iron equipment hinted that they likely possessed more. In fact, Lu Li had 3 additional pieces of black iron, a silver light crossbow, a weaver's leather armor, and a black iron version of the Mother's Kiss, upgraded through dwarven enchantment. As for the currency, he decided against it. "Help me with the quest, and I will trade with you," Lu Li pondered, choosing to forego real currency. He was indeed in need of it, but with 35,000 in his account, he could afford a brief respite. The escort quest, however, was pressing, with a strict 24-hour deadline. Failure to complete, it would not only forfeit the reward, but could also result in penalties if Tapu were to perish. Moonlight, being skilled and a formidable berserker, would greatly assist Lu Li in this endeavor. Although Lu Li had considered asking for help from members of the Macro Empire Guild, he had already declined their invitation, making it rather awkward to request their assistance now. All right, Moonlight finally conceded after a prolonged silence. Just as Lu Li began to think he would refuse. What was there to deliberate? Was this person's nerve so long? Lu Li chose not to sign any system agreements. From what he knew of Moonlight in his previous life, despite his penchant for slaughter, he bore no infamous reputation for deceit. Moonlight was evidently surprised by Lu Li's unwavering trust in directly trading the equipment. After a moment's thought, he sent Lu Li a friend request, which was met with the system's cold response. Lu Li hastily reciprocated, and they successfully became friends. The others present could only watch as the black iron equipment vanished from Lu Li's stall, leaving behind only a hunter skill book. If it had been an ordinary hunter skill book, it would likely have garnered interest only from those in the hunter profession. However, this particular aura-type skill book would enhance the physical attack of the entire team, proving invaluable in the current mainstream strategy for the Spider Nest dungeon. Thus, the wealthy players with teams present clearly took an interest. "How about we exchange your skills book for that of a rogue?" If Lu Li consents to the trade, there would be no need for an auction, which is often fraught with pitfalls, frequently inflating prices beyond the true value of the items. That is acceptable, but it must be either a finishing move or an enhancement skill. Lu Li understands that to truly thrive in Dawn, one cannot merely focus on immediate gains. Although he is indeed in need of money, advancing his capabilities is of greater significance. What exactly is an enhancement skill? Everyone looked perplexed, and even Moonlight, who had not yet departed, bore a face of confusion. The finishing moves were well known. Rogues possess combo points that are only beneficial upon learning these finishing techniques. However, the concept of enhancement skills was unfamiliar to all. Lu Li, feeling a slight bead of sweat, took it upon himself to clarify. It refers to the extensions of ordinary skills, such as charge enhancement, stealth enhancement, blizzard enhancement, and backstab enhancement. There are also certain skills that do not qualify as enhancement skills. For instance, aside from the druid's transformation into a cheetah, there exists a skill that allows transformation into a small leopard, which is akin to the cheetah transformation but differs in appearance. This too could be considered an enhancement skill due to its superior attributes. One of my friends acquired a lightning chain. Does that count as an enhancement skill for lightning arrow? Someone inquired. One is a single target attack, while the other is an area attack. Although the lightning chain is quite valuable, it does not constitute an enhancement skill for lightning arrow, Lu Li elucidated. Truly remarkable, everyone felt a sense of enlightenment. And soon a flurry of friend requests was directed towards Lu Li, all of which were met with the cold, automated responses of the system. Indeed, it is apparent that proficient players tend to disable friend requests, further solidifying their respect for him. "I possess a backstab reverse. How does it differ from backstab enhancement?" a timid huntress asked. The backstab reverse is not an enhancement skill for backstab. However, it is a finishing move. Would you be willing to trade it? Luli's tone was calm, as if inquiring about one's meal. I typically hunt alone, and it seems somewhat wasteful, the huntress. A young girl with incomplete gear admitted. The drop rates in Dawn are notoriously low, yet as long as one's skill level is adequate. Assembling a complete set of basic equipment should not prove too challenging. This merely indicates that the young huntress is a novice. In the future, when you acquire a pet, this skill can also enhance your companion, and once you possess it, forming a team will become significantly easier, Luli encouraged. The initial stages of being a hunter can be quite arduous, with low accuracy and a lack of attack frequency. The drop rate for taming skill books is infamously low. Without adequate equipment, it becomes exceedingly difficult to form a group. This particular young huntress evidently falls into that category. Yet it remains a mystery how she came to possess the backstab reverse skill book. Backstab, instantaneous when positioned at the side of a target. It consumes all current combo points to launch a reverse strike, inflicting weapon damage equal to 130 combo points. Current level, 1000. This finishing move is remarkably powerful, especially at present, as it is highly suitable for Luli. If one were to point out a drawback, it would be the stringent requirement for positioning. Therefore, rogues in Dawn typically opt for backstab as their damage finisher. However, for players in free mode, this skill tends to yield more unexpected outcomes. The young huntress, seemingly swayed by some reason of Luli's, nodded and requested a trade. Luli exhaled in relief, retrieving the skill book from the stall and completing the transaction. Perhaps feeling that his earlier tone had a hint of deception, Luli felt a pang of guilt and extended a friend request to the huntress, intending to make amends in the future. The Power Strike aura is indeed an excellent skill, quite exceptional, yet it pales in comparison to backstab. In Luli's eyes, these two skill books belong to entirely different tiers, rendering the previous transaction imbalanced. The young huntress was pleasantly surprised by Luli's friend request. Being added by a skilled player brought her joy, and without hesitation, she confirmed the addition. Chapter 34, House Hunting After Selling His Equipment. Luli sent a message to inquire about the progress on the Blue Sea Breeze front. Upon receiving a positive reply, he logged off and went to bed. The following day was the weekend. Early in the morning, Luli and his sister had a simple breakfast before leaving home in search of a place to live. From a sociological perspective, since the advent of private ownership, humanity has inevitably experienced polarization. No matter how advanced technology becomes, this reality remains unchanged and may even intensify. In the 23rd century, the chasm between the wealthy and the impoverished has not only persisted, but has also manifested in three distinct areas: slums, middle-class neighborhoods, and affluent districts. Although official documents do not delineate such divisions, the societal reality is starkly different. Slums are inhabited by the unemployed, who barely survive on government aid, lacking access to education and healthcare. The struggles of the Liu siblings stem from Luli's decision to provide his sister with an education, hoping she would one day secure a good job, perhaps even marry into the middle class or affluent circles. Middle-class neighborhoods consist of the working class or low-income earners, most of whom contribute little in taxes but possess certain civic rights due to their ability to create social value. Initially, the players of the Dawn game were predominantly wealthy individuals, or at the very least middle class. The impoverished, on the other hand, could only aspire to work as mercenaries or gold farmers. Affluent districts, inhabited by the smallest demographic, control nearly all societal wealth and thus enjoy significantly greater privileges. Currently, Luli's account holds over 30,000 reality coins. Purchasing a home is out of the question. Even in the middle-class neighborhoods, it is unattainable. However, renting is certainly feasible. They are presently searching for housing in the middle-class area, prioritizing safety, proximity to schools, and lower living costs. Look, brother, there are patrol officers even in broad daylight. Liu Xian exclaimed in astonishment, pointing out to Luli. The younger sister of the Liu family is a natural beauty, endowed with grace, yet has always lacked a sense of security. Fortunately, her brother is quite adept at protecting her, allowing her to grow up safely in such an environment. Because this area is close to our slum, security measures are stricter, Luli explained. This was indeed a disheartening answer. The very officers that Liu Xian found comforting were, in fact, wary of those from the slums. Brother, if we find a place to live here, will we still be considered poor? The young girl asked with hopeful eyes. Xian, Our poverty does not stem from our residence in the slum, but rather from our lack of funds. Once we acquire wealth, we will no longer be impoverished. Luli silently vowed never to let his sister feel inferior due to their social status again. You're amazing, brother. You've earned money in just 2 days. You're always the best. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xian, we won't be searching for a house here anymore, Luli declared, inspired by her excitement, and confidently proclaimed, let us head to the affluent district. Really, brother? In the next moment of joy, Lu Xian began to hesitate once more. But brother, do we have enough money? We must also plan for the future. What if one day we can't earn any money? What shall we do then? The young girl's concerns were entirely reasonable. Such worries are a natural part of human emotion. Yet, she was unaware that a doting brother is most fearful of being questioned by his sister. What? The idea that I could fail to earn money in the future is utterly inconceivable. Nevertheless, the more Luli pondered, the more he found the idea of relocating to the affluent district appealing. The living conditions there were simply exquisite. While the impoverished area resembled a dilapidated neighborhood awaiting demolition from 2 centuries ago, the working-class district barely met the standards of a suburban area, while the wealthy district truly reflected 200 years of technological advancement. Boarding the hover car, the Lu siblings set off directly towards the affluent district. This area was vast yet sparsely populated, and aside from a few designated zones, there were no towering buildings. The residential areas were adorned with lush greenery, and even featured rare plants that had become extinct 200 years prior. The preserved DNA of these flora and fauna had gradually been restored by humans, with many thriving in the villas of the affluent district. Are you planning to rent a house here? Most of the reception staff hailed from the working-class district and did not exhibit any disdainful attitudes. However, one of them hesitantly stated, according to district regulations, to settle here, your account must hold a deposit of 1 million. 1 million. Luli felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Brother, perhaps we should reconsider. Lu Xian gently tugged at Luli's arm, her voice barely above a whisper. Actually, you could consider the university town, the receptionist suggested. Indeed, Luli exclaimed, realizing that one need not reside in the affluent district to enjoy a pleasant living environment. The selection of the university town had once sparked considerable controversy. Over 170 years ago, the government had invested heavily in constructing the university town, intending to consolidate all the city's universities. Initially, the affluent district was the preferred location, as who wouldn't desire a school at their doorstep? After all, the council members were all from that area. However, no one had anticipated the overwhelming reaction from the long-suffering commoners and the impoverished. Factories were abandoned, schools were deserted, utilities were cut off, transportation was disrupted, and even the military fell into chaos, resulting in several council members being assassinated by their own subordinates. In desperation, a proposal emerged to establish the university town at the boundary between the working class and affluent districts. Although disputes lingered, the chaos eventually subsided, and the university town became a buffer zone, providing living space for the commoners while offering commendable living conditions. By the time the Lu siblings arrived, it was already 11 in the morning. Luli intended to visit the villa area of the Star and Moon Guild, a place he was familiar with due to his previous visits. This was a garden villa community, with 4 office buildings at the front and the residential area behind. Grasping Lu Xian's hand, Luli bypassed the estate agents with their signs and directly entered the residential area through the office buildings. Brother, I've heard that real estate agents are places that introduce houses. Why don't we let them assist us? Lu Xian turned her head, attempting to glance back at the real estate agent. Silly girl, real estate agents are deceitful. They offer you the worst properties while reserving the better ones for future rentals. Dealing with a less scrupulous agent might even lead to collusion with landlords to deceive you. Therefore, if you can avoid using agents, you should absolutely do so. Luli assumed a parental demeanor, imparting life lessons to his naive sister. Lu Xian, the young girl, harbored no doubts, and her gaze towards the real estate agents instantly turned wary. How will we know which houses here are available for rent? There are 2 methods: search online or check the community bulletin board. In his previous life, Luli had also taken his sister out of the slums, though they had only moved to a working-class neighborhood where their living conditions were far from ideal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to afford timely medical treatment for her. Should we look online? Most pictures online are deceptive. It's better to see the properties in person. Let's start with the bulletin board. For centuries, people's habits have remained unchanged. Beside the electronic bulletin board, there was a designated space for posting notices, offers for second-hand computers, clinics treating stubborn ailments, and, of course, requests for house rentals or shared accommodations. The siblings huddled together, deliberating over which of the posted messages would be suitable. Just as they were about to select one to call, they heard an impatient voice from behind. "Have you seen enough? Could you step aside so I can post something?" Chapter 35. The voice of the speaker was slightly hoarse, yet her appearance was quite striking. Despite lacking any makeup, her sleep-laden eyes, and an expression of impatience, her beauty remained undiminished. The Lu siblings stepped back a few paces to allow her space. Observing as she tore off the backing of a double-sided tape and haphazardly affixed a paper to the bulletin board, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. After completing her task, she yawned and swayed slightly, preparing to depart. "Sister," Lu Xian called out to the enchanting woman. The beauty turned around with a hint of annoyance, her dreamy gaze drifting towards Lu Xian, and upon realizing she was addressing an adorable little beauty, her tone softened slightly. "What is it, little sister?" Meanwhile, Lu Li, who stood beside her, was entirely overlooked. "Sister, the notice you posted is upside down," Lu Xian exclaimed. The beauty, regaining some clarity, returned to inspect her work and confirmed that it was indeed askew. The notice read, "Shaojing Lake Scenic Villa, 3 rooms for rent, each with its own bathroom, communal gym, and kitchen, for -6 gaming-specific network interface. Monthly rent ranging from 8,000 to 12,000. For more details, please call 182-001. Upon reading the notice clearly, Luli immediately called out to the beauty as she was about to leave. "Is there anything else?" she asked, her brows furrowing, and her almond-shaped eyes taking on a fierce look, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor towards Lu Xian. "Are the rooms you are renting equipped with an 4-6 gaming-specific network interface? Are you certain it is the 4-6 model?" Not every man desires to cohabit with a beauty. At this moment, he was solely focused on earning sufficient money. However, the 4-6 was the most advanced gaming interface, commanding an exorbitant fee of at least 2,000 per month, and due to its high demand for network resources, it was subject to regional restrictions, making it difficult to acquire even with ample funds. "Indeed, are you interested in renting?" The beauty yawned. "I'm afraid we only accept female tenants." "Brother, that's so expensive." Lu Xian tugged at Lu Li's hand, genuinely startled by the rent listed. The government's annual relief funds for impoverished districts did not even amount to 8,000 per person, and cash was rarely distributed directly. "This price is quite reasonable." Xian. "It's challenging to find anything cheaper in the university district," Lu Li reassured her. "Perhaps we should consider the lower income area instead, and move here once we have more money," Lu Xian suggested, not wanting her brother to struggle too much. Truthfully, she was already content with the conditions in the lower income district. How considerate, Lu Li couldn't help but ruffle his sister's hair affectionately. "Living here would allow me to send you to affiliated high school number 1, which has an exceptionally high graduation rate and offers favorable admission criteria. I'm counting on you to attend the best school." But Lu Xian attempted to voice her concerns, but Lu Li interrupted her. "Don't worry about the finances. I will handle it." This establishment's preference for female tenants implied that the residents would likely be all women, making it inconvenient for him. Lu Li did not press the matter further and continued to browse for suitable accommodations, ideally within 4-6 gaming-specific network interface. The 4-6 gaming-specific network interface is undeniably crucial, especially for a player who enjoys free mode. The virtuality of a digital game is intrinsically linked to both the gaming headset and the network interface. Only the harmonious combination of the two can truly simulate reality to its fullest extent. The subpar headset has proven ineffective, particularly when utilizing outdated interfaces, as delays in free mode have already become apparent. "Hey, you two." The Lu siblings were engrossed in a discussion about the merits of various housing options when they heard someone calling from behind. "Oh, why haven't you left yet?" Lu Li remarked, somewhat surprised. "Did you not say you were looking to rent a place?" "Follow me," the woman said, disregarding the siblings' reactions. With a casual stride, her flip-flops clapped rhythmically against the floor as she led the way. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Li took his sister's hand and followed, inquiring, "How long is the rental period?" 3 months deposit and 3 months rent, came the languid response, her tone soft and lethargic. Many of the recent renters had ulterior motives, which prompted her to limit inquiries to women. However, Lu Li appeared to be a person of integrity. That sounds reasonable. Would it be possible to start next month and pay for just 1 month initially? Luli proposed. Why just 1 month? Are you expecting to strike it rich in a month? The woman's perspective was notably unique upon hearing someone mention they couldn't pay the full rent. Most would likely react with hostility. I wouldn't say wealth is in the cards, but I can manage the rent, Luli clarified. As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the villa. It was no wonder it was termed a scenic residence. This 2-story villa was perched by the lakeside, with a substantial platform extending into the water, though its arrangement remained a mystery. If you've secured a good job, bring me the contract later. Otherwise, how am I to trust you? She said, then opened the door and stepped inside. A few moments later, she returned to halt Luli, calling out to someone within. I've brought people to view the house. Tidy up a bit. There's a man. A flurry of activity ensued, and soon a voice called from within. All set. Juan, you can come in now. The living room was spacious, yet somewhat chaotic. However, the sight of scattered undergarments was mercifully absent. 2 young women sat upright on the sofa, their curiosity directed towards the Lu siblings. It was said that birds of a feather flocked together, and this seemed to hold true. The girl in azure attire had a youthful visage and a petite frame, yet her figure was equally impressive. Her large, sparkling eyes gave her an air reminiscent of a character plucked from a Japanese anime. The other girl appeared considerably more delicate and demure, akin to a graceful figure from an ancient painting swaying with the wind. Please, have a seat. Where were we? Juan, the woman addressed, pressed her forehead as she settled into a comfortable pose on the sofa. Juan, didn't we agree to only show the place to women? The kawaii girl interjected, clearly displeased. Oh, I noticed that he treats his younger sister quite well, and in a moment of weakness, Juan ruffled her already disheveled hair, feeling somewhat distressed. The adorable girl scrutinized Lu Xine, suddenly as if discovering a new continent. She appeared even shorter than I am, and her cuteness is rapidly approaching mine. Perhaps we should just keep her. Dodo, she is still quite young and will continue to grow, the delicate beauty reminded her. Although Lu Xine had already entered her first year of high school, she was merely 14 years old, strikingly beautiful yet rather petite, standing just over 1.5 meters tall. Sister EE, will the truth lead to our demise? The girl referred to as Dodo exclaimed in anger, prompting the delicate beauty to withdraw her head and fall silent. All right, you two, quiet down, the impatient beauty Juan interjected, turning to face Luli. You mentioned earlier about deferring your rent, correct? Chapter 36. I am a professional gamer indeed. Luli felt no embarrassment. In the days of his downfall, such situations might have made him uneasy, but now, with an income of 40,000 in just 2 days, he exuded confidence that surpassed anyone else's. A truly self-assured individual does not shy away from confronting reality. You hardly seem like a student anymore. Where are you currently employed? Could you provide a proof of income? Upon observing Lu Li's composed demeanor, Juan began to ponder. Had he possibly secured a well-paying job? Professional gamer. After careful consideration, Lu Li concluded that this term aptly encapsulated his vocation. The life of a gold farmer had been put to rest ever since he resolutely severed ties with the Xingyue Guild. Professional gamer. The 3 girls exclaimed in unison, their expressions a blend of curiosity and incredulity. So you are also a professional gamer. What games do you play? Kawaii Marindauda asked, pouting skeptically. Are you sure you can make money from that? Shuguang, Lu Li replied. You play Shuguang too? What level are you? Juan's interest was piqued. Level 5. Level 5? That's quite respectable, she noted. Daudu is also at level 5. But considering the game just launched a couple of days ago, how can you be certain you will earn money? How much silver do you possess? I have 4 or 5 gold coins. Players tend to have little gold on hand. Most transactions these past few days have been conducted using real currency, Lu Li answered candidly. Upon hearing this, Kawaii Marin leapt up. Juan, don't listen to his nonsense. It's incredibly difficult to earn money in Shuguang. How could he possibly have 4 or 5 gold coins? He must have sold quite a bit of real currency. Yi added quietly. How much real currency have you sold? Juan inquired, somewhat doubtful. Though she had not played the game, she had been listening to Daudu's complaints about how arduous it was to earn money, even having to resort to charming others to borrow funds for equipment repairs. 35,000 in real currency. If you wish for someone to rent an apartment to you and cannot present the full rent, you must demonstrate your ability to repay. Lu Li explained, not intending to conceal anything. Little did he know he had stirred a hornet's nest. Impossible. This cannot be, Daudu exclaimed. tugging at her hair and rolling on the sofa, nearing a breakdown. "Sir," Huan said, regaining her composure, "it's not that we doubt you. But earning 30 to 40,000 in real currency just 2 days after a game's launch is quite extraordinary. Do you have any evidence to substantiate your claim? I can provide screenshots of my account transaction details. One transaction was with the Xingyue Guild, where I sold them a skill book for 25,000 real currency. And another was with Shui Jingling, where I sold 2 bronze armor pieces for a total of 10,000 real currency," Luli stated. "What? You sold that skill book to the Xingyue Guild? And Shui Jingling? So you were that Luli?" Dowda stopped rolling and began to scream. "Pervert." Dowda had been calling him a pervert for the past couple of days, Yi whispered. The girl, possessing an ethereal charm, appeared harmless, yet was habitually inclined to undermine anyone she encountered. "Silence," both Dodo and Huan admonished in unison. Yi, cradling her shoulders, curled into the sofa. Her gaze like water, appearing profoundly aggrieved and exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. "Pray tell us, how does one earn money within the game?" Huan sprang up from the sofa, scampering to sit beside Luli, with Dodo inching closer. The 2 girls flanked him, each on either side, their expressions, along with Yi's, filled with earnest anticipation as they gazed at Luli. "Ahem, I believe this transaction detail should suffice to demonstrate my capability to pay the rent. Correct?" For the first time, Luli found himself under the intense scrutiny of 2 young, attractive girls, the pressure mounting considerably. Of course. Huan nodded vigorously. "Can you enlighten us now? I am somewhat perplexed by your intentions. I merely came to rent a room." Luli increasingly sensed that while these 3 women were indeed strikingly beautiful, there was an underlying peculiarity to their demeanor. "Very well, let me put it this way." Huan's spirits plummeted instantly as she recounted the reason for her discomposure. This house had been leased earlier in the year by a group of 7 university students who had established a game studio, aspiring to achieve self-actualization within the game future world. Unfortunately, fate took an unforeseen turn, merely 6 months after its launch. Future World lost a substantial player base due to the competition posed by Dawn. Not only did the girls' initial investments evaporate, but they also found themselves liable for rent and utility bills. As the initial enthusiasm waned, others gradually withdrew, leaving only the 3 of them in the small studio. Huan, whose surname is Zhou, is affectionately known as Zhou Huan, the leader of the studio. Having invested the most and returned portions of the others' contributions when they disbanded, thus incurring the greatest losses. Yi, whose surname is Yang, originally named Yang Lu, is endearingly called Yi, a childhood friend of Zhou Huan, steadfast in their camaraderie. As for Dodo, her real name is Do Jingjing. But she detests the name Jingjing, as it often leads to unwanted associations with silence. Thus, everyone affectionately refers to her as Dodo, which sounds rather charming. With the departure of others, it was only natural that the 3 felt despondent. Huan and Yi even ceased playing the newly released Dawn, while the carefree Dodo ventured into the game, experiencing a rather dismal performance. At that time, filled with confidence, they had signed a 3-year lease, and now they could only hope to sublet. Wishing to mitigate their losses, Huan concluded with a resigned tone, articulating the reason for renting out the property. "A wealthy individual. Such a prime location, such a splendid property, spacious with a garden, swimming pool, and an outdoor viewing terrace. The monthly rent must exceed 100,000. Luli thought to himself, feeling utterly inadequate in comparison. He sought to reassure the 3 girls, who were clutching onto him like a lifeline, stating, "Let us first discuss the rental situation. Matters concerning the game can be addressed once we delve into it. I shall do my utmost to assist. But do not hold exaggerated expectations of me. I am merely an ordinary player." "Indeed, I comprehend. It is a common refrain among experts." Dodo nodded vigorously, her expression conveying an understanding shared by all. Luli found himself at a loss for words. While his younger sister Lu Xin uncovered a more impressive facet of her brother, her admiration welling up like an unceasing river. There were 3 vacant rooms available, 2 large and 1 small, priced at 12,000 and 8,000 respectively. "If you could teach us how to play the game, we could reduce the cost by 2,000. The 3 girls chattered animatedly for a moment before swiftly reaching a decision. Each room was spacious, the smallest being at least twice as ample as the residence of the Lu siblings. "Brother, let us rent this smaller room. It can accommodate 2 people. Lu Xin suggested quietly, her eyes wide with awe at the opulence of the space, as if she were living a dream. "No way. Dodo was the first to object, indignantly pointing at Lu Li and exclaiming, "How can this be? You, a pervert, sharing a room with your sister who is already so grown up. You despicable Lilicon." Her imaginative prowess as a kawaii beautiful girl had surely reached its zenith. Lu Li remained speechless, while the other two girls pretended not to know her. After quite a commotion, it was only after Lu Li assured them they would rent 2 rooms that she finally ceased her protests. Together, the rent for the 2 rooms will be 15,000. My friend EE and I will enter the game next week, and at that time, you can guide us on selecting professions and leveling up. The students were evidently affluent, as evidenced by their choice of such a splendid location. They suddenly realized that their studio had faltered merely due to an erroneous game selection. And a renewed vigor surged within them, generously offering Lu Li the best possible deal. "If you join our studio, we could waive your rent," EE murmured softly. Chapter 37. The Gathering of the Escort Team. Indeed, Dodo had fervently berated Lu Li earlier, yet she harbored the utmost faith in his abilities. Although she was not of the elven race in the game, she was aware that Lu Li had sold skill books worth 20 gold on his very first day, and had sold an even greater array of exceptional equipment in Shadowmoon Valley the previous night. Not to mention, he had achieved the first kills of both the elite difficulty spider nest and the outdoor boss, which had been broadcasted throughout the game, making him a character of renown, so to speak. If she were to discover that it was Lu Li who starred in the PK video that had risen to the top of the forums, her astonishment would surely escalate further. As for joining the studio, that notion was not in her immediate plans, despite the allure before her. Lu Li was resolute when it came to declining advances. And what of the housing situation? Has a decision been made? Huan gazed at Lu Li with sincere hope, genuinely wishing for him to move in. He was a gaming deity, very likely to rank among the titans of the gaming world, both in China and globally. Even if he did not join their studio, the occasional guidance he could offer would be of immeasurable benefit. Should Lu Li find the rent too steep, a reduction could certainly be negotiated. "I can cover the first month's rent up front, but the 3 months deposit might take me a bit longer," Lu Li remarked, not intending to take advantage of the situation, even though he needed to gather 60,000 yuan for the breach of contract with the Xingyue Guild by next Wednesday. "Of course, that is no problem. Just gather your things and move in today," came the enthusiastic response from the 3 adorable girls, all nodding in unison. The relocation did not consume much time, as the siblings possessed very few belongings, taking only some clothing and daily necessities while leaving the rest for the neighbors to claim. Lu Li settled into a spacious room on the 2nd floor, situated far from the girls, while Lu Xian occupied the smallest room, conveniently close to Dodo. Their camaraderie blossomed rapidly, and by afternoon, she had already been whisked away for a shopping excursion. Lu Li, however, declined their invitations, as an important quest awaited him in the game. Upon logging back in, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The weather in Shadowmoon Valley was splendid, with sunlight filtering through the foliage, casting a golden glow on the emerald grass, illuminating the valley which was rarely devoid of its usual shadows. He sent a message for Wei Lan Haifeng to come over and casually sought out a few minor monsters in the vicinity of Shadowmoon Valley to test his new network and equipment. The 4-6 gaming-specific network interface proved to be exceptional, elevating his previously 80% completion level in Shadow Strike by 2 or 3 points. This was achieved even with the most basic helmet. He anticipated that acquiring a superior helmet in the future would yield even greater enhancements. Players in free mode must utilize the finest equipment. The skill book he purchased yesterday had also been learned. The skill Backstab boasted significant damage potential, with its primary challenge lying in the necessity for corresponding physical movements. Having reviewed strategies on this topic in his past life and engaged in PK battles with rogues in free mode, Lu Li found the execution manageable. However, to attain a high level of proficiency, considerable practice would be required. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." The gentle breeze from the azure sea swept in as Blue Sea Wind playfully tapped Lu Li on the back with a shield. "Why have you only just logged in?" "I am almost at level 7. Last night, it was exhilarating to level up while tackling dungeons. I was house hunting this morning and could only log into the game when I found a moment," Lu Li replied. "Regarding your inquiry from yesterday, I have already asked around. Several guilds expressed interest. I have chosen the Misty Rain Pavilion because they can provide 3 emerald spider silks, and any black iron equipment that drops will belong to us. However, we must first join their guild," Blue Sea Wind said. "A guild? You might not be aware, but over a dozen guilds were established this morning. In the Huaxia region, There are 7, and here we have Misty Rain Pavilion, Jiangnan Nobility, Blood Banner, and Seventh Heaven. On the evil faction's side, there are Glory City, Storm Legion, and Starry Night. The first guild to be established was Glory City. Quite impressive. These individuals are not to be underestimated, Luli thought, surprised by the rapid changes that transpired in merely a morning without logging in. I said, "Boss, you are being a bit excessive. They only managed to gather enough funds to establish their guild today, while your worth is several dozen gold coins." Blue Sea Wind exclaimed, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Keep it low-key. Let's refrain from assisting them with their records for now. I have a task that I must complete promptly," Luli stated as he activated his communicator to call Moonlight, the warrior who had exchanged black iron equipment with him the previous day. At that moment, Moonlight was engaged in a dungeon run with a wild team. Upon receiving Luli's message, he promptly disbanded from the team and returned, appearing before them shortly thereafter. After exchanging introductions, Luli shared the details of the task with both individuals. This task might not be unique. Perhaps you two could undertake it, and upon completion, we can see if there are further developments. Is it manageable without a healer? We have limited potions, Blue Sea Wind remarked with a bitter expression. That boss consumed far too many potions last night. Were it not for the high prices I paid for a few bottles, my bag would likely be empty. Let us check if any suitable friends are available to join us. It's no trouble to invite a few more. However, we must clarify that it's merely an escort task with no equipment or rewards involved, Luli suggested. The adage, true feelings are revealed in times of crisis, rings true. Upon learning that the task involved assisting others without any equipment or experience, most people concocted various excuses. Either they were in a dungeon or teaming up with others to level up. Surprisingly, none of the dozens of friends in Blue Sea Wind's list were willing to join. Self-proclaimed as socially well-connected, Blue Sea Wind felt quite disheartened, retreating to a corner in silence. In contrast, among Lu Li's limited circle of friends, several promptly submitted requests to join the team. San Yu, a priest, Huadili Qing, a mage, and another player who had previously participated in the Pet Rebellion quest with Luli, quickly inquired about the meeting point and arrived without any unnecessary chatter. There was also a mage named Holy Thunder, a water spirit, and 3 individuals from the Grand Ambition Guild in Luli's friend list. After some consideration, he decided against notifying them, feeling it would be inappropriate to trouble those with whom he was not well acquainted. At last, Luli's gaze settled upon the final individual, the Residual Dream, who was the hunter that had exchanged skill books with him. Upon receiving the message, the young hunter timidly expressed her concerns about her inadequate equipment and average skills. Uncertain of her ability to contribute, Luli contemplated seizing the opportunity to compensate her for the skill book, intending to include her in the adventure. With so many monsters to vanquish along the way, the experience gained would rival that of those engaged in coordinated leveling, regardless of the equipment. As for danger, in the realm of gaming, absolute safety is a myth unless one remains confined to a safe zone. In the wilds of Dawn, team formations are not limited by number, allowing 6 individuals to band together. With Wei Lan of the 6th level, Moonlight of the 6th level, Luli of the 5th level, Flower Bottom Love of the 5th level, March Rain of the 5th level, and Residual Dream of the 4th level, all being youthful, they quickly became acquainted, engaging in cheerful banter as they cleared monsters while progressing towards their destination. Chapter 38. Departure. The creatures preceding the level 6 jungle leopard were swiftly vanquished, yielding a modest bounty of equipment and materials. However, as we traversed beyond the realm of the level 6 jungle leopard, the pressure on our party began to mount. How much longer until the next level, can you tell me? Asked Songming, as Luli adjusted his stride, his form seamlessly blending into the shadows. With a deft twist of his wrist, his dagger pierced the nape of a nearby monster. A system notification chimed in his ear, backstab completion at 71, inflicting 79 skill damage. Alas, only a mere 1 remained. The female hunter, in a flurry, drew her bow, sending an arrow soaring into the air, while the sword of Azure Seawind whirled, narrowly deflecting the arrow that nearly struck her. Given the familiarity of the incident, it was evident this was not the first occurrence. Fear not, once you acquire the strong strike aura, your prowess will flourish, Luli reassured, disregarding the mournful gaze of Azure Seawind, who appeared on the verge of tears. Observing the others, Wada Liqiang operated in intelligent mode, executing actions with commendable precision. His steadiness would surely transform into a formidable mobile artillery once he amassed more skills and exceptional equipment. Meanwhile, the priest Sanueo had made significant strides in just a day, proving his potential to rank among the elite high priests. As for Yue Guang, a single term suffices, a veritable killing machine, clutching the exquisite black iron weapon, Bloodseeker's Axe. It was likely he possessed further black iron gear and had acquired the exceedingly rare skill, Whirlwind, which, combined with the Berserker's high attack power, rendered his damage output surpassing even that of Luli. After approximately half an hour of travel, we arrived at the Goblin Mine, a zone still devoid of players, with the expansive area patrolled solely by goblins. At last, Songming reached level 5 and learned the skill Strong Strike Aura. This ability enhances the melee and ranged attack strength of all party and team members within a 100-yard radius by 10, functioning as a passive skill with no upgrade potential. Every team member received a beneficial status, amplifying their attack strength by 10. What a thrill! This skill was undeniably crucial for the team. Azure Sea Wind, who had previously deemed Songming a burden, now recognized the treasure they had acquired. Yue Guang, too, was visibly moved, his gaze upon Songming ablaze with admiration, akin to that reserved for a piece of exceptional equipment. Songming, often marginalized, had seldom experienced such esteem, especially from individuals of high caliber like Azure Sea Wind and Yue Guang, who were once figures she had looked up to. Enough with the chatter, let us engage the monsters, Luli called out. Despite the goblins' elevated level, our team's collective attack power was formidable. We would face them with ease, treating it as mere training. Sanuea fortified our health, and after a brief respite, Luli signaled for action. Stealthily, he approached and incapacitated one goblin with a swift blow, and soon, the rest of the party focused their fire on another unsuspecting creature. Within mere seconds, the wretched goblin lay defeated. These are level 10 monsters. My goodness, the experience gained is substantial, even exceeding that of dungeon creatures, Azure Sea Wind exclaimed. Astonished. Indeed, most monsters here were 2 to 3 levels higher, resulting in maximum experience bonuses, far surpassing the level 4 and 5 foes encountered in dungeons. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm. At times, 3 or 4 monsters were recklessly charged at, adding pressure to March Rain's healing. This resolute girl did not protest, merely gritting her teeth and persevering. With Luli occasionally offering words of guidance from the sidelines, her technique became increasingly refined. After more than an hour, the group not only cleared the monsters on Tap Road, but Azure Sea Breeze also attracted several more to slay in pursuit of leveling up. Upon reaching Tap, they successfully accepted the exploration quest. The objective was an altar within a cave, and they ventured in directly. I went to open a treasure chest, while Luli had already informed the others of the route, stealthily entering the cave. It was no wonder Luli had such impressive gear. A rogue could venture anywhere, and treasure chests were easily opened. Huadili Qing felt a pang of envy. Well, it's all about luck. Look at the other rogues, how many of them are doing well? Azure Sea Breeze scoffed. Playing a rogue is about the thrill. There are so many monsters. Luli explored this place alone yesterday. His skills are quite good. His completion rate must be high, although we cannot see the damage dealt among us. After grinding together for so long, Moonlight has roughly gauged Luli's damage output. Moonlight, are you playing with friends? Azure Sea Breeze inquired while deftly intercepting monster attacks and managing to engage in conversation. No, just playing alone for fun, Moonlight replied, her voice subdued, hinting at a person with a story. Azure Sea Breeze chuckled. Playing alone is rather dull. For the next dungeon, you definitely need to find a party. The chances of encountering oddballs are far too high. You wouldn't believe it. I ran into a few peculiar characters last night, to put it kindly. Azure Sea Breeze was a loquacious individual. Bluntly put, he was a chatterbox, ensuring that there was never a dull moment wherever he was. Yet, it was precisely his presence that enabled several strangers to quickly find common ground. Luli set off alone, his pace swift as he did not engage in combat. And while the others were still completing their tasks, he returned after opening 3 treasure chests. Magic wrist guards. Huadili Qing, you can take them. How you 2 siblings distribute them is up to you, he said, having acquired several bronze items from the chests, and offered them to anyone who might find them useful. After a moment of polite hesitation, Huadili Qing accepted them. Can you believe your luck, Kinming? Here are 2 items you can actually use. Luli traded 2 agility-enhancing pieces to her. This is too precious, the young hunter exclaimed, taken aback. Azure Sea Breeze leaned in for a closer look, equally astonished. I mean, this can't possibly be what just came out of the chest, right? This crossbow looks familiar. Oh, right. It dropped from the first kill of the elite difficulty spider nest. Hearing this, the young hunter, Kan Meng, was even less inclined to accept the gift. I have no need for a bow. However, Songming, your aim with the bow is lacking. Why not try a crossbow? It is far more user-friendly. In intelligent mode, the system will adjust the speed of the crossbow bolts loading. Lu Li decisively confirmed the transaction, worried that the other party might decline. He added, "Consider it a temporary loan. Return it to me once you acquire better equipment. It's merely a piece of gear." The others were astonished by Lu Li's generosity, and Songming was so excited that he was rendered speechless. Even the usually stoic and aloof Yue Guang was moved. He had always perceived Lu Li as a shrewd businessman who would never suffer a loss. Yet here he was, giving away a piece of black iron weaponry without hesitation. Silver light crossbow, black iron, damage 12 to 20, agility 3, rate of fire 1, required level 4, durability 25-25. Although its attributes are slightly inferior to the Bloodseeker's axe, it is still a black iron item, far superior to bronze equipment. For a rogue like Lu Li, its utility may be limited, but he could certainly sell it, as many hunters would pay a handsome price for it. Now that we have the sea breeze, see if you can make use of it. When Lu Li presented the bronze pants to him, Yue Guang was even more astounded. Almost as if by divine intervention, he accepted the pants, which granted an additional point of strength and replaced them with his current pair that provided an extra 2 points. Since he began playing games at the age of 15, this was the first time someone had gifted him equipment. The sensation was truly peculiar. Chapter 39, The Knoll Elder Greetings. I bring you the regards of Lady Carolina, who hopes that my companions and I may escort you back to Shadow Moon Valley while others complete their scouting mission. Lu Li stepped forward to engage with Tap. Thank you, Captain Carolina, the valiant elf. You have finally arrived. Tap, on the verge of death, rose slightly upon seeing Lu Li. After returning a courteous gesture, he spoke. Your friends have brought new intelligence from the mines. The Knoll priests are approaching from the teleportation circle. Could you lead your companions to eliminate them? I possess several skill tomes from years past which I can offer as rewards. Skill tomes. The eyes of several, including Lu Li, instantly sparkled with excitement, particularly the others, who had initially come merely to assist Lu Li with a task, were astounded to discover they would encounter a subsequent quest that promised skill tomes as rewards. Among them were novice players as well as formidable professional-grade players. Regardless of their backgrounds, this was their first encounter with a quest that offered skill rewards. Truly an unprecedented experience. Only Lu Li, as someone who had been reborn, understood that Dawnlight did not adhere to a standard quest model. There was no correlation between the difficulty rating of a quest and the likelihood of receiving skill tomes. Sometimes, even a simple task of slaying a few monsters could yield a skill tome or skill points, while at other times, seemingly challenging quests did not guarantee any such rewards. Skill points would be introduced in the system update on the following Monday, with a player earning 1 skill point for every 2 levels gained. Beyond that, skill points could only be obtained through quests or boss encounters by chance. During Lu Li's rebirth, many skill point quests had become essential for all players. Yet the current players remained entirely unaware of this. However, that was a matter to contemplate next Monday. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Li resolutely declared, as a member of the elven race, we shall defend the honor of Lady Elune with our very lives. And we will undoubtedly tear apart the vile Knoll priests. May the moon goddess be with us. Lu Li's words were truly commendable, causing Tap to tremble with excitement. Had it not been for the system's setting of his grievous condition, he might have already charged into the Knoll mine with a cry. The others had never witnessed such a dialogue between a player and an NPC, leaving them momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, they realized that Lu Li's success could not simply be attributed to luck. He approached the game with a sincere attitude. Without further ado, Lu Li led his teammates back into the mine. They traversed unhindered to the altar, where upon accepting the quest, they beheld a transformed scene. In addition to the 8 Knoll mages encircling the altar, for Knoll priests, all at level 12, stood upon the altar itself. 8 mages shared a collective enmity. I incapacitated one, eliminated another, and engaged a third with a debilitating attack. Once the aggro was stabilized, I directed my efforts toward my current target, the Remnant Dream. Meanwhile, you ensnared one, while Azure Sea Breeze and Moonlight adeptly bore the brunt of 2 foes. In such circumstances, the directive from the commander became insignificant. Success hinged primarily on the damage per second and healing capabilities. I wondered about my own competence, particularly concerning March Rain, who appeared most anxious. My own health, alongside that of the two warriors, was of little concern. You needed only to watch over your brother and Remnant Dream. The signal was given to commence. Luli stealthily approached, delivering a stunning blow to one of the mages before swiftly turning to ambush another. The others selected their targets, fervently unleashing their abilities. Surprisingly, March Rain, who seemed under the most duress, soon realized that the pressure was minimal. Both Azure Sea Breeze and Moonlight donned exceptional gear, their armor astonishingly robust. The attacks from the dog-headed mages, who were 3 or 4 levels higher, barely dented their health. As for the two foes Luli was engaged with, one stood immobilized after receiving a stunning blow, while the other remained incapacitated throughout, unable to retaliate with its staff. Under the relentless assault from Luli and Huadi Liqing, the first opponent swiftly succumbed. Following this, Luli momentarily vanished from combat, entering a state of stealth to deliver another stunning blow to the previously incapacitated foe. A character could be stunned repeatedly, though each subsequent stun reduced the duration by a third. His next target was the creature that Moonlight had already diminished by half its health. As more adversaries fell, the 8 mages were effortlessly dispatched without a ripple of resistance. Although the 4 priests were of a higher level, their offensive capabilities paled in comparison to those of the mages. Their primary challenge lay in their healing abilities. Yet, this was hardly an insurmountable issue. Among this skilled trio, upon witnessing a priest casting a healing spell, they promptly interrupted it with a stunning ability. Even if a few foes managed to slip through the cracks, it did not alter the overall tide. The 4 priests soon fell one after another. The dark powers were about to descend, and these lowly insects would certainly prostrate themselves before Lord Sargeras. With a final, defiant utterance, the last priest collapsed upon the altar, blood gushing freely, regrettably, without any equipment. Azure Sea Breeze expressed disappointment as he kicked the corpse of the dog-headed mage beneath him. Not necessarily, it may not yet be over, Luli remarked, shaking his head. Despite having never undertaken this quest in his past life, experience told him that such an endeavor could not be so straightforward. Are you referring to this blood? Moonlight, equally perceptive, noted. Indeed, the blood flow was rather excessive, and the others began to sense something amiss. The 4 priests had all been slain upon the altar without any sign of movement, contrasting sharply with the nearly silent demise of the dog-headed mages. The wounds of the priests continuously bled, saturating the altar in crimson. Gradually, the runes upon the altar began to glow. Goodness, could it truly summon something like Sargeras? That sounds quite formidable. Azure Sea Breeze tightened his grip on his shield, feeling a surge of apprehension. Sarone, one of the ancient deities, is known as the thousand-headed demon, an evil so profound that even the titans could not obliterate it. They could only fragment it into countless pieces and imprison it deep beneath the earth, making its summoning a daunting task. Luli remained skeptical. In his past life, the ultimate boss of a level 40, 25-player dungeon was merely a tentacle of Yogg-Saron. The runes upon the altar pulsated with a dark luminescence, ultimately converging and solidifying into the form of an aged Gnoll elder, Arlen. Yet another Gnoll, Luli thought, feeling a twinge of disappointment after eagerly anticipating something more extraordinary. Do not underestimate this foe. It is a boss. Luli suddenly recalled a gaming essay he had encountered in his previous life, which detailed various bosses the author had faced, including the Gnoll elder Arlen. The old Gnoll was notorious for its shameless charm skill, leaving a lasting impression on that particular player. For players, charm is a warlock's ability. Enemies ensnared by it would wander aimlessly. However, for Arlen, the scenario was quite different. He could manipulate players, compelling healing classes to restore his health, or inciting damage dealers to turn against one another. Besides Arlen, a boss in the level 15 public dungeon also possessed this skill, and Luli had experienced torment beyond measure when he faced it in his previous life. Encountering a level 10 boss like Arlen while he was still at a mere level 5 or 6 had left him feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 40. Enchantment skills. Is this boss particularly difficult to defeat? Have you faced it before? Moonlight detected a hint of discomfort on Luli's countenance and discreetly initiated a private chat. A friend encountered this boss during a previous raid. Its offensive and defensive capabilities are rather mediocre, yet it possesses a particularly troublesome skill. Luli relayed the general characteristics of the boss, and indeed, he noticed Moonlight furrowing her brow. However, Moonlight did not linger in despair. Instead, she privately communicated, I heard from Seabreeze that you intend to establish a premier fixed team. If that is the case, someone must take on the responsibilities of a leader. Hesitation is not an option. The issue is rather straightforward. Either abandon the endeavor or attempt to engage. If we perish, it merely results in a loss of experience. Considering the experience gained from today's journey, we have already exceeded a 50 increase. Upon hearing this, Luli felt a sudden clarity. After all, it was merely experience. Regaining his composure and shedding the weight of pressure, he clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Let us give it a try. Everyone, feel free to share your suggestions." "Everyone awaits your command. How shall we proceed?" inquired the trusting tank, Seabreeze. With a wave of his hand, Luli laid out the strategy. The tank would engage the boss, healers would provide support, and the rest would focus on damage output. The group stared at their leader in disbelief. It was their first encounter with this boss. How could he possess such extensive knowledge? Luli knew the boss might employ an enchantment skill, where targeted players could be controlled to heal or attack, so he advised against panic. If a healer was targeted, others should attempt to control the healer. If a DPS was called out, others should evade. His casual remarks hardly constituted a strategy, lacking a comprehensive guide for the boss. Luli could only devise a plan based on this troublesome skill. Though reluctant, the others had no choice but to proceed with standard tactics. Seabreeze charged in, successfully stunning the boss for a brief moment. It appeared the boss was not entirely immune to control effects. In the realm of Dawn, some bosses could be controlled while others possessed innate resistance to such skills. Only when the boss was casting certain abilities could it be interrupted by a kick or counter from a mage. There had been attempts to defeat the boss with a group rich in control skills, aiming to keep the boss incapacitated indefinitely. However, during the actual attempt, they discovered that frequent control attempts not only rendered the boss immune, but also risked triggering a berserk state, transforming the encounter from manageable to catastrophic in an instant. After being stunned for a second by Seabreeze's charge, Luli's 4-second sneak attack effectively yielded only 2.5 seconds of impact, indicating the boss was gradually gaining immunity to control skills. Fortunately, the defenses of the Kobold Elder, Aelin, were generally low, and this Elder was no exception. Seabreeze dealt 3 points of damage, while Luli's basic attack inflicted approximately 5 points. The total health stood at 45,000. Without accounting for various unforeseen circumstances. Based on the damage output observed from the 5 encounters, it is evident that at least an hour of combat will be required. Unfortunately, the highest level of the Azure Seabreeze is merely level 7, whereas the dog-headed Elder boasts a formidable level 10, resulting in a significant disparity. If we were to face a defensive beast-type boss, the chances of breaching its defenses would be negligible. Alas, this creature inflicts considerable pain, far surpassing that of the turtle boss. When struck by the dog-headed Elder, the Azure Seabreeze suffered a loss of 23 health points. Of course, this is a level 10 boss, as Luli pointed out. "I have always been curious about how you managed to defeat the first wild boss," Moonlight inquired. "How else would we have slain it?" "We took turns attacking," replied Azure Seabreeze. However, that particular boss was indeed relatively easy to vanquish. Its attacks were not particularly high, and it lacked any truly exceptional skills, save for its high defense and substantial health pool. This was an aquatic boss. Once its health dipped below a certain threshold, it would retreat into the water to recover. We led the boss to a nearby grove. A grove. The real world is full of surprises. Wadi Leeching appeared quite composed. It was able to comprehend the situation immediately. "Heh, it's just that, you know." Azure Seabreeze is even more unscrupulous. "The two of them managing to defeat that boss is something to be proud of," Moonlight remarked. "He is undeniably a skilled player. Having engaged in over a dozen games, he has never encountered a situation where 2 individuals could slay a boss in such a short time," causing the Dawn development team to shed tears of despair. Chatting while battling the boss certainly alleviates boredom, particularly when the boss occasionally swings its staff, unleashing a skill reminiscent of a blizzard, dealing substantial damage. Over 30 health points to someone equipped like Luli. Fortunately, this skill is neither sustained nor frequent. Otherwise, they would have had to concede defeat. As the boss's health dwindled to 70%, it finally raised its staff, or wand, and uttered an obscure incantation, leaving the young hunter, Kan Meng, in a daze as he aimed his crossbow at Wadi Leeching. "Why me?" Wadi Leeching could only attempt to distance himself. "What should I do? What should I do? Why can't I control myself?" Kan Meng, already tense, became even more flustered and incoherent. "Do not panic. This is a skill being cast upon you by the boss. Check the duration displayed on your panel. Lu Li's steady voice resonated, soothing the anxious teammates. 52 seconds remaining. Kim Ming shouted after glancing at it. Li Qing, run at a distance. Do your best to avoid being targeted by Cao Ming's attack. Fortunately, the creatures in the mine do not respawn rapidly, thus granting us some spatial advantage in battle. The young hunter, now equipped with black iron weaponry, had enhanced his attack potency significantly since the onset of the fight. The boss, under the influence of the charm, exhibited no further actions during the charm's duration, which was the only piece of fortunate news amid their trials. At this moment, the healer, San Yueyu, who had been under immense pressure, finally breathed a sigh of relief. As Lu Li continued to deliver output, he explained to her, do not panic when healing. Strive to minimize excess healing whenever possible, especially for us non-priority damage absorption units. Refrain from healing after every blizzard. After all, no one will perish after 2 or 3 attempts, but we must avoid letting anyone drop too low on health. We cannot predict the boss's subsequent attacks. Ideally, everyone should maintain above half health. If DPS gets controlled again, the healer can step out of combat to regain mana. Yu Guang added. Although Lu Li and his team's output was indeed lacking, the primary issue with this boss did not lie in the damage dealt, but rather in the healing. The battle stretched over an hour, rigorously testing the healer's mana management skills, how to maximize healing effects with minimal mana usage, and how to cleverly restore magical energy. San Yu's overflow healing was abundant, ensuring safety, yet it lacked sustainability. With the guidance of 2 experts, when the second charm was cast and Lu Li fell under control, San Yu decisively stepped away to regain mana. This exemplifies one of the distinctions between battling outdoor bosses and dungeon bosses. The threat range differs significantly. The threat range of outdoor bosses is considerably smaller. While dungeon bosses determine threat based on terrain and visibility, some bosses will relentlessly pursue you as long as you remain within the dungeon. After Lu Li was controlled, it was surprisingly Huadi Li Qing who became the target of the pursuit. Chapter 41. The heart of enchantment decisiveness is a matter of character, my friend. Continue your flight, for the azure sea breeze revels in your plight. As Huadi Li Qing ran, he glanced back in dismay, discovering that Lu Li was gaining on him with alarming speed. The sea breeze surged towards me while Lu Li issued commands. Without hesitation, the azure sea breeze charged forward, stunning Lu Li in place. Given that most of his equipment favored stamina, the damage was not severe, and Lu Li only lost a little over 20 health points. Upon regaining his senses, Lu Li's objective remained unchanged. He continued the pursuit of Huadi Li Qing. This cannot be. Am I to lose my first drop of health at your hands? Huadi Li Qing fled desperately, yet as a character built entirely on intelligence. He was being relentlessly chased by one specializing in agility, leaving him with little hope of escape. Get lost. The first time I saw you, you were being trampled by a wild wolf. Lu Li, growing increasingly irritated by the incessant taunts, felt the dagger nearly pierce him and could only shout, "Moonlight, stun me." Moonlight charged in, successfully stunning Lu Li, allowing Huadi Li Qing to gain some distance. The sea breeze offered me a shield bash, and I felt utterly vexed, having to command others against myself. After enduring that wave of attacks, the boss's health diminished to 60. Fortunately, San Yu returned just in time, having restored nearly all her mana. This meant that as long as the healer could find an opportunity to retreat and regain mana, supplemented by a few potions, they would not become a liability for the team. It was only because of the azure sea breeze, adorned in nearly full bronze gear and at level 7, that he could withstand without healing. Otherwise, even a main tank from another guild would surely require constant healing to endure. However, if it were a large guild, how could just 6 individuals dare to confront a level 10 boss? Rumors circulated on the forums about the evil faction's Xingqian Guild, which had organized over 100 players above level 5 to challenge the level 20 wild boss, Rubus. The result was a swift annihilation, as the main tank simply could not withstand the might of the boss. Before us stood the formidable goblin elder, Aelin, who was no easy foe. Approximately every 5 minutes, he unleashed a charm spell. Remnant Dream, Huadi Li Qing, Moonlight, and the azure sea breeze fell victim in succession, as the 6 of us clumsily reduced the boss's health to below 50%. Damn it! A collective curse echoed in our minds. San Yu was controlled. Nothing was more terrifying. We watched as San Yu stood motionless, desperately casting healing spells on the boss. While the boss's health did not regenerate rapidly, perhaps 4 to 5,000 points during a minute of charm. The critical issue lay elsewhere. I had run out of mana. In less than 50 seconds, Sanyu had exhausted her magical reserves. The sea breeze prepared to consume a potion to hold the line, while Sanyu, upon breaking free from the charm, immediately drank a mana potion. Don't worry about resistance. Restore whatever you can. Luli knew he had to remain composed. Otherwise, we would face utter annihilation. In a previous life, I had heard of many elite team leaders and had followed various teams of differing styles and skill levels. I learned a crucial lesson. At no point should the commander lose composure. Alan bellowed furiously, striking the head of Azure Sea Breeze with his staff, causing a significant drop in health. Fortunately, before the next assault, Azure Sea Breeze consumed a basic healing potion, and March Rain cast another healing spell, preventing a critical situation. However, a dilemma arose. It was evident that March Rain's mana would not last until the boss unleashed its charm ability in 5 minutes. Due to the resistance to magic, no amount of mana potions could alter the course of battle. Luli pondered for a moment and spoke gravely. March Rain, disengage from combat to replenish mana. Azure Sea Breeze, refrain from using taunt. If health falls below 1/3, Moonlight will take over the aggro. This was a relatively safe strategy, with the challenge lying in whether Moonlight could promptly seize the aggro. Otherwise, if the main tank fell, defeating the boss would become impossible. Luli had long suspected that Moonlight was a skilled player, and indeed, Moonlight did not disappoint. As the main tank's health dipped below half, he began to unleash damage-dealing skills. Once the tank's health fell below 1/3, he executed a high-damage whirlwind attack, successfully drawing aggro away from the tank. However, Moonlight was not the main tank. His build and equipment were focused on strength, and a single hit from the boss cost him 60 to 70 health points, reducing him to near death after just a few blows. During this process, Luli diligently accumulated combo points, and upon reaching the maximum of 5, he deftly maneuvered and executed a backstab. The system announced, backstab completed with 79 effectiveness, dealing 101 skill damage, with a level 1 armor penetration effect lasting 30 seconds. Moonlight's battle axe also had an armor penetration effect, yet it paled in comparison to Luli's. Sensing the armor penetration effect, Moonlight skillfully withdrew, allowing Luli to inflict significant damage and successfully regain aggro. Although Luli had lower defense, his high agility and evasion, coupled with his nimble positioning, enabled him to endure longer than Moonlight. Just as Luli found himself in a precarious situation, Azure Sea Breeze, having restored a substantial amount of health, charged at the boss like a heavily armored tank, effortlessly drawing aggro with a taunt. March Rain's mana was fully replenished, and the earlier crisis had finally dissipated. With the experience of the first healing being controlled, the second encounter posed no significant challenges. Aside from a bit of frantic activity, the team faced no casualties. The shameless boss, under the relentless assault of an even more shameless group of elite players, gradually succumbed to defeat. The pitiful kobold Elder Allen, who could have easily annihilated a 100-man team, fell heavily beneath the altar, leaving no parting words before his demise. The system announced, players Luli, Azure Sea Breeze, Moonlight, March Rain, Wadili Qing, and Kunming have achieved the first kill of the outdoor boss, Kobold Elder Allen. We made it to the broadcast. Kunming exclaimed joyfully. What is so remarkable about appearing on television? It becomes a matter of habit. The character Azure Sea Breeze has perfected the art of pretense. Yet in truth, witnessing the fervor of so many individuals on the regional channel celebrating the first kill brings him immense satisfaction. The moment the boss fell, aside from the recently leveled Azure Sea Breeze and the others, Cursed Dream, Luli, Flower Bottoming Love, Moonlight, and March Rain, who had leveled together, the experience gained from the boss was unimaginably rich. More importantly, the spectacle of the boss dropping loot was exhilarating, sweeping away the fatigue born from prolonged concentration. Dream. Come and gather the equipment, Luli suggested, stepping back to observe that Cursed Dream's hand seemed unusually red. The first item she touched was a piece of bronze plate armor. Upon inspecting its attributes, Luli promptly tossed it to Moonlight. Cursed Dream proceeded to touch a second item. Fortune smiled upon her again, revealing a piece of black iron equipment intended for priests, enhancing healing effects, an item no one would contest with March Rain. Subsequently, she uncovered another piece of black iron, a helmet for a main tank, exceptionally rare, which naturally fell into Azure Sea Breeze's possession. Very good, he said, his smile broadening. Luli acquired a piece of shoulder armor, a bronze item that granted an additional 3 agility points. though it could not be equipped until reaching level 10. After all, this was a level 10 boss, making it unlikely to yield items below that level. Thus, the gear they received would only be temporarily held. Additionally, through the insistence of his teammates, the materials dropped by the boss found their way into his inventory, including the enchanted heart, essential for upgrading his ring, an item he had initially thought would only be obtainable in a level 15 dungeon. Chapter 42. Dual Skill Books. The others believed that without Lu Li, they would not have been able to undertake this quest or defeat the boss, which left them feeling resentful that Lu Li had failed to acquire the black iron equipment. However, for Lu Li, this sentiment was entirely misplaced. The allure of the enchantment heart made the endeavor worthwhile beyond measure. The 15th level dungeon posed significant challenges. Even a party of 10 level 20 players might struggle to navigate it successfully. Moreover, the enchantment heart had an exceedingly low drop rate, only appearing in elite difficulty, far rarer than the emerald spider silk. In his past life, he had heard from Blue Sea Breeze that he had spent 3 full months in the 15th level dungeon in pursuit of the enchantment heart. Upgrading the Supreme Ring to the Supreme Ring 2 primarily required emerald spider silk and the enchantment heart, while the other 5 materials were exceptional. Most could be procured directly from the marketplace, merely requiring additional time and gold. Lu Li estimated that, with a stroke of luck, he would be able to upgrade the ring at the altar before reaching level 15. The attributes of the Supreme Ring 2 would represent a monumental transformation compared to its predecessor, providing a substantial enhancement. Let us proceed to complete the quest. After gathering their spoils, the group exited the cavern, encountering a few minor foes along the way, which they swiftly dispatched. "Spirit, I hope you bring good tidings," he remarked as he observed Tap, who appeared to be barely hanging on to life, precariously wielding a broken iron spear as a makeshift staff. Despite a few unforeseen circumstances, Lu Li nonchalantly recounted the intense battle with brevity. The others, feeling a sense of urgency, noticed Blue Sea Breeze attempting to interject, only to be deftly silenced by Lu Li. They did not comprehend Lu Li's reasoning. It was common knowledge that the rewards for NPC quests correlated with their difficulty. The Altar S Priest was not even an elite creature, and securing substantial rewards seemed unlikely. However, they had not merely engaged the priest. They had also confronted a wild boss with 50,000 health points, akin to a goblin elder. Given the actual circumstances, it was not unreasonable to expect a more generous reward for this quest. Unexpectedly, Tap's expression grew serious. "What sort of unforeseen event are you referring to? Please elaborate." "Monitoring the goblins is my responsibility, and I cannot overlook any detail," he insisted. At that moment, Lu Li recounted in detail the encounter with the goblin elder Alan. After he finished, the group received the notification that they had completed the quest. System: completed Tap's commission, defeat the goblin priest. Received reputation reward, experience points, and a random profession skill book. System: completed Tap's commission, defeat the goblin elder. Received reputation reward, experience points, a random skill book of any profession, and a random weapon of the respective profession. Except for Lu Li, the others were left in astonishment, gradually beginning to understand why Lu Li had chosen to engage with Tap in 2 distinct stages. This was clearly 2 separate quests, both offering generous rewards. The wealth of experience gained from the 2 tasks, particularly the substantial reward from the second, allowed level 6 Lu Li to directly accumulate an additional half-level of experience. Even more exhilarating than the experience itself were the rewards, a collection of profession-specific skill books, a skill book for any profession, and a weapon pertinent to his class. No one had ever received such bountiful task rewards. These hours felt like a dream, as they battled level 8 and 9 monsters, vanquished a level 15 boss, and completed 2 extraordinarily exceptional quests. "Lord Tap, please allow us to escort you back to Shadow Moon Valley for healing," Lu Li earnestly proposed. Having paid close attention to NPC Tap throughout their conversation, Tap was greatly pleased with Lu Li's demeanor and readily agreed. "Indeed, I must return to recuperate. However, once I have healed, I shall return to the Knoll Mine. This is where I belong as a warrior." It was then that Lu Li fully comprehended why Tap's quest diverged from those of his previous life. In his past experience, Tap was merely an ordinary daily NPC, issuing 2 mundane tasks each day, one to investigate the mine and another to slay 20 gnolls, offering only a meager reward of experience and silver coins. The quests they had recently undertaken regarding Tap were unique prerequisite tasks, and future players would not encounter similar assignments. The Gnoll Elder was a unique boss. destined never to respawn. Tap was capable of moving independently, albeit at a sluggish pace, seemingly possessing a taunt aura that drew the ire of nearby monsters within an 80-yard radius. Consequently, Lu Li and his companions had to remain vigilant in dealing with these minor adversaries. Once they traversed beyond the Knoll's territory, the situation improved significantly, as the monsters' levels decreased further out. At this juncture, the group finally had time to examine their spoils. The skill Vanishing was revealed, an instant cast ability with a 2-minute cooldown, allowing the user to disappear and enter an enhanced stealth mode for 5 seconds. During the initial 3 seconds post-vanish, all damage and harmful effects would not break stealth, while simultaneously removing all movement restrictions. Current level, 1000. Luli nearly gasped in astonishment. He had indeed acquired this skill. The final boss Duan in the Scarlet Monastery, Library, Dungeon, set to Elite difficulty level 30 and above, had a certain chance of dropping the Vanishing skill book. This dungeon was a daily must for any dedicated gamer. The acquisition of a Vanishing skill book could yield a significant profit for the entire team upon sale. It was not uncommon for raid leaders to abscond with the skill book, casting aside their future reputations without a second thought upon seeing it. In the game Dawn, there existed 40 million rogues, yet those possessing the Vanishing skill book numbered less than 1 in 1,000. Vanishing was emblematic of a rogue's prowess, holding an esteemed status akin to that of the mage's ice barrier. The rarity of this skill book was thus abundantly clear. And now, this precious tome lay nestled within Luli's inventory. Before Luli could peruse the second skill book, a piercing scream resonated through the air. Alas, I have tamed it. I have tamed it. It is the dream hunter of remnants. Her excitement resembles that of an adorable flea, ceaselessly bounding about. A hunter devoid of taming skills is unable to acquire a pet. No amount of skill can rival other professions, but once a commendable companion is obtained, the experience transforms entirely. A hunter accompanied by a pet reigns as the sovereign of the wild. If there exists a profession within Dawn that counters the rogue, aside from the armored classes, the hunter undoubtedly ranks among the foremost. Remnant's fortune is scarcely inferior to that of Luli. She has secured the coveted taming. The transformation spell, however, leaves Haughty Liching rather discontent. The shield block indeed confirms my suitability as a main tank, while Azure Sea Breeze remains somewhat disheartened. The Fatal Strike can diminish the effectiveness of healing on the target. As others reveal their abilities, Moonlight does not conceal hers. Resurrection, accompanied by the gentle March Rain and a hint of pride in her tone, is indeed a source of pride for a priest capable of reviving others. As even the most novice of individuals recognizes the significance of resurrection to a team. Vanish, Luli offered little explanation, merely uttering a name before turning to peruse another random skill book. Shadow Familiar, instant cast, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Conjures a Shadow Familiar to assault the target for 15 seconds. Whenever the Shadow Familiar successfully inflicts damage, the caster will regain 10% of their total magical capacity. Presently, at level 1000. Although Tapu is merely an explorer, he is undeniably a renowned NPC of at least elite template, and his generosity is indeed astonishing. Chapter 43. Child of the Forest. The skill Shadow Demon is an extraordinary summoning ability, exclusive to priests. Its value does not lie merely in the damage inflicted by the summoned Shadow Demon, but rather in the accompanying effects that transpire concurrently. With each strike, the caster is granted 10 of their mana. If fortune favors them, the Shadow Demon, which lasts for 15 seconds, can land 4 or 5 blows, thus enabling the priest to replenish half of their mana reserve directly. Possessing this skill significantly enhances San Yu's sustainability during the recent boss encounter. There was no need to retreat from the combat zone to regain mana. The book containing Shadow Demon is exceedingly precious, although it pales in comparison to Lu Li's Vanishing. It is still more valuable than Kunmang's Taming. This skill is crucial for the sustainability of team healing, and numerous groups would readily invest in a healer who does not suffer from mana depletion. Lu Li, suppressing his own discomfort and hesitating for a considerable time, ultimately entrusted the skill book to San Yu. He is not inherently generous, particularly as he has debts to repay and savings to accumulate. However, this skill book is of paramount importance to San Yu. This skill. San Yu, possessing remarkable talent, instantly grasped the implications of this skill for her. Without uttering much ingratitude, she tossed her second skill book back. Child of the Forest, instant cast. You transform into a cheetah, increasing your movement speed by 30 and enhancing climbing capabilities by 45 degrees. while granting access to all exclusive skills available in cheetah form. Additionally, it renders the caster immune to transformation effects and reduces fall damage, while dispelling any movement restrictions on the caster. Current level, 1000. While setting up a stall in Shadow Moon Valley, Luli had previously elucidated the concept of enhanced skills, mentioning the transformation into a cheetah, which refers to Child of the Forest. This skill provides a 10 increase in movement speed compared to the standard cheetah transformation, along with the added climbing advantage. In Dawn, some refer to druids in the form of Child of the Forest as meow aliens, primarily due to their smaller size, resembling that of a domestic cat, and their remarkable speed, which even those with acceleration skills struggle to match. Druids are masters of survival. While they may not excel in PK, their escape prowess is unparalleled. Although Luli is a rogue, he is able to learn this skill, which he has long anticipated. The last time he strolled through Shadow Moon Valley, he spotted a player selling transform into cheetah for 5 gold coins. Though he could afford it, he ultimately refrained from purchasing. Not only due to the steep price, but also because acquiring Child of the Forest was of greater significance. Observing the exchange of skill books between the two, Weilon Haifeng and others also revealed their treasures, eager to see if anyone else might be interested. Any player witnessing this would undoubtedly be astonished. Who would so casually give away skill books worth thousands of real-world currency? While Luli had no use for the other skill books, they casually exchanged among themselves, fostering camaraderie and genuinely evoking the spirit of teamwork. To Luli's surprise, he acquired a weapon reward in the form of black iron. Shadow of Death, black iron damage 12 to 25, strength 5, attack speed 10, required level 6, durability 32-32. In his hands, he wielded a level 5 plain dagger and the Mother-S Kiss, upgraded by a dwarven blacksmith's enchantment. Mother-S Kiss, black iron damage 10 to 22, agility 4. Special effect, a chance to poison the target upon hit, inflicting 20 damage per second for 5 seconds, required level 5, durability 30-30. Comparatively, Mother-S Kiss aligns more closely with Luli's style, and its special effect proved advantageous during their 2 encounters with the boss. However, it would be unjust to claim that Shadow of Death is inferior to Mother-S Kiss. Shadow of Death is more suited for combat rogues, offering high damage output. And it is also effective for agile rogues, given its 10 increase in attack speed. Upon replacing the plain weapon, Luli's attack power surged significantly with the 2 black iron daggers, instilling fear in cloth-wearing classes. Even a heavily armored class like Moonlight, equipped with exceptional gear, would find it challenging to secure victory against Luli. Others were not as fortunate as Luli in terms of weaponry, apart from March Rain, who obtained a black iron staff. The rest received only exceptional bronze. Exceptional bronze is still commendable. Many players struggle to acquire even ordinary bronze weapons. Exceptional bronze can fetch around 70 to 80 silver coins at market stalls, translating to a substantial sum, leaving everyone quite satisfied. On the way back, Azure Sea Breeze received a message from Misty Rain Pavilion inquiring when they could attempt to break the record and what preparations were necessary. There's no rush. The Blood-Red Battle Flag's record remains unbroken, indicating that luck plays a role in swiftly overcoming it. Later, I will propose a different strategy. Advising them to prepare 3 of the best-equipped mages, Luli stated, "Isn't the knife team the fastest?" Azure Sea Breeze was taken aback. The methods of those in the Grand Ambitions game seemed to have leaked, as the strategy for the spider's nest was now common knowledge. Consequently, physical damage dealers garnered unprecedented attention due to their ability to soak their weapons in the stream beneath the spider bridge, while traditional dungeon classes faced neglect. At the dungeon teleportation NPC, a throng of mages could often be seen beseeching for a party, only to be met with disdain. Even when they finally managed to form a group, they were treated with indifference, akin to being relegated to a secondary role. Since the inception of the game, mages had never encountered such treatment. Thus, upon hearing that experts were leading mages to break records, the mage players of Misty Rain Pavilion were left in tears. Ultimately gathering 3 sets of the finest equipment for the most skilled mages, all at level 7. Mages are the fastest leveling class. Several rogues would draw a horde of monsters while a group of mages unleashed blizzards, creating a thrilling spectacle. If not for the overwhelming number of players and the scarcity of monsters, even level 10 mages might have been common. After escorting the injured Tapu back to the village, Luli and his companions sought out Carolina to complete their quest. Unfortunately, this escort mission was solely Luli's, leaving the others without experience or rewards. After completing his task, Luli was merely 10% away from ascending to level 7, a rank comparable to the mages dispatched by the Misty Rain Pavilion, allowing him to firmly enter the ranks of high-level players. This was primarily due to the substantial experience rewards from recent tasks. In addition to the experience, Carolina bestowed upon Luli a badge bearing the inscription Administrative Order Number 17. Aside from these few elvish characters, there were no further explanations. Upon receiving it, Luli was initially perplexed. What purpose could this serve? An administrative order? Was it a decree to appoint him to an official position? Waylon, High Foam, and the others gathered around, equally bewildered. Chapter 44, Guild Upgrade Order. Esteemed Lady Carolina, I humbly confess my lack of experience and inquire about the purpose of the Order Number 17. Luli quickened his pace, continuing the dialogue with Carolina. She gently smoothed the soft fur of her mount, the white leopard, and smiled as she replied, in the not-so-distant future, you, the favored ones, shall emerge as pivotal forces against the Burning Legion. Unity among you is essential. The Guild Upgrade Order. Luli instantly grasped the significance. In his previous life, he had not encountered such a concept, and among players, it had been referred to by another name. Hence he momentarily failed to recall that this peculiar designation pertained to the Guild Upgrade Order. The requirements for establishing a guild in Dawnlight are not particularly stringent, merely 20 gold coins. By pooling resources, if everyone collaborates and contributes, amassing even a single silver coin is a trivial task, and it won't be long before the guild is founded. A newly established guild begins at level 1, capable of accommodating 1,000 members. To enhance its capabilities, one must pursue upgrades. Upgrading not only increases the guild's member capacity but also unlocks various formidable features. For instance, members of a level 2 guild gain a 5 boost in experience when defeating monsters, while a level 5 guild can have the cooldown time of return stones to 30 minutes. The process of upgrading a guild is not overly arduous. One merely needs to accumulate various materials gradually. Once a specified quantity is gathered and submitted to the city's administrative hall, the guild can be elevated. Additionally, special items can facilitate upgrades, such as the Order Number 17 in Luli's possession, known among players as the Guild Upgrade Order. Orders ending in 7, 7, 17, 27, 37 all serve as tokens of guild advancement. Presenting them at the administrative hall allows for immediate elevation to the corresponding level. For instance, possessing a No. 7 order permits the free establishment of a guild, while a number 17 order enables a complimentary upgrade to level 2. Upon reaching level 2, for a mere 5 gold coins, one can activate the experience boost feature, granting guild members a 5 increase in experience gained from monster slaying. This feature should not be underestimated. Its allure is beyond compare for avid levelers. When recruiting members, a simple announcement of the 5 experience boost will undoubtedly attract numerous applications, especially now, when all guilds are still at level 1. Seabreeze. Please contact the high-ranking officials of various guilds and inform them that we possess an item capable of elevating guilds to level 2. We shall auction it tonight in Shadow Valley, Luli declared with a smile. This is our chance for fortune. We shall share the spoils. Is it truly valuable? Azure Seabreeze asked, equally exhilarated. Wait, Moonlight interjected, interrupting their conversation. Listen to me first. We are indeed assisting you in completing tasks and earning rewards. However, what we have gained along the way far exceeds mere compensation. Therefore, I shall forego the final reward. I also did not want to. And the fleeting dream quickly picked up the conversation. I truly did not know what to say. My equipment is subpar, my level is low, and my skills are lacking. Usually, I find it difficult to form a party for leveling. I never anticipated being brought along to confront a boss, yet here I am. Having acquired a piece of black iron, several bronze items, and 2 skill books, including the essential taming skill for hunters, I felt a sense of unease about these gains. I could not accept more. It was quite remarkable for this usually hesitant young lady to articulate so much without faltering. Hua Diliching shook her head in agreement, firmly stating that she would not partake in any profit sharing. Why are you looking at me? I never proposed any division of spoils, said Waylon Haifeng, feeling quite aggrieved. I am merely curious about the potential selling price of this small token. What is its worth? Luli pondered momentarily. At present, it should fetch around 50 gold coins. Are you certain you do not wish to accept? 50 gold coins. A collective gasp arose from the group. 50 gold coins equate to approximately 40 to 50,000 in real currency. Although the allure of gold was strong, the principles held by Yue Guang and the others prevailed, and they resolutely declined Lu Li's proposal for a share. Lu Li felt a wave of relief wash over him as he observed these individuals. He realized they were all of commendable character, and should he form a stable team in the future, these players would be his first consideration. "Do you know that the system updates next Monday?" Lu Li inquired. "Of course we do," replied Hua Diliqing. "It is the first update of the system, and there will surely be many revisions." "There is a little secret in this," Lu Li continued. The official website mentioned encouraging players to actively identify issues and provide as many suggestions for revisions as possible. He explained in detail. Weilon Haifeng, however, seemed skeptical and interjected, "We are all aware of that. Nearly every game states such things. In reality, games seldom alter based on player suggestions. If a vote were to be initiated, the most common recommendation would likely be to increase drop rates and experience. While Dawn may not change drop rates and experience points, their initiative to solicit player feedback is indeed substantial," Lu Li countered, shaking his head. "What rewards are there?" Yue Guang suddenly asked. It was indeed the seasoned player who possessed sharper instincts. Recognizing that Lu Li raised this topic not to incite complaints about the game company's obstinacy. "Experience points," Lu Li replied, undeterred. "As long as suggestions are accepted, regardless of whether they overlap with others. The game company will distribute experience points based on the number of accepted suggestions. It is said that the amount is quite substantial." Upon hearing this, Weilon Haifeng's expression grew serious. If the amount was indeed considerable, it could be quite promising. "What kinds of suggestions can we propose?" Hua Diliqing expressed her frustration. Despite her various grievances about the game, she found herself at a loss when it came to specifying which issues needed improvement. "Let me provide a few examples for everyone to ponder. Once we go live tomorrow, let us gather to compile our queries and submit them all. After all, the gaming company has not stated that submissions cannot be duplicated." Subsequently, Lu Li indeed presented several instances regarding game modifications. For example, the introduction of an auction house within the game, as well as the establishment of trading posts in town-level strongholds, where players could access a trading panel to view information about various items, allowing for the buying and selling of equipment, materials, potions, ores, and more. Additionally, the slow progression of skill upgrades was highlighted, suggesting that the game company should implement skill points, recalibrate the hit calculation within the intelligent mode, introduce NPCs for learning life skills, thereby granting players access to a broader array of life skills, and incorporate weather effects as factors influencing combat. The others listened in rapt attention, even beginning to speculate about Lu Li's true identity in the real world. Could it be that he is a game developer? Or perhaps even a tester assigned by the company Dawn within the game? You might want to recruit another individual to form a team capable of conquering elite difficulty dungeons. I shall provide specific strategy shortly. Haifeng and I will assist the Misty Rain Pavilion in refreshing their dungeon records, so we will not join you today. Lu Li, regardless of how much they could comprehend, felt he had done all he could at this point. The others remained absorbed in the gaming suggestions Lu Li had imparted, not perceiving his actions to refresh dungeon records as particularly shocking. With a wave of their hands, they dispersed. Lu Li and the Azure Sea Breeze proceeded to repair their equipment before joining 3 mages from the Misty Rain Pavilion to prepare for refreshing the dungeon records. Chapter 45. What defines a master on the very day that Lu Li achieved the first kill of the spider lair on elite difficulty? A figure known as Azure Sea Wind sold the dungeon strategy to the Crimson Battle Flag. In response, the Crimson Battle Flag dispatched an elite team of players, guided by the esteemed leader of the Dawn team, Indifferent, who managed to shorten the dungeon record to 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 32 seconds. This record was set yesterday, and despite the general increase in player levels by at least 1 since then, no one has been able to surpass it. Now, the Misty Rain Pavilion has offered 3 emerald spider silks, along with the total yield from this dungeon, in hopes of persuading Lu Li to break this record. Dawn's public dungeon has 2 methods of entry. One can either directly access the dungeon at its location or pay the teleportation fee to the dungeon transporters scattered across various regions. This explains why the spider lair is located within the Whispering Forest map, allowing players from other races and regions to access the dungeon as well. The 3 mages from the Misty Rain Pavilion awaited Lu Li and Azure Sea Wind beside the transporter. For those with wealth are not inclined to skimp on a few copper coins for transport fees. Mio, Zero, and Moonlight City were the 3 mages. with Mio and Zero bearing an uncanny resemblance as they were introduced as twins in real life. A rarity that intrigued Lu Li during his first encounter with twins in the game. All three mages sent by the Misty Rain Pavilion were at level 7, which meant that Lu Li was the lowest level in the party, still needing over 10% of experience to reach level 7. The highest level among them was Azure Sea Wind, who was rumored to be just a few monsters away from level 8. Is it possible to proceed without a healer? Sitting down to consume potions would simply waste time, inquired Moonlight City. The endeavor of breaking a record relies partly on luck and partly on minimizing time spent in other areas. Lu Li confidently replied, this time, we shall proceed without a healer. Since Lu Li insisted on this approach, the others had no objections. Moonlight City, seemingly a high-ranking member of the Misty Rain Pavilion, promptly invited Lu Li and Azure Sea Wind to join the guild. When a team consists entirely of members from the same guild, the system will announce the guild's name alongside the dungeon record, effectively serving as a promotional tool to enhance the guild's reputation, which is precisely what the Misty Rain Pavilion had invested in. Do any of you possess area control skills? Lu Li inquired. The three mages shook their heads in unison, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. In the game of Dawn, mages are defined primarily by their area attack capabilities. The Blizzard skill, available from the skill instructor, enables any mage to easily become adept at area attacks. However, area control is contingent upon luck. To be able to execute area attacks and still desire area control, do you wish to render other professions obsolete? Can we at least allow the mages a path forward? With no area control skills available, Lu Li reassured them, just focus on your damage output. Do not fear over aggro. Azure Sea Wind's skills and equipment are commendable, so it's unlikely that you will pull aggro. The girls felt a sting of indignation at this, silently vowing to unleash their full damage output to prove him wrong. Upon entering the dungeon, Lu Li reached out for his reward. We would never default on our debts. Moonlight City retorted angrily. Although the participation of females in gaming has significantly increased compared to 2 centuries ago, under the veil of virtual technology, everyone's true appearances are revealed. It is rare for a beauty like her to face similar scrutiny, especially since their guild, the Misty Rain Pavilion, ranks among the top 10 nationwide. I cannot rest easy until I have it in my hands, Lu Li candidly continued. The Moonlight City traded 3 emerald spider silks to Lu Li, who sighed in relief. He had previously acquired 1 silk during his first kill, received another from the Grand Vision, and 4 from the Azure Sea Breeze, bringing his total to 9. 7 are needed for upgrading the ring, and 2 for learning a life skill. It is just sufficient. Have you brought enough potions? Control your skill consumption to minimize the time spent on healing, Lu Li instructed in a businesslike manner. You don't need to carry too many life potions. Each of you should keep 3 bottles, and trade the rest to Azure Sea Breeze. There is no need for healing. It was you who said healing is unnecessary. So why use the lack of healing as a pretext to rob us of our potions? The girls felt indignant, yet for the sake of recording, they had no choice but to trade their potions to Azure Sea Breeze. Unsurprisingly, coming from a major guild, it was evident that someone had learned to craft such potions. And the abundance of potions left Azure Sea Breeze in high spirits. Lu Li also procured a few bottles, claiming they were for survival. Stay behind, and do not engage the monsters yet. I will gather them, and then you can attack. Lu Li's first decision nearly frightened his teammates. This is a dungeon, the Dawn Dungeon. When could they ever gather them for a group assault? Ignoring their concerns, Lu Li lured 2 small monsters at the entrance and led them deeper into the dungeon. From the entrance to the spider bridge, there were a total of 4 waves comprising 8 monsters. Lu Li drew them to the front of the spider bridge and gestured for Azure Sea Breeze to attract their attention. Azure Sea Breeze charged into the throng of monsters and immediately cast Taunt, successfully drawing the aggro of all 8 monsters. After being struck a few times by the small monsters, Azure Sea Breeze, who had been anxious, relaxed. The reason was simple: the loss of health was minimal, making healing almost unnecessary. He failed to consider his current level and equipment. It was not the same as when he had entered the dungeon at level 5. The 3 mages, skilled in their craft, immediately unleashed Blizzard into the crowd of monsters once they stabilized the aggro. The satisfaction of area damage skills was unparalleled, incomparable to the melee teams. Of course, even 1 or 2 mages might not achieve such an effect, but only Lu Li dared to enter a dungeon without a healer, while also assembling a team capable of optimizing the Blizzard skill. Should the aggro waver, Azure Sea Breeze would cleverly intervene with an attack or a shield strike. If that failed, he could use the Stomp skill, which was also an effective aggro-generating ability. He had traded for the Stomp skillbook with Remnant Dream, and it was essential for crowd control. This individual indeed possessed remarkable talent in PvE. His monster luring technique could serve as a teaching video in a prominent guild. What originally took several minutes to vanquish 4 waves of monsters, under Lu Li's adept guidance, was accomplished in just over a minute. The 3 mages finally came to believe that Lu Li was indeed there to set records rather than to deplete their potions. After Lu Li and Azure Sea Breeze soaked their weapons to gain an enhancement in attack power, they pressed onward. Between the spider bridge and the first boss lay 6 waves of foes, totaling 16 creatures, with 4 elite monsters interspersed among them. Lu Li had no intention of being discreet. Regardless of the number of adversaries, he drew them all directly to the boss. Could he possibly intend to pull the boss in as well? Moonlight City's voice trembled with concern. You're overthinking it. I can't possibly withstand the boss too. I am the focal point of our strategy, Azure Sea Breeze replied, grinning smugly. Before Lu Li could issue any commands, he dashed forward, positioning himself strategically in front of the throng of monsters. Keep moving and draw them. Everyone else, focus solely on dealing damage. Lu Li directed as Azure Sea Breeze engaged the horde. Lu Li swiftly engaged each monster, refraining from delivering a fatal blow until he had amassed enough energy for a finishing move. Then he would transition to another foe. The 4 elite monsters became his primary targets, and under his relentless assault, at any given moment, 1 elite creature remained under his control. Azure Sea Breeze tenaciously withstood the crowd, gradually retreating while striving to avoid simultaneous attacks from the other 3 elite creatures. Although his health steadily declined, he maintained it above 50% without resorting to potions to mitigate negative effects. The seemingly formidable swarm of spiders soon fell before the group. Moonlight City and her companions were astonished to witness all 16 creatures, 12 regular monsters and 4 elites, collapse almost simultaneously. In hindsight, it was no wonder that Azure Sea Breeze and Lu Li continuously switched targets, with little time to linger in shock. The 2 external aides hastily collected what appeared to be valuable bronze equipment and materials, their feet already propelling them toward the boss. Remarkably, Azure Sea Breeze, as the main tank, was still at half health. Chapter 46, Breaking Records Madness? Certainly not. In truth, the protagonist was not the half-blood Azure Sea Breeze, but rather Lu Li. A level 5 boss, in the hands of a level 7 rogue, could hardly resist many control effects. With a surprise attack, combined with an execution rate exceeding 85% for his Shadow Strike, the boss was incapacitated for a full 6 seconds. Following this, Lu Li endured 4 or 5 strikes, his health dwindling to a third, yet he resolutely consumed a potion, restoring enough health to withstand 2 further assaults without perishing. At that moment, Azure Sea Breeze issued a taunt, compelling the boss to abandon the nearly defeated rogue, turning instead to assault the fully healed defensive warrior. The 3 mages of the Misty Rain Pavilion numbly unleashed ice arrows at the boss, while simultaneously responding to inquiries from their guild leaders. Yes, we are indeed engaged with the first boss. The preceding monsters? They were cleared in 2 waves. The main tank is exceptionally powerful. Who is stronger, the main tank or the rogue? I believe the rogue possesses the upper hand, given his overwhelming damage output. The boss is again stunned. I cannot fathom where he acquires such control skills. Oh, and there's the armor-breaking skill, which has once more been deployed against the boss. Small monsters have spawned. Guild Master, no need to evade. The main tank stuns them all with a ground stomp, and then we unleash a blizzard together, leaving not a single little spider standing. The boss is at half health. Indeed, it can endure without a healer, as the rogue and main tank alternate consuming potions to withstand the onslaught. More small monsters have emerged, and they have perished. The boss has entered a state of frenzy. The boss has fallen. 6 minutes. The last boss took over 10 minutes to defeat. Yet under the assault of 4 DPS and a formidable main tank, it succumbed in merely 6 minutes, its signature skill of summoning small spiders only managing to manifest twice. Continue on, consume some bread to recover, position yourselves at the designated spot. I will draw the monsters over. Lu Li regained a modicum of health and resumed leading the monsters. After the first boss, the subsequent foes were still spiders, but each wave now consisted of 4, 2 elite and 2 ordinary monsters. The elite monsters moved with slightly greater speed, some even briefly accelerating. Estimating the distance to be beyond the sight of the 3 mages, Lu Li transformed into a golden mini-leopard. This was not his first transformation. Having played a druid in his past life, The inconvenience of movement and the disparity in vision posed no hindrance. After a brief adjustment, he effortlessly led an increasing number of monsters throughout the dungeon. The mini leopard's speed was augmented by 30% compared to his usual pace, a staggering advantage in the current scenario. Even the elite monsters, despite their acceleration, were left in the dust. To prevent the lagging ordinary monsters from breaking their aggro, Luli frequently returned to entice them. 13 waves of monsters, totaling 52, half of which were elites, were simply beyond Azure Sea Breeze's capacity to endure. In a premeditated scheme, the two had set their plan into motion. Within the dungeon, a collapsed cavern had formed a rather narrow passage where the Azure Sea Breeze awaited. Stationed resolutely at its tightest point, flanked by 3 mages poised to unleash their spells, a small yellow cat, accompanied by a horde of various spider creatures, darted towards them like a bolt of golden lightning from afar. The girls stood in awe as the little yellow cat dashed past the Azure Sea Breeze and came to a halt before them, its form distorting in the shimmering light. So, adorably cute. Ray, the somewhat unconventional sorceress. A ghost. 0, the rather neurotic sorceress. Luli. You. Moonlight City, the otherwise normal mage, was on the verge of being stunned. Who could possibly explain to them what had transpired? Why was a rogue presumably a rogue, given the skills and techniques employed along the way, suddenly transformed into a diminutive cat, and a cute one at that? Damn it, she had caught Ray's infectious excitement. It resembled a petite leopard, akin to the druids, shape-shifting into a cheetah. Their perceptions of reality had been utterly shattered. Moonlight City discreetly retrieved a rapid healing priest skill book from her backpack, attempting to learn from it. System, apologies, you are not a priest class. Skill acquisition failed. What a pity for a special item. This dungeon run was turning out to be a loss. Luli sighed melancholically, his tone heavy with sorrow. What are you still doing? Can't you see the sea breeze is holding off the monsters? Hurry up and attack. Yes, it must be a special item. Moonlight City felt her previously bleak existence suddenly illuminated with brilliance, and faintly, she could hear elemental spirits joyously singing amid the radiant light. The Azure Sea Breeze maneuvered skillfully, shielding the smaller monsters in front, while Luli assisted him, ensuring that at most only 4 monsters could reach them. The 3 mages unleashed a tempest of blizzards, enveloping the smaller foes in a whirlwind, their health plummeting rapidly. In merely 2 minutes, only 7 or 8 elite monsters remained, each at death's door. You all continue. I will advance to engage the smaller monsters, Luli declared, not waiting for the current wave to conclude, and charged ahead. By the time the Azure Sea Breeze and the others arrived to clear the battlefield, the second and final boss, Queen Adeline, found herself with merely 5 guards still standing, while 3 lifeless bodies lay at Luli's feet. I'll draw them in and eliminate them all, Luli said, raising his bow and letting loose an arrow as the guards, eyes aflame with fury, charged forth. Of course, awaiting them was death. And the boss was no exception. Queen Adeline was utterly oblivious to her purpose. She would be remembered in a disgraceful manner within the annals of the Dawn Game Chronicle. System. Under Luli's leadership, the members of the Misty Rain Guild, Azure Sea Breeze, Moonlight City, 0, and Ray, set a new record for the Spider Nest Elite, with a current record time of 32 minutes and 45 seconds. The record for the blood-colored battle flag stands at 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 32 seconds. A remarkable improvement of over double the previous time. Luli can proudly assert that unless he acquires his own strategy and assembles a team clad in black iron gear, it would be nearly impossible to surpass this record. Even if someone were to break it, the margin would be minimal. In the Dungeons of Dawn, players who exceed the dungeon monsters level by 5 do not contribute to the dungeon record. Those exceeding it by 10 receive no equipment, and those who surpass it by 20 are outright barred from entry. Prior to his rebirth, the highest record for this dungeon was 29 minutes, achieved by 4 Hall of Fame level experts escorting a low-level character. The so-called Hall of Fame level players are the pinnacle of their respective classes, either renowned for frequently achieving first kills and setting records in PvE, or notorious figures in the PK arena, such as Moonlight. Chapter 47, Power Leveling Up. Our guild leader has asked me to inquire, awakening from a monumental surprise. The mages, now devoid of any disrespect towards Luli, asked with a tone of trepidation, will you still run this dungeon's records if another guild offers a higher price? No, Luli replied succinctly, neither thumping his chest in assurance nor invoking dire curses about the potential consequences of accidentally breaking the record one day. Strangely, Moonlight City unconditionally believed his words. Some individuals in this world are not virtuous enough to avoid deceit but are rather above the triviality of lying. It was agreed that all loot from this dungeon would belong to Lu Li, and after expressing a few words of gratitude, the three mages of Moonlight City gradually exited the instance. The first boss dropped a piece of MT plate armor, which I claimed. This time, what drops will be yours, said Azure Sea Wind, rummaging through the corpse and tossing a hammer-like object my way. Full Adeline's Redemption, Black Iron damage 8 to 16, Intelligence 4, Healing effect 25, required level 5. Durability 25-25. This hammer, while not boasting high damage, was not a flaw. Its healing effect of 25 rendered it a one-handed weapon suitable for healing classes, who generally do not prioritize damage. All right, Lu Li said, stowing the equipment in his bag, awaiting the evening to sell it. The minor monsters dropped 3 pieces of bronze gear. Each of the 2 bosses yielded 2 pieces, along with 1 for the record-breaking reward. You can sell them all, along with 2 rare materials. Unfortunately, no Emerald Spider Silk dropped, and Azure Sea Wind traded all the gear to Lu Li in one go. We'll split the proceeds. As this dungeon was a 2-man effort, Lu Li stated, all right, but since you devised the strategy, I'll only take a third. Don't be modest. Azure Sea Wind insisted on his principles concerning distribution. Lu Li reciprocated the sentiment. After exiting the dungeon, he inquired about Moonlight and their progress, learning they had just slain the first boss. With some free time, Azure Sea Wind proposed, how about we power level through 2 runs of the normal difficulty Spider Nest? With our skill level, we could easily carry 23 players without hindering the completion. Lu Li, in need of funds, readily agreed. Expert power leveling in the Spider Nest. Normal difficulty, 1 gold per slot. Equipment extra. Let us get this moving. Azure Sea Wind bellowed, immediately attracting a crowd of inquiries. Do not be misled by Lu Li's accumulation of gold. The general player assets are not typically above 1 gold. In fact, 1 gold is a substantial sum that most players cannot afford. While there are numerous gold farmers in the game, their gold is primarily allocated for guild use. As for independent gold farmers, they cannot afford a helmet costing 30,000. They can either wait for prices to drop or hope the game becomes lucrative enough to finally purchase one, gritting their teeth in the process. Upon learning that prices were non-negotiable, those without funds reluctantly departed, leaving behind only a handful of players with a few gold coins in their pockets. Most of these individuals are accumulating coins on the gaming platform, collecting them 1 silver coin at a time, gradually amassing a fortune. Take me along. I am a level 4 mage and can assist in the battles. I am a warlock, already at level 5. As soon as I acquire bronze gear, I will certainly pay for it. Please take me with you. I am a level 5 hunter, equipped with 2 pieces of bronze gear, quite powerful. I implore you to take me to the spider lair, just this once. Who said earning coins was difficult? Look at these people, willingly surrendering a coin for the chance to enter the ordinary difficulty spider lair, making all sorts of promises and guarantees. In truth, it is all your fault, whispered Blue Sea Breeze. My fault? Lu Li exclaimed in bewilderment. Because of the strategy you devised, those entering the Spider Lair dungeon are only forming groups with melee DPS. Ranged and magic classes cannot find a party at all. Even within the guild's group, only a few main players are allowed in. Lu Li felt embarrassed. This was all the game company's doing. What did it have to do with him? Because of this dungeon, I suspect that new players entering the game next Monday will prioritize melee classes. I can't fathom what the game company is thinking, Blue Sea Breeze remarked. Do not worry, they cannot take your job. Lu Li shook his head and began forming a party. Cute Bookworm joined the team. No Salt has joined the team. King joined the team. 2 mages and a warlock, all magic classes. First, pay the fee. When the gear drops, you 3 will auction it. All bronze gear starts at 20 silver coins, and for the white gear, you will roll for it. All materials will belong to us. Lu Li stated bluntly as they entered the dungeon. Who knows if you can clear the dungeon? Warlock King lamented, feeling deceived. What do you mean there's only 1 spot left? Clearly, we have 3 bosses and no healer. Cute Bookworm interjected. Indeed, I implore you, brothers, do not take advantage of us. We are merely spending money to play the game, and our skills are quite average. We cannot accompany you into a no-healer, high-damage group. If you do not believe us, you may withdraw from the group. No one is forcing you to enter the dungeon, Lu Li said, uninterested in further explanations. Wait. The other mage, No Salt, repeatedly confirmed the team invitation system message. Lu Li has invited you to join the team. He exclaimed, You are Luli, the one who has achieved several first kills and just set a new dungeon record? Yes, is there an issue now? It was surprising how fame could have such an effect. Of course, there is no issue at all. The three bosses readily exchanged gold with Luli, fearing that any delay might result in being ejected from the team. It turned out that the seemingly inconspicuous rogue was Luli, currently the most popular high-level player in Dawn. However, those young girls who fantasized about Luli's charm would surely be disappointed, aside from his deep-set eyes. He had little potential to become an idol. How shall we proceed? Blue Sea Breeze inquired. Luli understood his intention, inquiring whether to employ the previously utilized strategy for brushing records. The creatures encountered at normal difficulty were significantly weaker than those at elite difficulty. Even without the collaboration of three formidable mages, both Wei Lan Haifeng and Luli could efficiently farm the minor foes. Let us proceed casually, just push forward. You three can engage as you wish, and if you prefer to observe, that is also acceptable. Luli held no expectations of these three masters delivering substantial damage. He simply needed to target a minor creature and begin to unleash his relentless assault. Wei Lan Haifeng shrugged, deploying a charge skill that successfully attracted another minor foe, engaging it while continuing to advance without concern for Luli's target. The three masters exchanged glances and collectively decided to lend their assistance. Skill upgrades necessitate practice. It is never futile to engage in combat. Moreover, performing well in front of skilled players might lead to recognition in future record-breaking endeavors. The probability of elite creatures dropping bronze loot in a normal difficulty dungeon was considerably lower. None of the initial waves before the first boss yielded any. However, upon the defeat of the first boss, a piece of magical cloth armor in bronze was obtained. The three mages vied with one another, ultimately selling it for 50 silver coins. Indeed, they were affluent. For a single piece of bronze equipment, they were willing to pay an amount equivalent to several hundred real-life currency units. Luli's bag currently contains several pieces of bronze gear. Prior to the second boss, an elite creature dropped a magical belt, which was sold for 60 silver coins. Regrettably, the two bronze items dropped by the final boss were not desired by the masters, ultimately ending up in Luli's possession. The entire endeavor lasted merely over 50 minutes, proving more efficient than the average farming party. Much to the satisfaction of the masters, Luli and Wei Lan Haifeng received a coaching fee of 3 gold coins. In addition to selling equipment worth over a gold coin and acquiring 2 bronze items, resulting in a total income exceeding 5 gold coins. Luli glanced at the trading platform's gold price, currently at an 800 ratio, indicating that their coaching session yielded nearly 4,000 in real currency. In truth, coaching was not as lucrative. A competent team could typically only guide one player at a time, and success was not guaranteed. It was rare to find someone like Luli who could lead 3 players while still farming more swiftly than normal teams. With 2 masters wishing to continue, Luli sought another participant, assembling a complete team for another coaching session, which, although slightly less profitable than the previous one, still earned 4 gold coins. After the second coaching session, time was drawing to a close. Luli had reached level 7 with 60% of the experience needed, while Wei Lan Haifeng had already achieved level 8. They gathered with fellow players, including Yu Guang, who had just completed the elite dungeon, and proceeded directly to the central square. There, Luli intended to sell a guild upgrade order and a piece of black iron weaponry, alongside a collection of bronze equipment. Chapter 48. Still short on funds, the 7th Administrative Order, which pertains solely to the establishment of guilds, may not fetch a substantial price. After all, a level 1 guild requires merely 20 gold coins and can accommodate only 1,000 members. It is impractical to hastily promote oneself in a bid to attract more players when one cannot even accommodate their own. However, the 17th Order stands in stark contrast, as it doubles the maximum capacity of a guild to 2,000, consequently allowing for the recruitment of many more players. Thus, upon learning that the guild upgrade order was to be auctioned at Shadow Moon Valley, numerous guilds dispatched representatives, including even those from the nefarious factions, who were keenly observing the situation. While cross-faction trading is prohibited within the realm of Dawn, this does not imply that items cannot circulate between the two sides. Following the system update next Monday, a black market will emerge, and players have various means to procure items, including looting from defeated foes. Then came Luli, setting up his stall to sell equipment. One could only wonder what fine items would be available today. He had recently acquired 2 gold coins on the trading platform, A pauper flaunting 2 gold coins? How laughable, someone scoffed. I just made 9 gold coins in a single transaction. Laughter erupted as one foolish buyer purchased Lu Li's listing, buying gold at an 800 ratio in the morning and reselling it at 1,000 in the evening, yielding a profit exceeding 2,000 coins. As night fell, Lu Li erected his stall, pricing ordinary bronze equipment at 20 silver coins and premium items at 50. The exceptional weapons, slightly pricier, were snatched up in an instant by players who had been waiting in anticipation. The black iron hammer, suitable for healers, knights, and shamans, was among the items up for auction, alongside the guild upgrade order, which required no further explanation. The starting bid was set at 1 gold coin, with a 20% premium added for transactions in real currency, directly deposited into Lu Li's account. Though lacking the innate talent of an auctioneer, he found himself in a seller's market, without any concern for a lack of buyers. Players exchanged glances, seemingly gauging how much their potential competitors were willing to bid. Currently, the most valuable gear belonged to tank classes, followed closely by healing equipment, and then the primary damage-dealing roles. The prospect of a hammer enhancing healing effects certainly stirred excitement among the crowd. Nevertheless, a single piece of black iron gear was insufficient to draw the attention of major guilds. Elite-level guilds, akin to those that frequently cleared the spider's lair, could organize multiple runs daily, yielding at least 1 or 2 pieces of black iron each time. However, their needs outweighed their ability to sell. 5 gold coins. Someone ventured a bid. Just like that, the price soared 5-fold, not necessarily indicative of the bidder's wealth, but rather a response to the absurdity of the initial 1 gold coin starting price, which was widely regarded as a jest. 10 gold, another chimed in. With bids now in motion, participants felt compelled to submit their own offers, if only to ease their anxiety, and to ensure that should they fail to win, the successful bidder would part with a significant sum. It must be noted that the darker aspects of human nature greatly aided Lu Li. Subsequently, bids continued to flow in, and the price swiftly climbed to 30 gold coins. Those still in contention were no longer from small guilds. The first upgraded guild easily becomes a target for attacks. If its strength is insufficient, the consequences may outweigh the benefits. Only guilds ranked within the top 100 nationally stand a chance to leverage the prestige of being the first secondary guild. The upgrade costs 30 gold, while using materials for the guild upgrade amounts to just over 20 gold. Members should proceed with caution, as upgrading a guild requires ores, timber, and gems. Mobilizing guild members for mining will naturally reduce costs. Even purchasing from the market incurs limited expenses. However, acquiring it for merely 20 gold is nearly impossible. Get lost. We'll proceed cautiously to ensure your bid succeeds, a player proclaimed loudly. 40 gold. Our Iron Blood Brotherhood will secure it today. What nonsense is this Iron Blood Brotherhood? Do they think everyone else is a fool? Beware of being annihilated by the evil faction. The Iron Blood Brotherhood, while sounding akin to the Blood Flag, is in fact its greatest rival, a powerful guild secretly embedded within the Light faction, orchestrated by the formidable evil guild, Glory City. Alas, online games, by their nature, are fraught with structural vulnerabilities, a fact well known to all. The Blood Flag has offered 80 gold, should your Iron Blood Brotherhood dare to bid again today. We assure you that your guild members will find it impossible to leave the safe zone. An imposing night elf druid pointed accusingly at the previous bidder, their threat unmistakable. Lu Li furrowed his brow but remained silent. Although the Blood Flag members were somewhat arrogant, they conducted their affairs with a degree of integrity. Their bid had doubled, surpassing his psychological price threshold. Selling a virtual item for nearly 100,000 is indeed a remarkable profit. True to form, after the Blood Flag made its bid, the other guilds fell silent. This guild, ranked 3rd nationally, possesses formidable strength, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the first-place Glory City for years, while easily overpowering the second-ranked Jiangnan nobles. Few dare to provoke them. Lu Li suddenly realized that this manual auction system is not without its drawbacks. With a behemoth like the Blood Flag in the mix, achieving astronomical prices becomes increasingly difficult. However, this issue is not insurmountable. Next week, following the system update, a trading hall will emerge, allowing all online players to participate in auctions. After deducting the portion allocated to Azure Sea Breeze, Lu Li retained 20 gold coins, alongside the 80,000 real-world currency transferred from the Blood Flag. 80 gold coins cannot be generated by the Blood Flag. They can only transact with real currency. Given that the gold-to-real currency exchange rate fluctuates around 800, and considering Lu Li's agreement to transact with a 20% premium, he precisely reaches the 80,000 mark. Contemplating this, Lu Li decided to keep all 20 gold coins in hand, refraining from selling them on the trading platform. With the system update on Monday, an online trading hall will emerge, where certain rare items may be sold as junk by unsuspecting players. With a firm grasp on the game's trajectory over the next 2 to 3 years, Lu Li is poised to seize lucrative opportunities. With a penalty of 60,000 yuan looming over him, Lu Li resolved to deliver the sum the following day. Calculating his finances, it became evident that he lacked the funds to purchase a helmet, thus rendering him unable to leverage his 3 years of gaming experience prior to his rebirth to earn his first pot of gold. The Xingyue Guild had indeed lent him a helping hand. Should their collaboration prove fruitful, Lu Li would not hesitate to extend a further assist. Alas, fate had led him to this juncture, where he could only acknowledge their divergent paths and voluntarily terminate the contract, compensating for the helmet's breach at double the penalty, amounting to 60,000 yuan. This seemingly insurmountable task had now been surpassed. After settling the penalty, Lu Li found himself with over 30,000 yuan, a sum urgently required. As the prevalence of automation increased, the demand for skilled labor at the grassroots level diminished significantly. It was unclear when or how the government subtly diluted the essence of compulsory education, compelling individuals to expend considerable sums to access sustainable education. In the impoverished district, there were 2 secondary schools nearby. One was designated for compulsory education, allowing entry for a nominal fee, yet boasted a graduation rate of 0 over the past decade. The other, albeit not much better, managed to see a few students enter the university each year. It was this institution that Lu Xian attended. With an annual tuition of 10,000 yuan, consuming the majority of the siblings' social welfare benefits. Now that the Lu siblings had relocated, they would no longer attend school in the impoverished district. Lu Li had set his sights on the affiliated first secondary school, the most prestigious in the city, which naturally came with a hefty price tag. A cursory online search revealed that the tuition for the latter half of the academic year alone was 30,000 yuan, with assorted fees accumulating to a total of 100,000 yuan annually, a quintessential elite institution. It was not only the impoverished district that struggled. Even individuals from the middle class would find it difficult to afford such an education. In truth, there were several high schools adjacent to the university town, namely the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th secondary schools, which were considerably more affordable. The 7th school was particularly favored by residents of the lower-income neighborhoods. However, a certain brother, devoted to providing the best for his sister, would not entertain the notion of settling for these second-rate institutions. Next Monday, he was to initiate the transfer process. Thus, the 30,000 yuan would need to be withdrawn. Recently, Lu Li also intended to take his sister to a major hospital for a comprehensive examination. Consequently, the 100,000 yuan he had painstakingly earned over the past few days would dwindle to a mere fraction. The need for money remained pressing. Chapter 49. The Circle of Deities. After the auction concluded, Lu Li ventured to Ingwe Lake to open 3 treasure chests before logging off for a night's rest. Upon his return the following day, as soon as he logged in, he received a message from Moonlight. It was a simple yet direct invitation. Shall we spar? Lu Li, eager for the opportunity, readily accepted, having contemplated this encounter for quite some time. Although Azure Sea Wind was a proficient player in PvE, excelling in dungeons, his skills in PvP were lacking. In their previous life, he often found himself outmatched in duels against druids prior to forming a cohesive team with Lu Li. In contrast, Moonlight was renowned for his prowess in player-versus-player combat. The designated sparring location was a secluded area, characterized by its flat terrain devoid of monsters or underbrush, ideal for player duels. Moonlight was engrossed in contemplating his skills, wielding a massive axe with a graceful flourish as he diligently experimented with the most effective trajectories for his abilities. In close-quarters combat, precision is paramount, demanding not only adept positioning but also strategic execution of attacks. The challenge lay in employing skills swiftly and effectively to catch opponents off guard while maximizing damage output. Each player harbors a unique interpretation of these principles. As a berserker, Moonlight had been reflecting on his path, whether to continue with his unconventional approach or embrace a more flamboyant style. Significant efforts had been devoted to enhancing melee classes, with the introduction of a free-form combat mode representing a revolutionary change. This initiative aimed to attract a greater number of players to melee professions, particularly given the favorable treatment extended to them in the game's inaugural dungeon. Having spent several days alongside Lu Li, Moonlight had gleaned numerous insights, prompting him to seek this sparring session to validate some of his recent thoughts. While he was deep in contemplation, a sudden rush of wind at his neck alerted him, and instinctively he crouched low. Damn, a rogue, he realized, recognizing Lu Li's presence. However, the danger was far from over, as if anticipating his movement. A dagger struck fiercely at the back of his head. The ambush was successful, caught off guard by a rogue equipped with several exceptional pieces of black iron gear. Most players would have succumbed to despair. Fortunately, Moonlight was a plate-armored warrior with inherently high defenses and commendable gear. Regaining consciousness from his brief stupor, he deftly parried Lu Li's follow-up strike with a fluid motion, averting severe damage. Receiving a system notification of a failed skill execution, Lu Li remained unfazed. He deftly rolled his dagger, leaving several crimson streaks along Moonlight's side. His movements were both seductive and agile, leveraging his speed to remain constantly positioned behind and beside Moonlight, delivering rapid-fire ordinary attacks that, while lacking in individual damage, accumulated quickly. With a mighty roar, Moonlight pivoted, launching into a powerful whirlwind attack. Lu Li, struck by 2 axe blows, found his health plummet by over 20% and hastily retreated. As soon as he disengaged from the great whirlwind skill, a shadow rushed towards him. It was Moonlight, having cancelled the still active great whirlwind with a swift charge. Lu Li, momentarily dazed, realized he was unable to evade the impending debilitating skill, Sever Tendon. This signature move of a warrior would slow the target, and if executed flawlessly, would inflict a bleeding debuff. However, due to the necessary time and finesse required for its execution, it had not been deployed against Lu Li prior to the great whirlwind. Now, in his dazed state, Lu Li was powerless to escape its grasp. At the very moment the axe struck Lu Li, he transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished. Damn, a vanishing skill. Moonlight recognized this ability, having acquired the skill book just yesterday. Sever Tendon was rendered ineffective. Yet Moonlight did not relent. He swung his great axe downward and kicked Lu Li from his concealment. Drawing upon his extensive PK experience, he forced the stealthy rogue into the open, showcasing his exceptional prowess. Unfortunately, he had lost a significant amount of health at the outset and soon entered a precarious state. Lu Li retreated, concluding this bout. You have won, Moonlight conceded with calm acceptance. I initiated the ambush. Let us consider it a draw, Lu Li replied, shaking his head. Huh, you're a rogue. Should you not strike from the shadows? Must you confront me like a warrior, face to face? Moonlight sheathed his weapon and proposed. I will invite you to a chat room filled with PvP experts. You can seek them out for future duels. Lu Li received a system notification inviting him to join a chat group named Beihai Kindergarten. The name was quite amusing, yet he felt compelled to accept, given Moonlight's recommendation. The chat room served as an essential social avenue for Dawn players, typically facilitating synchronous voice and text communication, with the Beihai Kindergarten offering both modalities. Oh, we have a newcomer today, exclaimed a participant named Wasp Nest, the first to notice Lu Li's arrival in the chat room. Lu Li's heart raced. Could this be the fabled Wasp Nest? In reality, Wasp Nest was perilous, and in the game, even more so, provoking it could lead to explosive consequences. Blood Demon had brought him in. Was he also part of the PvP circle? Who was behind the moniker, Green Flag Wine? Another formidable name, indeed. This player was the champion of the upcoming first personal competition, his paladin renowned for its resilience, earning him the epithet the Grinder, not the Demon King, but the Grinder. Intent on grinding opponents down to oblivion. No one had yet addressed Lu Li. Several players had not yet logged into the game. Most likely, they would join by next Monday. My level will surely crush them, he thought gleefully, envisioning the prospect of defeating them so thoroughly that they would not even escape the novice village. Waspnest laughed boisterously, exuding arrogance. The registration for Dawn had been open for just 24 hours, after which it was closed. New helmets could not enter the game until the following Monday, when registration would fully reopen, allowing many players to join thereafter. Subsequent entrants into the game will not lag too far behind, as they all benefit from a double experience boost that lasts for 3 days. Lu Li. Is that the same Lu Li who set records yesterday? Suddenly, an ID named Wild emerged. Wild is not one to back down. Not only has he surpassed your records, but he has also established a considerable lead. The Hive of Hornets revels in this turn of events. Of course, how could one not concede? If it were merely a matter of a few seconds or minutes, there might have been a chance to compete. Yet the disparity of over half an hour leaves the guild members thoroughly impressed, while Wild remains remarkably composed. Luli then recalled that Wild is likely a master from the Crimson Battle Flag and is presumably a pure PvP player. Luli, a level 7 rogue, admitted defeat to him in their recent duel. Anyone who doubts can certainly give it a try. Moonlight interrupted their banter, introducing Luli to the group. Although our rules state that defeating any one of us qualifies for the circle, how could one possibly overlook such a splendid PvP opportunity? I shall engage you in combat. As the Hive of Hornets is evidently a PvP enthusiast, in fact, most individuals in this chat room are passionate about PvP. Chapter 50. The Hunter with Pets. He is a night elf, and you are a dwarf. How do you intend to contend with him? A remark from Moonlight rendered the Hornet's nest speechless. With the towns yet to be opened and no teleportation points available, it truly seemed like a battlefield devoid of conflict. Luli perused the list of participants in the chat room, his heart growing numb as he recognized the illustrious characters from his past gaming life specifically. The renowned figures of the PvP realm. Some had shone brightly in various PvP tournaments, while others were merely legends whispered among players. The Master Mage, Twilight, wielded the most formidable area of effect skills, transforming into a veritable beast during player-killing encounters. The Shaman Expert, Empty, was heralded as the strongest enhancement shaman. His movements deemed the quintessential textbook for melee classes. Each player possessed their unique prowess in PvP, and the competition was not confined merely to the forces of light. Numerous players from the dark factions were also present. The coexistence of those from the City of Glory and the Scarlet Banner was both amusing and alarming to contemplate. Moonlight was referred to as the blood demon within this circle, a name that struck a familiar chord. In truth, Luli had only engaged with the game Dawnlight. Had he ventured into more titles, he would not have been unfamiliar with the ID Blood Demon, a player notorious for vanquishing numerous veterans in the gaming community. The realm of the North Sea Kindergarten, represented in this chat room, was a layer of existence far removed from the typical player's experience. In terms of PvP, it was a domain even more authoritative than the Hall of Fame. After arranging a PvP match with a few individuals, Luli inquired about Moonlight's intentions, whether he would join them in farming dungeons. Moonlight, seemingly disinterested in profit, mentioned that he had provoked a guild the previous day, which housed a few skilled players, and intended to hunt them down today. Luli broke into a cold sweat, suddenly feeling a rift in their dimensions, and discreetly sought out Azure Sea Breeze. Farming dungeons was exhausting. Battling monsters for experience seemed a more leisurely pursuit. Though Azure Sea Breeze was passionate about dungeons, he wasn't so fervent as to spend an entire day in them. A single misstep in a dungeon could lead to a total party wipe, which drained both spirit and energy. Most crucially, his level exceeded that of the dungeon monsters by 3 levels, resulting in an absurdly low experience yield. For someone dedicated to leveling, this was an endeavor fraught with diminishing returns. Today, we are not grinding for records. Besides, do you truly wish to squander today's elite dungeon cooldown? We might even obtain a warrior's black iron, Luli urged persuasively. Black iron. Fine. Let us proceed. Even without experience, we can still acquire equipment, he conceded. Luli glanced at his friend's list. Grouping the siblings' Remnant Dream and Floral Parting 3 March Rain, and they set off for the dungeon. Actually, we could take the boss along, Azure Sea Breeze mused, recalling the gold earned from the previous day's dungeon farming, a thought that stirred his excitement. To bosses, the distinction between elite and ordinary dungeons was negligible. The experience gained was similar, and while more players would flock to a lucrative opportunity, a lesser reward would result in their loss. Furthermore, only one boss could accompany them. So it was best to refrain from it. Luli remained composed. Given their level, they dared not take 2 bosses into an elite dungeon. Taking one and charging 2 gold was the best they could hope for, which paled in comparison to farming the ordinary dungeon. The March Rain and the Departing Feelings came together, accompanied by 2 siblings who were well-equipped and possessed commendable skills. They were the targets of Luli's desire to strengthen his fixed team, particularly March Rain, whose every appearance left Luli in awe. After a brief wait, they finally spotted Kinming approaching. The spectacle of Kinming's arrival was far grander than theirs, almost drawing a crowd. What on earth? This hunter is followed by a pig, someone exclaimed. Fool, that is merely a pet, another quickly interjected, expressing disdain. It was astonishing to see a hunter with a pet. Was this a feature of the game? And a female hunter at that? How intriguing. Hey, since we've heard that 2 from the opposing faction have pets. It seems none on our side have brought one. Hunter lady, shall we venture into the dungeon together? We're just 1 DPS short, and our tank and healer are exceptionally strong. Kinming had always existed as an unnoticed figure, practicing her archery skills with lackluster results and leveling up with a melee dagger. To think that today, after finally completing her class quest to capture a pet, she would receive such fervent attention was beyond her expectations. I already have a team. I'm so sorry, she stammered, quickly moving to join Luli and the others, nearly in tears. You certainly chose an interesting pet, a pig, Luli remarked, perplexed as he glanced at Kinming's companion. I think the little pig is quite adorable, so I decided to catch it. The hunter uncle also mentioned that the pig has high defense and is hard to kill. It will be a good partner if I take care of it. Kinming defended her choice passionately. How is that black ball of fur cute? Just look at its menacing teeth, the scars all over its body, and the drool. Listening to Luli, Kinming began to question her taste, realizing the wild boar was growing less endearing by the moment and bore little resemblance to the pet pig she kept at home. You could catch a leopard for the time being. Later, when you have time, I can take you to capture a rare monster as a pet, Luli suggested, successfully steering Dreamlike Maiden away from her peculiar pet preference before announcing their entry into the dungeon. With the wild boar at her side, Kinming felt significantly bolstered. Even though it was merely an ordinary wild boar pet, it possessed skills. One was a tear that inflicted bleeding, and the other was a charge that could stun opponents. The minor creatures were swiftly dispatched with a combination of charges and tears, supplemented by a few crossbow bolts. This dungeon run was relatively leisurely. Luli dealt damage while also instructing March Rain and Kinming, sharing insights on healing and damage techniques he had learned. Kinming was a bit slow to grasp many concepts, yet her enthusiasm for learning was infectious, embodying the spirit of a true optimist. Meanwhile, March Rain's skills became increasingly refined, and the team rarely faced crises, as she consistently managed to heal at the most critical moments without wasting a single point of mana. Luli contemplated that this young lady, if placed in a major guild, would undoubtedly be capable of shouldering the responsibilities of a primary healer. In merely a few days, she had displayed a talent that could be deemed extraordinary, possessing an aura akin to that of a protagonist. The first player had acquired a piece of black iron armor, a chainmail piece, which he promptly bestowed upon the young hunter, Kindream. The second player had also obtained a piece of black iron, a leather armor intended for damage output, and notably, it was of exceptional quality. Spider silk gloves, black iron defense 10, agility 4, attack speed 5, required level 5. Durability 28. In the game Dawnlight, the classification of a glove as exceptional hinges on its secondary attribute. An increase in attack speed is indeed a commendable trait. A reduction in casting time benefits spellcasting professions, while superior enhancements can be achieved through automatic corrections to skill completion. Attributes that boost block or evasion, conversely, pale in comparison to direct attribute enhancements. Luli chose to allocate this pair of gloves for his own use, though Kindream could also benefit from them. They would serve Luli better. Upon reaching level 10, each profession would master their corresponding armor proficiency, gaining additional attribute bonuses. For instance, rogues and druids utilize leather armor. Hunters wear chainmail, while shamans, warriors, and paladins don plate armor. To activate armor proficiency, one must be fully equipped with the respective type of armor. Hence, leather armor is rarely distributed to hunters. Chapter 51. The Serpent's Valley. Upon emerging from the dungeon, Luli initially contemplated leveling up to earn gold. However, upon reflection, he deemed this endeavor rather futile. In Dawn's Light, the experience gained from high-level monsters was halved at level 3 and entirely absent at level 5. Currently, Azure Seabreeze was at level 8, surpassing the dungeon's elite and bosses by 3 levels, rendering the experience from ordinary level 8 monsters outside far more lucrative. Even Luli and his companions found their own experience to be scant. In any gaming realm, the hierarchy is dictated first by level, then by equipment, and lastly by wealth. Sacrificing long-term strategies for fleeting gains is a cardinal sin for professional players. To truly amass fortune, Luli recognized the necessity of distancing himself from the average player in terms of level. At present, his level was not particularly high. Numerous zealots were already at levels 8 or even 9, and with the influx of new players benefiting from 3 days of double experience, they would soon catch up. Let us form a party for leveling, suggested Luli, noting that Azure Seabreeze's current level was quite precarious. The dungeon yielded minimal experience. While most outdoor monsters posed no need for a main tank, a full output class paired with a healer was the most efficient approach. "Sounds splendid," exclaimed the eager Songming, feeling a sense of newfound utility. Ideally, they would find a location teeming with monsters. March Rain typically teamed up with her brother for leveling, their combined might in area attacks and healing proving exceptionally effective. With a few more members, they would likely overwhelm the monsters. Finding a monster-rich area was not overly challenging. "I can lead you to such a place, though I am uncertain of your willingness." Luli hesitated. "Why not venture to a place abundant in monsters?" March Rain inquired. Puzzled. "Are you frightened of snakes?" Luli posed. "Snakes?" Both March Rain and Song Ming exclaimed, a hint of trepidation in their voices. However, you can activate special effects in the settings to temporarily transform certain types of monsters into cartoonish forms. In truth, the special effects are quite realistic. Considering the virtual nature of the game, it is improbable that monsters could be rendered overly adorable. "Are there many monsters?" Songming asked. "Not an insignificant number. The key is their rapid respawn rate. There is no need to worry about others competing for kills, and there should be a boss in that area as well. What are we waiting for? Let us hasten." Upon hearing of the boss, the group quickly reached a consensus. Even Song Ming, the novice, sharpened her resolve. The fearless spirit of youth was evident. After one encounter with the boss, she had become quite addicted. Regrettably, the turtle from the moonlit lake had been spotted by others while basking on the shore the previous day, leading a throng of players to camp and wait for its respawn. Luli had only ventured to the treasure chest at night, but fortunately, the lake's depths were abundant with glowing stones, sparing him from aimless searching. With their agreement in place, the group followed Luli to the designated monster location. They traversed a tranquil forest path, passing through a meadow adorned with delicate white flowers. Luli led them off the path, where knee-high bushes lined their route, interspersed with small marshy areas. They even caught sight of several crocodiles lying in ambush within the muddy waters. Those are level 16 monsters. If rare creatures cannot be found, hunters often capture them as pets due to their balanced offensive and defensive attributes, Luli informed them. "Is it not said that there are no monsters above level 10 in the novice village?" Azure Sea Breeze expressed his astonishment. The official website did not provide any clarification, leaving Luli bewildered by the mindset of these so-called veteran players. In truth, novice villages typically host creatures of a limited level, a common feature in many games. After walking for over 10 minutes, he encountered a path emerging from the depths of the forest, its destination unknown. How could there be a road here? And how much longer would it take? It had already been more than half an hour, merely grinding for levels. Was such an exaggeration necessary? This path led to the Grey Valley. If one were to ride, it would take 3 hours. Luli explained that the other direction led to the coastline, and they were not far from their destination, just a brief 10-minute walk away. In a short while, Luli and his party found themselves standing before a narrow fissure in a canyon. The crack was so slender that, depending on the angle of one's stance, it might have gone unnoticed against the mountainside. The others were at a loss for words. They had simply aimed to gain some experience, yet had spent nearly an hour traversing rugged terrain. Nevertheless, it must be said that this place was indeed quite remote, even with intent. It would be a challenge to locate. Elves are friends of nature, nurturing both flora and fauna, yet some druids among them harbor a disdain for snakes. Consequently, the Druid Council had driven the serpents into this canyon, hence its name, Snake Valley. As Luli spoke, he sidled into the canyon, followed by the others who squeezed in one after another. To their surprise, the scenery within the canyon was vastly different from their expectations. According to their understanding, Snake Valley ought to be a ghastly locale, littered with slime and bones, teeming with countless venomous snakes entwined in grotesque formations. In reality, however, Snake Valley was a place of stunning beauty. Towering trees, lush green grass, and a riot of colorful blossoms adorned the landscape, while the melodic calls of various birds echoed throughout the canyon, far surpassing the beauty of the surrounding forest. Most of the snakes within the canyon possessed venomous attacks, inflicting considerable damage. However, there was no cause for alarm, for they dropped a substance known as snake gall, useful for crafting antidotes, Luli remarked. During his studies in alchemy, the system had provided him with 3 basic recipes, one for a minor healing potion, another for a minor magical potion, and the last for a minor antidote, all of which could be crafted at level 0. He had yet to practice his alchemy skills, and this presented an ideal opportunity for skill enhancement. Luli's intent in hunting snakes was not solely to gain experience. The habitats of venomous snakes were known to harbor a herb called snake's tongue, essential for upgrading his ring and possessing other significant uses, such as crafting intermediate healing potions. Even if such herbs could be found elsewhere, none would compare to the abundance present in Snake Valley. But where were the monsters? In such a beautiful place. Could there truly be snakes? Luli remained silent, sprinting into the canyon for a few strides before turning back, only to be followed by 3 serpents, each as thick as an infant's arm. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the tremulous screams of 2 girls, perhaps caught off guard by the encounter. With remarkable composure, Wei Lan stepped forward and intercepted the 3 snakes. Others began to output their attacks with trepidation. Not only women, but even men felt a sense of dread towards the snakes. The game, Dawnlight, rendered the creatures with such remarkable realism that they bore an uncanny resemblance to actual serpents. The creature known as the Blackring Snake, a level 10 monster, had a relatively narrow attack range, frequently missing its targets. However, with low health and defense, it could be vanquished in just a few strikes, making it quite suitable for Lu Li and his companions to level up. Especially with the blizzard spell cast by Hua Dili Qing, these snakes would enter a state of lethargy, rendering them akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. The sole inconvenience was the venom, which sprayed in a hissing arc, covering a vast distance and extensive area, making evasion nearly impossible and inflicting exorbitant damage. Both Blue Sea Wind and Luli could only rely on potions to endure. After dispatching 3 snakes, they obtained a snake gallbladder and a handful of copper coins, which felt rather unworthy compared to the 2 potions consumed. The experience gained was exhilarating, far surpassing that from elite monsters in dungeons. Blue Sea Wind instantly became enamored with these terrifying serpents, volunteering to draw the aggro, and Luli did not dissuade him, seizing the moment to craft an antidote from the snake gallbladder. The basic antidote could negate toxins from creatures of level 10 and below and provide immunity to poisoning for 15 seconds. Goodness, why are there so many? Help! Blue Sea Wind exclaimed as he was pursued by a swarm of blackring snakes. Don't let him regain health, run, Luli urged, grabbing the stunned Kanwayu and dragging the bewildered Remnant Dream to flee. Luli, you're throwing me under the bus. Is this how you treat a brother? Blue Sea Wind nearly stumbled, believing he could still salvage the situation. It's just a few little snakes, he protested. Next year on this day, I'll burn paper money for you. Hurry, the venom can stack. Venom can stack? Blue Sea Wind's face turned pale, his fighting spirit evaporating as he joined the frantic retreat. 1 layer of venom inflicted 50 damage every 3 seconds. 2 layers? 3 layers? No amount of health could withstand such torment. Chapter 52. Total annihilation. Aside from the initial moments when Azure Sea Breeze attracted an abundance of monsters, leveling up within the Serpent Valley proved to be remarkably swift. The lowest level member, Remnant Dream, ascended to level 6, while the others accrued approximately 50% of experience within a mere 2 hours. As the wave of monsters neared its conclusion, Luli stealthily ventured deeper into the valley, both to scout the boss's location and to gather herbs. Serpent's tongue grass was scarce. Luli made numerous trips, ultimately collecting only 2. However, silverleaf grass was plentiful. This herb served as one of the essential ingredients for crafting basic healing potions. When sold at a stall, each fetched 40 copper coins, making it a lucrative trade as quantities accumulated. Luli planned to return and procure some peaceful flower to concoct basic healing potions for personal use while simultaneously enhancing his alchemy skills. After practicing for over 2 hours, Luli finally caught sight of the boss. Galahad was a venomous python adorned with a myriad of colorful spots, roughly the diameter of a barrel. When it reared its head, it towered more than a human's height, with an exceptionally wide mouth and 4 fangs protruding ominously, creating a truly terrifying visage. A level 12 beast, it boasted a staggering 35,000 health points. Surely it won tea swallow me whole, thought Azure Sea Breeze, while he harbored no fear of snakes. The prospect of being devoured by such a colossal serpent was far from appealing. You should give it a try first, Luli suggested, aware only of the boss's existence, but feeling utterly unprepared for the confrontation. Damn it, I see through your intentions, Luli. You're just sending me to my doom, aren't you? Azure Sea Breeze lamented. March Rain, step back a bit. If things go south, I might need your assistance, Luli advised, prioritizing the priestess' safety. With a heroic resolve, Azure Sea Breeze cast a final glance at his retreating companions and charged towards the venomous serpent boss. Embodying the spirit of a hero embarking on a perilous quest. It lost 13 points of health. Not bad. With the tank's focus on constitution and equipped armor, dealing double-digit damage indicated that the boss's defenses were relatively mundane. It struck me for 35 points of health. Its attack wasn't particularly formidable. For a level 12 boss, it was even somewhat feeble. Let us get to work. Despite his uncertainty, Luli recognized that he could not back down upon encountering the boss. Recalling Moonlight's previous words, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. The boss let out a chilling shriek, intermittently unleashing sweeping attacks that affected all melee classes, and Luli was no exception. His defenses paled in comparison to Azure Sea Breeze's, resulting in significant health loss. Fortunately, the attacks came from its tail, and the frequency was manageable enough for the healing to keep pace. While Luli endeavored to maximize his output, he remained vigilant, skeptical that this boss would be so easily subdued. In truth, the bosses in Dawn were notorious for their difficulty. Wild boss encounters were far more challenging than those within dungeons of equivalent level, often leading to complete party wipeouts, even among large teams. As 10% of its health was depleted, Galahad seemed to be consumed by rage. It reared its towering form, its elongated neck flattening dramatically, as if it were gathering breath for a devastating attack. Quick, take cover. The boss is about to unleash a powerful move, Luli exclaimed, turning to flee. Unfortunately, the others lacked his awareness and reaction speed. Only Sanyuyu, who was in the midst of healing Luli, instinctively followed suit. The boss, however, did not engage in any other actions. It inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of venom. The noxious spray engulfed all who were still within reach, regardless of whether they were melee or ranged fighters. Damn it, was all that Huadi Liqing had time to exclaim before collapsing to the ground, succumbing first. Next was Kinming, the little hunter, who blinked innocently before meeting the fate of the Buddha. Waves of azure, in frustration, hurled his potion bottle to the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it. The antidote is useless." With ample health and high defense, he struck a pose he fancied as heroic, but soon after, he too fell to the earth. The sound of scraping echoed, a devilish rhythm. Although the great boss had no feet, its scales brushed against the grass, darting faster than Luli himself. It was closing in. As the distance diminished, the gleaming fangs became distinctly visible, and it appeared poised to catch up with the fleeing Sanyuyu. Forget it. Luli sighed, turning back to shout at Sanyuyu, "Keep running, I will hold it off for you." He brushed past her, charging resolutely toward the boss. "No. I won't flee. If you all perish, what good is my escape?" Sanyuyu unexpectedly halted. Luli spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, exclaiming, "Are you performing in a drama? You possess resurrection skills. Flee and return to save us. You ought to watch fewer Korean dramas and war films." Sanyuyu offered an awkward smile and then hastened toward the fissure. Luli reached the boss but was flung away by its tail, landing with a third of his health remaining. In an effort to buy Sanyuyu a few more seconds to escape, he hastily consumed a potion. Just as he burped from the effects, a second blow struck him, sending him flying once more. The game often obfuscates certain mechanics, for instance, the attribute of Constitution, which, when elevated, enhances resistance against being knocked back or down. Waves of azure could withstand the boss's onslaught, barely stepping back 2 paces, while Luli, lacking any Constitution, was tossed about like a feather. Fortunately, the system did not allow him to remain airborne for long. A fierce strike landed, and Luli helplessly transformed into a corpse amidst a radiance of white light. In truth, had it not been for his endeavor to save Sanyuyu, Luli would not have perished. In his leopard form, he could outrun the boss. Upon death, 2 choices awaited him, either to teleport to a nearby graveyard to meet the celestial sister or to accept resurrection. The option would only activate after a healing class performed the resurrection spell. Luli waited for over a minute before the system finally prompted him with the option to resurrect at his current location. Upon confirmation, the once monochromatic world began to blossom into a vibrant spectacle. Regrettably, he lost a significant 10% of his experience points. He was so close to attaining level 8 after dispatching a few more bizarre creatures. Ironically, his unfortunate luck led to the unexpected drop of a piece of black iron armor. Should Sanyueu also fall, they would have to teleport back to the reincarnation point before making their way back, undoubtedly losing their gear to the system. Fortunately, both Luli and Huadi Liqing exclaimed in relief at the drop of the black iron equipment. In a moment of joy, Huadi Liqing embraced her sister Sanyueu, expressing her excitement and gratitude. However, Luli quickly dismissed the thought of emulating her gesture. One does not casually embrace someone else's sister. It was clear that defeating this boss was out of the question. Weilon Haifeng sat on the grass, a look of dejection on his face. Although he could tolerate the attacks, the poisonous sprays were utterly grotesque. It seemed that only the emergence of intermediate antidotes could offer a solution. Luli found himself equally perplexed. The basic antidote was only effective against toxins of level 10 and below, whereas the boss was at level 12, necessitating an intermediate antidote. Sighing, he resolved to continue leveling up while avoiding the boss, having narrowly escaped the loss of the most valuable black iron equipment. Huodi Liqing was now filled with trepidation. Luli, you must expedite your alchemy training. We need to defeat a few more bosses before anyone else discovers this place, Weilon Haifeng urged. No problem, Luli replied, eager for everyone's support in enhancing his life skills. Chapter 53, Intermediate Antidote Avoiding the Boss. Luli and his companions had been grinding in the Serpent Valley from morning till afternoon. On average, each of them had leveled up by 1.5 levels. Luli finally reached level 9 and harvested 11 serpent's venom grass. The upgrade ring required 5 pieces, and the remainder could be used to concoct several bottles of intermediate healing potions. The NPC did not teach recipes for potions beyond the beginner level. Thus, Luli needed to obtain the recipe for intermediate healing potions on his own. In contrast to the inexpensive beginner healing potions, the intermediate ones, which provide greater recovery and lower resistance, are evidently more valuable. With the advantage of his rebirth, Luli knew how to acquire a recipe. But that would have to wait until the system upgrade next Monday. For now, his goal was to craft the intermediate antidote as soon as possible. The recipe for the intermediate antidote was not particularly difficult to obtain. Any creature with a poisonous attribute had the potential to drop it. During their grinding session, Luli and his friends had already collected 4 or 5 recipes, which would fetch only a few silver coins if sold. As for the materials needed for the antidote, a single beginner antidote required 1 serpent gallbladder, whereas the intermediate antidote required 2, boasting an 80% success rate. The drop rate for serpent gallbladders was quite high, with each player carrying a dozen or so in their inventory. How much more was needed to reach the intermediate level, and should they undertake any tasks? The Azure Sea Breeze was remarkably resilient. After practicing for most of the day, there was no sign of fatigue. Transitioning from beginner to intermediate did not necessitate any tasks, while moving from intermediate to advanced did. They were still 3% short of the required experience. Furthermore, potion crafting was not simply a matter of having materials. There was a cooldown period as well. Throughout the day, Luli had immediately begun crafting potions as soon as the cooldown ended. However, with each successive creation of the same potion, the resulting proficiency diminished. Half an hour later, Luli's potion crafting skill finally reached the intermediate level. From that moment, the true utility of life skills began to manifest. System, you have successfully crafted an intermediate antidote. Potion crafting experience increased by 1. Intermediate antidote eliminates toxin effects below level 20 and grants immunity to poisoning for 15 seconds. Naturally, a couple of antidotes would not suffice to defeat the boss. After another 2 hours, Luli had crafted over 30 bottles before calling it a day, during which 4 of the potions had failed to materialize. Consistent with the 80% success rate, each person received 7 bottles, while Haifeng received an additional 2. They decided to attempt the boss once more. If unsuccessful, they would call it a day. Checking the time, there were less than 2 hours until darkness, and the wilderness would become exceedingly perilous. As usual, they initiated the encounter, with the Azure Sea Breeze charging ahead, drawing the boss's aggro firmly onto himself. Meanwhile, Luli focused intently on dealing damage. Unfortunately, the boss was completely immune to stun effects, rendering his 90% completion Shadow Strike ineffective, while the damage output exceeded Luli's expectations. His previous highest completion rate was 89, with skill damage reaching 112. However, upon achieving a completion rate of 90, the damage astonishingly surged to 150. In his past life, the strategies he encountered regarding completion rates were often vague, as if they were the domain of experts, a forbidden area for ordinary players. Only a handful of posts candidly stated that surpassing 90 opened up an entirely different realm. With the advantage of rebirth, he was ahead of others by more than just a step, yet Luli was acutely aware that he still had a long journey ahead to become a true master. After all, in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary player. As Luli focused intently, shaking off his former fatigue, The Azure Sea Breeze cast a curious glance at him and muttered, "Why are you working so hard? Have you taken some sort of stimulant?" Ignoring him, Luli diligently strove to maximize the completion rate of each skill. Inspired by his efforts, others also contributed significantly to the damage output, quickly reducing the boss's health to 90. With a piercing cry, the boss rose on its hind legs, preparing to unleash a toxic attack. 3, 2, 1, now. Luli halted his assault, tilting his head back, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the boss's gaping maw. A pale green poison spewed forth, enveloping the surrounding area within a span of several yards at Luli's command. "Damn it!" Hua Diliching exclaimed, discarding the antidote bottle in his left hand and hastily gulping down a basic healing potion with his right. "Be cautious, and heed my instructions. Otherwise, you won't last even a few seconds," Luli warned. He had nearly succumbed, left with only a handful of health points, and urged, "Heal me, please." Hua Diliching, still shaken, patted his chest. Magic classes generally possess high resistance to magic damage, employing various shields against physical attacks. However, their resistance to poison damage is typically quite low. Hua Diliching, being a pure intelligence-focused sorcerer, had just suffered over 250 points of direct damage from the boss's poison, followed by a continuous damage of 50 points every 3 seconds. Strictly speaking, he was on the verge of collapse. The antidote's duration may not be sufficient, everyone. "Be sure to take your potions," Luli calmly issued commands while calculating the total damage inflicted by the boss's skills. "If it sprays poison every 10, and we each only have 7 potions, it simply won't suffice," Hua Diliching lamented, his face drawn in despair. This boss seemed particularly targeted at mages, and he could fall at any moment. "Continue the assault. I will keep observing. Would you be content to abandon the fight after only taking down 10 of its health?" Luli asserted. Keep going. Keep going." The Azure Sea Breeze encouraged, hastening the pace of his attacks. Wild bosses guaranteed black iron drops and had a chance to yield sets. They had been guarding this poisonous serpent boss for an entire day, and Luli had even elevated his potion-making skills to intermediate level. To abandon the fight now was simply unacceptable. The second wave of poison came as anticipated, occurring when the boss's health dwindled to 80. As soon as Luli noticed the boss rise, he immediately shouted, "Except for the healer and the main tank, everyone else, run." Hua Diliching had been anticipating this command and bolted away with a speed that rivaled that of a thief, narrowly escaping the boss's poisonous spray before it could engulf him. As for Luli and the little hunter Ming, both agile classes naturally outpaced Hua Diliching. March Rain, with points allocated to both Constitution and Intelligence, along with Azure Sea Breeze, who had nearly maxed out on Constitution, managed to sustain less than half of their health under the boss's toxic assault, signifying that Luli's strategy was sound. Indeed, they were fortunate to have encountered this boss early on, after a few weeks, when this map became widely known. Numerous elite teams from various guilds and dozens of random players would flock to vie for this singular boss, making it nearly impossible to maintain such mobility and disengage from combat freely. In Dawn, the success of defeating a boss depends not only on the creature itself but also on the multitude of competitors. Even the most basic rare materials can be utilized until the game has conclusion, underscoring the fierce competition surrounding every boss encounter. One need only observe the ancient turtle at Moonlit Lake, a mere level 3 boss, which has drawn hundreds of players camping around it throughout the day. On the third wave of poisonous spray, Hua Diliching faltered, necessitating the consumption of both an antidote and a basic healing potion to barely endure the onslaught. There were alternative strategies. He could equip some of the Constitution items discarded by Azure Sea Breeze, which would grant him an additional 100 health points and enhance his defensive capabilities, significantly improving his chances of survival. However, doing so would render this forceful mage nearly ineffective, as his damage output would plummet, falling even below that of Can Ming. By the time Samen's little pig succumbed during the third wave of toxin, reviving it would require a 3-minute wait, during which Luli would have to single-handedly deal with the boss, resulting in a painfully slow pace. Chapter 54. The Perilous Kill. In the end, it was the PvE expert, Azure Sea Breeze, who devised a brilliant strategy. He suggested that the team should retreat when the boss's health reached the next 9% mark. The timing of the boss's skills was quite predictable, thus ensuring their safety. Following this plan, they managed to reduce the boss's health to 50%. This time, the boss unveiled a new tactic. Not only did it spew poison, but it also swung its tail immediately after, executing a classic double strike. The young hunter, Remnant Dream, perhaps overestimating her resilience to the poison damage, chose not to flee this time, which led to a tragic outcome. A poison spray followed by a sweeping attack caused her to grunt and collapse. Her black iron crossbow was regrettably knocked out of her hands. Luli fared slightly better, retaining a sliver of health. Having consumed his antidote in a timely manner and equipped with several pieces of black iron gear, what should we do? Flower Bottom's affection inquired, running over from a distance. Seemingly unperturbed, let us pick up her equipment and continue. We can resurrect her afterward. Luli remained unfazed, maintaining his composure and continuing his assault. It was merely the loss of one player. It did not constitute a total wipeout. As the day waned, they had no opportunity for a do-over. Although one output was missing, Luli and Flower Bottom's affection still exhibited considerable damage output. After a few additional minutes, they managed to bring the boss's health down to a predetermined 41%, at which point the boss would begin its foolish poison spray again. Affection, you retreat first. I will follow. March Rain, prioritize your safety, Azure Sea Breeze instructed, preparing to consume a potion. Luli opted for a cautious approach. Realizing that with only 4 of them remaining, they could not afford further casualties. In hindsight, he regretted not summoning Moonlight, which would have prevented their current predicament. Flower Bottom's affection wasted no time, turning on her heel to flee, embodying the sentiment of self-preservation above all else. After a moment of consideration, March Rain also began to retreat, recalling the boss's recent double strike that had nearly left her in dire straits. Luli's words echoed in her mind. No one could afford to let the healer fall. Even in the event of a wipe, someone had to retrieve the corpses. Azure Sea Breeze sighed, shaking his head. Why is it that I am always the one left behind? The organization had immense trust in him. As the boss puffed up, preparing to unleash its poison, Luli turned and sprinted away. If the boss could speak, it would undoubtedly hurl insults, having encountered many cunning foes. Yet none as cowardly as this, daring to flee instead of facing it head-on. Despite being covered in green, Azure Sea Breeze stood firm. Even after being struck by the tail, he did not succumb. The others returned to resume their assault. And just as Luli and the others were about to replicate their previous strategy, the boss suddenly opened its mouth wide and inhaled forcefully. The pull was immense. Everyone but the main tank found themselves irresistibly drawn closer to the boss. Is it going to suck us in and then spray poison? What an utterly shameless boss. A collective thought echoed in their minds. Despite their struggles, the 4 individuals were drawn within the grasp of the boss's attack range. Subsequently, a denser green mist erupted forth, swiftly enveloping those already ensnared. Within the fog, a streak of white light emerged, and Hua Di Liqing was transformed into a lifeless body. Sanyuyu, while consuming antidotes and healing potions, cast a healing spell on Luli. This spell saved Luli's life, enabling him to survive the subsequent tail attack from the boss. At the moment the toxin dissipated, Luli was left with merely a few drops of health. San Yu was critically injured, while Wei Lan Haifeng fared slightly better, yet still below 20% health. Steady, heal yourself and Haifeng, Luli urged San Yu loudly. Neglecting the antidote's effects, he tilted his head back and downed another potion, which only restored a little over 30 points of health. Fortunately, the Supreme One Ring possessed a lifesteal attribute. Although it seemed insignificant in ordinary circumstances, now it occasionally restored 4 to 5 points, which was quite notable. With 1 healer, 1 tank, and 1 damage dealer, this was the remaining configuration of Luli's team as the boss's health dwindled to 20%. Hua Di Liqing and the Little Hunter were still engaged in battle, unable to release their fallen comrade, forced to watch their companions fight. Continue. We shall not surrender until the final moment. Luli's voice remained steady, devoid of despair, complaints, or fatigue. He felt immense gratitude for his past experiences as a gold farmer in the game. The monotony, despair, and the passage of time had gradually tempered his restlessness, shaping him into the Luli of today. 19%, 18, 17, 13, 12. No need to evade, just focus on preserving your own life. Since I didn't succumb to the poison earlier, this time, I am prepared and will surely remain unscathed. Otherwise, allowing the tank to whittle down the boss's remaining 2% health alone could take an eternity, and unforeseen complications might arise in the meantime. The boss inhaled once more, drawing everyone into its attack range, spewing poison and swinging its tail. After being hit, Luli did not immediately consume the antidote. Instead, He waited for nearly 3 seconds before swallowing it just as the toxin was about to take effect. After all, this was a game, and even the slightest delay could prevent the toxin damage from manifesting as recognized by the system. The toxin's effects lasted 20 seconds, while the antidote lasted 15. If used too early, once the antidote lost its efficacy, there would still be 2 instances of toxin damage, amounting to 100 points of health. By delaying the antidote for 2 seconds, the remaining duration of the toxin was reduced to less than 5 seconds, resulting in only 1 instance of damage, costing merely 50 points of health. However, this 50 points should not be underestimated. After this wave of attacks, Luli stood firm with just over 50 health points. Had the damage from the tail attack been slightly higher, without those 50 points, his demise would have been inevitable. Surviving this wave did not guarantee safety. Most bosses would enter a rage mode when their health dropped to 5%. When the boss's health dwindles to 90%, the team faces annihilation. Yet no one feels disheartened. However, should the boss's health plummet below 5%, even the most composed among them would undoubtedly feel a sense of gloom. Luli and Blue Sea Breeze exchanged a glance, sharing a wry smile. They truly had to rely on fate's favor. At precisely 1,750 health points, equating to 5%, the boss entered a frenzied state. The great serpent's body turned a furious crimson, its head lunging violently towards Blue Sea Breeze, while its tail lashed out fiercely at the others, even sending March Rain flying on one occasion. Its attacks heightened in intensity and frequency. Yet, Luli and Blue Sea Breeze found solace in their resolve. As long as the boss did not unleash a continuous stream of poison, and its attacks did not prove lethal, they deemed it manageable. The Night Elf possessed a racial skill known as Shadow Escape, granting instantaneous invisibility. For Luli, this was a means of disengagement from battle. While for the warrior Blue Sea Breeze, it was undoubtedly an invaluable tool for mitigating aggro. With 20% health remaining, Blue Sea Breeze activated Shadow Escape. Having endured a couple of hits, Luli followed suit, while the boss charged towards March Rain. Both Luli and Blue Sea Breeze pursued the boss relentlessly, dealing damage as they watched March Rain nearing peril. Just then, the MT executed a taunt, drawing the boss back, while March Rain, seemingly oblivious to the charging threat, remained steadfast, healing Blue Sea Breeze with remarkable composure. System notification: players Luli, Blue Sea Breeze, March Rain, Flower Beneath the Emotions, and Cursed Dream have achieved the first kill of the wild boss, Serpent King Galahad. Chapter 55, The Berserker set as the system's announcement reverberated. A substantial influx of experience points flooded into Luli's experience bar, a bounty almost beyond imagination. It was only natural, considering this was a level 12 wild boss, with merely 3 individuals sharing the experience, and the Fallen had no means to acquire any. The boss scattered a plethora of items like petals in the wind, and it was evident that this haul would be extraordinary. With a sense of relief, both Luli and Azure Sea Breeze sank onto the ground, while only March Rain managed to muster the strength to rescue the long-lying Flower Bottom Affection and Residual Dream. Flower Bottom Affection and Residual Dream had not only lost 10% of their experience but had also missed out on the boss's experience altogether, rendering their situation quite unfortunate. Yet, they were not disheartened. Instead, they gazed with uncontainable excitement at the spoils strewn across the ground. Residual Dream, please collect the equipment and see what we have obtained. Luli expressed his reluctance to move, delegating the task of gathering the loot to the Little Hunter. The Little Hunter delighted in such activities, joyfully sweeping up the treasures from the ground. It was curious how her fortune seemed to shine, as the first item she picked up was a hunter's bracer, a black iron piece suitable for level 10, which granted an impressive 8 points in agility and 2 in constitution, perfectly suited to her moderate playstyle. The second item belonged to Luli. Upon seeing its name, he immediately recognized its attributes. Berserker's Bracer, black iron armor 15, agility 6, critical strike 5. Equipment level requirement 10, durability 32. One of the Berserker's set, exclusive to melee combatants. In his previous life as a druid, Luli had possessed this very piece of equipment. By that time, the game had been open for a considerable duration, and level 10 gear had passed through countless hands, resulting in a remarkably low price. Nevertheless, Luli had saved diligently for 2 weeks to acquire 2 pieces of the Berserker set. In addition to this bracer, there was also a Berserker pendant, both of which dropped from wild bosses ranging from levels 10 to 20. Regrettably, it did not appear this time. Collecting 2 pieces of the Berserker set would activate a set bonus, Berserk, With a certain probability, movement speed increases by 20, attack speed by 20, and defense decreases by 20, lasting for 30 seconds. The former two effects are enhancements, while the latter is a debuff, collectively forming the renowned and formidable beginner set. The attributes of this set are nothing short of extraordinary, vastly superior to the Jungle Rangers set, akin to the heavens above and the earth below. Melee players could utilize these two pieces of equipment up to level 30 without the need for replacement. This time, the boss dropped only 2 black iron items, with the remainder being bronze, 3 pieces in total, perfectly dividing among the 3 who had not received black iron. The 2 remaining materials could be used to craft level 20 silver equipment, which held considerable value, rivaling that of black iron gear. Luli allocated the lesser item to Azure Sea Breeze and reserved the most valuable for Flower Bottom Affection and Residual Dream. Azure Sea Breeze accepted the materials Luli offered, but returned the equipment, citing a lack of interest in selling it. The 5 of them constituted the most rudimentary fixed team. Typically, they practiced individually, but would convene to battle bosses or delve into dungeons. Yue Guang possessed exceptional skills, yet exhibited a greater inclination towards player-versus-player combat, dedicating most of his time to engaging in skirmishes, thus inadvertently becoming an auxiliary member of the team. Luli contemplated establishing a small mercenary group in the near future. Mercenary groups are officially recognized organizations, not conflicting with guilds, allowing individuals from different guilds to join the same mercenary unit. The formation of such groups is a feature introduced in the system update scheduled for next Monday, with a nominal fee of merely 1 gold coin and a cap of 100 members. As for the leader of the mercenary group, Luli had no intention of assuming that role himself. He planned to nominate Azure Sea Breeze as the captain. Their camaraderie was strong, and Azure Sea Breeze possessed the requisite capability, having previously organized groups in past games. He held more experience than Luli and was well-versed in the intricacies of team development, unlike Luli, who merely understood equitable distribution. Moreover, Luli harbored too many secrets to fully disclose to the group. Numerous matters could not simply be elucidated by the mere fact that a friend had participated in the closed beta. The depths of human hearts are inscrutable. Should someone choose to report him to the game company one day, Luli anticipated considerable trouble. Hence, he intended to spend most of his time operating independently, capitalizing on the advantages of his rebirth to amass wealth swiftly, aiming to gather sufficient funds for his sister's medical treatment, or venturing into the combat zones to hone his PK skills and experience. After vanquishing the boss, night had fallen, and the group retrieved their return stones to head back. The team remained intact as they needed to discuss suggestions for the game developers. According to Luli, any accepted suggestions would yield corresponding experience points, a notion in which everyone firmly believed. After a while, even Yue Guang joined in. His level was still 8, considerably lagging behind Luli, as engaging in PK often hindered leveling up, with death resulting in a loss of experience. What was termed a discussion was, in reality, Luli guiding everyone towards specific thoughts, such as skill upgrades. Despite their extensive playtime, their most frequently used skills had yet to reach level 2. The skill Shadow Strike, which Luli consistently employed, currently stood at 466-1000, indicating a significant gap in required experience. This posed a substantial issue, as the game developers would undoubtedly implement measures to accommodate the average player. Luli proposed that for every 2 levels gained, a skill point would be awarded, enabling players to enhance a particular skill using skill points and gold coins, thus granting everyone an opportunity to experiment with more advanced skills. Furthermore, the arena was a highly demanded feature among players. Envisioning a game devoid of an arena was unfathomable for widespread acceptance. Currently, players engaged in duels in secluded areas, where a single misstep could result in death and loss of experience. Additionally, the auction house would inevitably emerge within the game's trading system, serving as a potential suggestion for amassing experience, even without player recommendations. In the game, the cycle of day and night aligns closely with reality. For Luli, this was of little concern. However, for the substantial number of gamers who are office workers and students, the frustration has been palpable, with many expressing a fervent desire to wring the necks of the game design team. The internal damage display, the addition of daily quests, modifications to experience loss upon death, enhanced data statistics, the introduction of life skill learning, weather effects, hit corrections in intelligent mode, the implementation of bounty features, stealth trace corrections, and the ability to stack materials. These were just a few of the myriad suggestions that emerged. Aside from Luli, who possessed a few years of gaming experience, the majority of the group had played numerous games, and collectively, they generated nearly 100 recommendations, bolstered by Luli's occasional insights. Luli was acutely aware that many of their suggestions would likely not be accepted, rendering them mere ineffective suggestions devoid of experience rewards. However, it was impossible for them to submit only proposals that would be approved if all 30 of their submissions were accepted. The gaming company might suspect the presence of a standard answer, potentially indicating a leak from within the game staff, which would lead to complications. Recalling memories from his past life, Luli noted that the player who submitted the most suggestions was a paladin known as Brother Young has arrived, who proposed approximately 300 ideas, a truly astonishing feat. Yet the one with the most accepted suggestions was not Brother Young, but rather a hunter named Sister Byside Butte, whose 60-plus submissions contained half that aligned with the system updates. Estimating their contributions, Luli calculated that his group had compiled 92 suggestions. Anticipating that about 48 would be accepted, a hit rate that was not overly ambitious. After submitting their gameplay experience recommendations on the official website, Luli took advantage of the time before the system update to set up a stall in Shadow Moon Valley, selling some bronze equipment he had acquired that day. Additionally, he erected a sign indicating his intent to purchase several specific items. Chapter 56. The Amusing Companions Upon Returning. Luli estimated that the treasure chests in the Moonlight Lake were due for a respawn, so he departed from the novice village and made his way to the lakeshore. As for the treasure chests in the Cobalt Mine, they were hardly worth his consideration. Nearly every respawn point was guarded by several rogues, who preferred to diminish the number of monsters rather than leave their posts. Each had their own approach, which could not be judged by conventional standards. When Luli arrived at the lakeshore, he was quite surprised to find that there were still others present. He puzzled over this. After all, the boss would not respawn at night, so what could possibly bring people here? Stealthily, he approached a secluded spot and quietly submerged himself in the water, transforming into a seal as he swam deeper into the lake. Before he could reach the bottom, Luli sensed that something was amiss. There were fellow adventurers in the water. To be precise, they were fellow druids, about 5 or 6 in number, aimlessly swimming around. Concealed among the aquatic plants, Luli used the bioluminescence of the lakebed to discern their intentions. To his astonishment, this group of absurdly comedic individuals was also in pursuit of treasure chests. Unfortunately, the chests submerged in the water were locked, and as druids, they lacked the means to open them. The little seal possessed 4 flipper-like limbs with sharp claws, albeit short and small, lacking significant strength. This group of druids was futilely assaulting the chest with their claws and heads, only to find their efforts utterly ineffectual. Suddenly, one of the druids reverted to human form, standing at the lake's bottom, grasping the chest and attempting to lift it, perhaps even intending to haul it ashore. Luli nearly burst into laughter. Treasure chests were mere scene props, classified as indestructible items. If they could be smashed open with an axe, what would be the point of a rogue's lockpicking skills? The notion that these druids could simply lift the chest was nothing short of fanciful, even if they could not lift it. The druid who had transformed back would undoubtedly pay the price for his greed. He was likely on the verge of drowning, desperately kicking against the water in a futile attempt to surface. Luli had calculated that it took about 3 minutes to descend from the surface to the bottom. While ascending was marginally quicker, yet still required at least a minute. After merely 30 seconds, the druid began to lose health. The avaricious druid succumbed to his fate, transforming into a lifeless body. The remaining druids, whose skills were nearing their limits, exchanged glances and all began to float upwards. It turned out that during the day, while guarding the boss, a druid had dived into the lake in search of the boss and inadvertently discovered the treasure chests hidden among the aquatic flora. At the time, with so many people around, the observing druids had kept quiet. Once night fell and the crowd dispersed, he summoned a few familiar druids from his guild to seize the opportunity. Alas, fate had other plans. Such opportunities were seldom easily seized. Luli harbored doubts regarding the reasoning behind these individuals believing they could claim the treasures within the chests. Did they truly expect to transport the chests ashore and smash them open with a rock? Seizing the moment as the druids ascended, Luli darted towards the chest. He had already observed their previous activities and knew precisely where to find it. Navigating confidently, he swam to the chest and prepared to unleash his lockpicking skill. A piece of bronze equipment and a silk cloth. The second chest proved to be slightly more rewarding, containing not only a piece of bronze equipment but also a skill book, throat slash, instant cast, consuming all combo points to strike the target's throat. Dealing damage equal to one's own attack multiplied by 120 times the number of combo points. When the target's health falls below 20, there is a certain probability of delivering critical damage, currently at a level of 1/1000. Luli was taken aback. Could this not be the rogue's version of the warrior's execution? This skill, while not exceptionally rare as it can be learned by anyone, becomes available at level 20 through a rogue class quest in the Warsong Gulch, which is relatively easy and manageable for players to complete. The reward for the quest is precisely this skill book. Only from that moment onward could rogues be considered to possess a finishing move. Glancing at his own level, which was at 9 with 40% of the experience bar filled, he endeavored to learn the skill. A faint glow flickered, and the skill book vanished from Luli's hands. He stood there in a daze for a few seconds, still somewhat incredulous. Hastily, he opened his skill panel and confirmed once more that throat slash appeared there, marked with a resplendent emblem indicating it as a finishing move. Then, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. To have learned a level 20 skill book before even reaching level 10 was an extraordinary feat. Throat slash was indeed formidable. While its standard damage could not rival that of a backstab, it offered a critical hit bonus against targets with low health, with a probability estimated to exceed 70% based on extensive testing conducted in his previous life. In player versus player scenarios, targets with health below 20% were often eliminated in an instant after being struck by throat slash. This skill book would fetch a high price if sold, undoubtedly. The third chest generously yielded 2 pieces of bronze equipment, one of which was a staff, perfectly suited for upgrading a ring. The treasure chests in Moonlight Lake far surpassed the offerings in the Knoll Mines. Luli had already acquired 2 exceptional skill books here, though it was regrettable that he could not linger much longer. With players already discovering this location, it was only a matter of time before they found a way to open these chests, perhaps with the aid of an underwater breathing potion. Once the chests were opened, Luli made a swift retreat, envisioning the expressions of his fellow players upon witnessing the disappearance of the chests. They would surely be dismayed. Who touched my treasure? Supreme Ring of 1, Silver Strength 1, Agility 1, Lifesteal 1, Special Effect, bestowed with unique abilities by the Moonlight of the Jungle King Cenarius, allowing the wearer to learn 3 shape-shifting skills of the druid class and to master 1 skill from that shape-shifting branch. Equipment requirement: none. Durability: none. This was Luli's sole piece of silver equipment, an impressive sight amidst a player base predominantly adorned in bronze, where possessing black iron gear was already considered a mark of expertise. Such an item would surely dazzle countless envious eyes. However, Luli understood better than anyone that this equipment offered minimal enhancement to his combat prowess. Behold his Fury set, which offers a remarkable enhancement of 6 points solely in attributes. The black iron bracers of the Remnant Dream add an impressive 10 points, while the Supreme Ring contributes a mere 2 points. As for the Lifesteal attribute, it relies on chance, offering negligible benefits, rendering it almost worthless to him. Undoubtedly, the special effects are exceptional, yet they bear little significance in combat. The final boss of the level 10 dungeon, in normal mode, will drop rings. Their attributes vary, with even the least favorable providing an enhancement of 3 to 5 points. Consequently, Luli's attributes may fall short compared to others. Thus, he must expedite the upgrade of the Supreme Ring to level 2. The Supreme Ring 2 would be formidable. To elevate the Supreme Ring, an altar is required, along with 7 materials, 7 emerald spider silks, 1 heart of enchantment, and 5 serpent's tongue herbs, all of which are already in his possession. Additionally, 3 bronze ingots are needed. These ingots are crafted by combining copper and tin ingots, making them not particularly rare, though the required copper and tin ores are somewhat abundant, costing approximately 60 silver coins. Luli managed to procure them for the fair price of 1 gold coin. Furthermore, 6 green agates are needed, which are typically acquired as extras during mining. Their yield is relatively plentiful, yet their widespread utility poses a challenge, especially since Shadow Moon Valley lacks mining trainers and rarely contains deposits. Hence, he must seek to purchase them from players in other regions and arrange for their delivery via mail. The market price for these remains uncertain, but Luli has tentatively offered a purchasing price of 30 silver coins. Chapter 57. The Professional Merchant. In addition, upgrading the ring requires a bronze-level casting medium, which can be a bronze staff. I happened to find one in the treasure chest at the bottom of the lake. It does not demand any specific attributes, merely that it meets the qualifications. Lastly, A magical amplification material is needed, and a commonly found low-level one is the Gale Fong, sourced from Gale Wolves, which inhabit the Shadow Moon Valley. This creature is a magical beast of level 6 or 7, capable of unleashing arcane orbs during its attacks. In my previous life, Azure Sea Breeze utilized this, and it is a prudent choice for Luli as well. The drop rate for Gale Fangs is quite favorable. Luli only requires 20, which should not pose much difficulty. This piece of equipment possesses commendable attributes, yet I lack the necessary funds. Would you consider trading for Gale Fangs? I possess over 30. A rogue stood before Luli's stall, pointing at a piece of leather armor. Certainly, I can readily gather the Gale Fangs. Luli thought it illogical to refuse. Even if he incurred a slight loss, it would not be substantial. A piece of bronze equipment is valued at merely around 20 silver coins. Time wasted could be better spent earning more. Eliminating the Gale Fong requirement leaves only the bronze ingots and green agates. Brother, do you accept green agates? A passerby halted upon noticing Luli's notice. Indeed, Luli replied. Could you possibly raise the price a bit? Green agates are not easy to procure. Mining is laborious, and one might not unearth a single green agate even after a long while. The demand for green agates is considerable, as they are essential for numerous crafting skills. It seems he is a businessman, adept at employing hyperbolic rhetoric. A genuine novice might easily be misled. What price are you intending to sell them for? Luli remained unfazed. 1 gold coin each, the passerby boldly asserted. He likely perceived that a seller of bronze could afford such an amount. Feel free to do as you wish. I shall continue my collection, Luli thought with a silent scoff. Assuming me a fool? The night elves have no green agates, and the creatures in the goblin gold mine are of high levels, deterring many from mining there. I possess only a few green agates. Gifted by a friend from the Dwarven Mountains, the druid hesitated, slightly softening his tone. 30 silver coins is already a fairly reasonable price. The stalls in the Dwarven area likely sell at a similar rate, though I lack acquaintances there, Luli stated. There is not entirely no way. He could seek assistance from the solitary sorrow, but it is evidently unworthy to owe a favor for a mere few gold coins. How about this? 6 green agates for 5 gold coins? I see you can sell bronze equipment. You must surely be skilled, and this amount should not trouble you. My name is Shinwan-san. Shall we become friends? The druid wore a naive smile that appeared rather lecherous. Shinwan-san, a figure from the early Ming dynasty, was exceedingly wealthy, and his choice of name in the game reflects his ambition. The cost of this friendship is too steep, beyond my reach. If you truly desire companionship, I shall offer 5 gold coins for 6 green agates and 3 bronze ingots. Should I require any materials in the future, I would still seek you out. Luli remained resolute. This situation seems rather unfortunate. Though verbally expressing discontent, one has already capitulated internally. Shinwan-san, who aspires to be a merchant of integrity, possesses an astute understanding of market prices that surpasses even that of Luli. In the Dwarven Novice Village, green agate can be procured for 10 silver coins each, while the stall prices are slightly elevated yet remain under 15 silver coins. As for bronze ingots, were it not for the scarcity of one of their raw materials, 10 or they would scarcely fetch 30 silver coins. Shinwan-san has enlisted a friend to procure them from the dwarves at approximately 40 silver coins each. When calculated, these items amount to no more than 3 gold coins, and Luli offering 5 gold coins already yields a substantial profit for him. If you choose not to sell, so be it. Luli will not raise the price further. 5 gold coins equate to 4,000 real-life coins. Sell, sell, sell. My friend, you certainly know I enjoy making acquaintances, Shinwan-san chuckled. Do you have the goods? Luli inquired. My backpack is too small to accommodate them. They are in my mailbox. I will retrieve them promptly. Just give me a few minutes, Shinwan-san replied without delay, and after adding Luli as a friend, he hastened to collect the items. In the game Dawn, the capacity of backpacks is generally insufficient, compelling dedicated merchants like Shinwan-san to rely on familiar contacts for mutual mailing, utilizing the system's mailing rules to store items in the mailbox, as the system will not abscond with them. After waiting an interminable while without a sign of Shinwan-san, Luli sold 2 additional bronze ingots before finally spotting him. Breathless as he approached. Why did it take so long? Did you make a detour for the acquisition? Luli asked. Hee. Don't concern yourself with how I managed it. Let us trade. The items you requested are ready. I'm not exaggerating. Only I, Shinwan-san, could fulfill your request so swiftly in Shadow Moon Valley. Indeed, Shinwan-san had exerted considerable effort, and he truly did not overcharge Lu Li for the 5 gold coins. The urgency stemmed from a sudden price hike on the other side, compounded by an impending system update that would introduce a deluge of new players into the game. Many sellers with stock were indifferent to waiting an additional day, knowing they would not incur losses, thus compelling Shen Wansan to raise prices. Ultimately, the cost of the items Lu Li sought had surpassed 5 gold coins. In truth, regardless of the expense, Shen Wansan was determined to finalize this transaction. The reason was simple. Upon adding Lu Li as a friend, he recognized exactly whom he was dealing with. If anyone could evoke admiration from Shen Wansan, a merchant of high self-regard, or inspire a genuine desire for camaraderie, it was Lu Li, not the water spirit nor the esteemed guild leader Xiao Mo of the City of Glory. When he added Lu Li as a friend, he could scarcely believe it was indeed him, the very Lu Li who had sold exceptional skill books on the first day, black iron and sets on the second, and guild upgrade orders on the third. What, pray tell, could this individual not procure? One instance might be attributed to luck, twice could suggest extraordinary fortune. But at this juncture, to attribute Lu Li's success merely to luck would be pure self-deception. As a merchant, what captivates them most in the game are superior equipment and those capable of acquiring such gear. Thus, it is imperative for Lu Li to be well served, even if it means incurring losses. Upon spotting the desired item, Lu Li promptly placed 5 gold coins on the table, sealing the transaction with alacrity. Ah, but wait. My friend, it would be rather ungentlemanly to burn bridges after crossing them, Shen Wansan interjected, detaining Lu Li. You, my good sir, are quite the enigma. I shan't pry into how you came by those items. However, considering my name, you might surmise that I am a professional merchant. How about we collaborate on any quality goods you procure in the future? Why? Lu Li inquired. Anything that passes through my hands will undoubtedly yield a greater profit than if sold by you directly. Take, for instance, that guild upgrade token. You sold it for 80 gold coins, correct? If I were to handle that transaction, it would fetch at least 120 coins, Shen Wansan enthused, his excitement palpable. In his eyes, Lu Li's so-called auction was far too hasty and amateurish. To a merchant, only profit matters. The blood-red battle flag is of little consequence. Anyone daring to obstruct his path to wealth must face repercussions. The predicament Lu Li faced yesterday could have been easily resolved with the simple arrangement of a decoy. Chapter 58. The Phantom of the Night. Part 1. Not every skilled player is backed by a guild, yet every adept has merchants among their friends. This statement, once casually overheard by Lu Li in his past life, resonated little with him at the time. He was merely a gold farmer. Even as fortune smiled upon him, and he gradually ascended to a level just shy of mediocrity, he remained aloof to its deeper implications. Now, however, he has come to fully comprehend the essence of that phrase. He understands why, when the moonlight shifts, one can effortlessly acquire an exceptional set of equipment. Masters require merchants for logistical support, engaging in transactions that are devoid of the burdens often associated with guilds, which entail a web of rights and obligations. Conversely, merchants seek rare items accessible only to the elite, creating a symbiotic relationship between the two. Lu Li tossed the remaining 2 pieces of level 10 bronze armor to Shen Wansan before taking his leave. His promise to prioritize Shen Wansan for any future treasures does not imply a definitive partnership. Rather, both parties remain in a lengthy assessment period, determining whether to continue their collaboration or part ways in search of new prospects. The system update looms several hours away, scheduled from nightfall until the next evening. Tomorrow. Aside from assisting Lu Xin with her transfer procedures, he has ample time to rest, making an early night unnecessary. With experience points and dungeons nearly depleted, Lu Li resolved to venture into a safer locale to grind monsters. Soloing at night is certainly less efficient than their endeavors in the Snake Valley. Nonetheless, even small accumulations of experience are preferable to logging off for slumber. Many share this sentiment, as the wilderness teems with players, punctuated by intermittent screams and cries, likely indicating the resurgence of night stalkers. Upon the onset of darkness, these formidable foes randomly spawn in the wild, boasting levels 10 above the highest player in the vicinity. They obliterate any players within their line of sight, possess rapid health regeneration, and deliver formidable attacks. Should Lu Li encounter a night stalker, he can transform into a small leopard to escape. Given his transformed speed, even a level 20 night stalker would struggle to catch him. Regrettably, Lu Li lacks equipment that enhances dark vision, compelling him to proceed in obscurity. He retraced the path he took upon entering the game to retrieve a ring. navigating the familiar route toward the back mountains where two types of creatures dwell, injured wolves and aged wolves, both of average attack and defense, making them suitable adversaries for leveling. As a social species of the jungle, forest wolves typically maintain packs of over 20 individuals, each led by an elite creature known as the head wolf. According to the system's design, the head wolf emerges victorious from the brutal skirmishes among mature forest wolves, while the vanquished are expelled from the pack, becoming the injured wolves. The aged wolves, as their name suggests, are those that have been ousted due to their advanced years, their levels ranging from 8 to 10. Once cast out, they become solitary wolves, making them relatively easy to handle. In this dense thicket, where trees abound and foliage flourishes, the atmosphere is more obscured than in open spaces and monsters are scarce, rendering it less suitable for teams seeking to level up. Luli chose a somewhat secluded location to hunt a wild wolf. The wild wolf inflicted only 20 to 30 points of damage upon him, while he could deal 70 to 80 points with a single strike, and with a finishing move, he could even surpass 200 to 300 points. The seemingly unremarkable lifesteal attribute of the Supreme Ring proved invaluable at this moment, allowing Luli to continue without the need for potions. He first crept behind the wild wolf and executed a surprise attack to stun the boss. With a flurry of normal attacks, as soon as the boss regained consciousness, he immediately unleashed a shadow strike, which typically produced a 1-second stun effect. Following that, he performed a backstab aimed at the wolf's relatively weak waist. After the backstab, the 4-second cooldown for another shadow strike was nearly up, and the second strike brought his combo points to precisely 5. The dagger sliced through the wolf's throat. A throat cut. Once a critical hit was triggered, it would almost certainly eliminate the target, even without a critical hit. It would only take a few more normal attacks to finish it off. It took Luli approximately 20 seconds to defeat a single monster, with the rest of the time wasted in search of more. Unbeknownst to him, others were discussing his prowess. What an impressive attack. When did level 10 wild wolves become so weak? Two figures crouched in the grass, 30 yards away from Luli, whispered in astonishment. Fortunately, we didn't confront him directly. Otherwise, we would have met our demise today, remarked the second, his voice filled with reluctance. However, reason dictated that this individual was not someone he could contend with, nor was his companion, an equally skilled rogue. These were the elite rogue players of the Jinui Guild, known as the vortex of the left eye and the gaze of the right eye. They had a penchant for teamwork, and their coordination was impeccable, making even top-tier experts wary of underestimating them. They likely possessed several bronze items, and perhaps even more than one black iron piece. In comparison to themselves, these two rogues felt a mixture of envy and anger. The world seemed unjust, as Luli's fortune surpassed their own. Regardless of his black iron or bronze, we shall eventually strip him of it all. Today we shall strike, and tomorrow we shall strike again, bringing him down to level 0. Seethed the gaze of the right eye, whose vengeful flame burned fiercely. The players of the Jinui had grown accustomed to reducing their targets to level 0. Yes, Boss Fei will soon bring reinforcements. Come what may, he shall not escape death, the vortex of the left eye said with bitterness. He had previously participated in an ambush against Luli, only to be killed in mere moments, serving merely as a backdrop for the opponent. Since that incident, the Jinui had maintained constant surveillance on Luli. This evening, upon spotting him, the two rogues began messaging their guild's online leader while stealthily following him at a distance. They initially intended to find an opportunity to directly eliminate Luli, perhaps when he was low on health from battling monsters. However, they quickly realized that Luli never seemed to be low on health and his efficiency in defeating monsters was extraordinary, suggesting that his equipment must be at least one tier superior to theirs. Thus, they abandoned their initial plan to attack and opted to patiently wait for reinforcements to encircle him. The monotonous task of defeating monsters had lulled Luli into a false sense of security, rendering him oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. Unbeknownst to him, dozens of players had infiltrated the forest. Just as a fireball hurtled toward his back with alarming speed, he barely managed to turn around. Sparks flew in all directions. Had it not been for the game's unique mechanics, both Luli and the forest would likely have been engulfed in flames. He refrained from immediately activating stealth, for the fireball inflicted burn damage, and after 3 seconds, he would endure a second wave of harm. If he entered stealth now, he would be instantly revealed. Following the fireball were further assaults, as more than a dozen shadowy figures lunged at him. The leading warrior had already raised his gleaming blade, and once within the range of his skills, he would charge forth without hesitation. If he could successfully stun the vile thief, The ensuing control abilities would ensure that Luli remained trapped in a state of perpetual disorientation. In that moment, there was no justice, no fairness. Only slaughter awaited him. Luli must perish. Chapter 59. The Phantom of the Night. Part 2. Luli felt a pang of regret for his carelessness. It was utterly inexcusable for a profession renowned for its heightened perception to allow so many foes to encroach within 30 yards. 30 yards constituted the effective range for most ranged classes. A slight burn damage flickered from Luli, inflicting a mere 2 points of harm. Yet it was precisely these 2 points that denied him the final opportunity to vanish into stealth. The warrior's charge was practically upon him, and the Warlock's enchantments had already been unleashed. The players attacking Luli bore triumphant smiles. As this massive assembly of forces was finally poised to vanquish the rogue, their PK videos had garnered immense popularity on the forum, and with Luli's identity concealed, his life remained relatively serene. The same could not be said for the Genie Wei. As pivotal figures in the videos, they faced relentless criticism from commentators and self-proclaimed experts alike, transforming what had once been a prestigious guild into a mockery overnight. Within a mere 3 days, hundreds of players had departed, and several previously committed gaming experts offered a myriad of excuses to withdraw. How shameful it was for 20 or 30 individuals to be outmaneuvered by a single rogue, culminating in multiple fatalities and a forced retreat. Who among them would willingly associate with such a guild? Yet all of this would soon be rendered moot. If they could eliminate Luli and post the kill video online, the Genie Wei's reputation would not only be restored, but perhaps elevated to new heights. Those who dared to defy the Genie Wei would ultimately meet their demise. The commander, filled with fervor, had already envisioned the title for the forum post, bold and magnificent. In an instant, the smiles of the Genie Wei players froze upon their faces. Amidst the dazzling skills illuminated by the night, Luli transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing from their sight. Attack. Draw him out. Unleash everything. The commander, blood boiling, could not comprehend how Luli had disappeared. Yet his exemplary leadership instincts guided him on how to counter such a predicament. He had heard tales of thieves who could instantaneously shadow jump and slip into stealth. But it mattered little. As long as their attacks were precise, even if Luli succeeded in vanishing, he would have nowhere to flee. This time, the guild members differed from the last. Previously, they had been hastily assembled, relying on sheer numbers, whereas this time, only the most elite players from Shadow Moon Valley had come forth. Responding to the commander's call, they instinctively unleashed their swiftest skills. A flurry of ranged attacks rained down chaotically, and several melee weapons struck where Luli had vanished. Only for the Genie Wei players to be met with disappointment. What they struck was naught but emptiness. Where had Luli gone? A golden-furred leopard lay low amidst the underbrush, clutching a piece of bread in its paws, engaged in recovery. Observing his health bar, Luli felt a chill run down his spine. A single wave of attacks had left him critically wounded. He had evaded the close-range strikes. Yet several ranged attacks had found their mark. Had it not been for the initial 3 seconds of invisibility, he would have undoubtedly been struck down. Had his equipment not been sufficiently formidable, he would have perished long ago. Yet, since he had survived, once his health was fully restored, Luli stealthily emerged from the shadows. The dense jungle hindered the searchers, but provided Luli with a natural shield for concealment. Silently maneuvering behind a spellcaster, Luli plunged his dagger fiercely into the nape of his opponent's neck. Fortunately, it was merely a game. Otherwise, such a blow would have surely burst anyone's brain. Even so, this strike reduced the spellcaster's health by half. System: Shadow Strike completion rate 92, inflicting 180 skill damage. Target stunned for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, Luli could unleash 3 normal attacks, each dealing over 100 points of damage to the mage. Upon regaining consciousness, the mage reacted with remarkable speed, employing a night elf racial skill, Shadow Meld, to deflect Luli's subsequent blow. Raising his hand, he unleashed a fire blast aimed directly at Luli's face, which had a high probability of blinding him. Luli disdainfully shook his head, sidestepping to evade the attack, and swiftly maneuvered to the mage's flank, reversing his dagger to pierce the mage's back. With a completion rate exceeding 70%, this counterattack drained the mage's health entirely. The thrill of such a kill was truly intoxicating. Luli sighed in delight as he retrieved the fallen equipment from the ground, gradually slipping back into the darkness. He had deliberately refrained from initiating with a sneak attack, wishing to gauge the thrill of player combat and hone his skills and awareness. Had he started with a sneak attack, he could have undoubtedly stunned the mage to death. With a member of their team slain, the blood of the wolf clan boiled. They had clearly deduced that Lu Li was the assailant. Estimating Lu Li's position based on the time and location of the battle, several mages swiftly surrounded the area. Unbeknownst to them, a small leopard stealthily crept across the ground, silently escaping their encirclement. In the pitch-black night, the little leopard moved with greater ease than a stealthy figure, remaining well concealed. The next victim was a warrior, who unwittingly attracted the attention of a wild wolf. Had anyone nearby been able to assist him, he would have swiftly resolved the confrontation. However, news of Lu Li's presence diverted everyone's attention away from the warrior ensnared by the creature. After all, it was merely a common beast. Could a warrior not handle it? Indeed, the warrior could have bested the wolf, provided no one interfered. A sneak attack stunned the warrior for 4 seconds, and in less than 3 seconds, the combined efforts of a wolf and a rogue transformed the warrior into a lifeless husk. Lu Li showed no inclination to celebrate with the wolf. The battle on this front was far from over, while the other side had already designated the wolf as their target. A few players from the Imperial Guard, rushing to the scene, could only witness the bodies of their warrior and the wolf lying in a seemingly intimate embrace. "Cursed thief, if you have the courage, come forth and confront us directly." Such unreasonable players abound, and to utter such words is truly bizarre. Even his companions are ashamed to echo him. With so many of us against one, as long as the opponent possesses a shred of intellect, he will not dare to show himself. Just as the warrior's body grew cold, a new cry of alarm rang out. A throng of individuals rushed over, only to discover yet another lifeless body. Wolf blood boiling finally comprehended the helplessness of the commander from their last mission, and he now understood why that commander had uttered such disheartening words about retreating upon a single failed strike. Before him lay 2 paths: either perish here or abandon this endeavor altogether. A shadow flitted by, and beneath the very eyelids of wolf blood boiling, the thief circled a solitary hunter not far off, darting like a butterfly as 2 daggers danced upon the hunter's flesh. Most of the time, the hunter was engulfed in dizziness, and by the time he regained his senses, he saw only his companions rushing toward him. In the next moment, his vision faded to black. Lu Li rolled backward, concealing himself behind a thicket, transforming into a small leopard, and upon disengaging from the battle, he seamlessly entered stealth, leaving not even a trace for the players to pursue. This was the Dark Knight Phantom. This was the Jungle Spectre. Returned to the city. Wolf blood boiling shut his eyes, sorrowfully issuing the command to retreat. "Should we attempt to rescue our fallen brothers?" someone inquired, as if in response. Distant cries of alarm echoed once more, and it seemed that more than one individual had joined the fray, but soon silence enveloped the area. After a while, the voice of Left Eye echoed in the chat room. "It was 2 of us against him, and Right Eye made the first move, yet we still met with failure. Boiling leader, let us retreat. Disregard everything, everyone, return to safety." Upon hearing this, Wolf blood boiling wasted no time and immediately organized the retreat. Was it a matter of underestimating the foe, engaging in an ill-timed and ill-placed confrontation? Yet, even if he had the opportunity to choose the time and place for a duel, what could he possibly employ to triumph over a phantom-like Dark Knight spirit? Leading this band of brothers who appeared as elites to ordinary eyes yet were mere jesters in the face of true masters? Chapter 60. Unfinished business. As a throat slasher was escorted away under control, Lu Li retrieved the fallen equipment, preparing to enter stealth mode, when he noticed a gentle glow emanating from a densely packed group of people. Were they reading the return stone? Transforming into a small leopard, he stealthily approached, only to witness a scene that left him utterly astonished. 30 to 40 individuals were gathered, reading the return stone. Indeed, the spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. However, just as he was about to advance and take 2 of them down, Lu Li abruptly halted. Why were so many individuals reading the return stone? It had to be a trick. They were likely waiting for him to reveal himself. The moment he did, they would all cancel their casting simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of skills that could potentially incapacitate him. What a cunning commander! Just as Lu Li congratulated himself for his quick reflexes in refraining from acting impulsively, the players reading the return stone began to vanish one by one. Had they left? With a peculiar expression, Lu Li lingered for several more seconds before ultimately canceling his stealth and stepping out into the open. The spot that had once been occupied by dozens of players was now completely deserted, the system having automatically restored the trampled grass, erasing all traces as if no one had ever been there. Lu Li's previous skirmish seemed like a mere figment of his imagination. The dagger danced like a butterfly between his fingers. After a moment of contemplation, Luli resignedly slumped his shoulders. He had to accept the disheartening reality that the group had fled. How unprofessional. With his pursuers gone, instead of feeling relieved, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of disappointment. 200 years ago, there was a rather absurd television series featuring a 5-minute opening theme and cast introduction, a 5-minute closing theme and next episode teaser, alongside 10 minutes of repetitive martial arts sequences, leaving only a handful of minutes for the actual plot. Yet that was not the crux of the matter. There was a line that resonated perfectly with his current sentiment. I have yet to exert myself. And you have already fallen. Were these people merely here for amusement? Luli had witnessed and heard tales of the PK battles in Dawn. They were chaotic affairs where players fought with reckless abandon, disregarding lost equipment and experience, driven solely by the mantra, a man must kill. Take, for instance, the battle under the moonlight, which solidified his invincible reputation, raging from dawn till dusk, with everyone losing several levels and him, adorned in equipment worth hundreds of thousands, losing it all in an instant. How had his own experience turned out so differently? Just like the last encounter with the Imperial Guards, in the midst of battle, the enemy had congregated to read the return stone. The styles of these two groups were eerily similar. Could these individuals today also belong to the Imperial Guards? If the players from the Imperial Guards knew that Luli had seen through their ruse, not due to their guild's illustrious reputation, but because of their cowardly act of retreating mid-fight, they would surely be filled with shame and indignation. In truth, it is not that the players of the Jinui are timid. Rather, Luli and Moonlight are fundamentally distinct. Moonlight is a warrior. No matter how superior his equipment or skill, a multitude can always converge upon him, presenting a legitimate chance of demise. Indeed, despite being a war god, Moonlight has met his end on numerous occasions, and Luli frequently hears tales of his downfall. Luli, on the other hand, is a rogue, one of the exceedingly stealthy variety. In their last duel, he bided his time, lurking for several minutes, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, only revealing himself when others believed he had vanished. After dispatching his target, he would immediately retreat into the shadows, never confronting anyone directly. This occasion was no exception. Armed with superior equipment, an expanded skill set, and an uncanny agility, Luli's initial ambush inflicted some damage. Yet the dozens of Jinui players could barely graze the hem of his attire. Such a battle was utterly disheartening. They faced a specter, a hunter nearly incapable of error. Consequently, Blood Wolf, in a moment of clarity, commanded a retreat. Otherwise, the losses would not merely amount to a few casualties. Given sufficient time, this rogue would gradually consume them, leading to a total annihilation. Not to mention, after slaying 5 opponents, Luli acquired 2 pieces of bronze equipment and 1 of black iron, making the spoils of this skirmish quite rewarding. The bronze gear was mage-oriented, suitable for selling, while the black iron item, dropped by one of the last 2 rogues, boasted surprisingly commendable attributes: Defiler leather pants, black iron defense 10, strength 4, critical hit 10. Required level 5, durability 1825. This quintessential gear for a violent combat rogue, with its 10 critical hit rate, prompted Luli to swiftly replace his bronze leather pants. Whether one is a stealthy and agile rogue or a ferocious combat rogue, there exists an inherent desire for critical hits. Thus, Luli adorned himself with a silver item supreme ring, and 6 pieces of black iron gear, silken gloves, swift leather boots, weaver's leather armor, defiler leather pants, mother-s kiss, shadow of death. Such an ensemble would undoubtedly enable him to stand tall among peers, even against seasoned players backed by formidable guilds. After all, few could claim to have slain 3 outdoor bosses, achieved a first kill in a dungeon, and reset a dungeon record, let alone open several treasure chests daily. Luli had no intention of relocating for experience grinding. The nocturnal forest inherently favored rogues. He welcomed any challengers, though he was not without precautions. This time, he lured monsters beside a thicket. Should anyone assault him, a simple roll backward would allow him to conceal himself within the underbrush. Currently, only druids could navigate such dense foliage. Yet who would anticipate a rogue transforming into a cheetah? Luli continued to grind until nearly midnight, his experience bar reaching 70%. The system began issuing update alerts to players, warning everyone to log off safely, lest they bear the consequences of losses incurred due to the impending system update. Upon exiting the game, Luli opened his eyes in astonishment, for he discovered that his room was occupied, and not by one but by several individuals. 3 female landlords, along with his sister, who should have been fast asleep. All gazed at him with expressions of wonder. Fortunately, he had been clad in shorts while gaming. Xion, what are you all doing here? Brother, I heard you killed someone in the game again. That's amazing. The young girl looked at him with admiration, truly proud to call him her brother. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Typically, his sister should have been tearfully imploring, "Brother, you've killed someone. Let us run away together. I will follow you forever." That's not murder. It's merely PK, a form of entertainment in the game. You have school tomorrow. Go to sleep, dear. Luli endeavored to correct his sister's understanding, for the act of killing was not something to be taken lightly. TSK. If the Imperial Guards knew you merely entertained yourself by killing them, they would surely weep, Dodo remarked, her expression one of sympathy. Do not corrupt my sister, Luli admonished, as he placed his helmet aside and donned a shirt to cover his robust, yet scarred physique. The delicate beauty, adjusted her glasses and swallowed hard, reluctantly diverting her gaze from Luli's chest. Control yourself, you vixen, Huan, who prided herself on being the eldest, tugged at Yi. Feeling embarrassed to have such a friend, especially one so traditionally conservative in appearance. The video has already been posted on the forum. This time, it captured your face. Dodo leaped in front of Luli, sporting a triumphant expression as if to say, "I've caught you." Chapter 61. Caught on camera again, what video? Luli felt an unsettling premonition. Damn it, are the individuals who film videos so ubiquitous? The last time was during the day, with many onlookers present. Being filmed then was somewhat acceptable, but this time it was at night, in such a remote location. Who could possibly have captured me on camera? Indeed. The pinned post on the forum had been updated. The legendary thief reappears. The phantom of the night lurks. The post contained little in terms of narrative, merely presenting a video. From the perspective of the cameraman, a group of about several dozen individuals strode menacingly through the darkness, representing a myriad of professions. There were close-up shots capturing the faces of these players, alongside their visibly distinctive gear. One player, adorned as a member of the Jinui, exhibited the skillful move known as Show You My Face, Blame Me, demonstrating impressive PK abilities, ranking within the top 10,000 on the Huaxia Iron Blood list, PvP players. Daodu, familiar with the players, pointed at the screen to enlighten Luli. Within the top 10,000? How weak. Luli felt that he hadn't encountered any formidable opponents last night, aside from the 2 thieves who had shown some prowess. The video's perspective shifted rapidly. 2 thieves lay concealed in the grass, quietly observing a rogue in the distance as he efficiently dispatched monsters with brutal effectiveness. These 2 thieves, known as the vortex of the left eye and the gaze of the right eye, formed a fearsome duo, having bested even those within the top 100 of the Iron Blood list. Daodu continued to narrate. Wait a moment, this video seems somewhat fabricated, Luli frowned. The shifts in perspective were too swift, and the angles were suspect. Perhaps. What SMS? I see no signs of manipulation. Daodu shot him a glance. This video was recorded by the Jinui themselves, Luli quickly realized. The combat displayed in the video was incredibly thrilling, showcasing various angles skillfully edited by experts, culminating in a PK video that rivaled Hollywood productions. The Jinui players did not sully Luli's reputation within the footage. In fact, he felt they were somewhat glorifying him. Although some of his evasive maneuvers appeared practical, they also seemed rather clumsy, yet the Jinui had managed to enhance them. In this video, Luli emerged as the focal point, his expressions and actions exuding a ruthless decisiveness. At the time, it seemed no other players were present. The Jinui had filmed their own players being vanquished, and after some peculiar editing, had showcased it on the official forum for all to marvel at. Have they lost their minds, standing in the rain without umbrellas? Huan questioned, perplexed. No, they are quite shrewd. The Jinui may not excel in PK, but today, Luli had no choice but to regard them with newfound respect. Why? They all seem rather foolish to me, several girls remarked, unable to comprehend Luli's perspective. The last time I encountered the Jinui, I vanquished them, causing their reputation to plummet. Luli speculated they initially intended to regain their honor, likely hoping to record a video of my demise. However, the outcome did not align with their expectations. Why then, do they choose to release the video? Dodo inquired. They aim to convey that the individual who defeated them is formidable. The more formidable this individual, the more their failure can be rationalized, Luli replied. Indeed, It seems they are not as inept as the legends suggest. Huan nodded in agreement. Moreover, Luli rewound the video, pointing to a close-up of a mage's robe, stating, "This appears to be black iron armor produced by the spider's lair, boasting commendable defense. Yet, it succumbed to my assault in mere seconds, without even a chance to retaliate. What does this imply? Wow, your attack power is astonishing," Dodo exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. "With such high attack power, you must possess an abundance of exceptional equipment," recovering from her starry-eyed state, remarked coolly. "Indeed. They are utilizing the video to inform others of my numerous pieces of black iron equipment. Consequently, not only does this provide a rationale for their defeat, but it also attracts a multitude of individuals eager to eliminate me from my gear," Luli explained. "Brother, doesn't that make you quite vulnerable?" Luxian clung to Luli's arm, her expression fraught with concern. "I too wish to claim your equipment. May I have a chance?" Dodo fantasized, envisioning a scenario where she triumphed over Luli and stripped him of his garments. Furthermore, this video is bound to attract yet another faction of individuals who will fixate on me, Luli sighed, already foreseeing the troubles that lay ahead. "PK enthusiasts," whispered mischievously, "especially those among your peers. Most thieves relish the thrill of player versus player encounters. You shall have to be wary of someone lurking behind you, intent on seizing your gear." This sentiment struck a discordant note with Luli, who disregarded their chatter and stifled a yawn, saying, "All right, having satiated your curiosity, it is time for everyone to retire. Xion, you have your first day at the new school tomorrow. Do you wish to present yourself with dark circles under your eyes? Also, you few should refrain from entering my room uninvited. Having several beauties in your room, yet you feel at a disadvantage?" Huan huffed, exasperated. "Goodness, you possess quite the physique, young man." Dodo leaned closer, even contemplating reaching out to touch Luli's chest, which the thin garment could not entirely conceal. She was an extroverted and playful girl, seemingly gifted in sensing Luli's benign intentions toward them. "Why not take a dip in the pool? It would be a shame to let it go to waste." "We wouldn't mind sharing the pool. After all, we aren't accustomed to skinny dipping," the mischievous wolf girl added. Luli, unable to withstand their antics, promptly ushered them all out. The following morning, Luli declined the requests of the three girls wishing to accompany him, instead taking his sister to the first high school to complete her enrollment procedures. The university town resembles a miniature city, with numerous institutions of higher learning encircling a central shopping mall and bustling pedestrian streets filled with people. Luli accompanied his sister to enroll, and revisiting this place stirred a wealth of emotions within him. He found everything to be remarkably enchanting, as if the heavens had granted him a second chance. And this time, he was determined to protect his sister diligently. The first high school boasts a commendable location, adjacent to the finest universities, with an excellent campus environment that far surpasses that of impoverished areas. After making a phone call, Luli presented his sister's transcript upon entering the admissions office. The director, an elderly gentleman nearing his 60s, dressed modestly, was revealed to be a former president of a normal university, having dedicated his life to education. He was reappointed to the admissions office at first high school post-retirement, continuing to illuminate the path for others. Given the caliber of students from this institution, it was indeed impressive. The old man donned his reading glasses for a closer look and eventually expressed his admiration. He then posed several inquiries, to which Luxian responded with admirable politeness. "Why did you choose first high school?" The director inquired candidly. "Our admission criteria and tuition fees are notably higher than those of other institutions." Luli replied, "Our family circumstances have improved, and I wish to provide her with a better learning environment. I understand that admission to first high school is challenging, but my sister's academic performance is commendable, and she is exceptionally responsible. She will undoubtedly strive harder once she enters the school. You are commendable for your efforts to create a conducive learning environment for your sister. Have you ever attended school yourself?" The conversation unexpectedly shifted towards Luli. Chapter 62. Schooling. Having only attended 2 years of elementary school, Luli spoke calmly about the events that had transpired thereafter, which had prevented him from returning to an academic environment. No one could fathom the depth of misfortune that year had brought him. With both parents gone and no relatives willing to take them in, the orphanage had recently been embroiled in a child abuse scandal. At the tender age of 8, Luli, with his infant sister who could barely walk, stubbornly and resolutely persevered. He raised his sister, ensured she received an education, and managed to avoid a descent into criminality. Your civic credibility is not only unblemished, but also accompanied by multiple accolades, for you have performed numerous good deeds over the years, remarked the elderly gentleman, holding a dossier on Lu Xin, as well as one on Luli, her guardian. Good deeds. Luli's lips curled slightly in a smirk, feeling a twinge of disdain within. Though he was not cynical, he remained somewhat skeptical of the term good deeds. In truth, the acts of kindness he had performed over the years exceeded those recorded in the Social Credibility Bureau's files. Many beneficiaries had submitted reports, while countless others, their stories lost to the passage of time, remained unaccounted for. Do not mock, young man, the elder chuckled. There is a certain rationale behind the existence of social credibility. For instance, it has been 13 years since our institution has accepted any students transferred from your area. He continued, even those with commendable grades are redirected to another school, which has designated classes for such students. Lu Li's expression shifted subtly. He had sent his household registration and Lu Xion's report card to the high school days prior, only to receive an acceptance notice that very day. Little did he know there was more to the story. Your social credibility is commendable, especially coming from such a background. The elder mused. This society is becoming increasingly distorted. Individuals like you are rare. We in the field of education can only seek solace in our own hearts. Thank you. Luli expressed his gratitude sincerely. If you're interested in continuing your education, I can assist you, the elder said, producing a business card from his drawer. This is the card of Director Liao from the Normal University. I shall have a word with him, and you may attend classes there as an auditor. There are a few lectures from instructors worth listening to. And my sister. Luli took the card and tucked it into his pocket. Class 5 of the first year. I'll speak with the homeroom teacher. You can begin attending classes today, the elder assured him. Luli noted the elder's considerable influence. He had researched online prior to his visit and discovered that the top 5 classes of the first year were all key classes, typically inaccessible to most. Is tuition a concern? The elder inquired further. Thank you, teacher. There is no issue, Luli responded, shaking his head, not intending to apply for any exemptions. Lu Xian had originally come from the impoverished area, and seeking any form of financial relief would only invite scorn from her peers. Many schools ostentatiously advertise their support for underprivileged students, appearing benevolent. Yet they fail to consider how sensitive and insecure these students feel when faced with their classmates. His sisters should not have to endure such scrutiny. Very well, the elder chuckled, taking no offense but rather growing increasingly fond of Luli, lacking formal education and employment, yet capable of affording his sister's tuition at a prestigious high school. It seems this young man possesses remarkable abilities. After bidding farewell, Luli grasped the arm of a student and inquired about their destination. The first-year classes were located in the foremost academic building, and it was currently the time for morning self-study. As he escorted his sister, he noticed that the classroom was filled with numerous students. New student, please come in, called a professionally attired woman with black-rimmed glasses, gesturing for Lu Xian to enter. A bit shy, Lu Xian stood beside the homeroom teacher and timidly greeted her classmates. Luli, feeling uneasy about leaving his sister, lingered at the doorway, unwilling to depart until he was assured of Lu Xian's comfort. Our class has a new student. How adorable, murmured the students, drawn into hushed conversations. Wow, is she a character from an anime? Her voice is so soft, it's utterly charming. Come sit by me. I have a seat available. The majority of these voices belonged to male students, though there were also a few girls who shared an affinity for cute characters. And not all comments were harmonious. She is not bad looking, but just look at her fashion sense. What a chaotic mix. One girl remarked with a hint of envy. Isn't that the style from CC's collection last year? No, it can't be. Could it possibly be a knockoff? Wow, she's actually wearing counterfeit goods. The exaggerated laughter barely concealed the jealousy simmering beneath the surface. This prestigious institution primarily catered to affluent neighborhoods, and most students hailed from privileged backgrounds, which instantly placed Lu Xian at a disadvantage due to her family's financial situation. The homeroom teacher surveyed the classroom and said sternly, Lu Xian has been assigned to our class by Principal Fan. I hope everyone will treat her kindly. Should I hear of anyone troubling her, I will not hesitate to summon their parents. Principal Fan, the head of the admissions office and the honorary principal of the school, had taught at this institution for nearly a decade. He had served as the director of education, vice principal, principal of another school, and a professor at a university, garnering respect across the educational community. Many affluent individuals in the area were either his classmates or former students, and those who had attended his lectures were well aware of the respect due to him. They were warned by their parents to heed Principal Fan's words, lest they face severe consequences. Upon learning that Liu Xian had been placed in their class by Principal Fan, the young men and women fell silent. "Excuse me, are you also a new student?" The homeroom teacher called to Lu Li, who stood outside the door. Lu Li shook his head and pointed to Liu Xian, saying, "I am her brother, bringing her here to register. My sister is rather shy, and I kindly ask for your support in the future." He bowed earnestly to the teacher. With that, all was entrusted to her care. Chapter 63. Farewell, Star and Moon. The homeroom teacher nodded with restrained acknowledgement. With her charming appearance and impressive report card, it was only natural for her to offer a little care. Lu Li left the campus, strolling along the street while purchasing some daily necessities, and also bought his sister 2 exquisite outfits from head to toe, including branded lingerie. He could hear the students' murmurs. Previously, he could only afford to dress his sister in modest attire, but now that he had the means, he naturally wished to provide her with something better. After delivering the items to his residence, Lu Li proceeded to the office of the Star and Moon Guild. Contrary to his expectations of being met with ridicule from a group of people, he was greeted by Square Root 3. In reality, Square Root 3 was just as handsome as he appeared in the game, but unlike in the virtual world, he wore glasses, exuding an air of refinement. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lu Li," Square Root 3 said as he shook Lu Li's hand and invited him to take a seat. "Here is 60,000 yuan, which, according to our agreement, is double the penalty for breaching the gaming helmet contract. I am delivering it to your esteemed guild," Lu Li said, handing over the cash he had brought. "I sincerely appreciate this contract. It has provided me with an opportunity to enter the game. For those born into wealth, 30,000 yuan might barely suffice for a night out, but for Lu Li, it marked the beginning of his entire gaming career. At that time, when the game was about to launch, he could not afford the gaming helmet and could only join the Star and Moon Guild as a gold farmer, never anticipating that he would terminate the contract so soon. I too am grateful for this contract. Otherwise, Dawn would be deprived of a remarkably talented player," Square Root 3 remarked as he accepted the money and handed it to the accountant waiting nearby, gesturing for her to leave. He then picked up the contract for termination and signed his name without hesitation. As the legal representative of the guild, he possessed the authority to execute such agreements. Lu Li was somewhat taken aback. He had expected Square Root 3 to persuade him to stay. "I have been with Star and Moon for 5 years. Ever since high school. Back then, I was just a naive youth, and over the years, I have truly developed feelings for this place." Square Root 3 seemed rather reflective today, offering a wry smile as he added, "Others have told me that venturing out will lead to broader horizons. Yet I find it hard to let go." Lu Li began to grasp his sentiment, yet it was difficult to articulate a response. Every individual has their own choices, and regardless of the outcomes, they must bear the consequences themselves. The Star and Moon Guild faced numerous challenges that could not be resolved. Forcing solutions might jeopardize the guild's very existence. Square Root 3 remarked, "Because of these issues, I will not plead for your stay. I only hope that if you require assistance in the future, you might extend a helping hand, considering this contract. Of course, I would be willing to help, as long as the payment is made." Lu Li readily agreed. What was meant to be a tense meeting unfolded harmoniously in a spirit of unity and friendliness. Both parties fondly reminisced about their shared struggles and envisioned a prosperous future for the socialist gaming industry, before ultimately parting ways. In truth, Square Root 3 yearned to retain Lu Li. Currently, among the elite players fervently sought after by numerous guilds, Lu Li stands as the most illustrious. However, the major guilds do not value his prowess in player-versus-player combat. In reality, they are more inclined towards experts in player-versus-environment scenarios. In the eyes of the high-ranking members of these guilds, Lu Li is an exceptionally gifted team commander. After all, how else could he have led his team to achieve the first kill of the spider's nest, subsequently shattering the dungeon completion record in an astonishingly brief time? He has secured 3 first kills of wild bosses, rendering any descent futile. Some have even questioned the rankings of the China Gaming Leaderboard's team commanders, posing an unavoidable inquiry regarding Lu Li's prospective placement on this list. Most crucially, Lu Li is not affiliated with any formal guild. Without a guild affiliation, he becomes more susceptible to recruitment, allowing anyone to vie for his allegiance. Many believe they have a chance to enlist this exceptional team commander. Yet Square Root 3 stands apart. After only a few brief encounters, Square Root 3 recognized that Lu Li is not a sycophant. He possesses his own pride and will not bow to you simply because you are affluent in reality. Nor will he regard you with reverence due to your prestigious academic background. The composition of the Xingyue Guild comprises precisely these types of privileged individuals and elite graduates. Both factions are far too proud, leaving no room for mutual compatibility. Thus, Square Root 3 intervened to halt the attempts of the wealthy and influential Qian Duo to use legal means to trouble Lu Li, advocating for amicable resolutions to ensure future encounters remain pleasant. Matters within the game are best resolved within the game itself. Offending a skilled player out of momentary bravado is not worth the risk. Initially, Qian Duo was reluctant. But after a video of Lu Li's prowess in PK surfaced on the forum last night, he was plagued by a series of nightmares. Each awakening marked by the haunting image of Lu Li emerging from the shadows to strike him. In reality, there are no skills or stealth. But when confronted by a patient and cunning individual, one may find themselves ensnared in an ever-present dread. If you impede another's progress, you must be prepared for their desperation. Free of debt and unburdened, Lu Li strolls through bustling streets, relishing for the first time in years the leisurely life of an ordinary person, where everything that once appeared mundane now dazzles in his eyes. Chapter 64. System Update. With the dawn following the system update, the perpetual daylight and shortened nights would inversely mirror reality. The night would be fixed at a mere 8 hours, commencing from 10 in the morning until 6 in the evening. During this period, the wilderness would be overrun by nocturnal wanderers, leading to the closure of public dungeons. Players wishing to continue leveling up would have to brave the immense risk of death in the wild to adapt to the reversal of the system's time zone. Lu Li compelled himself to take a proper nap in the afternoon. Upon awakening, the landlords were at his door. "What is it?" he asked. "Hey, we consider ourselves beauties. Why do you always speak to us as if you've seen a cockroach?" Daodu, the enchanting girl, exhibited a personality starkly contrasting her name, Do Jingjing, and appeared far from tranquil. "All right, I apologize. May I inquire what the matter is?" Lu Li replied disinterestedly, while he contemplated preparing something to eat. "We invite you to dine, and we'll bring back a portion for Xin. Since beauty won't work, EE has decided to entice Lu Li with delicacies. Sure, how about going to Longmin Sichuan restaurant? With someone treating, Lu Li could hardly refuse, especially as it would also enhance his sister's meals. How ruthless. You want to dine at Longmin Sichuan restaurant? Are you aiming to bankrupt us? The sight of the lovely girl feigning tears was indeed delightful. Although it was all an act, the so-called Longmin Sichuan restaurant was merely a popular eatery, with an average expenditure of no more than 100 yuan per person. After securing a small private room, and while waiting for the dishes to arrive, the girls finally revealed their purpose. "Lu Li, you are skilled. Which profession do you think we should play?" asked Zhou Huan. "This is rather complex. It depends on individual capabilities, preferences, and how you wish to play," Lu Li surmised, having anticipated the girls' inquiries. All three were commendable individuals, and given that they had rented the house to him and his sister at such a modest price, he felt obliged to respond candidly. "We're merely playing for fun. Enjoying ourselves is what matters," he stated. "Oh, so no plans for a studio?" Lu Li expressed surprise. Establishing a studio doesn't guarantee profit, and playing casually might not be unprofitable either. Douda chimed in with rapid emotional transitions, her enthusiasm palpable. "Who knows? I might one day stumble upon an extraordinary skill book." "Wipe your drool. What profession are you playing?" Lu Li teased. "Paladin," Douda said, placing a hand on her well-developed chest, looking earnest. "May the holy light guide you. All right, what about you two? Any specific professions you wish to pursue?" He continued. The paladin was one of the most popular professions in Dawn, yet it required substantial skills. A lack of skills would make it exceedingly challenging. "I want to play a pet class, but I've heard that taming skill books are difficult to obtain. If it's not feasible, then I'll reconsider." Yi replied. "I have a friend who is a hunter and has already learned taming. If another comes out, I'll reserve it for you. Don't worry. After level 10, taming skill books become easier to find. Otherwise, this profession would be unplayable." Lu Li encouraged her to pursue the hunter path. Uncertain of what to play, Huan bore a troubled expression, expressing her reluctance to continue with the priest class. "You no longer wish to heal?" Lu Li inquired. "I simply prefer not to play a priest. I still enjoy healing," Huan replied, shaking her head. "Then why not try a shaman? Healing shamans provide substantial support." can summon various totems, transform into spirit wolves, and possess numerous powerful auxiliary skills. Together, your combination offers both ranged and melee healing. If Dodo prepares a set of defensive gear, we generally won't even need to look for a tank for regular dungeons. The Shaman's Spirit Wolf transformation is somewhat akin to a Druid's cheetah form, enhancing movement speed by 20% and allowing for stealth. If luck is on one's side, one could even acquire a speed boost skill, albeit lacking any offensive abilities. Have you checked the forums for strategies? It cannot possibly be that straightforward, the girls pondered. Their long-standing dilemma swiftly resolved by Lu Li's concise words, leading them to question whether it was truly worth treating him to a meal over such trivial matters. Initially, it seemed uncomplicated. Those on the forums often lacked even a basic understanding of skills, rendering their opinions on class choices rather unqualified. Lu Li, however, appeared to overlook the fact that his own knowledge stemmed from countless hours spent on forums in a past life. Once the issue of sustenance was settled, Lu Li returned home, took a shower, and entered the game. Although it was evening in reality, the in-game world was already bathed in dawn's light. The verdant hues of the Whispering Valley resembling a picturesque painting. With no time to admire the beauty of landscapes now lost to reality, Lu Li sought a concealed spot to transform into a small leopard and swiftly headed toward the moonlit lake, messaging his companions as he ran. Head to the grove near the moonlit lake. I'll lure the turtle over there. Only Lu Li understood that system updates would refresh everything, including chests and bosses not yet due for respawn. Given Lu Li's speed, he could have opened the 3 chests in the Cobalt Gold Mine, but he deemed it more profitable to battle a boss instead. The Cobalt Mine's chests yielded mediocre rewards, while the turtle boss, albeit of a lower level, could drop black iron and sets of armor. The wilderness lay silent, devoid of any presence save for Lu Li. He dashed to the edge of the moonlit lake, leaping into the air, his golden fur illuminated by the sunlight and water, shimmering like a radiant orb. With a splash, as the small leopard plunged into the water, its form rapidly transformed into that of a seal, which flicked its tail and dove deep into the lake, fearing that someone might arrive to steal the boss. Lu Li neglected to open a chest he spotted in his line of sight. After securing the boss's aggro, he swiftly swam to the surface, resurfacing as a small leopard, and began to lead the boss toward the grove. The turtle boss cast a reluctant glance back at the moonlit lake, which had nurtured it, but under the system's rules. It obediently followed Lu Li, huffing as it crawled along behind him. Although the grove is not vast, it is lush and verdant. Engaging in battle with monsters within its confines is far more prudent than brazenly attacking by the lakeside. With only 6 members, they are utterly incapable of contending against the formidable forces amassed to vanquish the boss. The azure sea breeze, the moonlight, the tender emotions beneath the flowers, the March rain, and the remnants of dreams. Several individuals had received Lu Li's reminder the previous week, urging them to enter the game at the earliest opportunity to confront the boss. And they were now fully prepared. The sea breeze drew aggro. Everyone hastened to unleash their attacks. Lu Li plunged into the grove, instantly transforming into his human form. Azure Sea Breeze charged forth and taunted, diverting the boss's attention towards himself while simultaneously inquiring, Lu Li, why have we answered so many questions yet received no experience rewards? Prior to the game's reopening, the official website had disclosed the details of this update, and Lu Li's group fortuitously fulfilled 48 criteria, placing them jointly in first position. Upon logging in, Azure Sea Breeze's first action was to check his level, only to be disheartened to find it still at level 10 with a mere 13% of experience. Chapter 65. The Moonlight has exploded. Experience rewards are certainly forthcoming, but one must register in the town to claim them. However, the teleportation fee is rather steep, which means many may have to wait before they can receive their share of experience, Lu Li replied. Goodness, even a wealthy individual like you finds it expensive. Just how much is the teleportation fee? The others inquired with curiosity. Teleporting from the novice village to the town costs 1 gold coin, while traveling between towns requires 2 gold coins. Direct teleportation between novice villages is not permitted. Lu Li shook his head, feeling a headache at these prices. He had a plan that necessitated teleporting to different towns, and just thinking about the fees was troublesome. This gaming company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Their money-grabbing tactics are ruthless, others commented, left speechless. They were relatively fortunate, as even those like Can Dream, who were not as affluent, still possessed 4 or 5 gold coins. Lu Li, a true tycoon, had over 10 gold coins on him. thanks to his acquisition of materials for upgrading rings the previous day. However, ordinary players could not afford such extravagance. Even those who were doing moderately well might not have a single gold coin to spare. Only those who spent real money on the platform to acquire gold coins could barely scrape together any wealth. Repairing equipment costs money, purchasing potions requires funds. And just these expenses could consume the hard-earned savings of players over several hours. If one wished to buy 2 pieces of basic equipment to enhance attack and defense, they would truly find themselves utterly destitute. 1 gold coin is just 1 gold coin, Luli mused. Aside from him, the wealthiest here was Azure Seabreeze, who had fought alongside Luli against bosses a few times. He scoffed, after defeating the boss, I will claim my experience. I am currently at level 10 with 13% experience. How much will I level up after claiming my experience? After some estimation, Luli replied, if you receive the reward experience, you should be able to reach roughly level 12. Although Luli had seen related posts in his past life, he was not entirely certain about this. Reaching level 12 would be wonderful. After surpassing level 10, the experience needed to level up increases severalfold. My current leveling speed is slower than that of a turtle. Azure Seabreeze lamented. The turtle boss, Craig, blinked innocently, turning to flee but was intercepted by Moonlight's charge. After a few moments of struggle, he was lethargically slaughtered. Without healing skills, Craig was easy prey. Previously, Luli and Azure Seabreeze could easily overpower him, let alone now with 6 players, including a healer who occasionally contributed by casting light spells. This time, Craig let out a pitiful scream after merely 20 minutes. The boss is here, and someone is killing it. It seemed that the boss's final wail was so tragic that it finally attracted the attention of other players. I'll gather the loot. You all return to town, Luli decisively announced, swiftly collecting the boss's drops. Moonlight, however, did not participate in gathering the loot or returning to town. Instead, he charged at the 2 players who had just entered, swiftly dispatching one with a series of quick strikes. Charge, diagonal slash, sweeping attack, execution. Luli's gaze sharpened, secretly astonished. He had not noticed earlier that this individual possessed the execution skill. As another player finally grasped the situation, he beheld his companion transformed into a lifeless corpse, a surge of shock and rage consuming him, rendering him utterly incapable of intercepting Wei Lan, Haifeng, and the others as they retreated to the city. Luli, however, chose not to return to the city. After collecting the equipment, he slipped into stealth. As a rogue, he had no need to retreat. He also refrained from urging Moonlight to withdraw. This was a PK enthusiast, and persuading him to forfeit such a splendid opportunity for combat would be akin to sentencing him to death. Luli crouched in the shadows, observing as Moonlight utilized the terrain of the thicket to systematically eliminate players, showing no inclination to lend assistance. He felt a twinge of regret. It would have been perfect had he a bag of sunflower seeds in hand. Moonlight's skills were quite audacious, his movements impeccable, consistently evading the majority of non-tracking abilities while his massive axe swung and rolled with fervor. The Berserker, renowned as the king of physical attacks, displayed an extraordinary efficiency in slaying foes. In less than 3 minutes of conflict, Moonlight had already claimed the lives of over a dozen players. His whirlwind skill erupted, sweeping away 5 or 6 wounded adversaries in a single sweep. Yet, even the mightiest Berserker is not invulnerable. Moonlight's health steadily dwindled, 80, 60, 50. Alas, he was ensnared. This onslaught was merciless, driving his health below 10%. Moonlight had no intention of fleeing. In fact, at such a critical state, only rogues and druids had a chance of escape. Let them perish. How dare they oppose the glory of our knights? With that furious roar, Moonlight fell. His axe flew from his grasp, not dissolving into light alongside his body. The weapon dropped, its striking design and formidable attack power likely augmented by additional effects, left nearby players holding their breath in anticipation. Look at you, trying to show off. Today, those engaged in PK with Moonlight were all members of the Knights of Glory Guild, known for their discipline. The equipment dropped would be handled by the commander, and for the moment, none dared to snatch it up. Just as the commander feigned a moment of reflection and bent to retrieve the weapon, a masked rogue suddenly appeared before him, nonchalantly picking up the axe and stowing it in his pack, then gradually fading from view. His demeanor was as calm as if he were merely collecting a coin from the floor of his own room. Look, you fools. Quickly, catch that rogue. The commander stood dumbfounded for a full 5 seconds before erupting in a furious yell. The elite players of the Jinui had proven incapable of outmaneuvering the agile Luli, and expecting these ordinary players, who were already a beat behind, to do so was sheer folly. In the team chat, Moonlight's voice carried a hint of dejection. That Bloodseeker's axe boasted high attack and armor penetration, its attributes were impressive, and it felt exceptionally smooth to wield. Why did it have to be this weapon that dropped? Ah, I just happened to pick up an axe. I wonder if it's yours? Luli jested, a rare moment of humor surfacing. Impressive indeed. I await you in the village. The Moonlight does not concern itself with the matters of currency. It boldly demands what it desires. In truth, he spends his days engaged in battles, impoverished to the point of being destitute, with nary a coin to offer Luli. There is no reason for us to linger in the village. Let us venture to the Serpent Valley, engage in serpentine skirmishes for a couple of hours, and afterward confront the serpent boss. Once we have vanquished it, we shall proceed to the town, Luli proposed, upon hearing of yet another boss to conquer. The others naturally voiced no dissent, and so they set forth once more. Luli transformed into a small leopard, his speed akin to a gust of wind. To evade the notice of others, he eschewed the main roads, instead darting into the roadside grass, pressing forward with determination. Once he accumulates more skill books of the children of the forest, the sight of a druid transformed into a golden leopard will no longer be a rarity, and he shall act without restraint. Luli, which town shall we visit? I just checked with the teleporter, and there are a staggering 126 towns available for teleportation. Wei Lan Haifeng remarked, pondering their destination. Without hesitation, we shall go to the Grey Valley, Luli replied resolutely. Chapter 66. Thorn City. The maps of Grey Valley and its surrounding areas will be bustling locales for players ranging from levels 10 to 30. This region boasts 5 private dungeons, crowned by the town-level map. It is home to the most comprehensive array of life skill NPCs. And the one and only divine fishing master of Dawn resides in the serene waters of Lake Iris. The breathtaking scenery here makes it a veritable paradise for leisurely players. From this location, one can take a boat to the ports of humans and dwarves, reach the sinister encampment of the Thorny Vale, or venture to the druidic sanctum of Moonlight Glade. This place is a fervent battleground for PK players, serving as the front line for the light faction's resistance against the forces of evil, where countless players engage in intense combat. The altar for upgrading rings is also situated in Grey Valley, and Luli finds it hard to justify not choosing this location. Initially, other players, unaware of the significance, would teleport to various maps. However, as their understanding of the game deepened, they began to compare the different maps and eventually converged upon Grey Valley, leading to a bustling crowd. Individuals like Azure Sea Breeze and others had no pressing destinations and readily agreed to accompany Luli to Grey Valley. After running for a while, Luli's stamina waned, and he had to rest by the roadside. This is a consequence of the system update. Rapid running, flying, battling, and dungeon delving all incur a certain stamina cost, necessitating rest for recovery. Furthermore, alchemy can produce stamina-restoring potions, while cooking can yield food that replenishes stamina. While waiting for the others, Luli examined the loot dropped by the turtle boss. As expected, wild bosses dropped black iron. The poisonous hunter's bow, black iron damage 15 to 24. Agility 3, special effect. Target hit has a certain probability of receiving poison damage. Required level 5. Durability 28. Bows, crossbows, and firearms are all ranged weapons in Dawn, with bows offering higher damage, while firearms and crossbows deliver faster attack speeds. Among these, the scoped firearm significantly increases accuracy, making it a favored choice for players with less finesse. Luli intended to keep the bow for his plans, as the addition of poison damage would greatly enhance his efforts. This bow is classified as a short bow, while its damage is modest. It boasts a much faster attack speed compared to conventional longbows, and its compact size ensures it does not impede his mobility when slung across his back. In the chat room, he inquired with Kendream, and indeed, the young hunter had no intention of switching weapons. The archery mechanics were a nightmare for her. The turtle boss, Craig, dropped only one piece of black iron, while the remaining 2 items were of bronze, one of which was the druid jungle keeper's set. As Luli had taken the short bow, he naturally abstained from participating in the distribution of loot. A few individuals arrived at Serpent Valley, choosing not to engage the boss immediately, but instead continuing to hunt the ordinary serpents within the valley, as they required serpent gallbladders to concoct antidotes. The lowest level members, Residual Dream and Moonlight, were only at level 8, while the others approached level 10. Only the fervent leveler, Azure Sea Breeze, had long surpassed level 10. The experience required for advancement thereafter was daunting. After 2 hours of slaying hundreds of serpents, he had only garnered a mere 3% of experience. While battling monsters and collecting serpent gallbladders, Luli promptly brewed potions as soon as his skills cooled down. With the intermediate antidotes nearly ready, they prepared to confront the boss. The Serpent King, Galahad, was not a foe easily dispatched by sheer numbers. Its venomous attacks were humorously termed full-screen. However, with the intermediate antidotes at their disposal and Luli issuing commands, even Galahad, with his modest health of 35,000, became the most manageable of bosses. As the Serpent King fell, Luli's experience bar surged to 85%. At that moment, he paid little heed to the experience gained. His entire focus on the spoils dropped by Galahad. Would the coveted Fury pendant emerge? A complete set was essential for showcasing prowess. Incomplete sets were but ordinary gear. Having faced Galahad once before, the creature seemed apprehensive, ultimately failing to yield the Fury pendant once again. Luli, however, remained undeterred. After all, bosses ranging from levels 10 to 20 held similar probabilities. The spoils from the second encounter with Galahad paled in comparison to the first, yielding only a pair of rather average mage's black iron boots, lacking any enhancements to movement speed, which Luli handed over to Hua Diliching. The other 4 pieces of bronze gear, along with 2 items dropped by the tortoise, were claimed by Azure Sea Breeze for sale, with plans to share the profits with those who had missed out on the black iron. As for the rare materials produced by the 2 bosses, the group unanimously decided to entrust them to Luli for safekeeping and future appreciation. They then prepared to depart from Shadowmoon Valley. This enigmatic forest hamlet of the Night Elves housed the enchanting legacy of Aegwin and the mysterious Carolina, who was suspected to be the embodiment of Tyrant. While some had found fortune here, others had merely encountered disappointment. Nevertheless, all of that was now in the past. A broader world awaited beyond. The town boasted an auction house, an arena, more dungeons, an abundance of quests, numerous NPCs, and a greater influx of players and opportunities. With just a single gold coin, one could leave Shadowmoon Valley. Luli's team was hardly lacking in funds. Azure Sea Breeze and the others directly stepped onto the teleportation array, vanishing from sight. While Luli took a different route. There was something he once thought he had a 50% chance of acquiring, but now his confidence had swelled to 80%. In the heart of the malevolent faction lay Razorback City, which welcomed its first visitor. Behold, it was an elf. No, a wretched and nefarious elf, a despicable ambusher. A filthy robber. Men, let us seize him, cried the diminutive goblin guards, bouncing about like frenzied fleas, yet they dared not advance to attack, merely shouting in disarray. Luli suddenly recalled that due to his attack on the goblin merchant Crawley, his reputation among the goblins had plummeted into the negatives. Strangely, Ratchet was a quintessential goblin town. A few cautious level 60 goblins dared not come closer, living up to their reputation for greed and timidity. Was this truly how Ratchet treated adventurers who journeyed from afar? Steeling himself, Luli took a step forward, masking even the slightest hint of trepidation. We only welcome friendly allies, the guard shouted angrily. And you, jungle stalker, why did you assault a great merchant? Mr. Crawley has spread your name throughout the entire goblin realm. I swear by the name of Lord Alone, I harbor no ill will against the goblin world, Luli explained, rubbing 2 gold coins together audibly in his hands. He shamelessly continued, I traveled countless miles from the Shadowmoon Valley in Whispering Forest to study the great art of engineering. Oh, you have heard of the engineering of Ratchet, the guard replied. Goblins take pride in their achievements, such as the most comprehensive array of goods on the continent. And indeed, their engineering is truly remarkable. Yes, in this world, there is no one who understands engineering better than goblins, Luli said, handing a gold coin to the chief guard. Esteemed protector of Ratchet, could you kindly introduce me to the greatest engineering master in this town? Chapter 67, Formulas Indeed. While goblin engineering is vast and profound, it is quite absurd to think that a place as remote as Gadgetzan could boast a master engineer. Nevertheless, the fundamentals of engineering can be acquired anywhere. It is only when one seeks specialization that a more suitable mentor must be chosen. In order to restore his reputation among the goblins, Luli had no choice but to follow the captain of the guards to learn about the esteemed engineering of Gadgetzan. As the guard led Luli across the wooden bridge, he noticed that the NPCs he encountered wore unfriendly expressions, an unfortunate consequence of his tarnished reputation. Upon reaching the shore, They turned right and arrived at a small house adorned with two mechanical dolls outside. The goblins, with their diminutive stature, had homes that indeed appeared quite small in Luli's eyes. Upon entering, he had to stoop down. Fortunately, the sofa inside could accommodate him, allowing him to straighten his neck once seated. "Ah, Gabby, why have you brought an unwelcome elf to me?" the goblin engineer exclaimed, his peculiar spectacles magnifying his eyes to a rather alarming extent. Although he was an unwelcome thief, Luli had brought with him coins for atonement, prompting a sycophantic smile from the captain of the guards. "Oh, you wish to learn engineering?" The goblin engineer's expression brightened considerably, though he was preoccupied with a critical moment in his experiment. He tossed Luli a somewhat worn book and added, 5 gold coins. Luli nearly choked. Elsewhere, the cost for learning a basic life skill was merely 50 silver coins, yet these avaricious little beings had inflated the price tenfold. However, there was no recourse. In order to regain his reputation, such expenditures were inevitable. Moreover, with NPCs above level 60 watching him closely, he had no choice but to comply and pay the fee. System, you have gained the goblin's favor. Your reputation has reached neutral. System, you have discovered Gadget Sand. You have gained 200 experience points. Upon hearing the system notification, Luli finally exhaled in relief, for at least the NPCs here would not attack him. Goblins are generally respectful towards wealthy patrons, and the captain of the guards offered a courteous nod before departing with the goblin blunderbuss slung over his shoulder. Luli opened the engineering skill book, the front page adorned with faint blue ink depicting goblin script, which he could not comprehend. Fortunately, this was merely a virtual game, no matter how realistic. It remained a game. After using the skill book, the initial engineering skill worth 5 gold coins dissolved into nothingness. The goblin engineering trainer paid no heed to Luli's method of learning, engrossed in his own experiments, and issued a dismissal. "If you have no other requests, please leave. I am very busy at the moment." "Respected master, might you have any formulas for sale?" Luli inquired. Regardless of their quality or utility, each life skill trainer possessed unique formulas, and Luli was aware that this trainer was no exception. "Ah, upon that table over there. The price is 3 gold coins per scroll. If you desire one, simply pay up front." "Wretched elf, do not expect me to elucidate these exclusive techniques. For my reputation stands neutral, and the demeanor of the goblin engineer is hardly amicable." Luli remained unfazed, approaching the dusty oak table nearby, upon which lay several thin sheets of parchment. Blueprint, blue firework, merely a form of entertainment, hardly a unique recipe. Similar concoctions are sold throughout the continent, and are certainly not worth 3 gold coins. Blueprint, exquisite handcrafted musket, with average damage and materials that are anything but cheap, resulting only in a bronze weapon, a mere trinket, unworthy of use. Shaking his head, Luli discarded the plans. After perusing 2 more sheets, disappointment enveloped him completely. It appeared that this goblin engineer was at best of mediocre skill. These blueprints were nothing more than low-grade, unwanted goods. He picked up the last sheet with little hope. After a considerable pause, "Master, are all your blueprints for sale?" Luli endeavored to calm his racing heart, fearing that his excitement would be evident to the other party. His concerns were unfounded. The goblin engineer clearly lacked the capacity to spare even a glance. With an impatient shriek, he barked, "Choose one, leave your gold, and get out quickly, or I shall show you the wrath of an engineer." Clutching the final recipe, Luli swiftly tossed 3 gold coins onto the goblin's workbench and strode out. Just as he exited the shop, an arrow flew directly at him. Had he been exposed? A sense of dread filled Luli's heart, fearing that the next moment would bring a horde of NPCs to snatch his blueprints away. The crossbow bolt struck his shoulder, draining over 70 health points. The attack seemed formidable. However, for a level 60 NPC, it was likely negligible. As he pondered this, a group of NPCs charged toward him, only to rush past, targeting a mechanical puppet and slaying a nearby troll with a flurry of blows. Realization dawned upon Luli. Players from the evil faction had initiated an assault on him, and these NPCs were not after him at all. In the realm of Dawn, certain regions and NPCs are classified as neutral factions, and Tanglethorn Vale is one such area. They exhibit no bias towards either the light or dark factions. Yet any aggressive actions performed in their presence are perceived as provocation. Just like moments ago, without hesitation, they dispatched the threats. Level 60 NPCs. And in groups, poor hunters from the evil faction barely had time to react before they were reduced to corpses. Not only did they perish, but they also dropped equipment. Seizing the opportunity, Luli rushed over to collect the items, stowing them in his backpack. He then dashed out of the town, swiftly transforming into a cheetah, cautiously avoiding the monsters outside the settlement, and sprinted along the coastline towards the direction of the Dust Wallow Marsh. Where has my recipe gone? The shrill cry erupted from the goblin engineer's workshop. Damn those elves. They have stolen Ackle's bomb formula. Cursed be them. Guards! Guards! My lord, what is your command? The guards rushed in, astonished at the sight of the almost frenzied goblin engineer. Bottles and jars, once treated as treasures, lay shattered across the floor. Their contents strewn in disarray, yet these actions, which threatened to bankrupt him, could not quell his fury. An elf. The very one that Captain Gabby just brought in. He. The goblin engineer, Ackle, suddenly faltered. Robbed? Deceived? Stolen from? Goblins are cunning and mercenary, charging exorbitant prices for their wares while fiercely upholding completed transactions. A classic phrase among goblins states, "You shan't take a single coin from my purse." The word refund does not exist in our lexicon. Ackle despondently sank to the filthy floor, reluctantly acknowledging that rather than being robbed, deceived, or stolen from, it was more accurate to say that the elf had purchased the recipe. Their transaction was completed willingly, under the watchful gaze of the system's deity. Oh, woe is me. The great Ackle has suffered a loss. I sold all my belongings for but 3 gold coins. The sorrowful goblin engineer could not contain his tears, weeping profoundly, evoking the sympathy of all who listened. Several guards expressed their understanding, feeling a deep empathy for him. For the goblin clan, suffering a financial loss was more grievous than death itself, explaining Ackle's profound sorrow. Chapter 68. The abode of Egwin as the exertion of his journey began to wane. Luli dared to decelerate his pace. With utmost caution, he retrieved an ancient parchment from his backpack. This parchment was strikingly distinct from the few he had encountered earlier. It was not only more venerable, but also exquisitely crafted, with an enchanting script that suggested it could not possibly belong to a mere mid-level engineer. Blueprint: Avi's Fool's Bomb Recipe. Engineering requirements: Intermediate, 150. Usage: teaches the crafting of Avi's Fool's Bomb. Avi's Fool's Bomb: a foolproof explosive designed for adventurers lacking any knowledge of engineering, which nearly always hits its intended target. It inflicts 2,000 points of fire damage to all targets within a 5-yard radius. In his previous life, Luli had only encountered Avi's Fool's Bomb once, and that was at an auction where this single-use item fetched a staggering price of 300 gold coins, equivalent to approximately 50,000 real-world currency at the time. Avi's Fool's Bomb was not a creation that could be produced by an ordinary engineer. In fact, it could be said that no one on the continent of Azeroth could craft any item from the Avi series anymore. This was due to the fact that the greatest godlike engineer of the goblin race had perished thousands of years ago in a tragic accident. He had envisioned creating a super bomb capable of leveling Mount Caluro, but during its fabrication, an explosion occurred, obliterating him and his disciples, along with their laboratory and experimental notes, into mere dust. Only some of the lesser disciples survived, inheriting fragments of Avi's legacy. Regrettably, their fervor for explosives led them to incessantly sacrifice themselves and their comrades in their endeavors, resulting in their eventual decline. Crafting this bomb harbored risks, yet the potential profits were extraordinarily lucrative. Who could have imagined that in this remote coastal town lay a recipe considered lost to time, particularly one for the quintessential Avi bomb? The bomb served numerous purposes. It could not be utilized for player killing, yet it was invaluable for monster farming and boss encounters, especially in the former, functioning almost as an experience harvesting machine. If Luli were to produce a batch of these bombs, his level would soar with unprecedented speed. After thoroughly perusing the recipe with great affection, he reluctantly stowed it back into his backpack. It was then he remembered that he had also found a piece of equipment. These soul spalders, black iron armor 18, agility 6, pet attack 20, required level 10, durability 35. Luli could hardly contain his excitement. This was a piece of mail armor exclusive to hunters, boasting a remarkable 20 increase in pet attack, a truly unparalleled attribute for a Beastmaster hunter. If sold at the auction house, it would command no less than 10 gold coins. However, he pondered whether this equipment had dropped from the hunter he had encountered or from their bag. If it had fallen from the former, it was an unfortunate fate indeed, for a skilled individual above level 10 had met their demise at the hands of the guards in such an inexplicable manner. In the distance, the northern fortress stands as the domain of the Alliance, under the control of the army of Theramore. Theramore was established on the eastern shores of Kalimdor by the daughter of Admiral Proudmoore of Kul Tiras, the mage Jaina Proudmoore, who led the refugees from Lordaeron under the guidance of the prophet Medivh. Luli ventured here in search of the reclusive Grand Prophet. In a previous life, while undertaking a quest, he had heard an NPC recount the tale of Egwene. It was said that she transported herself to the continent of Kalimdor, where she built a charming cottage by the shores of Ratchet, awaiting the arrival of death. Later, she constructed an astromancer's well, from which she foresaw the doom of her son, Medivh. Upon witnessing the moment when Khadgar and Lothar struck down Medivh, her heart shattered. Determined, she resolved to use all her magical power to resurrect her son. After storing her magic for 2 decades, she succeeded. Medivh was brought back to life. Completely liberated from the malevolent essence of Sargeras, he vowed to atone for his transgressions, traveling widely and vaguely warning the leaders of various races that unity was imperative to combat the Burning Legion. Eventually, Egwene sacrificed her final reserves of magic for her grandson, the ancient guardian of Tirisfal, now suspected to be nearing the end of her life. Regarding her son, the tale narrates that Medivh carried away the energies, illusions, and memories of Karazhan. He declared, "Now, let us begin anew," before transforming into a raven and taking flight. The ancient text of the library recorded that this grand prophet faded into the annals of legend. Luli hoped to find that charming cottage by the sea outside Ratchet, and perhaps discover Medivh, who might be dwelling within. The cottage was not difficult to locate. Luli soon beheld the seaside abode. The tranquil sea lay still, resembling an expansive mirror, with the cottage nestled at its edge, adorned with ivy that climbed its roof, adorned with clusters of pale purple and soft yellow flowers. A delicate tapestry of nature. At the entrance, an old tree beside a stone wall cradled a gray swing. One could easily imagine an ordinary-looking elder seated on the swing during a serene dawn, her weathered gaze fixed upon the sea. She might reminisce about her life in the Tirisfal glades, the taunts of the boys echoing in her ears. She might reflect on Sargeras, the formidable demon she had imprisoned in the endless abyss, or perhaps she would recall Nazul. Ah, Nazul, the man with whom she chose to have a son. The court mage of Stormwind. A cool sea breeze brushed against her smile, and then she thought of her son, her grandson, a woman who had dedicated everything for Azeroth and her descendants. Luli approached the swing and bowed deeply, honoring the most powerful mage in history, an entity transcending demigod status. May you find eternal rest in the realm of the Emerald Dream. Egwene is one of Luli's most cherished NPCs, even surpassing the tragic hero Arthas in his esteem. This journey to Duskwood is primarily aimed at encountering Medivh. However, the prospect of not meeting Medivh is not entirely unacceptable to him. The profits from the ethereal formula in the beast spirit pauldrons have long since covered his travel expenses. To pay homage to Egwene's former residence holds far greater significance. He then settled onto a swing, retrieving a book from his backpack. I have remained true to myself throughout my existence. Every choice I have made is a result of my own free will, willingly embraced. I have never been enslaved or constrained by anyone or anything, not even by the divine. I may bow in reverence or respect to others, but I shall never bow in submission. As Luli gently caressed the embossed words on the cover, his expression grew increasingly resolute. Chapter 69, Transformation into a Raven in my lifetime, I have remained true only to myself. A whispering sigh echoed, and it was then that Luli realized. Unbeknownst to him, a figure stood beside the swing. Draped in an expansive cloak adorned with a multitude of feathers, the figure bore an aged visage, etched with the marks of time. In his right hand, he grasped a rudimentary staff, resembling a gnarled stick with a swollen end. Esteemed elder. The whispering spirit of the forest greeted respectfully. Luli promptly rose, placing a hand upon his chest, and performed the most formal of gestures customary among the elven kin. Ah, so you are a distant elf, little one. Your words just now resonate with a sense of familiarity, the elder mused as he slowly sat upon the well's edge. Appearing no different from an ordinary frail old man, I have acquired a tome of enchantments from a master dwarf, Luli continued. Its cover bears these inscriptions. I was instructed to seek a great enchanter by the shores of Thorfang City. Esteemed elder, might you be the one I seek? Rather than divulging his true purpose directly, Luli had crafted a rather compelling pretext. Nay, I am not proficient in enchantments, but she. The elder's gaze lifted, revealing eyes that shimmered with the weight of wisdom and experience. May I see your tome of enchantments? Luli extended the book, stepping aside to await quietly. It is she. The elder's eyes fixated upon the inscriptions on the cover, particularly the sigil belonging to Egwene, his entire being transformed into something otherworldly. The space around him warped, and visible currents of magic surged forth. Luli felt a choking sensation, as though an unseen force had seized hold of his very essence, threatening to obliterate him with but a single thought. Fortunately, this overwhelming aura arrived as swiftly as it dissipated. In the blink of an eye, everything reverted to its original state, even the shattered petals nearby floated back, reconstituting into their former blooms, leaving no trace behind. Were it not for the perspiration in his palms, Luli might have believed the entire episode to be a mere illusion. I fear you may be disappointed, elf. She is no longer here, the elder lamented, his parched fingers caressing the words upon the tome, his eyes betraying a maelstrom of emotions, sorrow, longing, attachment. What a pity, this tome of enchantments is exceedingly ancient, filled with complexities I cannot grasp. Luli felt a sudden pang of self-loathing. You seem quite fond of this book. Therefore, consider it a gift from me to you. He relinquished a tome, akin to a relic of unfathomable value, with an air of nonchalance. Yet, Luli felt no regret. This was not due to the arduous nature of acquiring the materials for ancient enchantments, but rather because he believed that this relic, a remnant of Egwene, rightfully belonged to her son, destined to bear a more profound significance. Thank you for your generosity, elf. Although I am aware your intentions are not entirely selfless, Medivh sighed softly. In light of your kindness and sincerity, you may pose a request of me. Upon hearing these words, Luli not only did not feel alarmed, but instead completely relaxed. Deceiving a prophet had never crossed his mind. All he truly sought was an opportunity to converse with Medivh. He spoke plainly. Esteemed son of Eler, guardian of Tirisfal, I wish to inquire about the spell of transforming into a raven. Indeed, Luli yearned to soar. The spell of transformation into a raven? Medivh, a figure reputed to be more powerful than demigods, was genuinely bewildered by this adventurer. Initially, Medivh was drawn in by the few phrases uttered by Luli, making an unprecedented appearance before him. To his astonishment, he discovered that this frail elf possessed the tome of his mother, Egwene's legacy. Subsequently, the elf astonishingly offered him the nearly lost tome of enchantment, and now all he requested was a mere shape-shifting spell, not the legendary staff, Atish, guardian of Tirisfal, nor the cloak of the raven god draped upon him, nor the unparalleled spells that could overshadow the entire continent. All for the sake of transforming into a raven. Is transforming into a raven truly difficult? Absolutely not. In a private dungeon for players over level 50, one could encounter the projection of the raven god, and the game had already begun to yield flying form skill books. Upon reaching level 60, druids would undertake a quest related to flight. Although the quest posed certain challenges, a considerable number of druid players would still be able to acquire the flight skill book, which included transformations into bats and more. It's not difficult, yet that was all a matter for characters at levels 50 or 60 and beyond. If Luli wished to learn the flight skill, it seemed he had no recourse but to seek the assistance of this elderly human before him. Moreover, even the night elf leader, the great druid Malfurion Stormrage, could not be expected to impart the art of flight without reason. Regrettably, you are not a mage. Medivh shook his head. Luli's heart sank instantly. In his previous life, through various guides, he had learned that Medivh was capable of transforming into a raven. To master this transformation better, Medivh had studied the shape-shifting spells of druids and even battled the raven god, Enzu. Enzu was a demigod, and Medivh had bested him, leaving him in disarray and even plucking feathers to craft a legendary artifact cloak. I can only teach you the modified version of the raven transformation, elf. Would you still wish to exchange for it? The old man spoke slowly, as if gasping for breath. It turned out that he could impart knowledge, but the skill had its complications. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed mage. I am willing. Luli had little choice. The tome of enchantment had already been bestowed, and to retract his offer might provoke the old man into a wrathful response. For in the background story of Dawn, this character was both righteous and wicked, having committed both good deeds and misdeeds. Lacking a skill book, the greatest mage in the lore of Dawn, Medivh, merely pointed to Luli's forehead. And Luli received the system notification. System, you have learned to transform into a raven. Transformation into a crow, pseudo by expending 30 seconds and sacrificing 500 health points. You assume the form of a crow adept at flight, enabling brief aerial maneuvers. During flight, 10 health points are consumed per second, and any attack received while transformed will revert you to your original state. Current level, 1-5. Indeed, it is quite disappointing. What was once instantaneous now requires a 30-second cooldown, and the ability that once demanded no cost now drains 500 health points, all while continuing to deplete your vitality. The formerly unrestricted flight is now limited to a fleeting duration, and to add insult to injury, an attack will cause you to plummet. As for the level 1-5, that is merely a consequence of the system's update. It does not imply that the skill's proficiency ceases to grow. Rather, it is simply not displayed. Players earn a skill point for every 2 levels gained, which can be utilized alongside gold to enhance skills at the respective class trainers. Of course, if one possesses remarkable perseverance, gradual improvement is also an option. Returning to the main point, Luli harbored great dissatisfaction with this skill, yet he found himself powerless to voice his grievances. Medivh may appear accommodating, but that is merely a fade. A mere sneeze from this once-dead mage, resurrected by his mother, could obliterate Luli in an instant. My transformation spell requires magical energy, yet you possess not a trace of it. I can only offer a temporary modification before imparting it to you, the old man consoled. In my earlier years, I fortuitously acquired a badge that may remedy some of the skill's shortcomings, and I shall bestow it upon you as well. Chapter 70. Rankings Bloodstained Emblem Silver Constitution 10 restores 1 of health every 3 seconds when worn, with a chance to gain a 30 healing effect when attacked. Required level, 10, durability, 40-40. Astonishingly, it is a silver-grade item, and moreover, a badge with an exceptionally low drop rate, boasting extraordinary attributes. Delighted, immensely so. The esteemed Archmage, I find it difficult to express my gratitude. Luli, filled with excitement, tightly clutched the emblem in his hand, fearful it might be snatched away. Truly, as one who transcends demigods, casually discarding such a remarkable item is indicative of its caliber. This is likely the least impressive among his possessions. Igniting in Luli an impulse to rally a group to take him down. Contentment is all that matters. May your journey be pleasant, Medivh said, casting a deep glance at the supreme ring on Luli's finger before stepping back and gradually disappearing into the twilight's glow. An extraordinarily formidable bomb recipe, a book of flight skills, and a piece of silver equipment. This expedition was immensely fruitful, achieving its goals splendidly. With satisfaction, Luli initiated his return to the city. He did not return to the nearest town, but rather to the Shadowmoon Valley linked to the return stone, as teleportation between towns required 2 gold coins, while transferring from the novice village to a town only cost 1 gold coin. Moreover, he dared not return to Razorfen Downs, uncertain whether the guards would strike without hesitation. Shadowmoon Valley was even more bustling than during its peak, as countless new players flooded the game. The novice village, once spacious, was now teeming with players, prompting admiration for the foresight of the game designers. Level 3 bronze weapons, with an attack range of 7 to 10, were available for both gold and real currency transactions, essential for rogue players seeking rapid advancement. Don't miss this opportunity as you pass by. Boosting the Spider Nest Dungeon. Accessible at level 3, costs 2,000 real coins per person, an efficient way to level up, with only 1 pitfall, a speedrun team. A complete set of second-hand low-level equipment could be acquired for 10,000 real coins in direct trade to catch up with the more advanced players. One must be willing to invest. Many of the first batch of players quickly recognized these business opportunities and eagerly participated, swiftly earning enough to cover their teleportation fees to the town. Conversely, some hesitated to seize the moment, opting to linger in the novice village longer. These individuals would inevitably fall behind those who advanced. Even new players would struggle to compete, as the latter enjoyed double experience. Luli had no intention of profiting from this locale, despite knowing that the new players' coins were easier to acquire. With his level and equipment, he could easily solo while carrying 4 others. After handing a gold coin to the teleporter, Luli stepped onto the teleportation array. A brief sensation of dizziness engulfed him, and he found himself in Ashtranar, located in the Ashinvale. Ashtranar serves as the stronghold of the Alliance in Ashinvale, nestled against the Zoramgar harbor and surrounded by several watchtowers. Here, one could encounter not only elves but also a multitude of other races, including dwarves, humans, Drenii, Warjin, gnomes, and a peculiar group of Pandaren. What are you all up to? As Luli meandered through the familiar yet alien city, he sent a message to Azure Seabreeze. I'm engaged in a quest while awaiting your arrival. Once you register your household at the administrative hall, you'll be able to view the leaderboard. We can then embark together to claim experience and refresh the rankings. Azure Sea Breeze replied. Luli silently scoffed at what he deemed a trivial pastime. Yet he quickened his pace. Grey Ridge lay on the front lines, governed by a commanding officer, Captain Ryan Wolfwalker, a formidable night elf hunter, warrior, and ranger. Renowned for her immense strength, she rode a colossal gray wolf and commanded a substantial contingent of night elf cavalry. The process of leveling up was straightforward. It merely required a monetary contribution. Tax Officer Rankin collected 10 silver coins from Luli, officially inducting him as a member of Asterlana. Luli summoned the leaderboard, and a translucent frame materialized before him. Dawn featured only 2 official rankings, the level leaderboard and the glory board. Other lists, such as the beauty ranking, were compiled by players themselves. The level leaderboard was self-explanatory, while the glory board recorded the exploits of PvP enthusiasts who amassed glory points by vanquishing players from opposing factions and completing frontline missions. At present, all players held the rank of recruits, and if slain, the assailants from the opposing faction would earn a modicum of glory points. Ranking list: 1. By Cebu de Chi Jia, level 11, Hunter, City of Glory, Evil Faction 2. Kwang Yi, level 11, Mage, Scarlet Battle Flag, Light Faction 3. Xiao Mo, level 10, Mage, City of Glory, Evil Faction 4. Qing Chi Gu Jiao, level 10, Paladin, Invincible City, Light Faction 5. Yang Gu Jia Dao, level 10, Warlock, Prosperous Dynasty, Evil Faction 6. Wushi Shaoxuesheng, level 10, Priest, Scarlet Battle Flag, Light Faction 7. Shui Jingling, level 10, Rogue, Drizzling Pavilion, Light Faction 8. Musei, level 10, Mage, Stars, Evil Faction 9. Weilon High Foam, level 10, Warrior, No Guild, Light Faction 10. Rinja Shun Gue, level 10, Paladin, City of Glory. Evil Faction Honor Roll, 1. Blood Dagger, 78, Rogue, City of Glory, Evil Faction 2. Hornet's Nest, 66, Warrior, 7th Heaven, Light Faction 3. Storm Warrior, 52, Warrior, Gale Legion, Evil Faction 4. Flower Admiration and Jade Appreciation, 48, Shaman, Scarlet Battle Flag, Light Faction 5. Dark Muscular Man, 35, Mage, City of Glory, Evil Faction 6. Empty Forest, 32. Hunter, No Guild, Light Faction 7. Life is a Dream, 31, Rogue, Stars, Evil Faction 8. Suli, 25, Mage, Gale Legion, Evil Faction 9. Vortex of the Left Eye, 22, Rogue, Imperial Guards, Light Faction 10. Gaze of the Right Eye, 20, Rogue, Imperial Guards, Light Faction. The honor roll is populated by PK enthusiasts. Blood Dagger is a renowned thief, skilled in combat and fervently engaged in PK. Hornet's Nest shares a similar reputation. In fact, those on the honor roll seemingly dedicate their entire day to slaying foes. Were it not for Wei Lon Haifeng's efforts, Moonlight might have also graced the honor roll. Both lists are predominantly ruled by major guilds, with countless resources aiding in leveling up, making it quite typical for those at the top. The honor roll appears more balanced, but the ranking list reveals a disparity, with the Light Faction claiming only 4 of the top 10 positions. Wei Lon Haifeng, standing out among the ranks as a solitary member without a guild, is akin to a unique flower in a field. His ascension to the list is straightforward. Firstly, he is an avid leveler, and secondly, Luli has accompanied him in vanquishing numerous bosses, making his absence from the list rather peculiar. Luli checked his position. He had not entered the honor roll due to a lack of defeats against players from opposing factions. He ranked 66th on the ranking list. Although his leveling time was limited, his boss kills propelled him into the top 100, a rank he could scarcely have imagined in his previous life. One should not underestimate the significance of being in the top 100. In fact, from the 3rd to the 52nd position, all are at level 10. Luli is merely a little over 10% away from reaching level 10, which has caused him to slip back several ranks. Chapter 71. Dominating the leaderboard, seizing the opportunity before others arrived, Luli ventured to the end to bind his return stone. Henceforth, whenever he activated the return function, he would materialize in Astrana of the Grey Valley. The end's purpose, of course, extended beyond merely binding the return stone. If one logged off for a full 6 hours, upon returning the next day, they would benefit from an hour of double experience, a product of the recent system update. The gaming company employed various strategies to compel players to maintain a modicum of rest, encouraging gameplay akin to real life. In many ways, these humane adjustments were pivotal in the continuous expansion of Dawn's influence. Little did anyone know that the shareholders of Dawn Gaming Corporation were compelled to tally their stakes, as a new board of directors composed of representatives from various nations was gradually taking shape. The future of Dawn lay in the hands of the powerful. In just a week, Dawn gamer Hua Wumeir would endorse the Huaxiao Maglev car at a staggering 5 million real currency, marking the inaugural step of Dawn's virtual realm merging with reality. Companies from the real world began to infiltrate the game, while gaming guilds sought out patrons in reality, forging formidable alliances. Subsequently, an extensive land acquisition campaign unfolded within the game. Countless companies and organizations leased storefronts, traditional equipment shops, apothecaries, and general stores were no longer focal points of investment. Instead, they constructed a multitude of hotels, cinemas, shopping plazas, and office buildings. More significantly, the game underwent another transformation. In a week's time, during the third system update, the key change lay not in the game content, but in the company's introduction of more affordable helmets priced at a mere 3,000 real currency. An increasing number of individuals began to shift their focus of life and work into the game, as intelligent machines were now capable of handling most labor. Luli. Over here. Azure Sea Breeze beckoned, halting Luli's leisurely stroll. He approached and entered the administrative hall with them, arriving at the NPC designated for experience acquisition. Let these humble mortals witness our prowess. They truly believe themselves formidable. Soon, they will be weeping at the leaderboard. Azure Sea Breeze exclaimed indignantly. No matter your intentions. I plan to conceal my name, Luli replied, shaking his head. He preferred to maintain a low profile, shunning the limelight. Although securing a sponsorship contract could easily yield tens or even hundreds of thousands, if luck favored him, he might even be packaged as a gaming star, accruing even greater wealth thereafter. Conceal your name? Azure Sea Breeze was taken aback. It was not uncommon for individuals to hide their information on the leaderboard, with 7 or 8 among the top 100, yet none within the top 10 of either list. Following the system update, countless individuals were eager to showcase their presence, fearing that others might not recognize them. How could one possibly hide their information? Names, professions, levels, and guilds all served as robust advertising. I shall conceal my name as well, March Rain declared, aligning with Luli, affirming that whatever Luli said must certainly be correct. Under the floral canopy, Leeching let out a soft hum, signifying her concealed emotions. Unbothered by her lingering dreams, she was engrossed in the simple joy of scratching her new pet, a leopard. The moonlight remained silent, effortlessly veiling any pertinent information. The Azure Sea Breeze, curiously glancing from one thing to another, suddenly had an epiphany and exclaimed, indeed. Obscuring information would be far more intriguing. Just imagine a leaderboard shrouded in mystery with numerous players concealing their data. For the sake of this enigma, he reluctantly disabled the display of information. Thus commenced the accumulation of system experience rewards, requiring minimal interaction. The officials were informed of their identities, and experience points were distributed accordingly. The Azure Sea Breeze, already nearing level 11, catapulted to level 12 in an instant. Luli, who had been at level 9 with a mere 10% left to reach the next tier, surged to level 11 with a significant surplus. Meanwhile, both Leeching and Sanuayu, each at level 9, also ascended to level 11, trailing Lu Li by just a fraction. Though Moonlight and Songming had only recently reached level 9, the abundance of experience propelled them over the threshold of level 10, barely entering level 11. Consequently, the leaderboard witnessed a seismic shift. 1. Unknown player, level 12, Light Faction 2. Unknown player, level 11, Light Faction 3. Unknown player, level 11, Light Faction 4. Unknown player, level 11, Light Faction 5. Unknown player, level 11, Light Faction 6. Unknown player, level 11, Light Faction 7. Baishirbud Chijia, level 11, Hunter, Glory City, Dark Faction 8. Wild, level 11, Mage, Crimson Battle Flag, Light Faction 9. Xiaoma, level 10, Mage, Glory City, Dark Faction 10. Qingqi Gujio, level 10, Paladin, Invincible City, Dark Faction. Surprisingly, 6 players had made their mark, dramatically reshuffling the leaderboard. It appeared that Baishirbud Chijia and Wild had just reached level 11, otherwise, Moonlight and Songming, both also newly at level 11 with less than 10% experience, would not have ranked above them. The shock of this revelation was indescribable. Even Moonlight, who typically regarded levels with indifference, found their breath heavy with astonishment. Only the Na'vi little rookie, Songming, gazed at everyone with confusion. prompting Sanyu to kindly explain the significance of the leaderboard in the realm of gaming. It was uncertain who inadvertently clicked on the leaderboard, but with billions of players, someone was bound to do so at any moment. However, not everyone possessed the means to spend a silver coin to speak in the world channel. Wang Jiudan, GM. Your game has a BUG. Everyone, take a look at the leaderboard. Dian Jimiaxiang, it must be the hackers from the Light faction. Look at that string of Light faction players. While the Dark faction is left with only 3. Monster King, can this game still be played? Even the leaderboard can malfunction. Where did these 6 unknown players emerge from? And how can we ensure fair play? Fish without eyes. Oh dear, it seems that only wealthy individuals are dominating the global leaderboard. Is there anyone here seeking companionship, regardless of gender? Following this, a flurry of players began to voice their concerns regarding the apparent bugs in the game. Those with keen eyes and swift fingers promptly reported the issues through customer service channels, as the game developers have always offered generous rewards for bug reports. However, the officials have yet to clarify the situation, and the leaderboard remains stagnant. After 5 or 6 minutes, someone finally reacted. Wang Dabu. It appears that someone has indeed surged into the top 10 unexpectedly. I had hoped to exert myself today and break into the top 100. This is quite disheartening. I shall log off and begin writing a novel entitled Return to Legend. Xianfeng. Could it be that 6 powerful players have suddenly ascended to the top? Have they completed some divine quest, perhaps aiding Sargeras and Jaina in their endeavors? Or helped Lady Sylvanas eliminate Arthas? We must become the Lich King. The person above should leave. Prince Arthas shall remain immortal. Yi Tianlong, you foolish individual above. If Arthas does not perish, how can you become the Lich King? Do you intend to be the consort of the Lich King? Xiujiachuani, the once 9th-ranked Azure Sea Breeze has vanished. He must be involved. The others should step forward and admit their roles. What's with the mystery? Various guilds are placing significant emphasis on this situation, with numerous factions engaging in discussions, yet feeling utterly powerless, as all 6 individuals remain anonymous. Even if they wish to ally with them, they have no means to do so. Only a handful of players recall that Azure Sea Breeze had previously achieved a first kill and set records alongside others. Some speculate it could be Luli and her companions, while many others believe it to be a fortunate group who received system rewards, perhaps even strangers to one another. P.S. A kind donation and recommendations would be greatly appreciated. Encouragement for my new book is needed. Chapter 72. The Marketplace Raid. After indulging a fleeting sense of vanity, the Moonlight could no longer contain itself and insisted on venturing to the Timbermaw Hold to engage in slaughter. The Timbermaw Hold served as a stronghold for the malevolent faction in a Shenvale, alongside the Warsong Lumber Mill, forming an offensive front against the forces of light, predominantly composed of orcs. Currently, both factions' main forces were huddled within their respective strongholds, and NPCs had issued kill orders to the adventurers of each faction. Slaying players from the opposing faction not only awarded honor but also granted a modicum of experience. Players from both sides engaged in a fervent contest of life and death. From the Timbermaw Hold to the treetop huts, Luli glanced at the time and proposed that they tackle the elite-level spider nest. Although this dungeon no longer yielded any experience and could not refresh the dungeon record, the 2 pieces of black iron could at least fetch several gold coins. And their group was not affluent enough to be clad entirely in black iron. The main tank, the warrior Azure Sea Breeze, boasted over 3,000 health points. Clad in bronze with 6 pieces of black iron, holding the top position on the level leaderboard. The healing priest, March Rain, had 1,200 health points. Adorned in bronze with 5 pieces of black iron, ranking 4th. The primary damage dealer, the rogue Luli, possessed 1,200 health points. Donned in bronze with 8 pieces of black iron and 2 pieces of silver, securing 2nd place on the leaderboard. The main damage-dealing mage, Flower Bottoming Love, had 1,000 health points, dressed in bronze with 6 pieces of black iron and 1 piece of silver, holding 3rd place. The main damage-dealing hunter, Cursed Dream, had 1,500 health points, arrayed in bronze with 4 pieces of black iron, ranking 6th. Most of Cursed Dream's black iron pieces were acquired from dungeon runs alongside Luli. Her best gear from random groups was merely bronze. It was not due to a lack of drops, but rather the unfairness of the group leader, who misled her into forfeiting a black iron piece, claiming it was subpar. Such deception of novices had become a commonplace phenomenon. Luli recalled that he still had a piece of black iron chainmail in his backpack, obtained from a hunter who had ambushed him in Razorfen Downs. He presented it to Cursed Dream, who, though unaware of its merits, was overjoyed. With this addition, Cursed Dream now possessed 5 pieces of black iron gear, matching March Rain's count. While the technical prowess of Lu Li's team might be debated, the quality of their equipment was indisputable, far surpassing that of even the most elite guilds, with 3 rare silver pieces among them. Such a formidable team tackling the spider nest was akin to a massacre. They effortlessly dispatched the 8 guardians in a single sweep, and when the final boss fell, the entire dungeon was cleared in a mere 22 minutes, significantly earlier than the current dungeon record. After acquiring several pieces of equipment, most were either unsuitable for their use or inferior to what they already possessed, leading to a unanimous decision to let Lu Li sell them for profit. Any surplus gold should be lent to me. I shall visit the marketplace, Lu Li proposed. The others promptly revealed their reserves, and together with Lu Li's remaining coins, they surprisingly amassed over 20 gold coins. In the current era of small teams, only Lu Li and his companions could produce such a sum. Aside from guilds with memberships numbering in the thousands, in the realm of Dawn, the pursuit of gold coins is neither exceedingly difficult nor entirely simple. The crux lies in the multitude of expenditures required, particularly following game updates. Every player finds themselves in need of gold to enhance their skills, which has led to a complete depletion of gold in the market. Currently, even the most basic bronze items fetch less than 10 silver coins, while a standard level 5 black iron piece barely commands 1 or 2 gold coins at most. The game company has skillfully managed to maintain all players at a delicate balance of income and expenditure. The trading post is a feature exclusive to town-level administrative units, where players can consign various items deemed tradable by the system and view others' consignments as well. The consignment process is straightforward. Players can set both a minimum and a maximum price. Auctions commence at the minimum price, concluding after a designated period, with the highest bidder securing the item. Should no bids be placed, the system returns the item to its owner via email. Alternatively, players may choose to purchase the item outright at the maximum price, a practice known as a buy it now. Some consignors opt not to specify a maximum price, effectively turning it into a pure auction. Lu Li briefly surveyed the market conditions for equipment and decided to list his items at a slightly reduced price. He then activated the search function and entered the names of several materials of particular interest. Lava essence, none. Exotic scorpion eggs, none. Jade statue, none. Eternal frost shards. Just as Lu Li was about to re-enter the search terms out of habit, he suddenly noticed a response in the trading post interface. Not only were there eternal frost shards available, but there were 6 of them. These shards were listed starting at 1 gold, with a buy-it-now price of merely 5 gold coins. Lu Li felt as though he were in a dream. An item that would ordinarily be valued at a minimum of 50 gold coins was now priced under 1 gold coin. To avoid any protracted delays, he promptly seized the opportunity and purchased them at the buy-it-now price. The system immediately notified him of an unread email. Moments later, a flurry of notifications indicated that he had new emails to address, likely concerning the equipment he had just listed that had been purchased outright. Upon reaching the mailbox at the trading post, he discovered that indeed, his recently listed items, a pair of black iron pieces and 3 bronze items, had all been sold, netting him a total of 6 gold coins, in addition to the 6 eternal frost shards. Returning to explore more information at the trading post, Lu Li had much left to examine. The Supreme Ring required 8 types of materials to upgrade to level 3. After extensive searching, he found that only the Eternal Frost Shard was available. This particular material is a byproduct of mining cold iron ore, implying that the game has introduced intermediate miners. And notably, they are not guild players. It is unlikely that guild players would relinquish rare materials to the auction house at such laughably low prices. Although he could not find the remaining 7 materials, Lu Li was not disheartened, having not held high hopes to begin with. Upon entering the special equipment category, specifically facial accessories, Lu Li was pleasantly surprised to discover that facial gear was not as scarce as he had initially presumed. It appeared that some sewing players had procured the blueprints for face masks and commenced mass production of this item. The so-called facial gear primarily consists of 2 types, masks and veils. These items typically possess minimal attributes, or merely average ones, serving to conceal a player's appearance, facilitating certain inconvenient actions, or enhancing an aura of mystery. Lu Li once fashioned a makeshift mask from a piece of whiteboard equipment to obscure his face, and the effect was virtually indistinguishable. He perused the options and selected a gray veil that reduced poison damage by 20%, expending 20 silver coins in the process. The system subsequently notified him of a new email. Following that, Luli navigated to the weapons section, specifically the others category, to search for superior arrows. Although he possessed a black iron bow, he was merely a rogue without proficiency in archery, rendering him incapable of inflicting significant damage on a boss with it. Thus, he needed to strategize regarding his arrows. In the game Dawnlight, to accommodate hunter players, the most basic arrows are automatically generated within the quiver. Other classes utilizing bows also benefit from this convenience. However, these arrows lack inherent attack power, relying instead on the bow and the player's own attributes to inflict damage. Once an arrow is shot and strikes a target, it vanishes automatically. If it retains durability, it will return to the quiver. But if its durability is depleted or it sustains damage during its flight, the arrow will be reclaimed by the system. Most hunters studying blacksmithing utilize arrow crafting for leveling up, as it is cost-effective. The arrows produced can be used personally or sold. And if one is fortunate enough to learn the schematics for exceptional arrows, their earnings can rival those who can craft bronze equipment. Standard iron arrows possess an attack range of 0 to 1 and a durability of 3. The auction house is predominantly filled with such arrows, which are slightly superior to the system-generated ones, selling for 2 silver coins per bundle. Luli also discovered some refined steel arrows with an attack range of 1 to 2. Though they were scarce, available in limited quantities at an exorbitant price. After browsing page after page, Luli was nearly resigned to purchasing ordinary iron arrows to make do when, at last, he stumbled upon the item he sought, the Armory Rusty Arrow, boasting an attack range of 2 to 5 and a durability of 2. Chapter 73. Hoarding Serpent's Tongue Grass. The rusted arrows from the armory serve as standard weaponry for the NPC Legion, manufactured in large quantities and stored within the armory. Due to improper storage, these arrows have developed rust, reducing their durability from 5 to 2 and their minimum attack power from 4 to 2. However, the overall impact remains minimal, as they still surpass ordinary steel arrows in quality. A bundle of these arrows costs approximately 20 silver coins, averaging 2 copper coins per arrow, which significantly exceeds the cost of crafting ordinary iron arrows. Consequently, very few players are willing to utilize them. Luli meticulously filtered through all the rusted arrows in the armory, purchasing every set priced at 20 silver or less, amounting to a total of 9 bundles. With a remaining sum of over 10 gold coins, he continued browsing but found no rare materials. Nevertheless, one need not rely solely on rare materials for profit, as even the most commonplace items can yield substantial earnings. For instance, serpent's tongue grass is a crucial ingredient for crafting intermediate healing potions. Without it, players in the level 10 dungeon, the Death Mines, must rely on basic healing potions for sustenance. No one has encountered the recipe for intermediate healing potions, leaving the true value of serpent's tongue grass unknown. Unlike silverleaf grass, which can often be found in abundance, serpent's tongue grass is relatively rare. Luli managed to gather only a handful during his day in the Serpent Valley. Yet, it is distributed across all novice villages and possesses a higher tier than silverleaf grass, significantly boosting one's gathering proficiency. Countless players seize every opportunity to collect it, utilizing it to hone their gathering skills. Once obtained, they are reluctant to sell it to stores, opting instead to auction it off at lower prices. Hoping that some self-styled discerning merchants will make a purchase, Luli compared several of the most sought-after materials before ultimately deciding on serpent's tongue grass. Its significance cannot be overstated, especially considering its affordability and the overwhelming supply present in the marketplace, with listings ranging from groups of 3 to 5 for sale. As well as bundles of 20, there are thousands of entries available. A set of 20 can be sold for 40 copper at a store, while the auction house price approaches tenfold, totaling 400 copper or 4 silver coins. Once the recipe becomes available, a set will undoubtedly fetch no less than 3 gold coins, yielding an extraordinary profit. The prices are incredibly low, prompting Luli to continuously bid. He successfully acquired over 100 sets, even purchasing an additional 100 sets priced at 5 silver coins. He refrained from bidding on items exceeding that price to avoid disturbing the market, knowing that he was the only one currently collecting, with no competition. Tomorrow, he anticipated hundreds of sets priced around 5 silver coins to emerge. Having spent 20 silver coins to rent a small room, Luli earned the privilege to log out from the inn. Upon logging out, the beautiful innkeepers ordered takeout, boasting culinary standards akin to a master chef. This served as a bribe for them to seek Luli's advice on various game-related matters. He answered their questions to the best of his ability, finding it a mere trifle. Yet the three girls, Zhou Huanhuan, Yang Lu, and another, expressed profound gratitude. Both Zhou Huanhuan and Yang Lu were newcomers, having joined the game that day. Luli devised the most efficient route for them to maximize their experience during the 3-day double XP event, ensuring they could keep pace with veteran players upon its conclusion. Unbeknownst to Luli, the three girls began to deliberate whether they should waive his rent. A gaming expert resides in your home, offering close guidance. Not only is he not hired at a steep price, but he also dares to charge rent. What a reckless move. By day, plagued by insomnia, Luli finds himself compelled to frequent the gym, expending his energy until he succumbs to exhaustion and falls into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he enjoys a meal and promptly logs into the game, where he discovers he has accrued an hour of double experience points from his time offline at the inn. This double experience does not necessitate immediate usage. Players may choose when to activate it. However, once activated, it cannot be halted and will last for 1 hour from that moment onward. The leaderboard remains static, with the top 6 positions still occupied by Lu Li and his companions. Azure Sea Breeze suggests venturing into a more advanced dungeon, as players have already begun exploring a new instance. The Death Mine, suitable for level 10 players, is located near the human town but can be accessed from any town with a dungeon teleporter, including the Grey Valley. The 5 copper coin teleportation fee is unlikely to deter anyone. I have some matters to attend to, but you all may give it a try. Do not harbor excessive hopes. The first boss is quite troublesome. If his Icefire dual attack crits, it could eliminate anyone among you lacking sufficient gear. Moreover, he will specifically target and freeze players, necessitating a ranged character to kite the boss. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, Luli recalls, vaguely outlining the critical points of the dungeon. The Death Mine is an instance accessible at level 10, yet the monsters within are all at least level 12. The first 3 bosses are level 15, while the remaining 2 are level 16, each possessing unique transformations. Luli does not wish to dampen his teammates' spirits, but given their current equipment, even with his guidance, their only hope lies in defeating the first boss, Grubitok. As for the second boss, Helix, a goblin engineer, he will lay mines everywhere, making it nearly impossible to navigate unless everyone possesses intermediate healing potions. Unfortunately, the recipe for such potions is exceedingly rare. No guild has yet been reported to possess them, or else Snakevine would not be so common in the auction house. Luli recalls a post reminiscing about the dawn of this era, stating that if any guild were to announce that their alchemist could concoct intermediate healing potions, throngs of players would rush to join. Contemplating the groups of Snakevines still waiting in his mailbox, he feels a sense of happiness, determined to sweep through them once more, intent on exhausting his gold. Perhaps that's enough for now. We'll level up while we wait for you. Azure Sea Breeze decisively abandons the notion of tackling the dungeon upon hearing the grim prospects of success. If the dungeon proves to be a bottleneck, it becomes more than just a matter of obtaining gear, as dying results in loss of experience. He harbors an obsession with levels that few can comprehend. If you wish to form a team for monster hunting, I recommend targeting the Naga. They are social creatures, so there are plenty around. And they have low health and defense, but yield high experience. As long as you eliminate the Naga healers first, it's akin to cutting vegetables, Luli advises. In a certain location, marked on the map, Azure Sea Breeze produced a piece of hard paper and handed it to Luli. It was remarkable that someone had already begun to create maps. Luli felt a profound sense of witnessing history. After examining the somewhat rudimentary map, he identified the position of the Naga. From there, following a route, he noticed an abandoned small dock. Turning his back to the coast and swimming for 3 to 5 minutes, one could glimpse a small island, abundant with peculiar creatures, ample enough for them to level up. However, it was imperative to reach the small dock before entering the water, as other areas might harbor shipwrecks with deceased sailors transformed into vengeful spirits. All elite monsters with exceedingly formidable attacks. In his previous life, Luli had been obsessed with farming gold, and he had spent considerable time grinding Naga. Thus he was intimately familiar with their characteristics and respawn patterns. The small island he mentioned was quite secluded, nearly impossible for the average person to locate. Sufficiently distant for them all to reach level 12. Remember, until we meet again, Azure Sea Breeze waved goodbye and left with a few others to train. He was aware that Luli harbored many secrets, yet he never inquired about them. The others were similarly reticent. for each individual possessed their mysteries and the potential for extraordinary encounters, much like the silver weapon of Hwati Leeching, whose attributes were astonishingly superior, the origin of which remained unknown. Lu Li intended to upgrade his ring, making all necessary preparations for the supreme second ring, as the time for reaping rewards approached. Chapter 74. The Twilight Altar. In order to upgrade his ring, Lu Li must traverse the treacherous terrain of Enslaved to reach the Twilight Vale, where lies a Twilight Altar and the high-ranking priest Anzelin who can utilize it. Lu Li has meticulously prepared, with the key challenge being his passage through Enslaved. This path is fraught with moonlit tigers, cunning beasts whose levels range from 15 to 20. They possess formidable stealth and detection capabilities, often appearing in packs, rendering a rogue's progress nearly impossible. Fortunately, Lu Li has acquired the ability to transform into a raven. The transformation, which takes 30 seconds and costs 500 health points, allows him to morph into a flight-capable raven for a brief period. While airborne, he consumes 10 health points per second, and any attack during the transformation will disrupt the process. Currently, Lu Li has 480 health points, bolstered by several pieces of equipment that enhance his constitution, particularly the blood pattern badge, which grants him an additional 10 points. Thus, after accounting for the health deduction from the transformation, he can sustain flight for 3 minutes. To ensure his safety upon landing, 2 minutes of flight is the optimal choice, significantly reducing the likelihood of an ambush by the moonlit tigers. Among the moonlit tigers resides a rare creature known as the Shadow Claw, a magnificent pure white tiger with high attack and speed, capable of invisibility. It is a prized companion for hunters, and Lu Li plans to return with Remnant Dream to capture it once their levels are slightly elevated. Diverging from the path, Lu Li checked his supplies before initiating the raven transformation. After a full 30 seconds of preparation, he disintegrated into fragments, coalescing into the form of a raven amidst a swirl of light and shadow. He adjusted to the sensation, recalling the experience of maneuvering a raven from his previous life, and flapped his wings, soaring forward. This was no ordinary transformation. While a typical raven transformation merely produces a misty effect, his resembled a grand disintegration. However, the speed granted by Mediva's imparted skill was commendable, requiring minimal wing flapping, thus conserving stamina. From the vantage point of the sky, the earth appeared beneath him, with what once seemed like towering trees now resembling mere clusters of mushrooms, and the monsters on the ground reduced to mere black dots. From the moment he took flight, Lu Li began to lose health 10 points per second, but the badge he wore replenished his health at a rate of 1% every 3 seconds, equating to 14 points. Thus, flying for 3 minutes was indeed feasible. The dense jungles of Enslaved also featured valleys and rivers. This seemingly tranquil area rarely revealed its dangers, which lurked in the shadows. After 2 minutes of flight, Lu Li began to scout for a landing spot, an open area suitable for combat, preferably devoid of any signs of moonlit tiger activity, as he could hardly withstand an onslaught from a pack of them in his current weakened state. With a few flaps of his wings, Lu Li landed on a rock jutting out of the water in the valley, then took out a small loaf of bread and sat down to slowly recuperate. This restorative food, available through the system, was both affordable and effective, though regrettably usable only in a non-combat state. Once he felt sufficiently restored, he resumed his flight. During his journey, he encountered danger. While soaring through the air, he spotted a griffin. Without hesitation, he dove into the woods, lacking the energy to consider whether he might plunge into a nest of monsters. Griffins were often associated with the hammer of the wild hammers, but the orcs also possess these ferocious mounts, capable of tearing apart any enemy they spotted in the sky, save for dragons. The Grey Valley lay within the domain of the Whispering Forest, where the trees stood tall and lush. Ultimately, the griffin did not descend to search the area. After circling above the forest for a while, it flapped its enormous wings and flew away. Lu Li waited half an hour before daring to take flight again. Perseverance bore fruit. Following the route etched in his memory, Lu Li finally entered the Twilight Glade. He began his search for the Twilight Altar. The Twilight Hammer was a notorious cult within the backdrop of the game Dawn, comprised of members from various humanoid races. They sought remnants of ancient gods, scouring the world for sites of ancient power, firmly believing that Azeroth would eventually return to the dominion of these ancient deities. They established several Twilight altars to channel the Earth's energies, hoping that these forces would enable the ancient gods to revive from the abyss. Before long, Lu Li spotted the 4 towering spires surrounding the altar. He circled above the altar for a moment before gracefully landing in front of the high-ranking acolyte, Anzelin. The black raven flapped its wings, its form gradually blurring until an elf emerged from the warped light. "Elf, this is not a place for you," Anzelin remarked, perhaps taken aback by Lu Li's peculiar entrance. He refrained from summoning the Twilight fanatics to attack, instead adopting a defensive stance. "Why do you treat a friend from afar with such indifference, inheritor of Gul'dan's will?" Lu Li bowed and replied with a smile, "I bring greetings from Duke Ravenholt. May your god return soon." Gul'dan held many titles, and here, Lu Li referenced his identity as the founder of the Twilight Hammer. Duke Ravenholt was the head of the Ravenholt Manor, an establishment renowned among players as the Assassin's Guild, filled with elite rogues and assassins. Lu Li posed as a member of this guild. "You? Weak elf, what do you possess that merits Ravenholt's favor?" Anzelin, no fool, had been entrusted with the responsibility of summoning water element soldiers, making him a seasoned member of the Twilight Hammer. The Assassin's Guild was among the most enigmatic organizations in Dawn. With Ravenholt himself often considered a phantom, some even speculated that he might not exist at all, yet most rogues and assassins regarded him as a spiritual leader, deserving of reverence. Their standards for membership were exceptionally high. Lu Li's claim of bringing Ravenholt-esque greetings indicated his status as a formal member, rather than a mere lackey. With a sense of helplessness, Lu Li could only reveal his hand adorned with a ring, stating, "Esteemed Twilight Envoy, I trust you are familiar with this artifact, the Supreme Ring. You are Malfurion." Who exactly? Merely a level 50 minor boss, yet exuding an astonishingly formidable presence. Lu Li felt a surge of relief for having borrowed the identity of Ravenholt Manor. The sworn enemies of the Twilight's Hammer are the Earthen Ring and the Cenarian Circle, with Malfurion as the leader of the latter. He spoke with composure. "I swear by the name of Ravenholt that I have neither encountered Malfurion nor received his blessing. The origins of this ring are beyond my disclosure. I merely wish to demonstrate my strength." It would have been easier had he possessed the Ravenholt insignia, but acquiring such an item was indeed a challenge. "Your prowess has earned my respect, elf. Now, speak, what is it that brings you here?" Anzelin cast a wary glance at the renowned Supreme Ring gracing Lu Li's hand. He could not fathom how Lu Li had come into possession of such a ring. Yet this uncertainty did not diminish his respect for him. As for seizing it, that was out of the question. The Twilight's Hammer harbored a deep disdain for druids, and naturally would not utilize a druidic artifact, not to mention the Assassin's Guild, which he could not afford to offend. "I seek to harness the power of the earth. To that end, I have brought forth some gifts," Lu Li said, as he began to unveil the items he had prepared from his backpack. Upon hearing Lu Li's intent to draw upon the earth's power, Anzelin instinctively wished to refuse, yet hesitated upon witnessing the offerings presented before him. Chapter 75, The Supreme Two Rings. Here lies the Whispering Forest, the stronghold of the Cenarian Council, where the influence of the Twilight Hammer is nearly negligible. High Priest Anzelin is currently amassing a legion of water elementals, preparing to launch an assault on the Mesena outpost. The dwindling supplies have severely impacted his operational efficiency, and the items brought forth by Lu Li are precisely what he desperately requires, both in variety and quantity. "I do not necessarily need to utilize your altar," Lu Li began, feigning an intent to depart. "However, without these provisions, I fear." Very well, cunning elf," Anzelin interrupted, conceding to the transaction. "Please place the medium for absorbing the earth's power upon the altar." He hastily called Lu Li back, agreeing to the deal. The altar would absorb a portion of the earth's essence, resulting in slightly weaker summoned soldiers. Yet, without these resources, who could ascertain when the requisite numbers could be conjured? It was indeed a dilemma, and the High Priest of the Twilight Hammer opted to initiate the offensive sooner than later, clearly underestimating the amount of earth power required for the ring. Lu Li extended his hand, and the ring detached itself from his finger, gently floating above the altar. As Anzelin continued to chant incantations, golden energy visibly extracted from the altar converged upon the ring. 2 minutes passed, and beads of sweat began to form on Anzelin's brow. Why is it not completed? After another 2 minutes, his complexion turned pale. Why does this accursed ring require so much energy to upgrade? 5 minutes, then 10. Anzelin's face was ashen, filled with regret, anger, and a hint of fear. Yet, he did not cease his efforts at the altar. This process persisted for a full 10 minutes, and finally, Lu Li received a notification from the system. "System, your Supreme Ring has been upgraded to level 2. Please continue your efforts." Supreme 2 Ring, Gold Strength 10, Agility 10, Critical Strike 20, Lifesteal 20. Special effect, bestowed with unique abilities by the Jungle King Cenarius. You may learn 3 shape-shifting skills of the druid class and acquire up to 2 skills from that transformation branch. Equipment requirements, none. Durability, none. Truly, this ring lives up to its divine reputation, beyond the 20 points of base attributes, which merely justify its golden grade. The most significant enhancement is the additional 20 critical strike chance, an undeniably formidable attribute. Luli's Furybringer bracers are merely part of a black iron set, contributing only 5 to critical strike chances, yet they are hailed as a melee artifact, with level 10 equipment reputed to last until level 30. This ring, however, grants a staggering 20. Moreover, the 20 lifesteal is even more potent than before, allowing him to effortlessly engage in monster farming without the need for potions. Thanks to the synergy with his Bloodmark badge. Thank you for your generosity. May your deity watch over you from below. Farewell, Anzelin. Lily had no intention of severing ties, not out of desire, but rather due to the futility of attempting to confront a level 30 boss. I no longer wish to see you, fallen elf. Retreat back into the shadows, Anzelin remarked with a hint of irritation, his heart aching as he gazed upon the altar, now marred by cracks. He pondered possible remedies. The identity of Ravenclaw Manor weighed heavily on Anzelin's conscience. Otherwise, he would have swiftly dealt with the wretch before him. Luli did not return to the city immediately. He recalled that near Twilight Valley there should be a treasure chest. In his previous life, he had encountered several rogues fiercely battling over this chest, for it was no ordinary bronze chest, but a superior black iron one. The black iron chest was reputed to possess a certain probability of yielding silver-grade equipment. However, the precise location eluded Luli, as he had not been a rogue back then and had never contemplated such a journey. Twilight Valley was home to a singular type of humanoid creature known as Twilight Fanatics, nominally under Anzelin's command, yet they had long since lost their sanity, becoming mere puppets that killed indiscriminately. Luli chose not to engage them, soaring through the air and narrowing his search to the ruins of Dylan. The Dylan ruins were a desolate landscape, with only crumbling walls and broken remnants bearing witness to a once glorious past. Numerous Twilight Fanatics roamed this area, and failing to eliminate them would pose a nuisance. Luli stealthily approached one from behind, prepared to strike, when a sudden thought occurred to him. Humanoid creatures could be pickpocketed. As a rogue, what kind of rogue would he be if he did not steal? In the realm of Dawn, rogues bore a closer resemblance to assassins, retaining the title from previous games, but their thieving abilities appeared somewhat diminished. They were unable to steal from players, non-humanoid creatures, or friendly units. The only viable targets left were humanoid monsters, such as the Twilight Fanatic before him. Steal, a chance to obtain coins and items from humanoid creatures, generating enmity, ineffective against players and non-hostile NPCs. Luli cautiously approached the Twilight Fanatic and unleashed a theft skill upon the creature. System: theft failed. Theft generates enmity, and the Twilight Fanatic turned to face Luli, brandishing its staff. Undeterred, Luli, equipped with formidable attributes and healing abilities, effortlessly dispatched the level 15 creature, gaining commendable experience. In subsequent encounters, he attempted to steal from the monsters he faced. On one fortunate occasion, he successfully pilfered 5 copper coins, while others resulted in failure. System: you stole a scrap of cloth. System: you stole 5 copper coins. System: as the number of theft attempts increased, so did the success rate. Although theft was not an upgradable skill, the principle of practice leading to proficiency applied. The distinction between a novice and a master thief was evident. With treasure chests being a rare find, Luli relaxed, alternating between monster hunting and honing his thieving skills, allowing the morning to pass in this manner. Upon opening the leaderboard, it becomes evident that the top 10 in the rankings have remained relatively unchanged, as everyone is fervently striving to level up. With Luli's guidance, the Blue Sea Wind and his companions have chosen their positions wisely, facing the most suitable monsters, leaving no reason for them to be surpassed. Conversely, the Glory Board is in a state of constant flux, aside from the Blood Dagger, which consistently secures a place within the top 3. Others are at risk of being overtaken at any moment. Moonlight has emerged as a dark horse, suddenly ascending to 4th place, with a kill count exceeding 100. However, if he continues on this path, his place in the level rankings will undoubtedly falter, as dying incurs experience loss and hampers his leveling efforts. Each individual has their own style of play, and it is unreasonable to impose expectations. Luli merely reflects on this. skillfully executing the final blow. He completed the finishing move with a 75 success rate, inflicting over 90 skill damage and landing a critical hit, successfully vanquishing the wounded Twilight Berserker. Bending down to collect the scattered copper coins, his gaze inadvertently swept across the area, and his attention was suddenly captured. A treasure chest. A black iron treasure chest. Chapter 76. Black iron treasure chest. The level of a treasure chest can be discerned from its appearance, including its color, patterns, and material. The black iron treasure chest exudes a more sophisticated and elegant aura. After surveying the surrounding monsters and confirming that they were at a sufficient distance, Luli positioned himself before the chest and prepared to utilize his lockpicking skill. System, apologies, your lockpicking skill is insufficient to open this chest. Insufficient level? Luli was taken aback for a moment before recalling that lockpicking also required a certain level. A level 1 lockpicking skill could only unlock bronze chests, while a black iron chest necessitated a lockpicking skill of level 2 or higher. Following the system update, Luli had acquired 5 skill points. Precisely 1 for every 2 levels, and fortunately, he had not yet utilized them. Generally, upgrading skills requires consulting a skill mentor. However, inherent skills do not. The rogue's lockpicking and stealing skills are innate to the profession, allowing Luli to upgrade them independently. Otherwise, he would have had to make an additional trip solely for this chest, which would be quite painful. Reluctantly allocating his skill points and confirming the upgrade, Luli's lockpicking skill underwent an immediate transformation. Lockpicking, casting time of 10 seconds, cooldown of 1 minute, capable of unlocking chests and doors, current level 2-5. Other changes were minimal. The cooldown time was halved, representing a commendable improvement. System, lockpicking failed. After a minute, he attempted again, only to fail once more. It was inevitable. A freshly upgraded skill requires practice, despite Luli having used his lockpicking skill countless times before. After a total of 7 minutes and 7 attempts, Luli finally succeeded in opening the chest. This was likely the first black iron treasure chest opened in the game, and Luli felt a surge of excitement. Reaching inside, he grasped a circular object. A ring. To his delight, it was indeed a ring. Luli exclaimed in exhilaration. Feeling like the pioneer who dared to venture first, his luck was undeniably extraordinary. Regardless of which profession this piece of equipment suited or its attributes, it was a ring. And as long as it was of bronze quality or higher, it would fetch a handsome price. Currently, Luli wore a supreme ring on his right hand, while his left hand bore a mere ordinary bronze ring with a mere agility boost of 1. In truth, not many could adorn 2 rings. Fong Tooth Ring, black iron, damage 6 to 8, strength 6, agility 3, required level 10, durability 30-30. What a fine acquisition. It was perfectly suited for his use. And Luli unceremoniously replaced the low-tier ring that provided only a single point of agility. With hopeful anticipation, he reached into the chest once more and retrieved a blueprint. Blueprint, magic pattern bag. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. Why could it not have been a medium healing potion? If it had been, he would truly be on the path to fortune. Greed, it seems, embodies individuals like Luli. The magic pattern bag is a 12-slot backpack, double the size of the 6-slot bags sold by the system. In a time when most could hardly gather 4 6-slot bags, this would undoubtedly be in high demand. Striking it rich seemed unlikely, but steady gains were preferable. It appeared that Sanyu was studying tailoring. He would simply pass it on to her upon his return. Within the treasure chest lay but 2 items. Reluctantly, Luli withdrew his hand, meticulously noting the location and time of the black iron chest's respawn before teleporting back to the city. Upon his return, he first visited the auction house in search of affordable snake's tongue grass. However, the stock was rather scant, and with his limited funds, he managed to acquire just over 70 bundles. Coupled with his previous accumulations, his mailbox now contained 300 bundles of snake's tongue grass. Even at a modest profit of 2 gold coins per bundle, that amounted to over 600 gold coins. Yet, many players in the first tier had already reached level 10, and the low-level monsters above this tier possessed a minuscule chance of dropping the blueprint for intermediate healing potions. This secret could be unveiled at any moment, causing the value of these inexpensive herbs to skyrocket. Alas, his funds were insufficient, and the few coins the group, led by Azure Sea Breeze, had were completely depleted by him. Should he resort to the trading platform to purchase gold coins? At that moment, a face suddenly surfaced in his mind. Shenwan-san. Boss Shin, are you there? He inquired. Without waiting for a response, he continued. Let us get straight to the point. I need a few dozen gold coins. Shinwanson replied with a cheerful demeanor, "If there is a need, let us discuss it." "Indeed, if there was such an amount, could I borrow some for a while?" Luli expressed his low hopes. "Well," Shinwanson hesitated, "to be honest, I do have some gold, but it's earmarked for stockpiling and investment. I must confide in you. I've learned that numerous companies are preparing to enter the game for business purposes. We, being a small establishment, cannot compete with them. But seizing an opportunity to make a profit should not be a problem." This was undeniably a chance. The entry of these large companies into the game hinted at high-end commercial ventures, and even a trickle of their wealth could allow ordinary players to reap substantial rewards. "Lend me some for a month, and I'll guarantee 100% interest. What do you say?" Luli proposed enticingly. "Let us discuss this in person." Shinwanson responded, genuinely intrigued. This interest was undoubtedly a result of Lu Li's reputation as a skilled player. Had it been someone else, they might have been met with a slap instead. Arriving at the designated tavern, Shinwanson was already waiting. "Why do you have your face covered, master?" he inquired, perplexed. "Isn't it rather cool? I've noticed many people in the streets conceal their faces," Lu Li replied, pulling down his mask to sip some water. "How inconvenient. But I suppose it's understandable for someone of your caliber. You would certainly be recognized on the streets," Shinwanson remarked, unsure whether to feel envious or amused. "Thank goodness for this mask, and for the many others wearing them," Lu Li sighed. The mask, crafted by tailors, was not particularly expensive. Yet those who fancied an air of mystery often purchased one, believing it to exude a certain chivalric charm. It was common to spot masked individuals in the streets. "What business are you planning to have such confidence in repaying 100% interest?" Shinwanson, after some small talk, got straight to the point. "Well," Lu Li shook his head in silence. In a light-hearted tone, the young man mentioned that he oversees 2 gold mining studios, coupled with his recent acquisitions on trading platforms. He has amassed around 180 gold coins. Shinwanson has every reason to be proud. Within merely a week of the game's launch, he has achieved such wealth. Engaging in short-term trading, he has profited significantly by buying low and selling high. However, he is acutely aware of the inevitable devaluation of gold coins. To truly profit, accumulating materials that are bound to appreciate in value is undoubtedly the wisest strategy. The crucial question remains, what will appreciate? Equipment is certainly not a viable option. His peers, having hoarded bronze equipment, have suffered considerable losses. With the emergence of the spider nest, a plethora of strategies has surfaced, enabling even novice players to form teams and defeat a couple of bosses. Consequently, the supply of bronze equipment has surged, especially with studios repetitively clearing dungeons, causing items once valued at 20 silver coins to plummet to a mere 10. "Lend me 50 gold coins, and I shall reveal the secret to you. This is an exceedingly lucrative venture. What do you say?" Lu Li chuckled, entirely unfazed by the possibility of rejection, for he had encountered many merchant players who, upon sensing a whiff of profit, would cling tenaciously to the opportunity. Yet, Shinwanson challenged his expectations. This druid player, wearing a serious expression, shook his head and proposed, "Perhaps we could explore an alternative method of collaboration." Chapter 77. Collaboration. Perhaps we could explore a different mode of collaboration. The words, spoken from the lips of a rather mercenary merchant, surprisingly brimmed with sincerity. Lu Li cast a startled glance at his counterpart and inquired, "How do you envision this collaboration?" "To propose a venture that promised substantial returns, with the only cost being a loan of a modest sum of gold coins within his means, and with an assured 100% interest." Was he not satisfied? "Greed is hardly an admirable trait," Shinwanson elucidated. "I believe we can embark on this venture together. I shall manage the funds and, in due course, share the profits with you. What do you think?" Being a merchant, hailing from a lineage of traders, he understood a fundamental principle better than anyone else. One must never engage in a one-off transaction. By lending money to Lu Li, who would subsequently present a business opportunity with promises of double repayment, it appeared equitable. Yet, in reality, there was little room for personal connection. Each party would profit independently, owing nothing to the other. As for the future, if one party chose to remember the other, they might reconnect. If not, new partners would emerge. By forging a partnership with a top-tier expert, Shinwanson believed he was embarking on a truly lucrative venture. Lu Li, however, was not inclined to ponder such complexities. After weighing Shinwanson's proposal, he recognized its convenience. At the very least, he would not have to sacrifice his time leveling up or hunting for treasures to monitor the marketplace. With the method of collaboration established, Shin Wansen drafted an electronic contract, which, under the witness of the system's deity, bore the legal weight of the physical world. The essence of the contract stipulated that Shin Wansen would invest 100 gold coins to stockpile goods specified by Lu Li, with profits to be shared equally. Naturally, should the items designated by Lu Li fail to yield double the profit within a month, Lu Li would be obliged to surrender his silver badge to Shin Wansen as compensation. Great deity, can you now disclose what items I should stockpile? Shin Wansen, having adopted a new form of address, directly referred to Lu Li as the deity. Are you familiar with healing potions? Lu Li queried. Should we stockpile silverleaf herbs or serenity flowers? As a competent merchant, Shin Wansen possessed a solid understanding of the game. At least aware that basic healing potions were concocted from a blend of serenity flowers and silverleaf herbs. How could we possibly produce basic healing potions? Lu Li shook his head. Those yield negligible profits. If we are to undertake this, let us aim for intermediate potions. Intermediate healing potions. Shin Wansen stared blankly at Lu Li. Deity, do you possess the ability to craft intermediate healing potions? His belief in Lu Li had transformed his image into something almost mythical, making any extraordinary feat seem plausible. If the deity could indeed formulate intermediate healing potions, Shin Wansen felt as though an immense fortune was resting upon his shoulders. I cannot craft them. Lu Li's words plunged him into despair. But I do know the recipe for intermediate healing potions. Are you suggesting we stockpile the necessary materials? Shin Wansen trembled with excitement, imploring the deity to reveal the required materials. Serpent's tongue grass. Lu Li scribbled these 3 words on the table after indulging in a sip of wine. Shin Wansen's lips quivered as he hastily wiped away the words with his sleeve, saying nothing, and after bowing respectfully to Lu Li, he turned on his heel and departed. We could earn dozens of gold coins in mere moments. This was no mere fantasy. TSK, still so impulsive, Lu Li shook his head, drained his cup of tea, and was about to leave when he was halted by a tavern attendant. Sir, you haven't settled your bill yet. Damn. The system announced, players Xiaomo, Cannot Ride Sister and 18 others have achieved the first kill of the wild boss, Ridge Wild Boar King Kasadi. Damn again. Upon exiting the tavern, Lu Li checked the leaderboard and saw that Cannot Ride Sister, who had previously been in close contention, had indeed surpassed Moonlight, claiming the 6th position. The Ridge Wild Boar King Kasadi was a level 15 boss, and it took over 20 skilled players from Glory City to bring him down. The experience was also divided among more than 20 individuals. Otherwise, this player would have climbed even higher in rank. Lu Li had not overlooked the Wild Boar King, but he lacked the manpower to clear the Wild Boar Forest. Once the boss summoned its minions, the entire map's lesser monsters would join the fray. Although it was said to take 20 players, Glory City actually utilized over 300 to defeat this boss. Speaking of bosses, Lu Li touched the short bow strapped to his back. With time still on his side, he decided to take down the undead knight Bernadette. The undead knight roamed the Star Tower in the Land of Souls. To reach there, Lu Li would need to teleport to Blackblade Fortress, then fly over the Blackblade Mountains and enter the territory of the Blood Elves. Attacking a boss in another's territory sounded grand. Yet it was truly an act of desperation. Regardless of one's prowess, there were very few bosses one could realistically challenge alone. The peculiar aspect of the undead knight Bernadette was his lack of intelligence and ability to heal. His skills were primarily melee-oriented. If Lu Li selected his position wisely, he could wear him down with arrows. Teleportation cost 2 gold coins, and Lu Li arrived at Blackblade Fortress. This neutral city was eerily quiet, devoid of players. It would only come alive when someone specialized as a Death Knight. After pinpointing his target, Lu Li cautiously soared above the treetops. The Star Tower was situated in a remote area, likely unexplored by players thus far, as the perimeter was surrounded by level 15 specters. These creatures had high defenses and could cast fear spells. Once a player fell victim, they would uncontrollably flee, attracting even more monsters. It was said that the Star Tower was a magical tower belonging to a female star mage, a place of her arcane studies. Bernadette was her loyal knight. But something unknown transpired, causing the star mage to vanish, and this knight was transformed into an undead entity, attacking all who approached the Star Tower. Lu Li landed on the pinnacle of the Star Tower and then transformed into his true form. A hoarse roar echoed from a distance as a towering knight charged forth upon a steed, both of whom were but apparitions, the Death Knight. He brandished his lance with fervor, his anguished cries resounding, yet he remained unable to advance a single step. Before him stood the Tower of the Morning Star, an indelible memory he could never hope to shatter. Perched atop the tower, Luli unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows upon Bernadette, a foe he recalled as particularly vulnerable. However, the intervention of various guilds turned each encounter into a bloody skirmish. Armed with a black iron bow and high-damage arrows, his shots inflicted a minimum of 4 or 5 points of damage to Bernadette. With the most effective strikes coming from poison, her health steadily dwindled as damage numbers floated around her, a testament to her poisoned state. After 4 or 5 minutes, Bernadette began to summon ghouls, each possessing 4,000 health points, which would rush towards ranged attackers during battles. Yet, Luli found no cause for concern. His elevated position rendered him untouchable. In addition to their charge, the ghouls were capable of detonating. Though this too posed no threat to Luli, he was, quite frankly, a bug in the system. As his health dipped to half, the Death Knight cast a death mark upon him, draining 300 health points per second for 5 seconds. Although Luli lacked the requisite 1,500 health points, he had access to health potions and the Bloodmark badge, ensuring his survival amidst the peril. Until Luli's health was fully restored, the Death Knight made no further significant moves, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The greatest fear was that the boss, much like himself, would defy logic, unleashing a barrage of ranged attacks from a melee position, leaving him with no recourse for justification in death. P.S. Gratitude to those who recall your memories. Youthful dreams may shatter, rivers converge, and one may find solace in solitude under the moon. Thank you to Smib123 for the generous contribution. The author returns from a brief respite to continue writing. Please take care of your health and avoid catching a cold. Chapter 78. The arrival of the boss Thieves. After an arduous hour, the Soul Knight found itself on the brink of death. Once its health dwindled, it unveiled a new tactic, desecration. This ability created a zone of corruption beneath the target, reducing their movement speed by 50 and inflicting 1,000 shadow damage every 2 seconds. It must be said, this was an exceptionally formidable skill, causing Luli to lose a significant portion of his health in a single strike. Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to evade the area of desecration just in time. A second hit would surely prove fatal. As the health bar reached 5%, Bernadette entered a frenzy, unleashing an array of melee skills that left the ground cratered and fractured. Luli, while engaged with the boss, suddenly halted his actions, his expression turning grave as he listened intently. There were others. He stood atop the tower, gazing towards the periphery swarming with phantoms, and soon spotted a squad of about 10 players. They were hastily clearing the minor foes, evidently aiming for the same target. Damn it! It was highly likely that Bernadette's frustrated roars had drawn the attention of nearby players. Luli could see them, and they could undoubtedly see him. One of them, perched atop the tower, was already pointing in his direction. How did he get up there? Questioned a blood elf mage, brandishing a staff while casting spells. Doesn't matter how he got there. As long as the boss is still alive, we need to hurry and take him down. There's no way we can't outnumber him, replied a hunter, a female at that, whose deafness far surpassed that of the novice hunter, Remnant Dream. Luli cast a couple of glances before returning his focus to the task at hand, hastening his archery. The Soul Knight was robust, clad in armor. Striking any part of it proved equally effective, rendering precise targeting unnecessary. With the boss's health dwindling to 2,000, the group of players was drawing near. If they abandoned the minor foes and sent waves of players to distract him, just as Luli contemplated this, the opposing players seemed to intuitively execute that plan, luring the minor foes away, closing the distance between the players of the evil faction and the Morning Star Tower. Why did they have to arrive at this moment? Attempting to vanquish the boss with his bow before their arrival was nothing short of a fool's errand. There was no time to waste. Luli leapt from the tower, charging toward the boss. System, Shadow Strike completed at 93, inflicting 210 skill damage. Target is stunned for 1 second. A red damage number of -64 floated up, a tenfold increase from his bow's usual damage. System, Backstab completed at 81. Inflicting 92 skill damage. Target suffers from armor penetration effect. The armor penetration effect proved invaluable against such a high defense boss. Prior to this, Luli's ordinary attacks barely dealt a mere 10 points, but after penetration, they soared to 20 or 30 points. The boss retaliated, striking Luli for -350. After downing a vial of potion, and while the armor-breaking effect still lingered, Luli decisively unleashed his Shadow Strike once more. The system announced, Shadow Strike skill completion at 95, inflicting 300 skill damage, target stunned for 2 seconds. This epitomizes the essence of the free mode. Achieving a 95 completion rate allows for a threefold critical hit. In that moment, Luli had truly performed exceptionally, as he knew from his past life that few could reach such levels of proficiency. The Shadow Strike required minimal movements, and it was a skill Luli had practiced extensively, coupled with a stroke of luck, resulting in this astonishing blow. Bernadette had failed to hit Luli twice in succession, and in his frustration, he raised his war hammer and activated the skill Desecration. Amusingly, even those standing 100 yards away found the ground beneath them to be tainted by the Desecration, while they had been diligently battling and drawing aggro. Who could have anticipated that the boss's ultimate move would ensnare them as well? Faced with the 1,000 damage every 2 seconds from the Desecration, their team immediately suffered casualties. 4 or 5 beams of white light flared up. Damn, the boss is down. With trepidation, they dodged the secondary damage from the Desecration, only to realize that many of their own had fallen, including their esteemed leader, the 9th-ranked player in the Honor City, Xiao Mo. Yet, this was not the end. The Desecration inflicted a movement speed debuff of 50 on everyone, allowing the horde of monsters they had drawn to rapidly close in and unleash a furious assault, plunging the situation into utter chaos. Standing before the boss, Luli was not spared either. However, upon activating the skill from his boots, he managed to barely withstand the slowing effect. Swift Boots, Black Iron Armor 8, Agility 4, Special Effect, Swift, increases movement speed by 10 for 10 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. Non-stacking, Equipment Requirement Level 5, Durability 30-30. After 10 seconds, the swiftness effect faded. Luli endured 2 hits from the boss, losing over 700 health points. Yet he managed to hold on. The boss's health also dwindled below 500 points. Hurry, the boss is about to fall. Pull those monsters away, Sister Rider. You go distract that rogue attacking the boss, commanded the new leader, stepping in as soon as their former leader had perished. The first guild would not be so easily forgotten. Lu Li's gaze sharpened. He paused momentarily, then surged forward, slashing his dagger from left to right. The system chimed. Throat/skill completion at 85, inflicting 100 skill damage, level 1 bleeding effect. A critical hit. First, a -147, followed by a cascade of -20s. Lingering for about 10 instances. In a frenzied state, Bernadette succumbed to weakness. His attack and defense significantly diminished. It seemed he understood that his end was nigh. As he cast a lingering glance back at the Tower of the Morning Star, preparing to embrace his demise. Shadow Strike, Backstab, Shadow Strike, Throat Slash. The boss fell. Level up. The system announced, player Luli has achieved the first kill of the outdoor boss, the Soul Knight Bernadette. The announcement of the kill from the World Channel sent ripples through the community. This time, the focus was not on Luli, but rather on the singularity of his prowess. What the heck? This is a one-on-one boss battle, exclaimed Shuanghua Pinyu. Luli is truly formidable, remarked Wui In Waidu. Noting how upon witnessing Xiao Mo defeat a wild boss, Luli swiftly retaliated by taking down another. Daqin Skinfeng scoffed, Xiao Mo is insignificant, to put it mildly. He had 20 people with him. My friend from the evil faction saw them mobilize 300 to 400. Luli, however, faced the Death Knight alone. The very notion is utterly astonishing. Yuzrugia added, our radiant faction boasts the mighty Luli, while what does your evil faction have? If you dare, step forth and compare. The sense of pride among players' factions is gradually cultivated through such illustrious figures and events. When the factions engage in battle, the mere mention of a renowned figure from their ranks invigorates the entire faction. The remaining foes in the City of Glory were dwindling, leaving the onlookers in a state of awe. This rogue seemed beyond mere strength. Though they could not see the damage dealt, the diminishing health of Bernadette was unmistakable. When did a heavily armored soul creature become so feeble? Finally, Baosi Buchijia broke free from the throng of monsters and loosed an arrow. Chapter 79. Mutual Distrust. Luli braved 2 incoming arrows and swiftly gathered the fallen equipment and materials. He scarcely had time to collect the dozens of silver coins before he rolled to evade a shimmering arrow, a hunter's control skill known as the Confusion Arrow. Should one be struck, a state of disorientation lasting 3 seconds would ensue, rendering them vulnerable to attack. Shadow Escape, Stealth. Curse it, he has gotten away. In frustration, the female hunter, Basi Bu de Chi Jia, loosed a few arrows haphazardly towards Lu Li's vanishing location. Chi Jia, why didn't you use the Confusion Arrow at the outset? One of her subordinates voiced his dissatisfaction. Get lost. Do you think the confusion arrow has an endless range? Boss Sibu de Chi Jia rebuked without hesitation. The boss is on his way, a subordinate cautioned. What is the point of that? We're retreating. The female hunter surveyed her surroundings and stated, Didn't you see the World Channel? That thief just now is Luli. A legendary rogue capable of taking down dozens of Imperial guards single-handedly. Let us call it a day. Leveling up is paramount. Upon hearing Luli's name, the once enthusiastic subordinates fell silent. Not only was Luli renowned among the light faction, but he was also exceedingly popular within the evil faction. After all, each world announcement reached the entire game audience, and their perception of Luli could be summed up in 2 words, divine thief. In truth, Luli was concealed behind the Morning Star Tower, munching on a small loaf to regain health. Although he was critically injured, he was nonetheless in a precarious state. Confronting a boss head-on was never a rogue's forte. The conversation of that group drifted into his ears, and since they had no intention of engaging, he felt no need to pursue them further. If he surmised correctly, this must be the team tackling the boss in the City of Glory. He wondered if Blood Dagger and the Dark Behemoth were among them. Luli held no fear of them. Yet he lacked confidence in his ability to vanquish them amidst a group assault. Once his health had sufficiently recovered, he transformed into a raven and sought a more secluded corner to teleport back. Upon returning to Astralana, Luli finally relaxed and began to inspect the spoils from the boss encounter. Aside from the rare materials, he had obtained a bottle of intermediate healing potion and 3 pieces of equipment. The Oathkeeper chest plate, a piece of plate armor made of black iron, boasted an increase of 7 points to strength, and it bore a 20 holy damage bonus, a quintessential piece for a paladin. It required level 10, and given the constant devaluation of low-level gear, Luli intended to sell it outright. The shadow leggings, crafted from cloth and also of black iron, provided an increase of 8 points to intelligence, with an accompanying effect that reduced shadow skill consumption by 10. This was a reasonably decent attribute, suitable for shadow priests and warlocks, and would likewise be sold. Lastly, there was a piece of bronze equipment, likely to be slightly more valuable than its level 5 counterpart due to its level 10 requirement, though it was still not expected to fetch much. Beyond the tangible rewards, Luli's greatest gain was experience. He alone reaped the benefits from a level 15 boss, which propelled him to a new level and granted an additional 30% experience. Although the leaderboard did not entirely dethrone Azure Sea Breeze, it came remarkably close. Luli estimated that the individual likely possessed at most a 20% advantage in experience over him. With ample time remaining, Luli inquired about Azure Sea Breeze and learned that their group had already cleared the elite difficulty of the Spider Nest dungeon, leaving him with no choice but to attempt it solo. Previously hesitant to claim he could conquer it alone, the acquisition of the Blood Pattern badge rendered the modest Spider Nest an effortless endeavor. Seeking assistance for the Spider Nest, he deemed the normal difficulty unnecessary and offered 1 gold for the elite challenge. Numerous calls echoed through the World Channel for similar services. However, most power levelers shunned the elite difficulty due to its significant risks and time consumption, making it an unprofitable venture. Luli casually perused the options, concealed his name, and extended group invitations to several individuals who had made similar appeals. Unfortunately, his notoriety often drew unwanted attention, and he sought a swift resolution, wishing to avoid further disturbances in subsequent dungeons. System, Expert Solitude has joined the team. System, King Wine has joined the team. System, The Fool's Madness has joined the team. System, Boundless Learning has joined the team. Expert Solitude, why did you invite me? Are you seeking a power leveler for an elite dungeon? Luli, yes. A power leveler for elite difficulty. We will enter directly through the teleporter, and 1 gold will be exchanged up front. Expert Solitude, are the others in your party? Luli, they're all patrons. Expert Solitude, seriously? You're soloing while bringing your patrons along? That's absurd. System, Expert Solitude has been kicked from the team. The others who had just joined fell silent, realizing that a single misstep could lead to immediate expulsion. Luli's resolute demeanor surprisingly garnered their respect. Luli, those with issues may leave the team. Those without can proceed into the dungeon, and I will recruit another. Boundless Learning, I timidly ask, may I call someone over? Luli, what is their name? I will invite them directly. Boundless Learning, turning back is the shore. Luli, King Wine, The Fool's Madness. Turning back is the shore. Indeed, what a fitting pairing. Luli quickly filled the party and entered the dungeon. He stated clearly that they need not engage in combat. They were merely to follow and ensure the gold was collected. Luli offered his final instructions. The Fool's Madness raised a hand and asked, "Master, as a healing class, should I provide assistance?" "Heal yourselves. I do not require it," Luli replied, shaking his head as he stealthily approached the mobs, stunning one and dispatching another with swift precision. The entire process took no longer than 20 seconds. Impressive indeed. It was no wonder he could solo while escorting patrons. "Surely, Master, your equipment is entirely black iron, and you must be a leading expert on the level leaderboard." Turning back is the shore, ever the chatterbox, had been incessantly talking since entering the dungeon, causing Lu Li to regret inviting him. "Master, I must confess, the expert I admire most is Lu Li, followed closely by you," he continued. "Why do you start admiring someone simply because they wear a mask?" Wang Jiudan inquired. "If they're not a master, why hide their face?" "Perhaps the one guiding us to level up is the esteemed Master Lu Li," Jinjin retorted confidently. "Enough chatter, or I shall have to kick you out," Lu Li said, turning around with a stern voice, causing the group to instantly transform into obedient children. Upon reaching the spider bridge, Lu Li acquired a 20 attack boost, allowing him to dispatch monsters with even greater speed. The only regret was that his level was too high to gain any experience, while the 4 followers, all around levels 3 to 4, reveled in their bounty of experience points. Occasionally, they stumbled upon some basic equipment, which Lu Li disregarded, much to the delight of the bosses. The elite dungeon truly excels. The experience gained here surpasses that of my last 2 runs in a normal dungeon, Wang Jiudan reflected with great sentiment. The most crucial aspect was the prospect of obtaining excellent gear. With just 2 pieces, one could easily team up for a normal dungeon run. With a stroke of luck, acquiring a piece of black iron gear could lead one directly into elite difficulty. Many casual teams would assess your eligibility for elite dungeons based on whether you possessed black iron equipment. If you wish to tackle elite difficulty on your own, you should learn more, Lu Li remarked as he dispatched the last monster, leading the 4 bosses before the first boss. He was more than willing to guide the novices, as long as it wasn't too overly troublesome. While dealing damage, he succinctly explained the various stages of the boss encounter and the corresponding strategies for each class. Lu Li only consumed 3 basic healing potions before ultimately defeating the boss. The sole moment of peril occurred when the novice stood too close, nearly succumbing to an explosion from a small spider. Chapter 80. In a stroke of fortune, the boss dropped a piece of black iron armor, which was eagerly purchased by Wang Jiudan for 2 gold coins, leaving him elated beyond measure. Although the prices of equipment had seen a decline, high-quality gear remained elusive, with attributes of decent black iron typically fetching around 3 gold coins. Items would swiftly be snatched up the moment they appeared in the auction house. The prices for gear sold in dungeons were considered friendly, and Wang Jiudan was immensely grateful to Lu Li. Unfortunately, the skilled player had concealed their identity. In the party interface, they could only see unknown player, rendering any attempt to add them as a friend futile. The other bosses hesitated and ultimately decided against pursuing the idea of friendship. The second boss graciously dropped the staff. What is the most expensive weapon in Dawn? It is undoubtedly the staff. Wizards, warlocks, priests, druids, warriors, hunters, and shamans can all wield staff-type weapons, though typically, hunters and warriors do not equip them. Among the 4 bosses, 3 were capable of wielding the staff, leading to a bidding war. This staff, boasting commendable attributes, ultimately sold for 5 gold coins, allowing Lu Li to earn 10 gold coins from a single dungeon run, with his expenses negligible. Regrettably, elite dungeons could only be completed once per day, and ordinary dungeons lacked substantial rewards. After completing this wave, he declined the 4 bosses' requests for further dungeon runs and proceeded to the trading house. As usual, he searched for materials to upgrade the Supreme Ring and the currently available skill books, but to his disappointment, none were found. He then checked the market for snake venom grass, purchasing all that were priced below 10 silver coins. Indeed, after a shopping spree, the price of snake venom grass had begun to rise. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Fortunately, a group of 10 silver coins still held considerable profit potential, and Lu Li could hardly conceive of anything more lucrative. Subsequently, he placed the 2 pieces of black iron armor he had acquired that day into the auction house. However, this time he refrained from setting a maximum bid and opted for an unlimited auction format. Whether elite guilds or casual groups, all sought level 10 black iron gear for their dungeon explorations, ensuring a swift sale. Currently, the most valuable equipment was level 10 black iron. As most veteran players had either reached or were nearing level 10, and new players, benefiting from double experience, had little need for high-quality gear at lower levels. For those with wealth, acquiring level 10 equipment as a reserve was a wise choice. As soon as the equipment was listed, a flurry of bids poured in. The price of black iron gear surged almost instantaneously to 3 gold coins, and after that, the increase slowed. As few players could afford to spend 3 gold coins on equipment, Luli estimated that with 6 hours remaining until the auction ended, securing 10 gold coins for the 2 pieces of equipment was undoubtedly achievable. With the remaining time, Luli sought out the Azure Sea Breeze, joining them to grind Naga for experience, finally utilizing the double experience he had refrained from using during his 6-hour rest at the inn. He traded his magic pattern bag blueprint along with several pieces of magic fabric he had been saving to March Rain, hoping she would quickly enhance her skills and craft the magic bag, as his inventory space was increasingly insufficient. March Rain was nearing an intermediate level in tailoring, and everyone longed for the magic bag, eagerly contributing their fabric. While farming monsters, Azure Sea Breeze and Luli discussed the matter of establishing a mercenary group. Luli had also been contemplating this recently. A stable team was evidently essential, as Dawnlight was not a solitary endeavor. To mention but one aspect, the various rare materials required for the growth of a single character could not be procured by a lone player. The situation regarding wild teams was even more dire. Despite Luli's foresight, he could not confidently lead a group of strangers through the Death Mines. The Death Mines and the Spider Lair represented fundamentally different challenges, with the former truly testing players' mettle. Furthermore, if he were to acquire a private dungeon scroll, he would need a group of trusted allies to confidently venture inside. Otherwise, forming a random team that wiped 3 times would render the scroll utterly useless. However, Luli found himself in a quandary, burdened with numerous tasks that required solitary effort. A rogue had its own methods of play, and those overly reliant on teams struggled to develop. Thus, he was reluctant to assume the role of leader. Sea Breeze, you should take on the mantle of leader, Luli suggested. Why should I be the leader? Azure Sea Breeze replied, perplexed. I haven't spent much time with everyone. I'm a rogue, often suited for solitary action, Luli explained, feeling he could persuade her. Stop it, Azure Sea Breeze retorted without hesitation. What does that have to do with you being the leader? You play your way, and we'll play ours. Being leader is not such a grand title. I want to do it. Indeed, whether you are here or not makes little difference, Huadi Leeching remarked, casting a glance at her brother's health bar, which was dwindling. Can't you see your own brother is nearly out of health? Humph, come help us when needed, but don't crowd us when you're not. Feeling somewhat scorned, Luli smiled wryly. Brother Luli, you should be the leader. Our leader is the top player in the game. How splendid. Remnant Dream exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. Hey, I'm the one ranked first, Azure Sea Breeze corrected her. She then turned to Moonlight. Hey, Little Light, what do you think? Moonlight had spent the entire day engaging in combat, similar to Luli, seizing the opportunity to utilize double experience before nightfall. He coldly swung his axe and replied, Don't call me Little Light, unless you wish to lose a level. See, with such team members, how can I manage? Azure Sea Breeze shrugged. I could at least be the vice leader. I can assist with PvE matters. Why don't we form a guild? Remnant Dream innocently inquired. Guilds require taxes, you silly girl. In truth, establishing a guild is not entirely out of the question. However, the most prudent course of action would be to bide one's time and procure a high-level guild directly from other players, significantly reducing costs. With the matter laid bare, Luli ceased to hesitate and resolved to invest some funds the following day to register a mercenary group. He intended to delegate all matters pertaining to PvE to Azure Sea Breeze, who was indeed a seasoned expert in PvE, particularly in team management, possessing a wealth of experience that surpassed Luli's own. Subsequently, they deliberated on the matter of dungeon exploration, having amassed a considerable stockpile of snake's tongue grass. Luli's next consideration was how to swiftly acquire the blueprint for the intermediate healing potion. Securing the blueprint would enable him to lead his team to achieve the first kill in the Demines. After all, the rewards for a first kill were substantial, and the drop rates were considerably higher. Theoretically, the blueprint for the intermediate healing potion could drop from any creature level 10 or above. However, Luli and his party had been grinding against monsters of over level 10 for the better part of 3 days without encountering a trace of the blueprint. Moreover, No other players had reported seeing the intermediate healing potion either, for otherwise, the auction house would not be inundated with low-priced snake's tongue grass that went unnoticed. In his previous life, someone had pinned a strategy guide regarding the intermediate healing potion blueprint, enumerating the creatures with the highest drop rates. Reflecting on this, Luli ultimately decided upon a humanoid creature known as the undead herbalist. The following day, upon logging in, Luli went to the administrative hall to register a mercenary group, naming it the Cheerful Mercenary Corps. His mind, occupied with thoughts of the game and his younger sister, led him to instinctively respond with these two words when questioned by the official. As for the protests of others, he deemed them unworthy of concern. After bringing the other 5 members into the fold, Luli hesitated briefly, but ultimately refrained from inviting his female landlords. Moving forward, he resolved to proceed alone, with the objective of acquiring the blueprint for the intermediate healing potion. Chapter 81. The Art of Thievery. Luli's decision to pursue the undead herbalist was influenced by several compelling factors, primarily 3. First, this creature was of equal standing to him, ensuring that his experience would not diminish and that the efficiency of farming would be optimal. Second, the probability of obtaining blueprints from the undead herbalist was relatively high, and as a humanoid entity, it could be subjected to theft. Third, aside from dropping blueprints for intermediate healing potions, it was likely to yield a recipe for a swift-acting poison. Just as a pet is a hunteress ally, poison serves as an invaluable tool for a rogue, enhancing their capacity to inflict damage. The only inconvenience was that the area where the undead herbalist respawned lay far from Astronar, and one could assert without hesitation that Luli intended to traverse into enemy territory. However, this did not deter him. As he caressed the sharp blade of the mother's kiss, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Every rogue matures through bloodshed, with a combination of flight, stealth, and the swift dash of a small leopard. Luli expended 2 bursts of stamina to reach the front lines of the Ashenvale. The air was filled with the cacophony of lumbering machines and the anguished cries of the wounded and dying, mingled with the scent of vegetation tainted by the stench of blood. He witnessed numerous players from both factions engaged in fierce combat, observing various ambushes and assaults. Silently, he lurked nearby, watching for a while before departing. His aim was to procure blueprints, not to seek glory. Nevertheless, if some oblivious player from the opposing faction sought confrontation, he would not shy away from earning a few honor points. Before setting off, he made a brief stop at Silverwing Outpost, where an appealing quest awaited him, easily triggered. The outpost served as the front line for the Night Elves of Ashenvale, where conflict was a constant. As he approached, a young elf halted him, stating, "This is not a place for someone of your kind." At this juncture, his response would test his fortune. A slow or indecisive answer, or an excuse about seeking supplies, could result in being expelled by the Silverwing warrior under the pretext of military restrictions. Luli, however, harbored no such anxieties. He replied swiftly, "I possess the strength to fight for the peace of Ashenvale." As long as he expressed his desire to join the fray, the warrior would bestow upon him a PvP quest. Indeed, the Silverwing warrior nodded approvingly, saying, "Welcome, new warrior. But first, you must prove yourself. Your wish is my command." Luli responded, eager to accept the task without hesitation. "The herbs in the forest have been desecrated by the undead and orcs. You must stop them. This badge will record your achievements," the Silverwing warrior declared fiercely. "Let the vile invaders bleed." Luli accepted the badge, and the system promptly notified him that he had undertaken the faction quest, Bleeding Outsiders. The undead herbalists, under the watchful eye of the orc overseers, busily gathered herbs, which would be transformed into various potions for the warriors at the front lines. The quest required him to eliminate the undead herbalists and their orc overseers lurking within the forest. In truth, the light faction issues quests to players, while the evil faction takes corresponding measures. Their players receive missions to protect the herbalists and eliminate the assassins from the light faction. Both tasks require players to be at least level 12 to undertake. Consequently, this area is currently rather quiet, populated only by a small group of players leveling up, approximately 200 yards away from Luli. They appear to be players from the evil faction, one of whom, a towering Tauren, stands out remarkably. Luli stealthily approached the orc overseer from behind and attempted to employ a theft skill. System, theft failed. In that fleeting moment of failure, Luli decisively initiated a surprise attack, successfully incapacitating the orc overseer for 4 seconds. 4 seconds of incapacitation, combined with a high completion rate shadow strike. is sufficient to ensure the Overseer's demise. Although a failed theft does trigger combat mode, if the actions are swift enough, the system still recognizes Luli as being in stealth, allowing him to execute the surprise attack skill. This is a fundamental technique for the rogue class, yet only a handful can achieve it. The issue lies not in skill deficiency, but rather in a misunderstanding of the skill's application conditions due to habitual thinking. The fallen orc overseer did not grant Luli any glory points, but a numeral 1 appeared on the badge in his backpack. With the overseer dispatched, approximately 4 undead herbalists were left unprotected. However, Luli did not underestimate these skeletal figures cloaked in loose robes. They possess the ability to hurl vials of poison at opponents, inflicting significant damage over time. Theft. System. You have obtained a minor healing potion. Minor healing potions are quite common. With a swift strike to the nearby undead herbalist before it could throw its poison, Luli eliminated the previously pilfered target. Continuously executing thefts, basic strikes, and high completion rate shadow strikes, Luli resembled an efficient automaton in his monster hunting endeavors until he received a system notification for a skill upgrade. System. Dear player, through relentless effort, your Shadow Strike skill has reached level 2. Finally, Shadow Strike has leveled up, and Luli was nearly moved to tears. This was the first skill he had elevated through his own determination. Before he could fully absorb the moment, the system delivered another message. System. You were the first player to autonomously enhance a skill. Reward. 1 skill point. Remarkable. This is precisely why Luli had hesitated to spend skill points. He understood that the first player to improve a skill through personal effort receives substantial rewards. One should never underestimate a skill point, for in Dawn, it takes 2 levels to earn a single skill point. Each class boasts numerous skills, often exceeding a dozen, with each skill capped at level 5. The demand for skill points is boundless. Skill points are more precious than silver equipment. Shadow Strike. Instant cast, cooldown of 4 seconds, inflicts 20 damage to the target, with an additional 150 weapon damage. It rewards 1 combo point, currently at level 2-5, compared to level 1. The damage of Shadow Strike at level 2 has significantly increased. Luli could not resist the temptation and sought out a monster, launching a surprise attack with 2 swift strikes before activating Shadow Strike. System. Shadow Strike skill completed 92, inflicting 180 skill damage, and stunning the target for 2 seconds. The undead herbalist, with merely half of its health remaining, staggered and collapsed to the ground. A critical hit was unexpectedly achieved, although the official data remained undisclosed. Some data enthusiasts offered personal insights regarding skill upgrades. They generally believed that the enhancement of skills manifests not only in damage but also in increased critical hit rates and accuracy with higher-tier skills. With the upgrade of his primary attack skill, Luli's monster farming speed significantly surged, and the numbers on his badge had already surpassed 3 digits. With the loot he acquired being a motley assortment, most of which were utterly useless. System. You have obtained Recipe, Basic Agility Potion. Luli paused for a moment. Having received a recipe. Recipe, Basic Agility Potion Alchemy Recipe Requirements. Intermediate Alchemy, 180. Usage. Teaches you to concoct the Basic Agility Potion. Basic Agility Potion increases agility by 5 points, lasting for 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Although it is not a mid-level healing potion, the agility potion falls under the category of combat potions, proving to be quite advantageous, as it provides a temporary boost in agility, making it suitable for boss fights and player-versus-player encounters. The attribute gained from leveling up for Luli amounted to merely 5 points. It turns out that stealing truly facilitates the acquisition of blueprints. Luli felt invigorated, and his monster farming speed escalated even further. Chapter 82. The Fire of Elves. Although it was not a mid-level healing potion, the agility potion, classified as a combat elixir, proved to be quite advantageous, temporarily enhancing agility attributes, making it invaluable for battling bosses and engaging in player combat. Luli's level up granted a mere 5 additional attribute points. It turned out that pilfering could indeed yield blueprints, invigorating Luli and hastening his monster hunting pace. Just as he prepared to unleash a series of skills to eliminate an orc overseer he had stealthily incapacitated, a shadow charged toward him. Inwardly, Luli mused, "I've been waiting for you, my friend." Instincts cultivated from his previous life compelled him to remain vigilant against ambushes. After all, he had grown accustomed to being attacked while farming for gold. Why target a gold farmer? The answer was simple. Such individuals typically possess some equipment, albeit not of the highest quality, making them easy prey with minimal risk. The Tauren, born with slightly higher strength points than other races, lumbered forward like a tractor. Despite his attempts at stealth, his approach was anticipated by Luli. Grasping the monster he had been battling, Luli yanked it in front of himself, leaving the creature dazed. The Tauren warrior, eyes wide, collided with the incapacitated beast, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Regret offered no remedy in this world. Yet he did not lose hope. His comrades, a Tauren druid and a Tauren priest, were rushing to his aid, providing a solid backing, at least for the moment. What a ragtag bunch, Luli shook his head. With a swift strike, he controlled the warrior, and a few quick slashes sent the Tauren's health plummeting. Whoever said warriors excel against rogues must be mistaken, lamented the Tauren warrior. Quick, heal me, he urged. The two arriving allies promptly responded, casting healing spells upon the Tauren warrior. Indeed, both the druid and the priest were healers. This was a classic configuration, at least when their attack power was moderate. A strong primary warrior supported by two healers made them formidable opponents, seldom bested by a smaller force. Where did these three oddities come from? Luli felt an involuntary reluctance to strike them down. However, upon noticing the battle axe in the warrior's grasp, he felt no moral dilemma in dispatching these foes. That bronze-grade axe, named the Ripper, possessed a bleeding effect, making it a highly suitable two-handed weapon for player combat. Any player could acquire it from their respective frontline quartermasters for a mere 68 honor points. This indicated that this disjointed group had at least vanquished 68 players from the light faction. Shadow step, stealth, hurry, trample. The druid shouted emphatically. What the? The Tauren warrior, realizing he had emerged from his dazed state, stomped down, only to find nothing beneath his feet. The priest, unfortunately, met a grim fate. Silenced by a sudden strike, the druid mused to himself, "Goodness, this thief is quite clever." He incapacitated the priest first, then took his own life, ensuring no one could heal him. Swiftly, he shifted his focus, abandoning the warrior and commencing to heal himself. Red damage numbers floated above the priest's head. And by the time the druid realized he needed to heal the priest, the fragile cleric had already collapsed to the ground. A rogue, having vanished into stealth, pounced upon the startled druid, stunning him for 4 seconds with a surprise attack. The druid, caught off guard, met the same fate as the priest, while the Tauren warrior continued to chase after the elusive target, with his naturally swift movement speed augmented by a speed-boosting ability. The clumsy Tauren might have been able to catch up. In a one-on-one confrontation, the Tauren warrior had completely lost confidence. He felt as though the dozens he had felled over the past few days were mere illusions. The disparity between players was staggering. Killing 3 opponents granted him 3 honor points. Honor points were valuable. They could elevate one's rank, be exchanged for equipment, experience, materials, and eventually, even mounts as one's rank increased. Of course, the path to such rewards would undoubtedly be arduous, for there is no such thing as a free lunch. After dealing with the 3 troublesome kittens, Luli continued his pursuit of the blueprint. After hours of relentless monster slaying, his experience bar had advanced by over 10%, which was not significantly slower than leveling up in a group. Occasionally, the undead herbalist would drop some equipment, albeit items merely fit for selling at the shop. Fortunately, Luli's monster grinding incurred little expenditure, as the blood pattern badge allowed him to conserve his potions. Thus, 4 or 5 hours passed, and a whole morning slipped away. During this time, several unwary players from opposing factions attempted to ambush him, but without exception, they all met swift demise. Luli's honor had now reached 17 points, a fortuitous byproduct of his endeavors. However, such unrestrained slaughter eventually attracted trouble. "There he is," shouted an indignant little cow, pointing at Luli, surrounded by dozens of furious comrades glaring in his direction. Before he could react, a fiery spell struck him. Spirit fire? Goodness, someone has actually learned that skill. Luli was genuinely astonished. Spirit fire. Instant cast. The spell encircles the target, preventing stealth or invisibility. When cast in bear form, it inflicts 50 points of damage. This was the most infuriating ability for Thieves, as it forced them into a corner until the effect of a cloak of shadows could dispel it. Even more frustrating, the effect lasted a full 40 seconds. Luli turned and fled. It was a matter of survival. The group of players did not expect him to react so swiftly, not even uttering a single threat before sprinting away. Even more astonishing was the rogue, who apparently activated some skill, significantly increasing his movement speed and evading the impending spells aimed at him. Only after the effect of the elven fire had dissipated did Luli come to a trembling halt. He felt an overwhelming urge to curse the unfairness of the system. In his previous life, he had to reach level 28 to acquire this skill book for druids. To his astonishment, he discovered that someone from the evil faction had learned it so swiftly. The competitive nature of individuals was truly exasperating. He muttered to himself that he must acquire the shadow cloak, for without it, any future encounters would be far more disastrous. He had underestimated this group, just as they had underestimated him. If they had surrounded him and cut off his escape routes, employing the elven fire to thwart his stealth, then no matter how swiftly he ran, it would have been to no avail. However, possessing the shadow cloak would alter the entire scenario. It is the ultimate weapon for rogues and player versus player combat, capable of nullifying all magical effects, essential for both survival and the art of killing. The drop rate for this skill book from minor monsters was exceedingly low, and the few bosses that were likely to yield it were rather formidable. Yet, not all bosses were insurmountable. Chapter 83. The blueprint acquired. There are indeed bosses that can be defeated by utilizing the terrain, and the Soul Knight is one of the more manageable foes. However, Luli's other target is of a higher level and yields even more exquisite rewards. But the prerequisite is that he must possess intermediate healing potions. All bosses will unleash their skills. The Soul Knight's desecration ability even affects players who are beyond 80 yards and not engaged in battle. His subsequent target employs skills with greater frequency, rendering it impossible to endure without substantial healing potions. Thus, it ultimately boils down to the necessity of intermediate healing potions. After wandering outside for a while and casually eliminating several players from the opposing faction, Luli stealthily returned. He found himself at a loss, unable to conceive of any creature more easily farmed than the undead herbalist. The system chimed. You have obtained a vial of basic lethal poison. A fine acquisition indeed. Luli pondered, hesitating to apply the poison to his dagger. Good steel should be reserved for the blade. This substance would serve better in combat and PvP situations. His past experiences in gold farming had instilled a remarkable patience in him. He diligently farmed for a full 8 hours. The relentless monster hunting left him both weary and hungry, compelling him to log off for a brief respite and nourishment. Upon logging back in, Luli glanced at the leaderboard. After 2 days of player efforts, significant shifts had occurred. The notorious piker, Moonlight, had descended several ranks, now outside the top 10. Though he surged ahead in the honor rankings, currently second only to Blood Dagger, with an impressive honor value of 202. The hunter, Remnant Dream, had been leveling up alongside Azure Sea Breeze and the others, but in reality, seemed to be under strict supervision, needing to adhere to a schedule for meals and sleep. In addition to other mundane tasks, he now found himself at the bottom of the leaderboard, ranked 9th. Azure Sea Breeze had finally reached level 14, standing as the sole player of that level in Dawn, dominating the field. This individual, apart from eating, never rested or logged off, unlike Luli, who had various commitments, making him a quintessential leveling enthusiast. Although Luli had uniquely benefited from a boss's experience yesterday, he remained at level 13, with only a small gap separating him from Azure Sea Breeze. His attack power was high, and his efficiency in monster farming was commendable. Wadi Leeching and March Rain closely followed Luli, keeping pace as they collectively farmed Naga alongside Azure Sea Breeze, their leveling efficiency rivaling anyone else's. Luli's goal for today was to reach level 14. As for the blueprint for the intermediate healing potion, he had grown somewhat numb to the pursuit. If it proved elusive, so be it. Dawn had truly faltered in this regard. What kind of game makes potion crafting so arduous? In the games I previously played, various potions were either available for purchase at stores or could be found in the marketplace. Azure Sea Breeze chattered away in voice chat with Luli, who remained silent in response. Unbeknownst to you, while you were offline for a meal, the blood-colored battle flag had engaged the boss, a creature known as the Desert Explorer. It was unclear what level it possessed, but it took an assembly of 70 or 80 individuals to vanquish it. Luli remained unresponsive, having anticipated such occurrences. It was improbable that all fortunes would be his alone. Ultimately, the balance achieved in the game Dawn was commendable. Even the exceptionally skilled Moonlight frequently met his demise. And Luli, equally adept, found himself fleeing when faced with overwhelming numbers. The boss, a potential target for anyone, was indeed elusive. Luli was aware that the Desert Explorer would drop the Hunter-exclusive Explorer set, yet its vast respawn range made it difficult to locate, and with only a few companions, Luli had no hope of defeating it. The mercenary Hall had posted a bounty on him, and he suspected it was the work of the Jin Iwei faction. Blue Sea Wind, undeterred by Lu Li's silence, chattered incessantly. 10 gold coins for each kill, with a bounty limit of 10 times. Quite lucrative, wouldn't you say? Perhaps I should take advantage of this opportunity? Truly, such wealth incited Lu Li's ire. He was torn between resenting the gloating Blue Sea Wind and the relentless Jin Iwei guild. Amidst his numb thievery and slaying, Lu Li suddenly sensed something amiss. What had the system just notified him of regarding his recent theft? He hastily opened his inventory. To his astonishment, nestled in the second-to-last slot was a blueprint. System, you have obtained recipe, intermediate healing potion. Lu Li paused momentarily, elated. It had finally emerged. Recipe, intermediate healing potion skill, alchemy requirements, intermediate alchemy, 120, usage, teaches you how to concoct the intermediate healing potion. Instantly restores 200 health points and subsequently restores 20 health points per second for 10 seconds. Interruption cancels effect. Unrestricted by combat, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Holding this hard-won recipe, Lu Li was nearly moved to tears. The acquisition had been arduous. In his previous life, he had also learned this recipe, but by the time he entered the game, nearly a year had elapsed since its launch. And the recipe for the intermediate healing potion was sold for 20 gold coins in the trading post. He had no inkling it would be so difficult to obtain. Now, even if someone offered him 200 gold coins, he would not part with it. With the recipe in hand, he resolved not to farm further. The mere sight of the undead herbalist now made Lu Li feel nauseous. He glanced at the number on his task badge in his inventory and was profoundly astonished. 2089. A full 13 hours of effort. Without delay, he learned the recipe to avoid the risk of encountering hostile faction players. Should news leak, it would be infuriating. Lu Li made his way to the Silverwing outpost, unaware of the surprises that awaited him for exceeding the task requirements. Perhaps due to the badge in his inventory. He was not obstructed this time. After searching in vain for the Silverwing warrior who had assigned him the task, he proceeded directly into the outpost. Standing before Commander Vita Nightwing. Greetings, may I assist you in any way? Lu Li presented the Silverwing insignia, stating that he had been entrusted by a Silverwing warrior to complete the quest entitled The Bloodied Alien. I commend your bravery, my kin. Pray, hand me the insignia. Vita Nightwing said as he took the emblem, his surprise evident upon seeing the vivid crimson number. The Silverwing commander, known for his cold and iron-fisted demeanor, exhibited such a notable reaction. Is there something amiss? Lu Li inquired, feeling a twinge of anxiety. In his previous life, he had executed this task with ease, so he wondered if perhaps he had been overly zealous in his slaying. No, you have performed exceedingly well. I shall now bestow upon you your reward, Vita Nightwing replied, regaining his composure as he pocketed the insignia and tapped Lu Li's forehead. System, you have splendidly completed the quest The Bloodied Alien, earning honor points, experience points, and reputation rewards. A faint glow enveloped Lu Li, signaling his level up. Upon checking the experience bar, he found that not only had he ascended to level 14, but he had also gained an additional 6. This meant that a single quest had propelled him to a remarkable 20 increase in experience. In truth, the quest The Bloodied Alien was not meant to be tackled in this manner. Had he inquired further when accepting the task, the NPC would have informed him of the specific requirement to eliminate 20 undead herbalists. The rewards would remain unchanged as long as the count did not exceed 500. Thus players seldom endeavored to overexert themselves. Who would undertake this quest with such fervor as he did, grinding tirelessly for nearly an entire day? Moreover, his efficiency in defeating monsters surpassed that of others, with no one competing for kills. Others might take 3 to 5 days to achieve what he had accomplished. Chapter 84. Dual rankings. This particular model is not without the potential for replication, yet it necessitates 2 fundamental prerequisites. First, the individual undertaking this task should not be numerous. Ideally, it should be a solitary endeavor, lest the competition becomes overwhelming. Second, this individual must possess exceptional patience, capable of dedicating countless hours in silence, much like Lu Li. After all, everyone is here to enjoy a game, not to engage in a life-and-death struggle, unless one is of the temperament of Blue Sea Breeze. Just as Lu Li was contemplating Blue Sea Breeze, the individual's voice erupted nearby. What the hell? What the hell? He exclaimed, employing a dialect learned from some obscure source, laced with profanity. What are you up to now? Are you insane? Lu Li hastily lowered the volume of the voice chat. bewildered by the outburst. Look at the leaderboard. Look at the leaderboard. How can anyone survive this? I've been toiling away like a Siberian husky, and you've surpassed me. Not only that, you've overtaken Xiao Guang as well. His incoherent rambling left Lu Li perplexed, prompting him to check the leaderboard. To his astonishment, he found himself ranked first in the level rankings. It made sense. Having gained a 20% increase in experience, surpassing a leveling fanatic was indeed plausible. The glory rankings reflected the same triumph. He was also first. It was only then that Lu Li accessed his attribute panel, where the honor points column boldly displayed 285. He distinctly recalled having only 20 or so honor points, accrued primarily from pesky adversarial players. Truth be told, dispatching those small-time foes had posed little challenge. Upon reviewing the system records, the realization dawned upon him. The quest's rewards had not merely altered in terms of experience. The honor rewards had undergone a monumental transformation as well. Under normal circumstances, this quest would yield 2 honor points, given that he had dispatched 10 undead herbalists. It was unforeseen that Lu Li's relentless efforts had triggered a hidden reward. Calculating according to the standard yield, he had effectively earned 208 points. Furthermore, as this was a PvP quest, Commander Silverwing had graciously awarded him an additional 50 points. Thus, combined with his original honor points, he found himself at precisely 285, leaving the 236 points of Blood Dagger far behind, and naturally eclipsing the 220 points of Moonlight. Dual rankings at the pinnacle, Lu Li ruminated, recalling that in his past life, he had never heard of anyone achieving such a feat. Are you deaf? Or have you perished? Why are you not responding? Blue Sea Breeze continued his tirade without pause, yet soon altered his tone. Brother Lu Li, dear Lu Li, please, I implore you, reveal to me your method. I want that too. Get lost. Lu Li shivered at the thought, yet ultimately relented and recounted the entire process and details of the quest to Blue Sea Breeze. Over 2,000? I'm utterly flabbergasted. You are truly a lunatic. Blue Sea Breeze lamented. See if you can extract any information from the NPC regarding the required kill count to alter the quest narrative. Lu Li turned back to converse with the Silver Wing Commander, yet no matter how he probed, Vita Nightwing maintained a demeanor of quiet, superficial smiles. After a few attempts at inquiry, he refrained from pressing further. The commander's cordiality stemmed from Lu Li's recent achievements, and it was entirely possible that impatience could lead to his expulsion from the outpost. Unable to extract any information, Lu Li estimated that the count was certainly over 200. Whether it reached 500, 1,000, or 2,000 remained unascertainable. Would you like to come and try? Was his only response. It was certain that there were more than 200, for in a past life, someone had slain that many and specifically lamented the tedium of the task, noting that no matter the number, the rewards were invariably meager. Lu Li, while not particularly remarkable, possessed an exceptional memory. He inquired about the defensive capabilities of the undead herbalist, seeking to understand its health points and how such tasks fared in a group setting. He outlined the general data regarding the undead herbalist, regrettably dissuading Wei Lan Haifeng from any underhanded tactics. Team-based farming is feasible, but the rewards are split equally. The more participants you bring, the more the 2,000 must be multiplied, which complicates matters. This is still the front line of the Grey Valley. I never intended to kill anyone, yet I have already taken down 2 or 3 dozen, and I've been pursued twice, only for them to abandon the chase when they could not keep up with me. The group that had attempted to ambush Lu Li using elven fire returned once more, but their efforts were in vain, and they did not come again thereafter. Had it been Wei Lan Haifeng, he surely would have guarded the corpses. Alas, this won't work, nor will that. Forget it. I shall focus on monster farming instead. However, this information may indeed be beneficial for Xiao Guangguang. You should discuss it with him. Wei Lan Haifeng possesses commendable mental fortitude. Upon learning of the impracticality, he promptly dismissed the notion. Let me join the voice chat. I've endured your monologue for so long that my ears are nearly deafened, Lu Li mused. But hold on. What are the next plans? Shall we venture into a raid dungeon or continue leveling up? Wei Lan Haifeng inquired. Let us prioritize leveling up for now. Crafting potions also requires time. It would be best for us to reach level 14, ensuring the boss does not exceed us by 3 levels, as that would result in increased damage, Lu Li proposed. The final 2 bosses in the Death Mine were level 16, inflicting enhanced damage on players of level 13 or below, while the damage players inflicted upon the bosses was reduced compared to normal circumstances. We VE become inefficient in farming Naga, Perhaps we should consider a different type of monster. You're always running about. Recommend a new leveling monster for us. Wei Lan Haifeng now sought a more convenient solution. Wishing to conserve time and effort in the pursuit of new creatures to train against, knowing well that Lu Li was well-versed in such matters. Check if your map marks the location of the Firescar Temple. There, one can find demons and hellhounds, with a boss spawning at the deepest point. You all should clear the area first, and then I will bring potions in to take down the boss. Lu Li contemplated, deciding to target the demon warlock, Acrylus. That particular map lacked concealment. Players would soon discover it. Acrylus's equipment is rather mediocre, however. He is a level 15 outdoor boss with a certain probability of dropping the Ruins of Fury set. As a formidable figure accompanied by a retinue, his experience far surpasses that of the solitary Death Knight. Naturally, Acrylus is not devoid of merit as a boss. He has a chance to drop the scrolls for the Firescar Temple dungeon, one of the earliest private dungeons encountered by players. Lu Li directly returned to the city from the Silverwing outpost, first retrieving the funds from the mailbox that he earned from auctioning black iron equipment. After deducting a 5% transaction fee, the sale of 2 level 10 black iron pieces netted him just over 10 gold coins. Glancing at the price of Serpent's Tongue Grass, he decided to purchase everything he could without hesitation. In addition to Serpent's Tongue Grass, the other secondary ingredient for the intermediate healing potion, like the primary healing potion, remains the Calm Blossom. The Calm Blossom is the least valuable, as it is abundantly found from beginner maps to town maps, allowing players to easily gather hundreds of bundles in a single day. It can be purchased in the trading post for merely 20 copper coins per bundle. Chapter 85. The unscrupulous merchant Lu Li rented a secluded chamber at the inn in Astralana, embarking on his alchemical journey with an array of materials. Alchemy is characterized by the concepts of failure and critical success. In the event of failure, materials are rendered useless, and the player suffers a loss of health points. Conversely, a critical success yields not only double the output, but also restores a portion of health. System: you have successfully crafted 1 intermediate healing potion. Alchemy experience points 1. System: you have successfully crafted 1 intermediate healing potion. Alchemy experience points 1. The cooldown period for crafting intermediate healing potions is relatively brief, lasting merely a minute. Over the course of 2 hours, Lu Li produced more than 100 potions. Overall, the probability of achieving a critical success far outweighed that of failure. This is precisely why he opted to spend gold on renting a quiet room rather than hastily concocting potions in a random location. With 100 healing potions in hand, Lu Li set aside 20 bottles, listing them individually on the auction house for a price of 1 gold coin each. What a sham. He was completely exploiting the market. It is worth noting that the most expensive price for Snake's Fang Grass was merely 3 to 4 gold coins per bundle, meaning that Lu Li's cost for crafting a single potion was only around 10 silver coins. Currently, the auction house listed Snake's Fang Grass at only a few silver coins per bundle. He produced a potion without spending a single coin, yet sought to sell it for 1 gold coin. Indeed, he was scheming against those affluent guilds. There was no concern about sales. Various guilds were urgently delving into the depths of Death Mine, eagerly in need of intermediate healing potions, and could easily afford the price of 1 gold coin per bottle. As for the reason he did not list more on the auction house, it was simple: rarity enhances value. Lu Li could not allow others to discover that he could mass-produce intermediate healing potions. Even if someone did acquire the recipe, he would prioritize supplying his own guild members. Where there is demand, there is profit. After completing this batch of potions, Lu Li took the time to repair his thoroughly worn-out equipment from a day spent battling monsters, incurring repair costs exceeding 1 gold coin. Fortunately, having learned to craft intermediate healing potions, he could manage these expenses. Once his equipment was restored, Lu Li sought out a skill trainer. He first attempted to trigger a quest. Unfortunately, the rogue trainer was unyielding, having turned him away multiple times. Reluctantly, Lu Li resorted to spending his gold to upgrade his skills. At level 14, he possessed 7 skill points. He chose to manually upgrade Shadow Strike as his first skill, receiving a reward from the system. However, he had to expend 1 point on his lockpicking skill to access the Black Iron treasure chest, leaving him with only 7 skill points. He fully invested in Shadow Strike, as it was his most frequently used skill and a fundamental ability for the rogue class, ensuring its relevance even as he acquired more skills in the future. He also chose to level up Backstab, as a high-level Backstab could inflict armor-breaking effects, particularly useful against bosses. Lu Li resolutely allocated 2 points to this skill. While the reverse backstab was a commonly used finisher, Luli opted to forego it for the moment in favor of the more powerful throat slice, planning to revisit this skill once he accumulated more points in the future. With a slight addition to the throat-cutting skill, a remnant must be reserved for potential future enhancements. One can never predict when a more formidable ability might be acquired, such as Gale Step or Shadow Cloak. A total of 15 gold coins, remarked the old rogue with an expressionless face. Fortunately, I had previously set aside enough funds. For an ordinary individual, even with ample skill points, affording to upgrade skills could prove challenging. Shadow Strike, instant cast, for seconds cooldown, inflicts 100 points of damage on the target, with an additional 200 bonus weapon damage, rewarding 1 combo point, current level 5/5. This transformation is nothing short of revolutionary. The damage dealt post-upgrade is exponentially greater than mere doubling. While Backstab and Throat Cut also see a degree of enhancement, their improvements pale in comparison to Shadow Strike, as few would dare to expend so many skill points on a single ability at this juncture. With preparations complete, Luli embarked towards the Fire Scar Temple. The Azure Sea Wind team had already cleared the entrance, and remnants of scattered corpses littered the ground. However, the path was intermittently patrolled by hellhounds. These demonic beasts, resembling large dogs, are often employed as sentinels. They are the untamed versions of the Warlock's hellish canine minions. The offspring of the canine king hacker possess poor eyesight but are keenly attuned to the presence of magic, enabling them to navigate their surroundings by sensing magical energies, which serves as their method for tracking prey. They passed by Luli without a glance, as he, being a rogue, emitted no magical aura. Yet, Luli had no intention of sparing them. He would strike down everyone he encountered, for each kill offered valuable experience, far richer than that of typical foes of comparable level. Upon reaching the spawn point of the Doomsday Guardian, Acrelius, Luli observed the Azure Sea Wind team engaging nearby. Upon noticing his arrival, they dispatched the creatures they were battling and gathered around him. "Are you not going to say anything?" inquired Azure Sea Wind. "I have not engaged yet. What is there to say?" Luli replied, distributing intermediate healing potions as he began to apply poison to his daggers. Now is the time to wield quality steel. Acrelius was a colossal figure, with hooves, crimson wings, a blazing green sword, and adorned in massive armor emblazoned with the emblem of Archimonde, his visage grotesque and menacing. In many ways, Acrelius exuded far more presence than the Knoll Elder. Cautiously, Azure Sea Wind approached the boss, prompting Acrelius to slowly open his eyes, revealing nothing but a haunting green glow. "All right, everyone, charge," the main tank exclaimed, raising his sword and shield to initiate the encounter. Luli had already entered stealth and maneuvered to the rear of the boss. Once the aggro stabilized on the main tank, he struck with a surprise attack. Immune. Indeed, the demonic creatures were entirely immune to stun damage. There was no recourse but to engage directly. System, Shadow Strike skill completed at 91, inflicting 160 skill damage, and the target is stunned for 2 seconds. Dizziness continues to be immune. However, the damage dealt is quite remarkable, as the numbers floating above Acrelius left others utterly astonished. "Why is your damage 3 times mine?" Hua Dilqing exclaimed, genuinely taken aback. He believed his equipment was not inferior to Lu Li's, especially considering the silver grade of his weapon. How could the damage disparity be so vast? "The Doomsday Guardian is immune to 20% of magical damage," Lu Li elucidated. "That still doesn't account for a 3-fold difference, my friend. My magical damage output is quite formidable, I assure you." Hua Dilqing felt his standing in his sister's eyes plummet once again, unable to tolerate the situation any longer. Lu Li, who had clearly broken the rules, needed to provide an explanation. "My Shadow Strike has a completion rate exceeding 90%, inflicting 106% of skill damage. And I have fully upgraded this skill. Before my teammates, there is little I can conceal. Inflicting 106% damage is akin to a critical hit. Why have you allocated all your skill points to such a mediocre foundational skill?" Weilon Haifeng could no longer contain himself. Lu Li took it upon himself to correct their misconceptions, asserting that there are no truly worthless skills in Dawn. Each individual possesses skills they excel in, and mastering one's most proficient skills to their fullest potential is the hallmark of expertise. Indeed, in many previous MMORPGs, early game skills tended to be supplanted by increasingly superior ones as time progressed. However, Dawn is entirely different. The rogue's Shadow Strike remains consistently viable. The mage's ice arrow is the primary skill for frost mages, and the priest's flash heal has always been a cornerstone of their healing repertoire. As for hunters, without their arcane shot, they would likely be at a loss for how to engage in combat at all.